Chapter 1 Just transmigrate Dandal ready for Singa home raid? The Swanjo Empire. In Thesaventi and Theorof shunned, September, the capital city. Sizathat Villagidril, today, Ishal mar her fashion see if should arrest a compet with for third prince. Miss, it would be better to throw Heron Tuthilois brothel, lest he assoil your hands. Do you think I am unaware, the trechet family is about to be exiled to the wilderness. If I cast her into a brothel, it will only be favor to her. Thesherp femula voiced dripped with scorn. Indeed, miss, your foresight is commendable. I have heard that the wilderness is perpetually parched, with countless victims of famine. People are reduced to cannibalism. Once a thought village girl arrives there, she will surely find herself in a plight from which she cannot escape. Humph, only then can be hard find solace. Guayunchi, up and open inquiries, Wace immediately struck with these words, and Dekel swept across her face. Danger! Without a moment to ponder, before Thwoman could approach, she sprang upon Deliveretta Power Fukik, sending Thwoman flying several feet away. Miss, Thee made beside her gasped in alarm, terror gripping her heart. The girl, however, lay motionless in the ground. Guayunxa steadied herself, a frown creasing her brow. Having kicked her away 5 meters, Ike Wace abiding that thighs was another original body. She was originally Guayunchi, a modern soldier from the 30th century who had tragically perished after an intense 56-war pursuit of a criminal, furious and sunk known, she had transmigrated into the body of a 12-year-old girl. As a sharp pain pierced her mind, a torrent of unfamiliar memory surged into her consciousness. The original owner of this body was the legitimate daughter of a first-rank earl who had been sent to the countryside to be raised, as a prophecy had declared that she must not live in the general's residency before the of 12, lest she meet near demise. After enduring hardships, she had finally returned to the general's residence, only to enjoy a brief 6 months as a beloved young lady before the family was falsely accused of treason. Her father, Gofu, was stationed at the border, and it was likely that the official notice had not yet reached them meanwhile, their family in the capital was on the verge of a homicide and potential extermination. Could it be true, had she truly transmigrated? Guayunza fultajed of frustration, others were transmigrated became a princess honorable ladies, but she had barely settled in before facing a homicide. This was absurd. According to the original memories, the woman she had just kicked was Gigien, the legitimate daughter of Prime Minister, favored as the youngest daughter. Out of jealousy for the original owner's engagement to third prince, she had consistent limika desolate her, rallying thanobliladias of the capital toinen. Event the current accusations against the general's residence were closely to the Prime Minister's household, as the general and Prime Minister had long been at in court. From Gizayan Sirli remarks, it was Glurther, the Prime Minister, Wazel reading her maternal grandfather's estate, and she had come here to humiliate Guayunchi. It was in lay a matter of to me before the general's residence became the next target. The original owner had been frail and sickly upon hearing this news, she had it off right. Calculating the time, Guayunzi realized she had approximately 5 horse to prepare. Time wastes off thesence. To prevent an unforeseen complications, Guayunexis we flay approach a down deliver at precise strike tok knockout Gizians made. She then dragged Bodwim into a hidden passage in the general's residence, disposing of Temut off-site. Ensuring that they would not cause any further trouble, Guayungza turned and dashed toward the backyard. According to her memories, the owner currently in charge of the general's residence was the original owner's mother, Song Wajan. Since Esha had transmigrated, she would not tell herself to Fallon Toparil. Xiaoxier, my little Xiaoxier. As Guayunexa stepped into the inner courtyard, she spotted a beautiful woman, disheveled and stumbling as her out. This must be the original owner's mother, Song Wajan. Woman's kind ways the sweetiest now, her beauty unfurled, appearing hardy like a mother of 12, Morican to stunning maiden of 18. No wonder the original owner's father had never taken a concubine, solely cherishing her. Yet, this beautiful woman was snowclad in mourning garments, Harris redrend, as fragilious arid, ready to break at the slightest breeze. Mother! Guayungza grasped woman's hand, steadying her faltering form. The troops responsible for the right Havio redirichador maternal grandfather's estate, the will beheressen soimamus listentone. Gawith and chuan the four maids don't let him discover you, Song was clutched Guayungza's hand, her voice coquette with emotion. Chapter 2 The space has transmigrated along with me. Even Guayunchi, with her iron-clad heart, could not help feel a stirring within Yaretha's moment. The love of parents for their children drives them to make profound plans for their future. Mother, what about you? I cannot leave, Song was hen replied, tears glisten in Jin Heraises hesh shook her head, your father is still at the border, and I must guard this general's residence for him, and our older brother is no bedridden as a mother, how can I abandon him? Our family is facing this grave calamity, and you, my little seer, should not have to bear such a fate. Midushasira we haven't ever been able to be by your side since you were little now, totally avail on is me fault, I fire resentment for it, I will understand, beauty you must promise to live well. Song Wajin held her hand a safe grasping the entirety of her world. Guayunexa she art softened instantly, in her previous life she had grown up without parents, relying on the kindness of others she had never experienced at Thorn family, yet in this life she was pulsed with home with her who loved her so dearly. Was this perhaps the very reason for her transmigration into his world? Mother, I will not leave. Guayungza resolute last Song was enchanted, her voice unwavering. Nonsense, what will you do if I don't know to Eve, Song Waj hen's brows furrowed in urgency. This was a mother's love, fervent and protective. Xiaoxier gehavel reticent ching datos acred lie arrange matters with third prince, Diara pack and your belongings, and soon you must escape through T back door. Given your connection with third prince, you will insure your safety. Mother. Guiyang sigently shook her head. It no longer feasible. The third prince broke off her engagement full month ago. Haviana considered we, if happen so suddenly as a royal, how could each libby oblivious to his events? Surely themament testapout he will be captured and executed for defying edict. Song wasn't falsolent. A wavy o helplessness surged within her. Indeed. The third prince had abruptly annulled thy engagement without reason. How could a possibly remain uninformed? Shua's gambling. Sure fused telleth her daughter's solitary conceal of survivalese lip away. Lost in thought, she suddenly felt a heaviness at the back of her neck before everything faded to black. Guiyangzi quickly supporteth unconscious Song Wajan, to king a deep breath. She could no tell her beautiful mother to foresee danger alone. More importantly, she had just discovered the thermother was 4 months pregnant. As a modern soldier and daskaled physician, she knew without a doubt that she could accurately diagnose a pregnancy. According to the original memories, Guofu had indeed left 4 months prior. Guiyangzi cast a complex glance at Song Wajan before lifting her onto her back and heading in the direction indicated by her memories. Miss, we haven't you started packing your things, madam? What is wrong with ya? As he entered bamboo studio, a woman hurried towards her. This was Song was hen sweateners, thicker and caretaker, and Chu. Mother fainted from the strain. Guiyangzi entrusted her mother to Aunt Chuan proceeded into the room. Inside a young man, covered by a quilt, unwilling to show himself his washer older brother, Guo Xiao Ho had suffered a leg injury. Beside him a woman with tear-stained eyes looked helpless like was at his washer's sister-in-law, Meng. Guiyangzi glanced at them but did not enter. Instead, shine struck to dant Kuto gather every night bamboo studio she had important matters to announce. Aunt Chu, noticing Guiyangzi's unusual demeanor, quickly surmised that something had happened to the general's residence, which explained the sudden change in the young lady. This was understandable, given the circumstances. With the general's fate uncertain at the border, the madam unconscious and eldest sanalas, only the young lady remained with were at the todo. Aunt Chugga third of everyone in the courtyard, counting along with her brother, sister-in-law, and amassing furmaids, there were only 4 to 3 individuals. The population of general's residence had originally exceeded 100, but Song Wajan had already dispatched manizervans, leaving behind in lighthouse who had been treated well by their masters and were unwilling to leave their time of need. Aunt Chu, you must ensure that ever yon guards this courtyard, they must protect my brother it'll cost send no tala one yon to enter, Guiyangzi said solemnly. Understood, miss, Aunt Chu replied, war right with her than abandon the madam and dung master, it is better to stay together, we will face this together. As Guiyangzi exited the courtyard, Aunt Chu was shed to dissuader, beautiful glensa from Guiyangzi and said her. Once outside, Guiyangzi surveyed her surroundings, confirming what Nunu was watching before a bold thought crossed her mind. Just now she had sensed a peculiar flow of energy within your body so familiar, could it be their spatial ability a shade so transmigrate along with her? Chapter 3 Emptying the general's mansion. Guiyangzi's mind was consumed with thoughts of the spatial incantation, eager to ascertain the veracity of her conjectures. In an instant, the entire world spun around her, and the next moment, she found herself within the realm of space. By the 31st century, humanity had mastered numerous scientific studies regarding spatial phenomena. This peculiar, alternate dimension had been secretly developed by a scientist friend of hers, and she had unwittingly become a subject of his recent experiment. Little did she know that before she could fully comprehend her surroundings, she had traversed through time and space, leaving her unaware of the myriad functionalities at her disposal. As she glanced around, Guiyangzi was taken aback, her heart racing with excitement. Goodness, was this truly a colossal shopping mall? It was nearly the size of 10 modern-day establishments combined. Her scientist friend had always dreamed of never leaving the confines of his laboratory, dedicating his entire life to research, yet he had inadvertently created a commercial space in pursuit of that aspiration. Elated, Guiyangzi realized that with this newfound space, even if her family were to be exiled, she need not worry about their well-being. At the entrance of the mall stood a brand new off-road motorcycle, likely placed there by her friend for convenience, considering the vastness of the area. With little time to spare, Guiyangzi took a cursory tour, discovering that beyond the mall, there were 2 acres of undeveloped land and a serene pond. She recalled her friend mentioning that the spring water within this space had been infused with various rare components, endowing it with wondrous properties. The pond's crystal-clear water revealed several unidentified fish swimming gracefully, a sight that undoubtedly confirmed her friend's description of the mystical spring water. In addition, there were approximately a dozen empty rooms, presumably intended by her friend for the storage of provisions, which had yet to be filled before she whisked them away. With an abundance of water, land, and resources, even in the event of exile, her life would be secure. Heaven truly had bestowed its favor upon her, Guiyangzi chuckled, entirely forgetting the grievances she had voiced upon her arrival. Emerging from her spatial haven, Guiyangzi donned a mischievous grin. So, they wished to seize her home, did they? She first returned to her quarters, where her beloved mother had indulged her with countless treasures, including exquisite paintings, rare books, antiques, and an array of writing implements, all meticulously arranged. Without hesitation, Guiyangzi collected every last item, for her spatial realm was ample enough to accommodate them all. Although these possessions might prove unnecessary during their journey into exile, she felt no remorse. Not a single trinket would be left for that insufferable chancellor. The sight of her headpieces and jewelry left her utterly astounded. There were no fewer than 100 pieces, filling several display cabinets. Her mother, Song Huajian, had lavished her with beautiful adornments, including a stunning collection of 108 floral-themed headpieces, which had incited envy among the young ladies of the capital. Additionally, an abundance of clothing filled 3 entire wardrobes. Despite her long absence from the imperial city, every year on her birthday, her mother would design 100 new garments for her. Some were sent to their rural estate, but a wise elder had once advised against excessive pampering, resulting in the majority remaining in the general's mansion. Gui Yunqi counted them. Chapter 4. And nothing left. Gui Yunqi first made her way to the kitchen adjacent to the storeroom, where she meticulously gathered all the spices such as green onions, ginger, garlic, star anise, and bay leaves that the cook had procured. With the general's household being quite populous, the stockpiled spices were abundant, filling no fewer than 5 large jars. Though such items could likely be found in the marketplace, Gui Yunqi was determined not to overlook any of them. She also collected the rice from the rice bin, along with the pastries and cooked foods that had been prepared during the day, leaving only a thin layer of spoiled rice behind. Additionally, she gathered all the fruits: apples, bananas, oranges, grapes, and peaches. Everything that could be preserved was swiftly stored away. Next, she proceeded to the granary. Upon opening the door, a fragrant aroma of grains wafted toward her. Her father, the general, had spent years campaigning, and she had heard that the borderlands were not far from desolation, where drought and famine plagued the land. Upon learning of this, her mother had rallied her maternal family to pool their resources, amassing a substantial quantity of grain to send to those suffering beyond the frontier, thus contributing her part. Now, though several thousand bags of grain lay stacked within the general's granary, after a cursory inspection, Gui Yunqi noted that brown rice, being more satiating and affordable, comprised a significant portion of the stock, alongside potatoes, sweet potatoes, and a smaller quantity of fine flour and white rice. Moreover, she discovered several packets of vegetable seeds and, without pausing to examine them closely, hastily tossed them into the grain bags. With a mere thought, she transferred all the grain into the vacant rooms of her spatial dimension. This grain had originally been hoarded with private funds by Song Huajin and others, thus, her appropriation of it seemed justified. If it were to fall into the hands of the chancellor, one could only speculate on its potential misuse. Having gathered nearly everything, Gui Yunqi then turned her attention to the household physician's quarters, scavenging for medicinal herbs. With over 100 individuals in the household, the stockpile of medicines was considerable, and the elderly physician had fled in haste, leaving behind a substantial quantity. With a flick of her hand, Gui Yunqi collected it all into her space. Adhering to the principle of preferring to gather more rather than allowing the enemy to benefit, she virtually stripped the general's residence of its possessions. After some contemplation, she reluctantly discarded a few surplus items and coins, fearing that leaving nothing behind might invite trouble. Gui Yunqi surveyed her spatial inventory and, satisfied with her efforts, hurried toward the bamboo grove courtyard. Time was of the essence, as the raiders were likely approaching her. Along the way, she spotted several chickens, ducks, and geese tended by the servants, as well as 2 horses typically used for pulling carts. With a thought, Gui Yunqi approached, eager to test whether she could store living creatures within her space. Swiftly, she seized an old hen, and with a concentrated thought, the hen immediately appeared, lively and flapping, near the pond within her spatial realm. Success! Gui Yunqi felt a surge of joy as she collected all the chickens, ducks, and geese. However, her attempts to capture the 2 horses proved futile. Despite several efforts, they remained immovable. Accepting this limitation, she decided that the provisions already secured would suffice for her family's prolonged survival in the wilderness. Truth be told, had it not been for the severe famine and drought afflicting the populace, necessitating financial aid for disaster relief, coupled with the pressing urgency of time, she would not have hesitated to raid the national treasury. Yet, considering the current plight of the common folk, Gui Yunqi ultimately abandoned that notion. Upon her arrival at the bamboo grove courtyard, she was met with a cacophony of voices. Outside, soldiers had surrounded the area, numbering in the hundreds, armed with swords and daggers, standing menacingly at the entrance. It appeared that the raiders had indeed arrived. Gui Yunqi let out a cold laugh, curious to see what these intruders might uncover. "My lady! You have finally arrived," exclaimed Granny Chu, her eyes red with emotion, as if she had found her sole pillar of support. "My lady, the eldest daughter of the general's household has come," reported a subordinate to Chancellor Ji Hang, who lounged on a bench in the bamboo grove courtyard. Ji Hang's eyes, cold as serpents, swept over Gui Yunqi. After much effort to orchestrate the downfall of the general's estate and seize this opportunity for plunder, he was eager to witness the calamity befalling the Gui family, not to mention coveting their immense wealth. Chapter 5. Nothing at all. Gui Yunqi did not cast a glance at Ji Hang, but instead strode directly towards Granny Chu. "What has transpired? Mississippi. You have finally returned." Xing Dai was sent by the madam to seek help from the third prince, but she was subjected to humiliation and returned with her limbs shattered and her martial arts rendered useless. The maid, Biyun, sobbed, her body marred with injuries. Us 3 could not bear it and confronted them, only to be met with violence ourselves. By the original owner's side were 4 loyal maidservants. Biyun, Fenmo, Lucy, and Xing Dai among them. Xing Dai had trained in martial arts from a young age to protect the original owner, yet now she had been incapacitated by the third prince's men. Was this not tantamount to a death sentence? The third prince had once been betrothed to you, yet now he displays such callousness. "Miss, please do not despair over someone unworthy," Fenmo said, noticing the distress on her mistress's face and hastily offering words of comfort. Gui Yunqi clenched her fists. Though she was not the original owner, the affronts directed at her could not go unchallenged. She hastened into the room, where she found a young girl in green lying on a soft couch, her complexion pale and drenched in sweat, clearly having endured unspeakable torment. She examined the injured limbs and swiftly retrieved a hemostatic elixir from her bosom, administering it to Xing Dai. Fortunately, it was merely a case of comminuted fractures. There was still hope for recovery. The elixir, of course, had been procured from her spatial inventory, which housed a myriad of medicinal concoctions. Witnessing Gui Yunqi's composure amidst calamity stirred profound sympathy among those present. The once timid young lady had been compelled to adopt a resolute demeanor in the face of adversity, a truly pitiable transformation. Gui Yunxi, as the daughter of a trader, why do you not kneel and pay your respects to the Prime Minister? A retainer of the Prime Minister's residence remarked coldly. Gui Yunxi curled her lips into a disdainful smile, her phoenix eyes glinting with frost, her fair visage akin to snow, evoking a chill in those who beheld her. Preposterous, my father defends our borders, and you dare to come to my home and bully his wife and daughter? Kneel, you presume to have the right. Foolish and unaware of your own peril, Ji Hong mused, casting a glance at Gui Yunxi before rising indifferently. A girl not yet 12 held no value for his ire. Once she was cast into the wilderness, she would learn to endure. He had far more pressing matters to attend to. Leave a contingent behind to seal off this courtyard, not a single fly shall escape. The rest, follow me. With that, Ji Hang led a company towards the various courtyards of the general's estate. What he sought was wealth. The opulent general's residence was his ultimate prize. With famine threatening to engulf the capital, grain and riches were of paramount importance. However, as he scoured every corner of the Chapter 6, his assistance, he exerted considerable effort to overturn the general's estate, only to arrive at such a result. What a farce! Yet, the truth remains. The estate is vast, and with spies within, it is implausible that he would be unaware if they had hidden their treasures in advance. Guofu was deeply beloved by the populace and frequently donates supplies to disaster-stricken areas, having recently contributed 300,000 taels of silver. It is unlikely the emperor harbors any suspicions at this point. However, the intelligence he received indicated that Guofu's residence harbored a significant amount of wealth and grain. It simply could not be mistaken. Ji Hong, upon reflecting on this, was nearly incensed to the point of hemorrhaging. If Gui Yunxi were to learn of his thoughts, she might well burst into laughter. Who would have anticipated that she would utilize her spatial abilities to preemptively empty the general's estate? Not long after departing, Ji Hong furiously returned to the Xiuzhu courtyard. Summon the 43 criminals and apprehend them, brand their faces, dress them in prison garb, place them in shackles, exile them all to the wilderness. He had not acquired the riches, so was it not permissible to vent his frustration on these individuals? To execute them outright would be too lenient. The road to exile traverses famine-stricken lands, where individuals resort to cannibalism and drink human blood. It would assuredly render their lives worse than death. Such a display of authority from Lord Ji, came a nonchalant male voice, interrupting before Gui Yunxi could speak. In the next moment, a silver-clad figure appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. I was unaware that Prince Jin would intrude upon my official duties at such an hour. What urgent matter brings you here? Ji Hong squinted, regarding the newcomer with a dangerous glint in his eyes. Gui Yunxi raised her gaze to find a man standing at the gate with hair as dark as ink, skin radiant, and eyes like stars, with a mark of cinnabar on his forehead, as crimson as blood. His silver robe clung to his form, embroidered with patterns of auspicious clouds in silver thread, accentuating his tall and regal stature, rendering him an embodiment of purity and nobility, seemingly untouchable. Prince Jin, Zhang Heng, was the youngest son of the late emperor, favored above all. Had it not been for the emperor's ascension to the throne while he was still a child, lacking ambition for power, he would have undoubtedly garnered substantial support within the court. Currently, the emperor dotes on this brother, placing him in a position of esteem even above many princes. Hence, both the chancellor and the princes in the court regard him with trepidation, seldom daring to provoke him. The chancellor jests. This prince merely comes to convey his majesty's decree, Zhang Hong remarked, his tone devoid of discernible emotion. Oh, what decree is that? Ji Hong maintained his composure, his voice cold. Their relationship within the court was far from amicable. His Majesty decrees that Guofu has committed heinous crimes and should, therefore, have his family confiscated across 3 generations, with all individuals marked as criminals, subjected to branding, and exiled to the wilderness. However, due to Guofu's past merits, His Majesty has dispatched me to waive the branding, and I shall personally oversee the exile, so there is no need for the Chancellor to trouble himself. Is what Prince Jin stated true? Ji Hong inquired ominously. Are you questioning this prince's authenticity in relaying the imperial edict? Certainly not. Ji Hong replied with a cold chuckle, flicking his sleeve. What are you all waiting for? Retreat. Having uttered this, he departed the general's estate, face-taut with fury, leading a contingent of men that he may not dare to offend Prince Jin, but surely he could still eliminate a few criminals? Humph, he had already embedded his own informants among them, they would not escape unscathed. My gratitude to Prince Jin for your assistance. I will first express my appreciation on behalf of my parents, Gui Yunxi said, lowering her head as she addressed Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng regarded Gui Yunxi with a detached gaze, his expression inscrutable. This young lady must be the general's daughter raised in the countryside. How disheveled she appears, he mused. If she were to realize his thoughts, she would likely erupt in indignation. After all, she was merely in a somewhat disarrayed state, lacking proper adornment. I only owe your father a favor, which I have now repaid, he continued. You need not worry. From this point forward, the affairs of the general's estate shall not implicate Prince Jin. Gui Yunxi asserted with a resolute voice. She had no desire to entangle herself with the royal family. Regardless of the title of Prince Jin or Silver King, they held no significance for her. Gui Yun 11.as the adage goes, serving the emperor is akin to courting a tiger. Her ineffectual father fought tirelessly for that wretched emperor, only to end up in such a plight? Cherish life, and avoid the royal family. Zhang Heng cast a faint glance at her, revealing no emotion, and continued, your father has already embarked on the journey to the wilderness, you may rest briefly, and depart tomorrow. Should you remain absent for 6 months, it shall mean your father's demise. Understood, Gui Yunxi replied, nodding, her tone equally devoid of emotion. The journey from the capital to the wilderness would take no less than 6 months. Her ineffectual father would traverse the distance from the border to the wilderness in merely a month. The emperor was leveraging her father's life against them. Seeing Gui Yunqi's understanding demeanor, Zhang Heng nodded approvingly and withdrew a jade pendant from his person, handing it to her. Upon your arrival in the wilderness, seek out a man named Cheng Yan and present this pendant to him. He will ensure your safety. The commoner expresses her gratitude to His Royal Highness, Gui Yunqi said, accepting the pendant with a bow of thanks. Zhang Heng regarded her with renewed interest, having received reports of her previous confrontation with Ji Hong and finding her responses commendable. She was indeed Guofu's daughter, unyielding and dignified. His cousin had missed an opportunity for a royal consort of such caliber. Would he regret it? Yet, such matters were beyond his concern. Zhang Heng's star-like brilliant eyes suddenly dimmed. He was afflicted with a rare poison, and the physician had predicted he would not survive past 20. His time was running short. As he was about to depart, the general's daughter raised her head, offering him something. Your Highness, I once met a wandering physician in the countryside who possesses knowledge of medicinal practices. Noticing your pallor and the furrowed brow, I suggest you take this pill for relief, Gui Yunqi said, her head bowed. She had never been one to enjoy being indebted to others. Her voice was as melodious as silver bells, and paired with her bright, clear eyes, Zhang Heng felt a sudden flutter in his heart, momentarily taken aback, yet, in the next instant, he casually smiled. Taking the pill, he waved his sleeve and departed, the hem of his garment fluttering in the wind like a drifting white cloud. Upon exiting the general's estate, he gazed at the vial in his hand and remarked coolly, Qingjiu, give the order to eliminate the informants within the chancellor's estate. Ensure they do not interfere with their journey into exile. Yes, Your Highness. Chapter 7 of The Road to Exile. 3 days later, Gui Yunqi was clad in coarse linen garments, a piece of flatbread clutched between her teeth, its taste reminiscent of chewing wax. Prior to their departure, the silver coins upon their persons had been thoroughly confiscated by the officials, leaving them destitute. After spending a night in prison, they finally set out on their journey. Fortunately, with Zhang Heng's assistance, they managed to bring along some essential provisions. They were now nearing Sheiyang County, approximately 200 miles from the capital. Xiaoxi, are you still hungry? Your grandmother has a piece of bread, spoke Qin, Gui Yunqi's maternal grandmother. In truth, the original owner of this body had scant memories of her grandmother Qin. Having returned to the capital merely half a year prior, she seldom ventured out and had little interaction with relatives, including her grandmother, whom she had scarcely met. However, this did not diminish Qin's affection for her granddaughter. Gui Yunqi obediently shook her head. Grandmother, please eat, I am quite full. In the presence of elders like Qin, she felt compelled to feign innocence and cleverness, for she was but a 12-year-old girl. If she were to exhibit excessive maturity, it might arouse suspicion. Upon hearing her granddaughter declare her fullness, Qin nodded in relief, yet she discreetly stowed away the 2 pieces of bread in her satchel, reluctant to consume them. In times of exile, particularly during a year of famine, every morsel saved was crucial. Gui Yunqi sighed. Surrounded by people on this journey, whenever hunger struck, she could only stealthily take some food during the night or when no one was watching. This path of exile, due to Zhang Heng's influence, allowed them to travel separately from the official escort, as her father served as a hostage, which alleviated fears of their escape. Had they been part of the escorted convoy, they would have undoubtedly endured considerable hardships, starting with the loss of their freedom. Moreover, some soldiers might mistreat prisoners or even disgrace female captives, thus traveling separately was a source of comfort. Their family, the general's household, was exiled alongside her maternal grandfather Song family, and thanks to Zhang Heng, they were all in the same group. Of the general's household comprised a simple roster. Gui Yunqi, her mother Song Huazhen, her brother Gui Xiao, her sister-in-law Meng, 4 maids, and the elderly Chu, along with some servants. The Song family, however, was more numerous, including her grandfather Song Chang, grandmother Qin, and her 2 uncles. Eldest uncle Song Chuan and his wife Li had a 10-year-old cousin, Song Lingxiao, and an 8-year-old cousin, Song Lingyue. Second uncle Song Zhe and his wife Lu had a 3-year-old cousin, Song Lingxue. Altogether, they numbered 112 individuals. Fortunately, both families had always treated their servants with kindness, many of whom were fatherless or motherless and were thus registered as family-born, along with the original family-born servants, which accounted for the larger number. Those bought as servants had all been sold off. The advantage of such a large group in chaotic times lay in their collective strength, providing protection against bullying. The downside, however, was that with so many mouths to feed, their food supplies dwindled rapidly, necessitating frequent stops along the way to forage for sustenance. Otherwise, their current provisions would surely fall short for the entire journey. Now, nearly 200 kilometers from the capital, they had already encountered several groups of refugees fleeing famine. The sun hung high in the sky, mercilessly scorching the earth, causing beads of sweat to cascade down their faces as if they were trapped in a steam room. Song Chuan surveyed the sweltering sun with a sense of oppression. How could anyone endure such heat? In the midst of the exile convoy, he had become the focal point, having fought in battles and being the sturdiest among them. He bore the responsibility of caring for the elderly and his siblings. Let us find a shaded spot to rest and have a meal, he suggested to the group. In unison, halted their progress. The servants, laden with pots and pans of varying sizes, quickly complied with Song Chuan's directive, constructing a makeshift stove with stones and beginning to kindle a fire for cooking. Song Huazhen and the other former noble women from the capital were not idle either. Under grandmother Qin's guidance, they commenced washing rice and kneading dough. Now that we have departed from the capital, we are no longer the pampered daughters-in-law of officials. We must shed our indulgent ways, or else we shall not survive in these tumultuous times, Qin stated as she tended to the fire, addressing her daughter Song Huazhen and her 2 daughters-in-law. The 3 women, clad in coarse linen, nodded in agreement while stuffing kindling beneath the pot, truly resembling ordinary women of the time. As the adults busied themselves, the younger generation found themselves at leisure. The eldest son, Guo had been rendered unable to walk, lying on the cart like Qing Dai, morose and withdrawn, his once fair complexion now unkempt and bearded, despite his wife Meng's persistent attempts to coax him into conversation. Gui Yunqi cast a sidelong glance at him, choosing to remain silent. Guo had suffered a broken leg for over half a month. Although he had received treatment at the general's household, there were lingering effects. Gui Yunqi planned to stabilize their situation before providing him with proper care. For now, her priority was to assess the supplies within their possession, for in these chaotic times, nothing offered greater security than ample provisions. Chapter 8. Her elder brother. Over the past 3 days, she has taken advantage of her free time to tidy up the space. First, she procured several large iron cages from the market to confine the hens and ducks that she had previously tossed into the space, for she could not allow them to contaminate the pond's waters. She had discovered that this pond was rather extraordinary. The hens that drank from it often grew significantly larger and laid eggs much bigger than ordinary ones, which brought great joy to Gui Yunqi. This would prove to be immensely useful in the future. She then rode her motorcycle to explore the market thoroughly. To her astonishment, the market boasted a staggering 16 floors, filled with an array of food, staples, meats, vegetables, prepared dishes, beverages, ice creams, snacks, and everyday necessities, including seasonal clothing. Even more delightful was the discovery of a dedicated floor stocked with various medicines and medical instruments. Furthermore, she realized that the medications she had previously extracted would automatically replenish themselves. Did this imply that the items within the space were inexhaustible? She recalled a friend mentioning that the automatic restocking feature was still under development, so why had it manifested now? Perhaps this was a delightful bug granted by her traverse into this new realm. Regardless of the reason, Gui Yunqi was so exhilarated that she couldn't sleep a wink that night, spending her time flitting through the space with her consciousness, not for any particular reason, but simply out of joy. Lost in her thoughts, Gui Yunqi suddenly felt a tug on her hand. Looking down, she saw that it was her cousin, Song Lingyue, the daughter of her uncle. "Cousin, what are you doing?" The little girl, only 8 years old, sported 2 crescent-shaped braids, and despite her plain, coarse clothing, her cuteness was undeniable. "Cousin was just daydreaming, what's the matter?" Gui Yunqi, taken by the sight of such an adorable child, couldn't help but indulge her affection by pinching little Lingyue's cheek. Song Lingyue looked bewildered. Is the beautiful cousin playing with me? In her memory, Gui Yunqi was a stunning young lady, but after their reunion 6 months ago, she had often hidden away in the general's residence, leaving little opportunity for the two to bond. However, a child's mind seldom dwells on such complexities, and in the next moment, she earnestly declared, "Alas, little Shuer refuses to eat, insisting on having the glutinous rice cakes from the capital, but we have been exiled." Seeing her adopt such a serious demeanor, Gui Yunqi couldn't help but chuckle. Children often concern themselves with matters that adults ponder, striving to appear mature to assuage the worries of their elders. Gui Yunqi discreetly retrieved a few strawberry gummies from her space and popped one into Song Lingyue's mouth. The little girl instinctively began to chew. The sweet and chewy delight left her wide-eyed, a picture of disbelief after 3 days of bland hardtack. "Wow, this is so delicious. Here, cousin still has 5 more. Share them with little Shuer. If she eats her meals obediently, bring her back to cousin for more, but you mustn't tell anyone, not even your mother." Gui Yunqi fabricated with utmost seriousness, "This is candy from a fairy. If others find out, the fairy will become." Chapter 9. The woman in distress. Her elder brother, Guo, was once a young prodigy, a paragon of talent, and the dream lover of countless women in the capital. However, he had long since married his childhood sweetheart, Meng Wenqian of the Meng family, and the couple lived in harmony and happiness. Guo had served as the deputy minister of revenue, assisting the emperor in resolving numerous issues. Yet, due to his forthright nature, he faced ostracism from the faction of the prime minister. A month prior, a calamity struck, prompting the emperor to allocate 200,000 taels of silver to the Ministry of Revenue for disaster relief. However, after half a month, not only did the situation fail to improve, but a riot among the afflicted also ensued. Upon investigation, the emperor's envoys discovered that Guo had secretly embezzled the funds, diverting the 200,000 taels to his subordinate, Huang Chang. Huang Chang divulged Guo misdeeds, detailing the entire process of his crimes. Instantly, the populace erupted in condemnation, branding Guo a corrupt official who had stolen the people's life-saving funds, unworthy of being human. Some even composed satirical verses to denounce him. The emperor's initial verdict was immediate execution. However, Guo leveraged his military authority over the 200,000 troops to secure his son's life. While he escaped the death penalty, he could not evade punishment entirely. Ultimately, Guo was left with broken legs, akin to a discarded dog, and was unceremoniously cast back at the gates of the general's residence. The proud Guo Dazhong could hardly bear such injustice, and he soon fell into despair. Gui Yunqi secretly visited Guo. His leg injuries were minor and could heal with treatment, yet what worried her was the wound to his spirit. With a sigh, Gui Yunqi said, "Mother, please take some food to my brother and sister. It must be quite arduous for her to care for him." Upon hearing this, Song Huajin forced a smile, but in just a few days, the once beautiful woman seemed to have aged a decade. Rising, she ladled a bowl of porridge and made her way towards Guo. Observing her departure, Gui Yunqi seized the opportunity to add several drops of the spiritual spring water from her. Chapter 10. "It is enough that we are together." Song Chuan, having overheard Xiang Lian's earlier words, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you suggesting that Xieyang County is currently prohibiting entry?" "Indeed," Xiang Lian affirmed with a nod. "The influx of disaster victims is ever growing. The third prince, who governs Xieyang County, fears that the calamity may spread to the capital, thus entry has been restricted. We had to take a detour to arrive here. May I ask why you esteemed benefactors are traveling from the capital to Xieyang County?" Oh, just then, Gui Yunqi interjected, how does Miss Xiang know we have come from the capital? Xiang Lian paused for a moment, then quickly replied, I could tell by the way you are dressed. It resembles that of the people from the capital. Gui Yunqi fell silent and turned to play with the little girl. Xiao Yuer, this woman clearly harbored ulterior motives, likely aiming for their provisions. Although Gui Yunqi initially contemplated voicing her concerns, she ultimately decided to remain silent. She had already saved everyone once, but she could not do so repeatedly. Often, it is through suffering that one learns a lesson. Seizing the moment while the others were engaged in conversation with Xiang Lian, Gui Yunqi discreetly approached the cart laden with rice, concealed under straw. Grandmother, I did not have enough to eat at noon, and I am still a bit hungry, Gui Yunqi pouted, glancing at Qin, who was tidying up the dishes nearby. Qin looked at Gui Yunqi with tenderness and said, there are some dry cakes on the cart, you may go take some. Thank you, grandmother. Gui Yunqi feigned delight, smiling as she climbed onto the cart and stealthily gathered the concealed provisions, quietly replacing them with some spoiled rice and rotten grains she had saved from the general's residence. Fortunately, she had been thorough in her collection back at the general's, not sparing even the bad grains meant for feeding the chickens in the backyard. Little did she expect they would come in handy at such a moment. Meanwhile, her uncles Song Chuan, the elder Song Chang, and the second uncle Song Zhe were deep in thought. With Xieyang County closed off, what were they to do? If you esteemed benefactors are in need of a route, I know of a way that circumvents Xieyang County and leads directly to Dongling County in the west, Xiang Lian offered. Really? Song Zhe responded, a spark of surprise illuminating his face. This woman, seemingly fragile and alone, posed no threat to them, considering they numbered over 100. Yes, I happen to be returning that way to fetch my young son. Not if you do not mind, I can guide you, Xiang Lian said, blinking her innocent eyes. That would be splendid, Song Chuan replied. Before long, the group had packed their belongings and prepared to set off once more. However, the desolate road bore no signs of life, rendering it somewhat forlorn. Song Chuan instructed everyone to alter their formation. The convoy consisted of 3 carts, one carrying provisions, obscured by straw to avoid drawing attention, another with a water barrel, beside which lay the injured Qing Dai. Gui Yunqi had been secretly administering her nourishing medicine, preparing to treat her injuries once she was strong enough. Gui Xiao, unable to move, lay on the last cart, which was piled with a modest supply of winter clothing. They owed their possessions to Jiang Heng. Song Chuan arranged for the 3 carts, along with Gui Yunqi, Song Huazhen, and the other women, to occupy the center of the formation, while the strong men flanked the perimeter, ready to respond to any potential threats. He took the lead, forging the path ahead, while his brother Song Zhe brought up the rear to protect everyone. Gui Yunqi observed this and could not help but nod in approval. Her uncle, a seasoned warrior, had devised an effective formation for warding off adversaries. The group resumed their arduous journey. The sun blazed mercilessly in the sky. October had nearly arrived, yet the weather showed no sign of cooling, resembling the sweltering days of summer. Everyone was panting from the heat, yet they pressed on without pause. Gui Yunqi's feet ached terribly, and she longed to retrieve her off-road motorcycle from her space to ride. Alas, fantasies were but dreams, and reality remained unforgiving. Hello there. As Gui Yunqi felt lightheaded from the heat, she suddenly noticed a cherubic child standing beside her, with large, watery eyes and a cherubic face. It was clear that this must be Song Lingxue, the only daughter of her second uncle. Hello, Xiao Shuer. How did you know I am Xiao Shuer? Song Lingxue pouted, her voice sweet and tender. Because Xiao Shuer is simply too adorable, Gui Yunqi replied, taking a sip of the spiritual spring water from her space, feeling considerably refreshed, and then reaching out to lift Song Lingxue into her arms. Yay! Cousin is so nice, let me have a hug. Knowing her cousin had delicious candies, Xiao Shuer shamelessly clung to Gui Yunqi's neck, eagerly expressing her desire. Gui Yunqi could hardly contain her laughter. How clever this little girl was. Xiao Shuer, you are quite bold, it was I who was the first to befriend cousin. Song Lingyue interjected, pouting in discontent from the side. Humph. Song Lingxue blinked her sparkling eyes and playfully stuck her tongue out at Song Lingyue, comfortably leaning against Gui Yunqi's shoulder. How infuriating. Song Lingyue stomped her foot in frustration. Gui Yunqi gently patted the little girl's head and said with a smile, oh dear, Xiao Yuer, do not be angry, I will give you a hug too, shortly. Song Lingyue's cheeks flushed instantly. I don't want to. At the age of 8, she believed herself far too mature to behave like Xiao Shuer. She was a sensible and well-behaved child, huffing in defiance. The surrounding adults could not help but chuckle at the scene. No matter how arduous life may be, as long as they were together, they would surely endure. Once they reached the wilderness, they would build a home together. Even if their circumstances were meager, there would come a day when their hardships would yield to sweetness, would there not? As long as their loved ones were by their side, every moment would be sweet. With this belief, everyone resolutely marched onward. Chapter 11. The Trapped Benefactor. Just ahead, Xiang Lian remarked. There lies a dilapidated temple, where my youngest son awaits. Upon hearing these words, smiles illuminated the faces of all present. After toiling under the sun all day, fatigue weighed heavily upon everyone. The presence of a ruined temple signified the promise of rest, sparing them the plight of sleeping in the wilderness that night. Song Lingxue, savoring the sweets bestowed by Gui Yunqi, gleefully waved her hands, exclaiming, cousin has given little Shuer something delicious, little Shuer adores cousin the most. Lu Sher chuckled as she lifted Song Lingxue into her arms. Once we reach our resting place, little Shuer must express her gratitude to cousin, understood? Little Shuer will give back rubs. Little Shuer will massage cousin, Song Lingxue replied eagerly, gazing up at Gui Yunqi with innocent affection. Gui Yunqi laughed heartily, marveling at the charm of this little girl. Xiao Xier, I truly thank you, Lu Shi expressed gratefully. Throughout their journey, Gui Yunqi had shown kindness towards little Shuer, and Lu Shi felt genuinely touched. No need for such formality, I too am quite fond of little Shuer, Gui Yunqi responded with a smile. Unbeknownst to her, she had seamlessly integrated into this large family, perhaps due to the inherent goodness that resided within them all, yet, amidst the chaos of this tumultuous world, no one could remain unscathed. Excessive naivety in such times was far from a virtue. As dusk descended, the sky darkened to an inky black. Miss Xiang Lian, how much farther to the temple you mentioned? Song Chuan could not suppress his inquiry. They had been walking for what felt like an eternity. Almost there, Xiang Lian reassured, quickening her pace without looking back. Doubt began to gnaw at Song Chuan's mind. He gestured for the group to halt. In a flash of movement, Xiang Lian turned abruptly, brandishing a dagger from her bosom, lunging toward Song Chuan. The woman shed her previous facade of fragility, shouting, "Elder brother, they possess provisions. Act swiftly." Song Chuan, skilled in martial arts, deftly evaded the strike and swiftly rallied everyone to prepare for combat, ensuring the safety of the women and the injured. In an instant, a throng of 4 or 5 dozen individuals emerged, brandishing knives and swords. The majority of their adversaries were mere commoners, armed only with wooden sticks, and they faltered under the unexpected onslaught, chaos erupting all around. The noble women in the midst of it all gazed at Xiang Lian in disbelief. They, being ladies of the capital, had always believed that the impoverished were inherently simple and virtuous. How could this be? Gui Yunqi stood nearby, quietly using silver needles to discreetly repel any approaching villains, ensuring that none suffered substantial harm. For Chapter 12, a joyous occasion. Gui Yunqi cast a glance over the group, and under her discreet protection, only a few had sustained minor injuries. If they continued to be so naively benevolent, the next encounter might not involve merely ordinary refugees. However, Gui Yunqi believed that with this lesson learned, the group would no longer take in strangers under the guise of kindness. Fortunately, she had quietly exchanged all their food for spoiled grains, thus denying those people any advantage. She found herself eagerly anticipating the expressions on their faces when they opened the grain sacks. After all, she had an abundance of food and water in her spatial storage. Xiao Xier, do you possess medical skills? Elder Song Chang inquired with curiosity as he regarded Gui Yunqi. She nodded gently and replied, in my village, there was an elderly gentleman residing next door who practiced medicine. I had the privilege of learning some skills from him. Excellent, Song Chang nodded in approval. Xiao Xier must have endured considerable hardship, remarked sister-in-law Meng softly. Indeed, what other young ladies of her age could possess such maturity? Grandmother Qin wiped away her tears, gazing at Gui Yunqi with a heart full of compassion. Grandmother, sister-in-law, I am quite well, Gui Yunqi smiled, I actually enjoyed my time in the countryside. There were no restrictions, and I felt truly free. She had indeed faced many trials in her previous life, but this time, the love of her family made every hardship worthwhile. The others understood that Gui Yunqi wished to spare them sorrow, and with forced smiles, they busied themselves. Gui Yunqi retrieved some herbs from her satchel and diligently treated the injured, carefully wrapping their wounds with cloth strips. The group looked at her with gratitude. The young lady was indeed beautiful and kind-hearted. However, the thought of their lost food and water brought a collective sigh. Father, I found a place to rest. A young boy ran over, exclaiming loudly. Ling Xiao? Where have you been? The newcomer was Song Ling Xiao, the eldest son of her maternal uncle's family, a 10-year-old lad with a tall and commanding presence. He had been following behind the group, thus his presence was scarcely noted, and being a mischievous child, Li Shi had paid him little mind. Father, I found that dilapidated temple in the direction those people went, Song Ling Xiao reported. Upon hearing this, everyone hurriedly set off towards the temple. It was nearly midnight, and remaining in one spot was undoubtedly unsafe. Regardless, having a shelter was certainly a boon. Before long, they spotted the crumbling temple ahead. A sense of relief washed over them. Finally, a place to rest. This temple must have been the previous resting spot of that group, who had now fled after taking what they wanted. Though anger simmered within them, they felt powerless, reminding themselves to never again trust strangers so easily. After some tidying up, they gathered straw and laid down some tattered cloth to create a makeshift resting area. Soon, several small fires were lit within the temple. Seizing the opportunity, Gui Yunqi took Song Huajian's pulse and noted a slight change in her complexion. The pregnancy was showing signs of instability. Gui Yunqi quickly filled her bamboo tube with spiritual spring water and discreetly handed it to Song Huajian. Xiao Xier, you drink. I'm not thirsty, Song Huajian said, touched yet pained as she looked at her daughter, instantly refusing the offered water. With the water barrel empty, everyone was struggling to find drinking water. How could she accept her daughter's? Mother, there is plenty left in this bamboo tube, please drink it, Gui Yunqi insisted, her lips pressed together. You must drink, not just for yourself but also for the child you carry for 4 months. What? Gui Yunqi's unexpected revelation stunned everyone, and they looked at her in astonishment. Xiao Xier, is this truly the case? Song Huajian gazed down at her abdomen in disbelief. 4 months ago, Guofu had still been at the general's residence. Her menstrual cycle had always been irregular, and after missing it for 4 consecutive months, she had contemplated the possibility. However, during that tumultuous time, with only her managing the household amidst political turmoil and the troubles surrounding Guo, she had been too preoccupied to consider her own well-being, inadvertently pushing the thought aside, only to discover it was indeed true. Gui Yunqi nodded affirmatively. This unexpected joy seemed to disperse the gloom that had settled over the group given Song Huajian's frail physique. Although the child had been growing for 4 months, she showed no signs of pregnancy nor any typical symptoms, which had left everyone oblivious. Jinner, you had a child and were unaware of it. Qin Shi looked at her youngest daughter with a pained expression. Indeed, it's fortunate that Xiao Xie possesses medical knowledge, Li Shi added. Xiao Xie is a clever child. In my opinion, no noble young lady from the capital can compare to her, Lu Shi praised with a smile. This is joyous news, truly joyous. Meng Shi rarely allowed a smile to grace her features. Having been married to Gui Xiao for 2 years without a child, she naturally adored children. The two uncles and elder Song Cheng exchanged knowing glances, gathering the women around them. Even 10-year-old Song Ling Xiao brandished his peach-wood sword with youthful vigor. I will train diligently in martial arts to protect the baby in my aunt's belly. I will too. Song Ling Yu raised her chin proudly, declaring, my teeth are strong and can bite bad people. Just then, one of her front teeth unexpectedly fell out. Little girl, you're losing a baby tooth. The poor child, unaware of the situation, burst into tears. Don't cry. It's just a baby tooth. Song Ling Xiao quickly covered her mouth, feeling somewhat embarrassed. His sister was quite the spectacle. Little Shuer shot a disdainful glance at little Yuer, thinking her sister was overly dramatic. She then brandished her tiny fists, declaring, if any bad person dares to bully the baby in my aunt's belly, I will punch him to death. Humph. Everyone looked at Song Huajian with a mixture of anticipation and concern. They eagerly awaited the arrival of a new life, yet could not help but worry about how such a fragile existence would fare in these chaotic times. Chapter 13. In the quest for supplies. In the end, Song Huajian drank a bit of water for the sake of the child within her, and soon felt a surge of vitality coursing through her body. As the night deepened, the elderly Song Cheng furrowed his brow, engaged in a serious discussion with Song Chuan. It had not been long since they left the capital, yet calamity had already befallen them, leaving them all with heavy hearts, aware that their ignorance had brought misfortune upon them. Standing before the group, Song Chuan, with a look of remorse, spoke, today, it was our gullibility that has endangered us all, and I wish to extend my sincerest apologies. Upon hearing his words, the others merely shook their heads in silence. What good would it do to blame others now that the situation had unfolded as it had? They were all acutely aware of the events that transpired that day. To prevent such occurrences in the future, Song Chuan asserted, from now on, we shall no longer refer to each other as Lord, Miss, or Young Master. If anyone inquires, we shall simply state that we are the Song family from Jinyang City, and the mention of the Guo family must be avoided at all costs. We must be vigilant and conceal our whereabouts. Uncle is right, Gui Yunqi nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in this strategy. Few were aware that the Song family of Jinyang City was a collateral branch of the Song family from the capital, and thus, adopting this name would provide a measure of safety. Although the innocent remain untainted, the Guo family's reputation had been tarnished, and the risk of further calamity loomed large. No one could guarantee that such an incident would not recur. As the path ahead promised to be fraught with an increasing number of refugees, Gui Yunqi resolutely suggested, we must refrain from harboring any unfamiliar victims of disaster. Indeed, who knows if they might harbor ill intentions, chimed in Song Lingxiao, echoing her sentiment. Xiao Xi is correct, Song Chuan nodded, his eyes still clouded with sorrow, clearly tormented by his earlier naivety. In these tumultuous times, one's own safety must take precedence. Precisely this incident serves as a poignant lesson for us, we must never allow our so-called kindness to endanger our loved ones. With a solemn tone, Song Chuan continued, moreover, we are now devoid of food and water. We must venture out to seek provisions, lest we face starvation by tomorrow. All able-bodied individuals must participate. Quickly organizing the group into teams of 5, they brandished torches and commenced their search in the woods surrounding the dilapidated temple. Initially, Song Chuan was opposed to Gui Yunqi accompanying them, yet she insisted on her ability to administer first aid in emergencies, eventually securing a place in his party. After all, how could she procure food and water if she did not accompany them? Bringing it back unceremoniously would surely frighten her family. As the group traversed the woods, they observed that the trees, suffering from drought, had grown thin and frail, and the wild vegetables and fruits had long been foraged. Otherwise, the likes of Xiang Lian and her band would not have dared to venture out and rob. They scoured the area multiple times, and it soon became apparent that not a morsel could be found, not even a chapter 14. Fortunate little Sierra Gui Yunqi listened to Song Chuan's words and merely smiled faintly. Seizing the moment as the others delved into the thicket, she stealthily made her way to the vicinity of the temple, where she discreetly placed 10 bags of brown rice, potatoes, and sweet potatoes, which she believed would suffice for their sustenance for several days. Subsequently, she ventured towards a secluded grove at the southernmost part of the temple. Indeed, it wasn't long before she stumbled upon a small pond. Gui Yunqi felt a surge of delight in her heart. Her intuition had proven correct. The absence of a water scramble among the group indicated that a water source must be nearby. This location was not far from the capital and had not yet succumbed to severe drought, thus the pond still held some water at its base, albeit dwindling. Without hesitation, Gui Yunqi summoned the spring water from her spatial realm, allowing the crystalline liquid to cascade into the pond. Several fish emerged, frolicking joyfully in the newly replenished water. Before long, the pond brimmed with water, and Gui Yunqi eagerly quaffed it, finding it sweet and refreshing, a perfect antidote to the heat. Not far off, the calls of Song Chuan and the others echoed through the air. After a moment's contemplation, Gui Yunqi fetched 3 hens from her spatial realm, intending to nourish Song Huajian, as she harbored aspirations for an adorable little brother or sister. Meanwhile, Song Chuan and the others had collected nearly 50 to 60 eggs from the thicket, brimming with joy. With the discovery of a water source, they could prepare egg drop soup and ration their meals, ensuring sustenance for at least 2 days. Just as they reveled in their fortunes, they beheld Gui Yunqi approaching with 3 hens in tow, leaving them utterly astonished. "Little Sierra, where did you procure these?" The group nearly bit their tongues in disbelief. Gui Yunqi beamed a sweet smile and replied, "Uncle, I discovered a small pond up ahead, and I found these hens squabbling, so I captured them and brought them along." However, upon hearing her words, Song Chuan furrowed his brow. "Are these chickens not owned by someone?" "Rest assured, Uncle," Gui Yunqi chirped, "I have surveyed the vicinity, and there are no households nearby. These chickens must have strayed from those fleeing disaster." "Very well," Song Chuan nodded, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. "Did you say you found a water source?" "Indeed, it's not far ahead," Gui Yunqi replied with a beaming smile. Song Chuan cast a glance at Gui Yunqi, increasingly convinced of her cleverness and resourcefulness, not to mention her fortuitous nature, with wild chicken eggs, spring water, and hens, all of which she had discovered. If not for her efforts in securing food, he would have felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and would have lacked the courage to return to the group. He cast a disdainful look at his own son, Song Lingxiao, pondering how utterly useless he was. Upon reaching the small pond, the group erupted into joyous laughter. "Marvelous, there truly is water. With water, we can build a fire to cook and no longer endure hunger." Song Chuan instructed everyone to fill the water barrels to the brim, ensuring each person's bamboo tube was likewise packed full. On their way back after fetching water, they stumbled upon the provisions Gui Yunqi had left near the dilapidated temple. They surmised these supplies must have been abandoned by the fleeing group, and amidst their mixed emotions, they felt a sense of relief. These provisions would sustain them for quite some time, which was indeed a cause for celebration. "What, you say the wild chicken eggs, pond, and hens were all found by little Sierra?" Song Huashan exclaimed in astonishment, questioning whether this was the same reserved daughter she remembered. "Indeed, all thanks to my cousin," young Song Lingxiao chimed in excitedly. "Wow, cousin, you are amazing," exclaimed the toothless little Yuer, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Gui Yunqi shook her head with a smile. "I merely had a stroke of good fortune." "Good fortune, clearly, you are a girl blessed with luck," asserted Aunt Li, who was adept at engaging with others, her voice rising in enthusiasm. Song Huashan affectionately ruffled Gui Yunqi's hair, saying with a warm smile, "Little Sierra, you must be exhausted, get yourself tidied up and rest early." Gui Yunqi nodded. After a day of busyness, she indeed felt quite fatigued. As night fell, the group engaged in light-hearted conversation for a while before they began to settle down for the night. Chapter 15. A culinary mastery and a night of restful slumber. As the previous night had stretched into the early hours, the group rose a bit later than usual today. Gui Yunqi, ever the enthusiast, volunteered to take over the cooking duties from the maid. Phonemo it was no jest. If that girl were to continue cooking, it would either be wild vegetable porridge with salt or stale cakes boiled in salt water, truly inedible. The others regarded Gui Yunqi with skepticism but said nothing. If the little one wished to play, let her play. As long as it was prepared by little Sierra, they would manage to eat it, no matter how unpalatable it might be. Observing the lackluster expressions of her companions, who had been subsisting on cakes for 3 days, Gui Yunqi decided to have her uncle assist her in slaughtering 3 chickens. There were no objections. After all, these chickens were caught by Gui Yunqi herself. A vigorous boil followed by a discreet splash of cooking wine to mask the raw scent ensued. The cleaned hens were chopped into small pieces for communal sharing and placed in 3 large iron pots, covered, and brought to a boil before being simmered gently. Next, she retrieved several potatoes from her recently gathered sack, chopping them into cubes to add to the pots. While it could not be assured that everyone would partake of the chicken, each person would certainly enjoy the nourishing chicken soup and potatoes simmered in the essence of spring water, which was a considerable boon. Additionally, Gui Yunqi took care to prepare a separate dish for Song Huashan, steaming a fish she had procured from her space and placed in the pond. The remaining fish would be reserved for future meals to nourish her mother. With practiced skill, she knocked the fish unconscious with the back of her knife before deftly scaling and cleaning it, executing a series of operations with an unwavering demeanor. The onlookers felt a mix of joy and sadness. Joy that Gui Yunqi possessed such skills to care for herself in these tumultuous times, and sadness that at such a tender age, she had already endured more hardships than many adults. Gui Yunqi merely smiled in response to their expressions, choosing to conceal her achievements. The chicken soup was nearing completion, and upon removing the lid, she added a pinch of salt before serving. The process of making clear chicken soup was straightforward, requiring minimal seasoning to preserve its original flavor. The aroma was rich and inviting, and with the infusion of spring water, the taste far surpassed that of ordinary broth, as evidenced by the reactions of her companions. The 3 children from the Song family had gathered eagerly around the pot, eyes wide with anticipation. It was an aroma unlike anything they had ever experienced. Even the more seasoned members of the group, such as Qin and the elder Song, found themselves stealing glances, unable to resist the allure of the scent. After days of consuming only cakes, the tantalizing fragrance was nearly unbearable, making them yearn for the meal. With a sweet smile, Gui Yunqi announced, "It's time to eat." The words they had been waiting for. The group swiftly rose, forming a queue to serve themselves. The fragrance was intoxicating. Although there were only 3 chickens, nearly everyone received a portion of the soup and some potatoes, and not a single person expressed dissatisfaction. As they dined, sweat beaded on their foreheads. The chicken, nourished by spring water, was tender and flavorful, while the broth was thick and rich, revitalizing every soul with each sip. After finishing their meals, aches and pains vanished as they felt invigorated, ready to traverse 3 days and nights without fatigue. The journey of exile seemed far less daunting now. The children from the Song family relished the soup. The toothless little girl, Yuer, spoke with a lisp yet was undeterred in her enjoyment, while Xiaoxua slurped her bowl continuously. The boy, Song Lingxiao, devoured his portion as if it were his last meal. The adults nearby shielded their eyes, unable to bear the sight. These three appeared as if they had been starved. Meanwhile, Song Huajian savored the chicken soup and the steamed fish prepared by his daughter, feeling warmth radiate through him. Meng, having finished her bowl, filled another to bring to Guo. "Dear husband, have some chicken soup, it will benefit your legs." "I do not want any," Guo replied, lying on the cart, his unkempt beard making him look like a wild man. He could not shake off the words spoken by Xiang Lian's group. It was chapter 16. A crawfish. Once the meal was concluded, the group prepared to continue their journey. Holding the map, Song Chuan furrowed his brow, pondering their current location. Just as he was deep in thought, he noticed Gui Yunqi approaching with something in her hand. Curiously, he accepted the item, rolling it between his fingers, and discovered it to be a small disc, roughly the size of a palm, with a fixed needle inside. The outer layer was made of an unknown material, smooth and translucent. "Uncle, this is a compass," Gui Yunqi explained. "No matter which direction you face, its needle will always point south. Thanks to the assistance of King Jin, I was able to carry some essential supplies with me, and I thought this might prove useful, so I quietly brought it along." As Song Chuan turned it a few times, he indeed observed the needle moving. The others, filled with curiosity, gathered around to take a closer look. Gui Yunqi smiled and remarked, "Mother, have you forgotten? This was a gift from father when he returned 4 months ago." Indeed, 4 months prior, Guofu had come back and presented the original owner with numerous items from the military, but at that time, the original owner had... "Is that so?" Song Huajian mused, recalling nothing in particular, but decided it mattered little. If his precious daughter claimed it to be so, then it must be true. "Wonderful, with this, we can press onward. Everyone, follow me, we shall set off immediately." Song Chuan declared joyfully. The group slithered along the path like a winding serpent. The sun blazed hotter, and the weather remained as sweltering as midsummer. As the heat enveloped them, everyone was drenched in sweat, but fortunately, they had the refreshing spring water to quench their thirst, providing a welcome relief. After traversing over 30 miles, Song Chuan announced, "We are close. After we cross this mountain, we will reach Dongling County." He held the map aloft. "Half of the men will accompany me to find a resting place, while the other half will remain here to protect the womenfolk." The group hurried into the nearby forested mountains. Approximately half an hour later, someone returned to lead the remaining individuals towards a suitable resting area. Not long after, they stumbled upon a large cave, perfectly spacious enough for everyone to rest. However, the sky began to change. "Is it going to rain?" someone exclaimed with delight. The crowd hurried into the cave, and in the next moment, fine droplets of rain began to fall outside. "Does this mean the drought is coming to an end?" others speculated. "What a fanciful dream. The mountains are naturally prone to rain, and we are still far from the actual drought-stricken areas. A little drizzle is hardly worth making a fuss over," someone immediately countered. Upon hearing this, the group chapter 17 weaving straw sandals. Before long, everyone was indulging in a sumptuous feast of delectable crayfish. "Mmm. So spicy," that while exclaimed about the heat, his hands did not cease their relentless peeling of the shrimp. It was simply exquisite. The flavor of these peculiar creatures was irresistible. Despite the heat, it only intensified the desire to consume more, rendering one unable to stop. No one paid heed to his eating habits, all were engrossed in their own battles against the crayfish. The aroma was intoxicating. Truly, it was beyond delightful. To partake in such exquisite fare in this lifetime felt like a testament to one's existence, a sentiment echoed by all of the fragrant and spicy crayfish, when paired with a sip of mushroom and wild vegetable soup boiled in spring water, tantalized everyone's taste buds. The few women who opted for garlic also found themselves unable to stop eating. "Who would have imagined that these peculiar creatures could be so delectable?" remarked as she peeled the shells. "Indeed, it is the eldest young lady's culinary prowess that shines. Had it been us, we would have likely discarded them long ago," added with a sigh while eating. "Is truly remarkable," praised with a smile. Was busy relishing her meal. A bite of spicy crayfish, followed by a sip from the bamboo tube, was simply divine. She had never envisioned savoring crayfish in ancient times. It was a surreal experience. Everyone was thoroughly satisfied with their fragrant meal. And, the two little girls, were contentedly nestled in their mother's embrace, fast asleep after a hearty feast. After their meal, the group indulged in a brief afternoon nap before the men ventured out once more to hunt, for they were in the wilderness, and it was vital to stockpile food. A light rain coaxed the mountain creatures out to forage, and with skift of keen sight, they spotted prey with remarkable clarity, leading to a bountiful harvest. 5 wild goats, 8 hares, and 3 wild boars captured by the collective effort of dozens. That evening, they shared a joyful meal of meat porridge. Surprisingly, their journey of exile was turning out to be quite flavorful. However, another light rain fell that night, causing a delay of 2 days in their travels. It was not until the 3rd day, when the weather cleared, that they resumed their journey. By this time, the cart laden with provisions was brimming with supplies: goat meat, venison, wild chicken, rabbit, and boar, all piled high. The group was astonished, realizing they had unknowingly amassed such a bounty over the past 2 days, and they set about curing the meat for longer preservation. Even marveled at their good fortune. Perhaps it was indeed the heavens aiding them. Observed the group's reactions, merely smiling quietly without uttering a word. They would never know that it was who had guided them out of the deep mountains using the spring water. Otherwise, how could they have achieved such a rich harvest during these difficult times? Before departing, lingered at the rear, adding more spring water to the lake. After all, with so much meat being brought down from the mountains, it would inevitably attract attention. The refugees would surely follow in search of food, and Chapter 18 entering the city. Hey! Song Chuan clenched his fists, ready to argue with the guard, but Gui Yunqi quickly tugged at his sleeve, shaking her head at him. They were now prisoners, and it would not be wise to engage in conflict with these soldiers. Causing a scene would only complicate matters. After pondering for a moment, Gui Yunqi pulled Song Chuan closer and suggested, "Uncle, why don't we negotiate with them? We can send 3 individuals into the city to procure supplies. What do you think?" Song Chuan considered her words and realized that this was indeed their only option. He turned back to the guard and mumbled a few words, only to be met with a curt dismissal. "No. Be on your way." The soldier, without a moment's hesitation, refused him outright. It was clear they were intent on making things difficult. With resolve, Gui Yunqi reached into her pocket and produced a beautifully crafted white jade hairpin, handing it to the soldier with a smile. "Soldier, this exquisite white jade hairpin is worth 100 taels. I believe your wife would adore it." Upon seeing the hairpin, the guard's eyes lit up. He looked at Gui Yunqi and remarked, "You are quite clever." Consequently, he allowed. At last, they had made it inside. Song Zhe, the second uncle, sighed with relief. "Let us hasten to purchase the necessary items. We must not squander the generosity of little Shi'er's jade hairpin." Song Chuan cast a guilty glance at Gui Yunqi, recognizing that such a cherished ornament must be dear to the young girl. Meanwhile, she was busily calculating their finances. The government allocation was 3 taels of silver per person, and with their total assets amounting to just over 300 taels, they had only brought 5 taels for this trip, given the long journey ahead. Their first stop was to buy rice, but to their dismay, they discovered that a pound of rice cost 51, while even coarse rice was priced at 41. Next, they inquired about oil, only to find it was 31 per pound. The cost of fine flour was even more alarming, at 61 per pound. With the limited funds they had, it was evident. With a heavy heart, Song Chuan held the money, feeling deeply troubled. It was hard to reconcile the image of the formidable General Song with the humiliating predicament in which he now found himself. Indeed, a single coin could thwart even the mightiest of heroes. Ultimately, they spent 4 taels. Chapter 19 of procurement. Upon exiting the apothecary, the Song brothers gazed in astonishment at the 2,000 taels of silver notes held by Gui Yunqi, feeling as though they were ensnared in a dream. Just moments ago, they were so impoverished that they could scarcely afford grain. Now, they had suddenly attained wealth, leaving them somewhat dazed. Meanwhile, a young girl nearby sighed incessantly, lamenting that in this small county, were they in the capital, 5,000 taels would likely find eager buyers. "Uncle, second uncle, please move the items to the city gate. I shall procure a few more things and we can reconvene in the alley behind the grain shop," she instructed. "Can you manage alone?" Song Chuan hesitated. "Fear not, I shall remain close by and will not stray far," she reassured him. "Little Shear, wait here for us, and remember to guard against any loss," Song Chuan reiterated before he and Song Zhe made their way towards the city gate, finding it cumbersome to carry their burdens. With the silver in her possession, Gui Yunqi's heart blossomed with joy. No longer would she need to stealthily pilfer goods, a feeling akin to that of a thief. Upon reaching the alley, she glanced around to ensure she was unobserved before confidently beginning to retrieve items from her spatial storage. She first took out 30 bags of rice, 30 bags of flour, 30 bags of brown rice, and 30 pounds of oil, essential provisions. To her delight, she discovered that everything she had previously withdrawn from the grand marketplace had been replenished, revealing that her storage could indeed restock infinitely. With newfound assurance, she exchanged salt, vinegar, and brown sugar for ancient jars and bags, and also retrieved various medicinal herbs, particularly cold remedies, fever reducers, and pain relievers, along with a few tonics intended for Song Huajian's recovery. Subsequently, she gathered an assortment of commonly used ancient household items. When Song Chuan and Song Zhe arrived, they were rendered speechless by the mountainous pile of goods. Gui Yunqi, perched atop the grain, joyfully munched on a meat bun, waving at them with a smile. "Uncle, second uncle, I have already arranged for the items to be delivered here. Little Shear, you are truly remarkable." With these provisions, they would have no cause for concern for quite some time, all thanks to Little Shear. Yet, the question lingered, how would they transport such a vast quantity? After some deliberation, the trio decided to heed Gui Yunqi's suggestion and purchase 2 donkey carts, replacing the hand-drawn carts in their convoy, thus conserving considerable manpower. Given the importance of the grain, Song Chuan opted to stay behind to guard it while Gui Yunqi and Song Zhe set off to procure the donkey carts. Fortunately, the vendor was not far, and with few patrons at midday, they arrived swiftly. After some inquiries, they discovered that the cheapest donkey was priced at 20 taels, with the cart costing an additional 25 taels. Song Zhe gasped, "That is exorbitantly expensive. Our entire party's worth is only 300 taels. Little Shear, perhaps we should reconsider." "Second uncle is strong and could manage pulling the cart," Song Zhe suggested hesitantly. Gui Yunqi chuckled, "Second uncle need not worry, I still have 1,200 taels remaining after my purchases." Reassured, Song Zhe relaxed. Gui Yunqi began to sift through the donkeys, but her attention was drawn to 2 frail horses next door. At the horse trader, noticing her interest, eagerly called out, "Miss, these 2 horses are a bit unwell, but I will sell them cheaply for only 50 taels." "Little Shear, do not buy them," Song Zhe interjected, shaking his head. The horses appeared unhealthy, and he feared they would not survive. "Sir, did you hear? You wish to sell these sickly horses for 50 taels?" Gui Yunqi replied, sounding as innocent as a naive child. The trader opened his mouth to argue, but she pressed on, "I will pay a flat price of 40 taels, provided you prepare the horse carts for us. I will take both horses." Seeing an opportunity to rid himself of the horses, the trader gritted his teeth and agreed. After all, it was rare to encounter such a gullible girl. He knew that in a couple of days, he might not even get 40 taels for them. Song Zhe hesitated, wanting to voice his concerns but ultimately remained silent. Before long, the trader delivered the prepared carts to the alley. Gui Yunqi had specifically requested the largest cart to ensure all the grain could fit. She sat behind Song Chuan's cart, cheerfully munching on her meat bun, and along the way, they purchased various additional items, including sweets and pastries for the 3 children. When the group appeared at the city gate, laden with their bounty, the 2 guards were left utterly astounded. "Thank you for your hard work, gentlemen. This young lady has brought you meat buns and fine wine from the city," Gui Yunqi said with a beaming smile, handing over a food box while discreetly slipping them her pouch. Though it pained her somewhat, she understood that with 2 carts brimming with supplies, it was prudent to ensure the guards' satisfaction, lest they refused to let them pass. In these tumultuous times, being on the wrong side of the law made it crucial not to offend such officials. The guards accepted the pouch and, upon feeling its fullness, nodded in approval. "You may proceed." "Thank you, esteemed sirs," they replied gratefully. As the trio returned, their faces alight with joy, they were immediately surrounded by curious onlookers. "My goodness, big brother Song, where did you acquire the carts?" Li Shi exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, and so much grain, how did you manage? How could they have transformed from destitution to such abundance in a single morning?" "Mother, have a bun," Gui Yunqi said with a grin, offering Song Huajian a meat bun. "I sold the spiritual ginseng I unearthed on the mountain for 2,000 taels. 2,000 taels? Song Huajian gasped in disbelief. "Indeed, little sister," Song Zhe affirmed with a smile. "From now on, we shall never again worry about our sustenance." "How wonderful!" Li Shi beamed, her practical nature evident as she oversaw the distribution of provisions within the group. Seeing such an abundance of food filled her with uncontainable joy. "Thank goodness for little Shi." Gui Yunqi, smiling brightly, distributed buns among the group, saying, "Auntie, please do not praise me too much. It was merely fortunate." If this was merely luck, then it was clear that Gui Yunqi was indeed a little auspicious star. Everyone silently resolved to treat her even better in the future, ensuring that their little blessing would never feel slighted. Chapter 20 The severity of the calamity. After toiling for a while, the group found themselves beset by worry once more, for the abundance of grain piled atop the carts was a glaring sight. Ultimately, it was Gui Yunqi who proposed a solution to distribute the grain across 2 carts, laying thick straw upon it, and seating individuals atop, rendering the contents virtually invisible from the outside. Each person in the 100-strong party would carry a portion, ensuring that they could manage the burden comfortably. This arrangement freed up a significant amount of space on the carts, and after deliberation, it was decided to reserve this space for the pregnant Song Huajian, along with her 3 children and 2 elderly individuals. The injured were accommodated on one of the carts, which wasn't too heavy once seated. Coupled with the cart's surrounding concealment, the interior was nearly imperceptible. Furthermore, with a robust contingent of 80 or 90 strong men armed with knives and weapons encircling the cart, ordinary refugees dared not approach. Once everything was settled and they were prepared to resume their journey, the group noticed that the horses Gui Yunqi had purchased appeared somewhat unusual. "Little Shi, what is wrong with these horses?" Song Chuan inquired, a hint of perplexity in his eyes upon seeing. Remarkably, by the afternoon, the horses regained their vigor. Her space contained nothing but fine provisions. Ordinary folk who consumed spring water found it refreshing and invigorating, while it could alleviate ailments, reduce stress, and replenish nutrients for pregnant women and the ill. Thus, these 2 horses soon flourished, even exhibiting greater strength and swiftness than the average steed, much to the astonishment of onlookers. As night fell and the road was deserted, they swiftly passed through Dongling City and continued their journey westward. During their travels, Gui Yunqi discreetly placed spring water and food in secluded mountain areas or along the roadside whenever the group rested, to entice animals and other refugees, ensuring their safe passage. After 2 weeks of travel, the number of refugees along the route visibly increased, many appearing emaciated and gaunt, with some collapsing suddenly, their eyes rolling back as they succumbed to starvation. Some refugees even formed small bands, proclaiming the emperor's indifference as they resorted to robbing passers-by. Fortunately, their own group was sizable, with mostly strong men, deterring those brigands from taking action against them. As far as the eye could see, the surroundings were desolate, devoid of life, and the skies or on the ground. Gui Yunqi remained uneasy, layering thick straw atop the food, and even when cooking, she dared to prepare only coarse rice porridge, projecting a semblance of poverty. It was hard to fathom that merely 900 miles from the capital, the plight had escalated to such dire levels. How would they proceed from here? 2 servants were whispering among themselves. "Didn't the Emperor's relief funds arrive a month ago? Why is it still like this here?" "Who knows?" A sigh. This was followed by a palpable silence. No one spoke, for they all understood that this was merely the beginning. Their destination lay in the wilderness, a place where survival was merciless. The sun blazed like a colossal torch, scorching the earth, leaving skin raw and drenched in sweat. At that moment, a small child suddenly collapsed on the road. The boy, no older than 5, was pale, with cracked lips, his frail body resembling little more than skin and bones, lying motionless on the ground. He must have fainted from hunger. Lu Shi felt a pang of sorrow, unable to suppress her tears, and sighed, "Should we not help them? This is too pitiful." As a true noblewoman of the capital, her voice was soft and gentle, and she was prone to compassion. Just as she spoke, she began to approach the boy with food and water. "And, in these chaotic times, we cannot play the savior." Gui Yunqi, startled and drenched in cold sweat, urgently grasped Lu Shi, her voice icy as she said, "Have you forgotten what happened to Shanglian?" Lu Shi was taken aback by Gui Yunqi's cold tone. Turning around, she was met by the girl's bright, piercing eyes, resembling shards of ice, which made her feel uncomfortable. Unintentionally, she set the food back down. Sister-in-law, little Sheer is right. We cannot take such risks, Li Shi chided Lu Shi with a disapproving glance. Having accompanied Song Chuan in military campaigns for years, she had encountered all manner of people now, with their own safety at stake. Lu Shi's concern for others seemed misplaced. Embarrassed by her sister-in-law and niece's words, Lu Shi wished to disappear into the ground, silenced by their reproach. Oh, my dear little Sheer, Jin Shi said, having never witnessed Gui Yinxi in such a state. She thought the girl was frightened and pulled her into an embrace. Gui Yinxi clenched her fists. No one was more terrified than she. While she could safeguard herself, she had a pregnant mother, a grandmother, and 3 children to protect. With so many people in the group, she could not afford to take even the slightest risk. Chapter 21 Interlude. At this moment, a carriage came to a halt beside the young boy. A woman leaned out of the window, her eyes betraying a hint of compassion, and before long, she was offering water and food to the boy. Yet, in the next instant, the starving refugees surrounding her fixed their gaze upon the woman, their stares akin to that of famished wolves, sending a shiver down Lu's spine. She has food, a hoarse voice emerged, followed by a figure lunging forward, causing the woman to scream in terror. Once one person made a move, the rest of the refugees, unrestrained by any sense of propriety, became frenzied, their eyes ablaze. Despite her desperate cries for help, no one dared to intervene. Even the coachman was dragged down. Before long, the woman's provisions were completely stripped away, and the crowd's gaze shifted ominously toward the 2 living individuals. With cracked lips and eyes reddened like those of malevolent spirits, they descended upon the woman, overwhelming her in a chaotic frenzy. Moments later, the crowd dispersed, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. Lu, who had been pulled back from the brink of death, was left pale and trembling, cold sweat drenching her body. She could scarcely fathom that had she attempted to rescue the boy, she might have become the next victim of their ravenous assault. Jean cast a cold glance at her second daughter-in-law, clearly disdainful. After all, she was a woman from the capital, with sharp eyes and soft ears. 3 children had their eyes covered by adults, bewildered and at a loss. The others turned their faces away, unwilling to witness the gruesome spectacle, hastening their steps to leave the site. This was the nearest refugee gathering place to the capital. I hope everyone understands that those who have fled here from disaster zones are certainly not of good character, Gui Yinxi said coldly. Let us not allow misplaced compassion to endanger us all. The typically gentle girl's voice now echoed like a blade of ice upon the snow, piercing through the hearts of those present. Song Huashan grasped Gui Yinxi's hand tightly. Such a daughter, so cold, made her heart ache, and instinctively, she pulled her into an embrace. Do not fear, my dear, for mother will protect you, the woman murmured tenderly, her words flowing like a warm current into the girl's heart, seemingly revitalizing her spirit. Gui Yinxi sighed, tightening her grip on Song Huashan's hand. Due to this unsettling incident, the group traveled in silence, their focus solely on the path ahead. We shall reach Yunlu Mountain in just 5 more miles, Song Chuan stated solemnly. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group as their tense nerves began to ease. Traversing the mountain path was far simpler than confronting the cannibalistic refugees. At that moment, however, chaos erupted at the rear of the procession. Gui Yinxi glanced back to see a servant from the general's residence lying on the ground, his cheeks flushed, motionless. Please, do not abandon my son, the servant's mother wailed, kneeling before the crowd, weeping and prostrating herself. In such circumstances, someone fainting almost certainly signified a death sentence. All eyes involuntarily turned toward Gui Yinxi. Why are you all looking at me? The girl raised an eyebrow. The crowd fell silent, unsure of what to say. They merely felt that the young lady possessed an undeniable authority. Gui Yinxi approached, taking a closer look at the young servant, who appeared to be merely 17 or 18. He is simply suffering from heatstroke, she stated. She then directed others to move him to a shaded area, retrieving some medicine and instructing them to dilute it with water and administer it to him. Thank you, young lady. You are truly compassionate. Our family will serve you as your humble servants. The servant's mother sobbed gratefully. Gui Yinxi smiled gently. There is no need for such gratitude, since he is from the general's residence. I would not stand idly by. You have a kind heart. Before long, the young man regained consciousness, and upon seeing his improved condition, the group resumed their journey, eager to reach the mountain before nightfall. As the recently awakened youth walked among them, his gaze remained fixed upon Gui Yinxi, filled with gratitude. Chapter 22 An unexpected turn of events. A gust of sandstorm swept through, stirring up clouds of dust, while the sun hung mercilessly in the sky, illuminating the parched, cracked earth below. Little Shuer, feeling unwell, leaned against the railing of the cart, her lips chapped and cracked. Xiao Yuer embraced her sister, offering her the dwindling water from their bamboo tube, but it was merely a drop in the ocean. Li Shi climbed atop the cart to inspect the water barrel, exchanging a glance with Song Chuan, both letting out barely audible sighs. Their water supply was nearly exhausted, and under the relentless sun, the land lay barren. Where could they possibly find any ponds or sources of water? Gui Yinxi could only discreetly add a small amount of water to the barrel each day, hoping the others wouldn't notice, yet, such a tactic could not be sustained for long. Soon, they would reach the mountains, where perhaps water awaited them. Jin Shi consoled, unwilling to witness the worry etched on her son and daughter-in-law's faces. Li Shi managed a faint smile, nodding gently. As the sun began its descent, they arrived at the foot of Yunlu Mountain. Song Chuan led a few individuals ahead to clear the path while the rest hastened to follow. With parched lips, their sole conviction was to reach the mountainside as quickly as possible, where they might discover a water source. Gui Yinxi stood atop the cart, her keen eyes scanning the vicinity for any caves or springs that could provide refuge. To her delight, she spotted an ideal location, a cave nestled halfway up the mountain, and just a few hundred meters away, a spring trickled down, continuously feeding the earth with its crystalline waters. Upon hearing the promise of water, everyone immediately rushed toward the cave. It was modest in size, yet sufficient for the group to rest. After a long journey, exhaustion washed over them. Finally, seeing the sparsely populated mountains, they relaxed, laying straw over their provisions within the cave, intending to indulge in a much-needed slumber. The three children, desperately thirsty, clamored for water. Li Shi and Lu Shi were preoccupied with gathering grass to feed the horses, unable to attend to them at the moment. "Aunt, I know the location of the spring, let me take them," Gui Yunxi offered with a smile. She also wished to scout the terrain near the spring and discreetly provide some food for everyone, treating them to a little extra. Li Shi breathed a sigh of relief, replying, "Then I shall trouble you, little Shuer. However, the mountains can be perilous, take someone with you." After a moment's thought, Gui Yunxi agreed. "There is a young one who possesses some martial skills and can accompany us to protect the four masters," one of the household servants suddenly spoke up. Gui Yunxi glanced at him and recognized him as the young man she had rescued from heatstroke. "What is your name?" she inquired. "I am Guosong," he replied respectfully, keeping his head lowered. "You may follow behind us, but do not venture ahead without my permission," Gui Yunxi instructed. "I shall obey," he responded. The spring was still a fair distance from the cave, requiring them to navigate a winding mountain path. Song Lingxiao, fascinated by martial arts, trailed closely behind Guosong, incessantly asking questions about his skills, to which Guosong patiently replied, occasionally stopping to demonstrate a few moves. In this exchange, they fell behind Gui Yunxi and the two young girls. "Little Shuer can finally have some water." Shuer beamed, holding Gui Yunxi's hand like an adorable little bunny. "But Mama said that when there is water, it should first be given to cousin," Xiao Yuer chimed in. "Yes, little Shuer likes cousin, so Shuer will let cousin drink first," she said sweetly. "Ah, how utterly charming." Gui Yunxi felt her heart melt, and with a flick of thought, she retrieved several animal-shaped ice pops from her space, offering them to the two girls. "Wow, a little bunny." Shuer gasped, eyes wide with surprise at the ice cream in Gui Yunxi's hand. "And a little kitty." Xiao Yuer exclaimed, covering her face in curious delight. "This is not a bunny or a kitty. It is ice cream, and it is absolutely delicious," Gui Yunxi replied with a smile, handing each girl an ice pop. "This is a gift from the fairies, you may only eat it, not speak of it, understood? Otherwise, there may not be any next time," she said softly. The two children nodded obediently. They adored their cousin, and since she bestowed upon them such delightful treats, they resolved to heed her words and be grateful children. However, having never encountered ice pops before, the two little cuties merely stared wide-eyed at the treats, hesitant to take a bite. Gui Yunxi took a bite of her strawberry ice pop, savoring the refreshing, delicate chill. Only then did the girls dare to taste their own, each exclaiming, this is simply too delicious." They had never experienced such a delightful treat. The trio walked merrily along until they finally reached the vicinity of the spring, pausing to wait for Guosong and Song Lingxiao to catch up. As the two approached, they began to make their way toward the spring together, yet, just after taking a few steps, Gui Yunxi suddenly heard an unusual sound. It resembled a group of people approaching. Chapter 23. A company of soldiers. Instinctively, Gui Yunxi halted her steps as the sound grew increasingly nearer. She swiftly covered Xiaoshua's mouth and pulled the two little girls into the nearby thicket, then turned back to gesture at the two individuals behind her to conceal themselves. Observing Gui Yunxi's reaction, Guosong promptly took hold of Song Lingxiao and sought refuge beside them. Despite their tender age, Xiaoshua and Xiaoye exhibited remarkable intelligence, obediently huddling in the grass with their tiny hands pressed against their mouths to stifle any sound. Before long, a troop of soldiers appeared, advancing toward the spring. "What business do soldiers have here?" A chill of fear coursed through Gui Yunxi, as a foreboding sensation unfurled within her heart. The presence of such a substantial force amid a time of famine signified one thing: they were undoubtedly in dire need of provisions. Meanwhile, their own group was bustling about, preparing for dinner. Gui Yunxi exchanged a glance with Guosong, and the two resolved to lead the three children back to the cave. However, the soldiers moved with alarming swiftness and soon halted in their vicinity. Clad in inconspicuous military uniforms that obscured their origins, the soldiers exhibited remarkable discipline, each equipped with a sheathed saber. Upon nearing the spring, one contingent began to set up camp while another dispersed to scout the surroundings. One soldier advanced towards their hiding place, brandishing a knife, his face marred by a long scar that lent him a fearsome countenance as he indiscriminately slashed at the underbrush. A wave of dread washed over Gui Yunxi. She gestured to Guosong, urging him to take the children and retreat while she diverted the enemy's attention. Guosong instinctively shook his head, for the young lady was his savior, and he could not abandon her. A fierce glint flickered in Gui Yunxi's eyes. Retreat was no longer an option. They would not escape. With gritted teeth, Guosong began to withdraw with the three children in tow. The soldier, seeking death, are we? The soldier, enraged by the sight of a masked young girl, charged forward, knife in hand. Song Lingxiao clasped Xiaoye's hand, while Guosong cradled Xiaoshua, seizing the moment while Gui Yunxi captivated everyone's attention to swiftly dart down a narrow path toward the cave. Once she confirmed their successful escape, Gui Yunxi exhaled a nearly imperceptible sigh of relief. Turning back, she mockingly whistled at the soldier, utilizing her diminutive stature to nimbly weave through the underbrush. Capture her. The other soldiers, now aware of the commotion, converged upon Gui Yunxi. How foolish they were to think they could ensnare her. Gui Yunxi deftly maneuvered out of the thicket and onto a nearby path, and with a mere thought, a brand new off-road motorcycle materialized before her. The motorcycle roared to life, shifting gears and accelerating with a burst of power, zipping away in an instant. The soldiers, paralyzed by the spectacle, hesitated in terror. They had never encountered such a contraption, which appeared as monstrous as a beast. Had they unwittingly stumbled upon a demon? Help, there's a ghost. Gui Yunqi circled back on the motorcycle, returning to the vicinity of the cave, finally allowing herself a moment of respite. Thankfully, she possessed the space. Otherwise, her life might have been forfeit this day. Chapter 24. Hiding as dusk descended and night enveloped the earth, Gui Yunqi arrived at the cave entrance and beheld her companions discreetly relocating supplies from outside the cave. Upon entering, she noticed dimly lit candles illuminating the interior, where Song Huajin was weeping, and the others bore expressions of sorrow with reddened eyes. Upon seeing Gui Yunqi return, Song Huajin was so overwhelmed with emotion that she nearly stumbled, swiftly enveloping Gui Yunqi in her embrace. "Whoa, my little Sierre, thank goodness you were safe, thank goodness you were safe." A warm current coursed through Gui Yunqi's heart as she held Song Huajin tightly. "Mother, do not cry. There is still a little baby in your belly," Gui Yunqi gently consoled her. "Indeed, it is a relief that little Sierre has returned," Qin remarked, wiping her tears. "I knew my cousin would be fine," chirped Song Lingxiao from the side. "You little rascal," Li scolded, pinching Song Lingxiao's ear in exasperation, "be off with you. Your cousin has just returned, do not trouble her." "Mother, you are biased." Song Lingxiao pouted, expressing his discontent. Seeing his expression, everyone could not help but chuckle. After soothing Song Huajin, Gui Yunqi approached Song Chuan and said, "Uncle, you must be aware that not far from our cave entrance, there is a troop encamped. We should take immediate measures to conceal ourselves." Song Chuan nodded, assuring her, "Do not worry, little Sierre, I have already instructed everyone to bring food and water into the cave. We shall remain hidden for a while." Observing the horses, Gui Yunqi felt a pang of sorrow for her recently healed steed. Realizing she would have to part with it, she untied the rope binding the horse, intending to set them free, but was halted by Gui Song. The youth, with his sun-kissed skin, flashed a bright smile showing his pearly whites. "Miss, I am a horse trainer at the manor, leave these 2 horses to me." A glimmer of hope sparked in Gui Yunqi's eyes. She watched as Gui Song patted the horses' flanks and whispered softly into their ears. The 2 horses seemed to understand, flicked their hind legs, and galloped away, disappearing into the night in an instant. "They will return at the sound of a whistle when we set off," Gui Song assured. "You possess such remarkable skills," Song Chuan remarked, unable to contain his admiration. Gui Yunqi nodded in agreement. Not only was he adept in martial arts, but he also excelled in horse training. Indeed, a valuable asset. Gui Song bashfully scratched his head. "It is merely a few tricks." Once everyone was safely inside the cave, Gui Yunqi instructed her attendants to gather sturdy branches and shrubs to conceal the entrance, ensuring that the cave appeared undetectable from the outside. No one dared to light a fire to cook, fearing it might attract the attention of the soldiers. Fortunately, the cave was spacious enough that they were not overly cramped together. After assigning a few to keep watch, they settled down for an early rest. The following morning, Gui Yunqi immediately seized her telescope to survey the direction of the army. The troop had established their camp near the spring. Upon hearing this news, the group felt a wave of panic, for it meant they could no longer fetch water from that location. Song Chuan furrowed his brow in concern, sitting on the ground with a troubled expression, ultimately devising a compromise. They would have to send a few capable attendants to seek water elsewhere. Gui Song was the first to volunteer. Song Chuan nodded approvingly, casting a glance of appreciation his way, before he and Gui Song, along with a few other willing attendants, cautiously moved the branches aside and stealthily made their way in another direction away from the army. Chapter 25 of the Burning of the Camp. "Oh dear, mother, it suddenly occurs to me that there is indeed a water source nearby," Gui Yunqi exclaimed, tapping her forehead in vexation. "Really?" Song Huajin queried, regarding her with suspicion. Yes, indeed. It lies in another direction. I shall go seek out Uncle Dear right away." Gui Yunqi feigned an anxious demeanor, and without waiting for Song Huajin's response, she swiftly dashed out. Her quest for a water source was merely a ruse. Her true intention was to ascertain the situation of that particular troop. As she stealthily approached the vicinity of the military encampment, she concealed herself within the underbrush. Peering inside. To her astonishment, she spotted a familiar face. It was Xianglian. In that moment, Xianglian lay helplessly on the ground, her attire in disarray, displaying signs of utter distress. A deep gash marred her neck, and her eyes remained wide open, as if haunted by a terrifying ordeal. Her lifeless body bore numerous wounds, and her lower half had begun to decay, carelessly discarded amidst the grass, emitting a foul stench. Gui Yunqi pursed her lips, preparing to withdraw further when she noticed 2 soldiers approaching, cursing profusely. "Damn it, I'm about to die of thirst. They only give us this meager amount of water. It's utterly worthless," grumbled a scar-faced man, seething with frustration. "Who has to blame when the spring is in the hands of the chief?" "What can we do?" replied another lean soldier, his face a mask of resignation. "If we cannot capture that Huang Chang, will we ever return?" the scar-faced man asked. "Fear not, we shall return," the lean soldier ominously assured him, "but once we do, the Lord will." He mimicked a throat-slitting gesture. "Damn it! How are we supposed to endure this?" The scar-faced man angrily kicked Xianglian's corpse. "Quickly bury this wretched woman. I thought with all those bags of grain, we might salvage something, but in the end, there's nothing, and she stinks to high heaven." "Enough! You weren't saying that when you were enjoying yourself this morning. Hurry up, don't dawdle." "Understood." The 2 men continued their tirade as they dug a pit to bury Xianglian, then departed. Gui Yunqi cast a cold glance at Xianglian's grave, deeming her demise a consequence of her own actions. That group would presumably discover that the spoils they had seized were nothing but spoiled grain and rotten rice. Perhaps due to a dire lack of provisions, they had refrained from discarding them. Had Xianglian not pilfered from the Gui family, she would not have become the target of these men and met such a grim fate. Not lingering any longer, Gui Yunxi assessed the wind direction and proceeded towards the southwestern corner of the encampment. From the conversation between the scar-faced man and the lean soldier, she gleaned that these were undoubtedly forces from the minister's manor. They were currently in pursuit of someone named Huang Chang, the very individual who had framed Guo Xiao for corruption, leading to his utter disgrace and public scorn. The ruthless minister Ji was known for his mercilessness and would undoubtedly resort to lethal measures to silence anyone. It was surprising that Huang Chang had managed to evade capture, prompting this troop's pursuit. At high noon, under the blazing sun, the soldiers sought refuge in their tents for shade and respite, with only 2 or 3 lethargically patrolling outside. Unbeknownst to them, Gui Yunxi deftly retrieved a few silver needles and hurled one at a guard, who promptly collapsed. She employed the same tactic to incapacitate several other patrolling soldiers. Initially, Gui Yunxi had intended to reclaim the grain, but upon arriving near the granary, she observed a significant number of guards stationed there. Acting recklessly could lead to unforeseen consequences, especially considering that only a few bags of spoiled grain remained, somewhat a loss for her efforts. Thus, she relinquished that thought. So it is the minister's men, is it, framing Guo Xiao? Are they wish to eliminate me as well? Gui Yunxi smirked, a cold smile gracing her lips. Let them all descend into hell. From her spatial storage, she retrieved a barrel of oil, silently drenching the area around the tents, filling 7 or 8 corners without drawing any attention. Taking advantage of the sweltering sun, with soldiers comfortably resting inside their tents, she deliberately poured a double dose of oil outside the granary. With a match struck and ignited, she tossed it lightly. Gui Yunxi turned with an air of dominance. A true warrior never looks back at the explosion. Chapter 26. Guo Xiao has disappeared. The soldiers' tents were suddenly engulfed in a roaring inferno, flames voraciously consuming the provisions and the encampment itself. The water is gone, one soldier exclaimed in horror. Everyone, flee! The water is gone! A cacophony ensued, as the soldiers, terrified and frantic, scattered in disarray. Some of those who managed to escape the tents were still ablaze, rolling on the ground in a desperate attempt to extinguish the flames. The lack of sufficient water to combat the fire only allowed it to grow fiercer. Fortunately, the vicinity of the camp was relatively open, preventing the fire from spreading further. By the time it was finally quelled, nothing remained of the tents but charred remnants. Gui Yunxi, armed with her magical telescope, was hidden in a cave, meticulously observing the actions of the group. Xiaoxi, weren't you supposed to be searching for your uncle? Song Huazhen inquired with a puzzled expression. Indeed, mother, Gui Yunxi replied, I had only just departed when I suddenly recalled that the spring I sought was quite distant and the water scarce. It must have dried up by now. Is that so? What a pity, Li Shi sighed, her brow furrowed in worry as she sat despondently on the ground. They were now out of water entirely, making even the simplest act of cooking impossible. Everyone's lips were parched and cracked, their energy sapped as they lay listlessly on the ground. Gui Yunxi felt a deep sense of anguish. Although she possessed a spiritual spring in her space, she could not openly extract the water, which was becoming unbearable. With no other recourse, she seized the opportunity, unnoticed by the others, to discreetly add some water to the barrel. And, there is still some water in the barrel. Gui Yunxi feigned surprise as she spoke. Ah! Li Shi exclaimed, bewildered, as she opened the barrel once more and indeed discovered a small amount of water at the bottom. Though meager, it was sufficient for everyone to moisten their throats. Li Shi was perplexed. She distinctly remembered that the barrel had been empty the previous night. Could it be that she had been mistaken? She proceeded to distribute a little water into the bamboo tubes each person carried, ensuring that everyone received a scant portion to barely survive the day. Song Huazhen, reluctant to consume the water in her bamboo tube, poured it all into Gui Yunxi's instead, whispering, Mother is not thirsty. She should drink. Gui Yunxi's eyes glistened with emotion as she quickly poured the water back. Mother, I'm not thirsty, I still have some water, she insisted, shaking her bamboo tube earnestly. Seeing that her bamboo tube contained water, Song Huazhen reluctantly took a small sip before returning it, determined to save it for her daughter. Gui Yunxi felt a swell of warmth in her heart. In her past life, no one had ever shown her such care. Thankfully, fate had smiled upon her in this life, allowing her to experience the warmth of family, along with a mother who cherished her so dearly. Mother, I promise to ensure you live a good life from now on, Gui Yunxi declared resolutely. That sounds wonderful, Song Huazhen replied with a smile, gently patting Gui Yunxi's head. But all I truly wish for is for my little Xiaoxi to live healthily and happily. After enduring prolonged fatigue, Song Huazhen's eyes had begun to show signs of aging, and her once fair skin had grown rough and sallow. She bore little resemblance to the beautiful woman she had been just a month prior. Li Shi and Lu Shi had also aged considerably, leaning against the stone wall, clutching their children, their eyes closed as they drifted into their thoughts. Meng Shi was dozing off, having cared for Guo Xiao throughout the night, and now found herself utterly exhausted. Guo Xiao, where is Guo Xiao? Gui Yunxi gasped in alarm, quickly scanning her surroundings, but failing to spot Guo Xiao. A sense of foreboding surged within her. To spare Song Huazhen further distress, she quietly slipped away while the others napped. Utilizing her magical telescope, she surveyed the area and soon caught sight of a figure limping away towards the forest. Chapter 27. Uplifted. Guo Xiao's leg had not yet fully recovered when Gui Yunxi soon caught up with him. Elder brother, where are you headed? The girl's melodious voice rang out, causing Guo Xiao to stiffen abruptly. I merely stepped out for a stroll, Guo Xiao replied, pressing his lips together. Oh, I see. I didn't realize your leg was already capable of walking. Why didn't you inform us? Gui Yunxi continued to follow him, her face alight with a cheerful smile. It's a trivial matter. There is no need for everyone to fret, Guo Xiao frowned and said. Now, you should return quickly. It's unsafe to linger outside. He was not particularly familiar with his younger sister, who had grown up in the countryside, and thus struggled to discern her temperament, prompting him to urge her to go back. Return? Wei Yunqi's lips curled into a faint smile. So that you can secretly end it all, is that right? Guo Xiao was momentarily taken aback, not expecting her to uncover his intentions. I have never been one for grandiose statements. Little Sierra simply wishes to ask, if you were no longer here, what of sister-in-law? She would naturally seek another suitor, Guo Xiao said, his head bowed, his voice heavy with sorrow. Is that so? Wei Yunqi scoffed. When you were wrongfully accused, you insisted on divorcing her for the sake of her reputation. Yet, she would rather die than leave you. Even so, do you truly believe she would live on without you after your demise? And what about mother, with her deep concern for you, could you truly bear to abandon her? But I am no longer worthy of being a member of the Guo family, Guo Xiao lamented, closing his eyes in anguish. My reputation is tarnished, and I have dragged the Guo family into infamy. I deserve to die. I cannot further burden everyone with this broken body. No, elder brother, I can heal your leg, Wei Yunqi declared. Are you serious? Guo Xiao looked at his 12-year-old sister in disbelief, his heart racing. Indeed. Wei Yunqi asserted with unwavering conviction. Not only that, but I will help you clear your name, and together, we shall restore the Guo family's honor. Guo Xiao stood frozen in place, her words echoing in his mind. Elder brother, do you remember that army? They are searching for Huang Chang. If we find Huang Chang, we can restore your innocence. So, as long as one is alive, there are infinite possibilities. Huang Chang is still alive? Upon hearing this, Guo Xiao's heart ignited with renewed hope. Little Sierra was right, as long as he lived, he could heal his legs and vindicate himself. Darling! At that moment, a woman's voice suddenly called from afar. The two turned to see Mengshe running towards them, tears streaming down her face, sobbing as she approached. Upon seeing Guo Xiao alive, Mengshe enveloped him in her arms, weeping uncontrollably. Heaven knows how terrified she was when she discovered Guo Xiao was missing. They had known each other since youth, and she had harbored feelings for him for many years before finally marrying him. After her husband's misfortune, she selflessly remained by his side. Without Guo Xiao, she knew she could not endure. When Qian, Guo Xiao, feeling a pang of sympathy, embraced Mengshe softly. You've endured so much these days. Mengshe looked up in surprise, only to find a pair of clear, gentle eyes gazing back at her. Those were the eyes of Guo Xiao before his troubles, upright, resilient, and tender. She smiled, feeling a wave of relief. Her husband had returned to her. Wei Yunqi stood nearby, like a bystander, nearly ready to grab a bench and some sunflower seeds to enjoy the scene. Why don't you two return to embrace a little longer? Wei Yunqi said with a grin. Only then did Mengshe realize her sister-in-law was nearby, her face flushed with embarrassment, unable to restrain herself. She complained, look at your elder brother, he doesn't even mention that his leg has healed, making everyone worry for nothing. Sister-in-law, I can't control that. You must manage him behind closed doors, Wei Yunqi retorted playfully. You little rascal, Mengshe couldn't help but laugh, her eyes reflecting the sweetness of hardship endured. On the way back to the cave, Wei Yunqi followed behind the two, unable to suppress a smile. Chapter 28 Rediscovering the water source. The trio returned to the cave, where Song Huajian sat on the ground, her face etched with worry. Upon seeing Guo Xiao, she paused momentarily before quickly grasping the situation, and with gentle warmth, she remarked, You've returned. As Guo Xiao entered the cave, he limped towards Song Huajian and knelt before her, bowing his head 3 times with great reverence. Mother, it is my unfilial conduct that has caused you distress. As long as you are safe and sound, I shall be at ease. With tenderness, Song Huajian helped Guo Xiao to his feet. Gazing upon his mother's serene visage, Guo Xiao was beset by pangs of guilt, reflecting on the misdeeds of recent days. It is good that you are back, remarked Song Leazizi, patting Guo Xiao on the shoulder with a faint smile. Grandfather, I am truly grateful to you for your support during these trying days, Guo Xiao expressed earnestly to his esteemed grandfather. As long as you understand, do strive to uphold the dignity of both the Guo and Song families, came the stern reply. Yes. Guo Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. Why so serious? Qinshi glared disapprovingly at Song Leazizi. It is a joyous occasion that shower as well. Li Shi chimed in, her laughter ringing out beside them. Indeed, echoed Lu Shi softly. Wah, big brother, hug. Little Shuer clung to Guo Xiao's leg, playfully seeking attention. Little Yuer cast a disdainful glance at her sister, muttering, what a sycophant. Upon raising his gaze, Guo Xiao spotted Wei Yunqi standing at the cave entrance, clad in green. The sunlight filtered through the branches, casting dappled shadows upon her, enhancing her beauty, reminiscent of fresh spring buds. The siblings exchanged a knowing smile, their eyes sparkling with shared joy. In the afternoon, Song Chuan returned with a few others who had been searching for water, but regrettably, they had not located any sources that day. Song Lingxiao, upon seeing Guo Xiao's current state, was overjoyed and bombarded him with endless questions. Unable to bear it any longer, Li Shi, with her fiery temperament, seized her eldest son by the ear and unceremoniously tossed him out. Fortunately, that afternoon, the group of soldiers departed, having lost their supplies due to the burning of their tents. Guo Xiao stood silently, coldly observing their retreat, vowing that one day he would avenge himself and his family. Once the soldiers had left, the group set about tidying the cave, preparing to fetch water from the spring with their barrels. With an abundance of items cluttering the space, it was imperative to clear it out. Seizing the opportunity while others busied themselves, Wei Yunqi quickly led little Yue and little Shuer towards the mountain spring. The three young girls squatted nearby, stealthily enjoying 3 ice creams, their faces alight with satisfaction. What could be more delightful than indulging in ice cream on a scorching summer day? Wei Yunqi then produced 2 boxes of strawberries, delighting her companions further. Squeak, cousin has so many delicious treats. We adore our cousin. The simplicity of children's minds shone through, though they were oblivious to the reasons behind their cousin's abundance. They remained silent, having promised to keep her secrets. As long as their cousin treated them with genuine kindness, they felt a sense of gratitude and contentment. After entertaining the 2 little girls, Wei Yunqi ventured to the spring, where she confirmed her suspicions. The once slender stream had run dry due to the recent fire, a reason compelling the group to leave. Using her telescope, she scanned the mountain and discovered a hidden, desiccated pond nestled within the thicket. Difficult to discern, she filled that pond with spring water, and shortly thereafter, the water began to cascade down the rocky wall. Having quenched their thirst, the 3 girls returned to summon their families to collect water. While everyone was occupied, Wei Yunqi decided it was time for a bath. After all, she had been on the road for days, under the scorching sun, and often felt layers of grime accumulate upon her skin. Her hair was in dire need of cleansing, greasy enough to fry food. If she delayed any longer, she feared lice might take residence. With the pond brimming with water, there was ample supply to fill the team's large barrels and bamboo tubes, while enough remained for everyone to enjoy a bath. Given that the mountain was largely deserted, their activities would likely go unnoticed. The natural spring acted akin to a showerhead, while the 2 little girls fanned her, and Wei Yunqi luxuriated in a wash with fragrant soap from her space. Heaven knows how she had endured these past days, in such sweltering heat, without the luxury of a bath. Wei Yunqi felt as though she might marinate in her own scent. No sooner had she finished her bath than little Shuer, drawn in by the fragrance, bounded towards Wei Yunqi. Cousin smells so good, I want a hug. Wei Yunqi swiftly disentangled the enthusiastic little girl, who clung adorably like a soft octopus, refusing to let go of her favorite person. Due to the heat, the water in the spring was pleasantly warmed. Wei Yunqi decided to wash little Shuer, who reveled in the soft, fragrant bubbles produced by the soap, playing with glee. After tending to little Shuer, before Wei Yunqi could utter a word, little Yue dashed off to take her own bath. Oomph, I'm a big girl now, I can wash myself. Chapter 29. The soap workshop. 3 individuals had taken their baths, and the adults had also gathered to fetch water for cooking. A few of the womenfolk, being particularly fastidious, were envious upon witnessing the 3 young girls bathing and decided to indulge themselves as well. Song Huazhen, due to her pregnancy, quickly finished her wash with the assistance of Wei Yunqi. Following her was Li Shi, known for her brisk demeanor and swift actions, completing her bath in no time. However, Lu Shi was of a more leisurely temperament, taking a bit longer, which prompted Qin Shi to urge her from outside. Lu Shi hastily dried herself, her cheeks flushed, and donned her clothing before attending to her mother-in-law's bathing needs. Fortunately, she possessed a gentle disposition. Although she often exhibited a somewhat maternal instinct, her heart was not unkind, nor did she harbor grudges. She simply had an especial fondness for a particular bar of soap belonging to Wei Yunqi, which she cherished dearly in her hands. Look at your lack of perception, Qin Shi jested upon observing her demeanor. Mother, Lu Shi replied with an embarrassed smile. Being a woman of the capital, she naturally had an affinity for such fragrant and delicate items. If second aunt is fond of it, please take it, Wei Yunqi offered with a smile. I have more where that came from. That would be too much, Lu Shi promptly declined. Not at all. If second aunt likes it, once we reach the wilds, we can establish a soap workshop, and you can manage it, Wei Yunqi stated earnestly. She genuinely harbored this idea. Although the wilderness was desolate, it was strategically located near the borders of the neighboring Dezhou and Wu kingdoms, presenting a potential business opportunity. That would be unnecessary. As a woman, I lack the capability for such endeavors, Lu Shi replied bashfully. Her sole aspiration was to serve her mother-in-law well, care for her husband and little Shuer, and, upon reaching the wilds, bear a son for Song Zhe, thereby achieving fulfillment in her life. Fear not, little Sierre. I once fought alongside your uncle on the battlefield. In the future, your aunt will assist you, Li Shi said cheerfully, wanting to assuage Wei Yunqi's apprehensions. Very well, I shall rely on aunt greatly then, Wei Yunqi responded. Ah, certainly. In a chorus of laughter and merriment, the womenfolk enjoyed a refreshing bath before returning to prepare dinner. Everyone had been famished for 2 days, and with the added occasion of celebrating Guozhao's resurgence, tonight's meal was particularly sumptuous. Given that the mountain paths were nearly deserted, Wei Yunqi had prepared several exquisite dishes at noon, along with a nourishing pig's trotter soup for Song Huazhen and the children. The aroma wafted through the air, making everyone salivate in disbelief as they gazed at Wei Yunqi, who possessed culinary skills rivaling those of imperial chefs. She could only smile in resignation, explaining that these skills had been honed during her time in the countryside. Alas, what can one do? It seems I have this talent, she mused, recalling how, during her modern life, she often endured hunger as part of her training, which cultivated her love for food and culinary exploration. She had even served as a food critic on a friend's gastronomic show. Qin Shi, leading a group of matrons including Chu Mama, prepared fine noodles and a large pot of savory dumpling soup, enriched with minced meat and wild vegetables, its fragrance enticing. Additionally, the matrons baked numerous dry flatbreads for the group to have as provisions. Everyone feasted heartily that evening, each consuming 2 generous bowls of the delicious fare. As Song Huazhen savored the pig's trotter soup, she gazed lovingly at her children, a smile of happiness illuminating her face. How I wish my husband were here. Surely, he would be overjoyed to know of my condition, she thought, lifting her eyes to the moonlit sky, unable to suppress her musings. Meanwhile, a tall figure stood gazing at the moon above. Guo Fu had toiled tirelessly throughout the day. As a recent addition to Fuyan village, he was among the few who had been exiled from other regions. Some had been sent away generations prior, yet all had taken root in this place. This year's harvest had been poor, and he had labored relentlessly across 10 acres, striving to earn more grain and compensation to sustain his family until his wife and children arrived. They all awaited the moment of reunion with bated breath. Chapter 30 Healing. After finishing her meal, Gui Yunqi retrieved her exclusive medical kit from her space, having replaced the original box with a cloth bag reminiscent of ancient times. Guo Xiao gazed at her in astonishment, a flicker of excitement gleaming in his eyes. "Xiao Shi, what is this?" Song Huazhen inquired with curiosity. "Mother, I can treat eldest brother's leg," Gui Yunqi replied. Song Huazhen nodded, inherently trusting her daughter. Under the pretense of requiring tranquility, Gui Yunqi ushered everyone out and instructed Guo Xiao to close his eyes, placing a blindfold upon him to shield him from sights he ought not witness. "Eldest brother, I am about to begin." "It may hurt," Gui Yunqi stated calmly. Guo Xiao clenched his fists nervously, giving a slight nod, then added, "It's alright if it doesn't heal, I no longer place importance on such matters." Gui Yunqi chuckled softly, finding her elder brother endearing for his concern over her potential pressure. After administering anesthesia, she deftly began to realign the bones. Despite the numbing agent, the initial excruciating pain caused Guo Xiao to grip his fists tightly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. With remarkable swiftness, Gui Yunqi concluded the procedure in less than half an hour. Once the injured leg was stabilized, she assured him that he would be able to walk normally again in a fortnight. Although recovery would not typically be so swift, the healing properties of the spring water from her space would expedite the process significantly. Guo Xiao's face turned pale, but upon hearing Gui Yunqi's words, he felt it was all worth it. "Thank you," he said earnestly. His gratitude extended not only to her healing his leg but also to her saving him during his darkest hour. "What are you saying, eldest brother? We are family," Gui Yunqi replied softly. Perhaps initially, she had looked down upon Guo Xiao, helping him only to spare their mother from sorrow, yet she had gradually begun to accept him, unknowingly embracing him as family. Their eyes met in a shared smile, understanding passing between them without the need for words. Gui Yunqi instructed others to carry Guo Xiao onto a cart and temporarily took him outside, before having them bring in another individual, her maid, Qingdai. The reason Gui Yunqi had hesitated to operate on her previously was due to Qingdai's extreme weakness at the time. Teetering on the brink of death, she had needed time to recuperate. Clad in blue, Qingdai lay on the cart, her consciousness having returned after a prolonged period of rest. Upon seeing Gui Yunqi, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Whoa, miss, I almost thought I was going to die and would never get to taste braised pig trotters, crispy fried snacks, or glutinous rice balls again." Gui Yunqi was taken aback, never having anticipated that the girl was such a foodie. "Lie still and don't move," she admonished gently. Qingdai obediently settled down. Given that Qingdai had suffered a comminuted fracture, surgery was necessary to remove the shattered bone fragments. Gui Yunqi affixed a matching blindfold on her and commenced the operation. After a little over half an hour, Gui Yunqi wiped the sweat from her brow, finally finishing the procedure. Once the wound was sutured and secured with a wooden splint, the operation was deemed complete. Exhausted from the day's labor, Gui Yunqi called upon others to discuss post-operative care before collapsing onto the straw and falling into a deep slumber. Song Chuan brought Guo Xiao back into the cave, reflecting, "Now you can truly start anew." Guo Xiao smiled faintly, determination etched on his otherwise refined features. "Uncle, I was foolish before, now I shall strive to be strong, protecting mother and sister as you do." Song Chuan nodded, appreciating this nephew whom he held in high regard. Guo Xiao's swift recovery was certainly not a disgrace to the family lineage of the Guo and Song clans. The group tidied up and then settled down for the night. Chapter 31 The restless refugees. After a night of peaceful slumber, the sun once again scorched the earth with its relentless heat. The following day, the Li family had their water tank filled to the brim and baked numerous dry flatbreads for sustenance. Guo Song also summoned back the 2 horses, fed them some fodder, and they resumed their journey. Having traveled for over half a month, the atmosphere had grown increasingly grim. The sun blazed more fiercely, and as they walked, the soles of their feet felt as though they were burning. The landscape was barren, devoid of any greenery, and the road was littered with the corpses of starving refugees. Thanks to the miraculous spring water, Qingdai and Guo Xiao had fully healed from their injuries. Guo Xiao walked at the forefront with Song Chuan, while Qingdai remained close by, vigilantly protecting Gui Yunqi. Groups of refugees were visible everywhere, their faces gaunt and emaciated, lips cracked and bleeding, trudging numbly towards the capital. Having learned from previous encounters, no one dared to assist the afflicted, and they all kept their heads down, hastening their pace. However, the fact that the refugees were heading towards the capital while they were going in the opposite direction inevitably drew attention. Some refugees even desperately chased after them, loudly begging for help. Initially, everyone heeded Song Chuan's command, ignoring the pleas and focusing on moving forward. Yet, driven to madness by hunger, an increasing number of refugees surged towards them. In the face of death, they had lost all sense of boundaries. A few individuals, seizing the opportunity while the group was preoccupied with the refugees outside, forcefully infiltrated the ranks, even climbing aboard Song Huazhen's cart. "Mother!" Gui Yunqi felt her heart race in terror as 2 burly strangers ascended the cart, brandishing sharp knives aimed at Song Huazhen. Little Shuer, frightened, began to wail uncontrollably. In a flash, Qingdai darted onto the cart and swiftly kicked one of the men off. Without hesitation, Gui Yunqi approached the assailant, expertly disarming him with a swift maneuver, her eyes glinting with fierce resolve as she plunged the knife downwards. "Those who attempt to harm my beloved mother shall perish." Blood splattered as the refugees ceased to struggle. The remaining man, witnessing his companion's demise, numbly turned away. In such chaotic times, a life was worth less than a mere flatbread, and he raised his knife to continue the fight against Qing Dai. Calmly taking refuge in the corner of the cart, Song Huashan covered Shui's eyes, harboring no resentment towards Gui Yunqi for taking a life. All she desired was for her family to reach the wilderness safely. Guosong, noticing the commotion, leaped onto the cart alongside Qing Dai, together casting the remaining refugee off with an expression devoid of emotion. Gui Yunqi raised her hand, the blade descending once more. The sudden demise of two individuals startled the restless crowd of refugees, bringing them to a halt. Observing this, Guo immediately seized the knife from Guosong's hand, swinging it with fervor and injuring several of those pressing forward. Guosong grasped another refugee, landing a fierce punch. Song Chuan, unwilling to be outdone, kicked one away with a snort, declaring, "Everyone, engage them." The group, fueled by righteous fury, erupted. Several strong men struck the refugees, leaving them battered and bruised. Even Li Shi wielded her kitchen knife, wounding a refugee who attempted to grab little Yuer. They were well fed and numerous, thus the refugees stood no chance. It wasn't long before the assailants fled in disarray, the crowd dispersing. At last, they hastily urged their cart onward, with Song Chuan and Guo leading the way, each brandishing a freshly seized large knife. The men on the periphery held 5 or 6 kitchen knives, projecting an intimidating demeanor, and upon seeing the gleaming blades, the refugees no longer dared to approach. Chapter 32 Arrival at Motsi County. After traversing for over half a month, the group finally arrived at the red-marked Motsi County on the map. At this juncture, they were clad in tattered garments, their feet encased in worn straw sandals. The men's skin was deeply bronzed from the sun, rendering them scruffy and almost indistinguishable from beggars. Along the way, they had quietly inquired with some orphan children begging by the roadside, learning that Motsi County was the only place along their journey still inhabited. Thus, they resolved to rest here and procure some essential supplies. Upon entering the county, they indeed observed vendors setting up stalls along the roadside, with a few scattered pedestrians hurrying along, heads bowed. Gui Yunqi and Qing Dai, both with a penchant for delectable treats, had endured half a month of traveling and subsisted on dry biscuits, leaving their mouths parched for flavor. The moment Gui Yunqi spotted a vendor selling buns, she was unable to move any further. If she continued with the dry biscuits, she would surely turn into one herself. With a grand flourish, Gui Yunqi purchased a dozen buns, and they all gathered to share the feast. The fragrant, soft texture, filled with a mixture of carrot and vermicelli, delighted their senses. Just as they were savoring the meal, a sudden commotion erupted ahead, startling Qing Dai into a fit of hiccups. "Excuse me, let me see, what is happening up there?" Qing Dai managed to say, her mouth stuffed with bun, her eyes wide with curiosity. Gui Yunqi sighed, pondering how to deal with such a gluttonous and naive girl. As they approached the source of the noise, they discovered that their caravan had collided with a rather ornate carriage. The opposing party numbered around 70 to 80 individuals, while they themselves boasted over 100. The two groups were now jammed together on the official road, causing a traffic blockade. "Who are these lowly peasants? How dare they obstruct our passage? Do they seek death?" A brash woman leading the opposing group, hands on her hips, unleashed a tirade without so much as seeking clarification. Song Chuan, at the forefront, wiped the spittle that had splattered onto his face, his expression shifting between shades of green and white. Li, known for her fiery temperament, could hardly contain her indignation upon witnessing her husband being berated. Entrusting little Yuer to Gui Yunqi, she planted her hands on her hips and retaliated fiercely. "What do you think you are, a foul-mouthed old crone who must have dined on filth this morning? You speak so crudely, aren't you afraid of your own tongue rotting away? I see you are but an old hag, fit only to lick our feet." Li's scathing words flew with such vigor that Gui Yunqi nearly applauded her. Truly, she was a woman seasoned by the battlefield alongside Song Chuan. "Vile woman." The leading crone's face turned a shade of green with fury. "And what of it? I, this vile woman, am here to deal with you, you old hag. When I was committing my deeds, you were still unaware of your place. Point one word from me, and your ancestors shall tremble in their graves. Do not hesitate to kneel and thank this lady." You wretched creature." The crone, clearly outmatched by Li's booming voice, trembled with rage. "If you cannot retort, then silence yourself, go home and cleanse the filth from your mind before returning to serve this lady." Li scoffed, her head held high, a cold smile gracing her lips. Observing the crone nearly fainting from anger, the others felt a surge of satisfaction, their admiration for Li burgeoning. She truly was formidable. At that moment, the exquisite carriage drew back its curtains, revealing a young lady clad in a pink gown. Her face was adorned with rouge matching her attire, exuding a somewhat garish allure, yet she maintained an air of superiority, gazing down upon the crowd from her elevated position. Beside her stood a haughty little maid, chin lifted, disdainfully proclaiming, "You audacious peasants dare to offend Princess Yenru, beware, lest his majesty punish your entire lineage." The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, for who could recall the existence of Princess Yenru from the Shenzhou Empire? Chapter 33 What an oddity! Li, unable to bear the sight any longer, exclaimed loudly, "How can I not remember such an unsightly princess from the Shenzhou Empire? You insolent woman, how dare you?" The girl in the pink attire looked at Li with disdain and declared, "I am Hu Yenru, the legitimate princess of the Hu dynasty, and my father is Emperor Hu Gaozong of the Hu dynasty. You would do well to kneel and apologize at once." The Hu dynasty, Hu Yenru, Princess Yenru. Gui Yunqi couldn't help but burst into laughter, while others stifled their amusement, casting furtive glances at Hu Yenru, torn between laughter and restraint. Seeing that the crowd was not intimidated but rather mocking her, Hu Yenru's proud demeanor began to crumble inch by inch. "What are you laughing at?" she shouted, gripping the whip tightly and swinging it fiercely at Gui Yunqi. "It was that wretched girl who laughed first. How dare she not only mock me but also possess such beauty?" Upon catching sight of Gui Yunqi's face, Hu Yenru felt as if she had been struck hard across the cheek. In that moment, she was transported back to being the humble village girl she once was, a fate she refused to accept. Qing Dai, swift as lightning, seized the whip and with a gentle tug, sent Hu Yenru tumbling from the carriage. "Miss, are you all right?" A nearby maid, startled, hurriedly jumped down to assist her. "Capture that girl. Once she's in our grasp, she'll be yours." Hu Yenru coldly commanded, a malicious gleam flickering in her eyes. She was determined to make this pretty commoner feel the depths of despair. A dozen servants advanced towards Gui Yunxi, their eyes glinting with ill intent as they fixated on the girl's exquisite visage. The crowd immediately shielded Gui Yunxi, forming a protective circle around her, vigilantly watching the approaching men. "Stop right there!" Just as tensions reached a boiling point, a furious voice rang out. Gui Yunxi turned to see a short, rotund man with dark skin approaching. His beady eyes and ill-fitting dragon robe made him resemble a black potato clad in yellow. Following him were over 200 burly men, each brandishing weapons, exuding an air of menace. As the man approached, he displayed a lewd grin. "I was unaware of the esteemed guests visiting my Hu dynasty. I beg your forgiveness, ladies." "Hu Chou!" Song Chuan exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the newcomer. Gui Yunxi couldn't help but frown. Not only was the man's appearance peculiar, but his name was equally absurd, truly a family of oddities. "General Song, it has been a while," Hu Chou feigned grandeur, looking down at Song Chuan. "Uncle, do you know this man?" Guo Xiao inquired, furrowing his brow. As Hu Yenru, who had just regained her footing, lifted her head, she beheld Guo Xiao standing against the light, radiant like a divine being, illuminating her entire world. "This man was once a mere soldier under your father's command, but he was expelled from the military for cowardice," Song Chuan replied. Hu Chao's expression shifted at this revelation, revealing a hint of malice in his eyes. "What nonsense are you spouting, General? I am now the exalted emperor. You are but a commoner," he retorted coldly. "Indeed, a pack of commoners." Hu Yenru screeched, pointing an accusatory finger at Guo Xiao's father. "I want him to be my consort." "Gui Yunxi." Guo Xiao, the crowd, "Shut your mouth, you foolish girl." Hu Chou cast a disapproving glance at Hu Yenru, his distaste evident. She had no trace of a princess's dignified demeanor. What a disgrace. "Ladies and gentlemen, follow me," Hu Chou commanded coldly. "Since you are here, I shall graciously host you." "Who would willingly follow a bunch of lunatics like you?" Qing Dai was the first to voice her discontent. In the next moment, the 200 men behind Hu Chou unsheathed their swords, their gazes icy as they fixed upon the crowd. Hu Chou sneered, "If you refuse, we shall see if you can leave here alive." After a brief discussion, Gui Yunxi, Guo Xiao, Song Chuan, and the others decided to comply for the time being. After all, they were outnumbered and outarmed. While they could easily escape, the elderly and women in their company would likely suffer the consequences. It was wiser to remain still and observe this group's intentions, seeking an opportunity to flee that would ensure everyone's safety. As they journeyed, the truth of the situation gradually unfolded. It turned out that after Hu Chou had been expelled from the military, he had nowhere to go and had joined a band of bandits in the mountains. With his ruthless nature, he quickly rose to the position of second in command. When famine struck, chaos ensued across the nation, and he seized the chance to eliminate the bandit leader, proclaiming himself the chief. Once in power, he led his band of outlaws on a rampage, growing bolder with each passing day. Upon hearing that a neighboring bandit chief had declared himself king in divided territories, Hu Chou was inspired to carve out his own realm. Thus, he returned to his hometown of Matsi County, initiating his self-proclamation as king. They first declared Matsi County as their territory, establishing Hu family village as the capital, naming it the Hu dynasty. Hu Chou crowned himself Hu Gaozong, with his daughter Hu Yenru as the legitimate princess, his wife Chen as the favored concubine, and his 60-year-old mother as the empress dowager. He even appointed several of his companions to various official titles. Taking advantage of the emperor's preoccupation with the famine, they held a coronation ceremony, and Hu Chou officially ascended the throne, while Hu Yenru transformed from a village girl into a legitimate princess. Upon learning the absurdity of this tale, Gui Yunxi nearly succumbed to laughter. Indeed, in these chaotic times, one could encounter all manner of oddities. Chapter 34 of The Unusual Father and Daughter. Gui Yunxi and her companions followed Hu Chou for a good half of an hour before finally arriving at what they referred to as the Imperial Palace. This so-called palace turned out to be nothing more than a dilapidated village, nearly devoid of villagers, and instead populated by bandits and robbers who had made camp there. Upon catching sight of Song Huajin, Li Shi, and the other beautiful women, the bandits' eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Li Shi, unflinching, glared back defiantly, while the pregnant Song Huajin and Lu Shi hid timidly within the carriage, unwilling to show their faces. "Dear esteemed guests, please take a moment to rest here. In 3 days, I shall host a welcoming banquet for you all," Hu Chou proclaimed, standing beside the carriage. His intentions, however, were rather straightforward. There were over 100 individuals in Song Chuan's party, and he aimed to retain them as members of his Hu dynasty. Otherwise, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Hu Chao's eyes. Song Chuan merely nodded in response, remaining silent. At that moment, Song Huajin was preparing to descend from the carriage, aided by Lu Shi. Hu Chao's gaze fell upon her fair neck and jade-like visage, and an involuntary expression of lust crossed his face as he reached out towards her delicate hand. "Ah!" Song Huajin let out a frightened scream, turning to glare furiously at Hu Chou. Gui Yunxi, witnessing this scene, was instantly engulfed in rage. She stepped forward and forcefully shoved Hu Chou aside, positioning herself protectively behind Song Huajin. How dare this imbecile entertain thoughts of her beautiful mother? He was asking for death. Hu Chou's expression turned icy. "I advise you not to be ungrateful. I suggest you refrain from coveting what you cannot have." Gui Yunxi's lips curled into a cold smile, a murderous glint emerging in her eyes. "Humph, my harem is currently empty. I find your mother rather attractive, which is her fortune, Hu Chou proclaimed, tilting his chin arrogantly, deliberately mimicking the posture of a local magistrate. If she so desires, I can bestow upon her the title of empress and treat the child in her womb well. As for you, I can elevate you to the status of a princess, allowing you to enjoy the same privileges as Yenru. Would that not be splendid? I'll be damned. Gui Yunqi was so furious she nearly drew her dagger to strike this buffoon. The others also glared at Hu Chou with indignation, wishing to rush forward and beat him senseless. How could this fool, with his repugnant appearance, dare to covet their ethereal lady? Suppressing her anger, Gui Yunqi exchanged a glance with Gui Xiao, signaling him to remain calm. We understand your intentions, she said, clenching her fists as she struggled to contain her fury. However, we must consider this matter further. Please grant us some time. Hu Chou laughed smugly. No matter, I grant you 3 days to ponder. Should you choose to accept, the welcoming banquet in 3 days will also serve as your mother's coronation ceremony. Father, and him. I want him to be my husband. Hu Yenru exclaimed, pointing at Gui Xiao. Hu Chou glanced at Gui Xiao, nodding in satisfaction. This man is indeed worthy of being a consort of the Hu dynasty. Hu Yenru held her chin high, exuding an air of superiority as if she were the most beautiful woman in the world. Humph, so what if I was once a village girl? Now I can have whatever I desire. Common girl, Gui Yunqi remarked unexpectedly. What did you say? Hu Yenru glared at Gui Yunqi, her eyes wide with anger. I merely remarked that you possess beauty and carry yourself with grace, Gui Yunqi replied coldly. You do possess some awareness, Hu Yenru sneered, gesturing dismissively. And what is your relation to him? He is my elder brother. What? Hu Yenru exclaimed in surprise, scrutinizing Gui Yunqi anew, disdain evident in her gaze. How fortunate for you. Henceforth, you shall call me sister-in-law, understood? But I already have a sister-in-law, Gui Yunqi sighed. Moreover, your father intends to elevate our mother to empress, making us your siblings. How can you then be my sister-in-law? What of it? Hu Yenru replied impatiently. Just have your brother divorce that wretched woman and marry me. Besides, what does it matter if you are my siblings? In our Hu dynasty, such distinctions hold little significance. Meanwhile, Mengshi glared coldly at Hu Yenru. Had it not been for Gui Xiao advising her to refrain from rash actions, she would have longed to slap her soundly. After all, she was the sole daughter of the Meng family and would not tolerate insults from someone like Hu Yenru. Everyone was filled with indignation, yet for the sake of their safety, they chose to endure in silence. Hu Chou and his daughter assigned the group several dilapidated houses for accommodation before departing to prepare for the welcoming banquet in 3 days. Chapter 35. Throw him out. What a wretched place. Li was infuriated, her anger causing her great distress as she scolded while tidying the room. Calm down, auntie, Gui Yunqi said through gritted teeth. I will ensure they pay for this. Xiaoxi, you must not act impulsively, Li urged, fearful that her niece might take rash actions. Your elder brother and uncle will handle this matter. Gui Yunqi shook her head. Auntie, do not worry, I am fine. Song Huashan lay in bed, still recovering from the shock she had just experienced, when she felt a stirring in her abdomen. Mother, the baby is moving. Gui Yunqi exclaimed, her face lighting up with excitement. Song Huashan nodded, gently caressing her belly. How wonderful it would be if your father were here, she said, gazing at her stomach, unable to contain her emotions. I remember when I was 5 or 6 months pregnant with you, you were so restless, often keeping me awake at night. Your father would stay up with me, tirelessly by my side, even when I was irritable and difficult. As she spoke, tears began to flow unbidden down her cheeks. Mother, Gui Yunqi said, embracing Song Huashan tightly. It is no wonder that a pregnant woman's emotions are so unstable, especially after such an ordeal. Oh dear sister, Li hurried over, grasping Song Huashan's hand in comfort. Do not fret, there is surely a way to resolve this. We will not allow them to bully us. Song Huashan, unwilling to burden her family with worry, suppressed her tears, reminding herself that they would meet again and that there would be a time of family reunion. At that very moment, in a field 1,000 miles away, a man suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Guofu clutched his heart, bewildered by his surroundings. What was happening to him? The group had rested through the afternoon, and as night fell, someone brought food, yet no one dared to eat. They nibbled on their dry rations, unwilling to partake in the stolen provisions, lamenting their misfortune. After finishing their meager meal, as they prepared to retire for the night, a sudden knock echoed from outside. Gui Yunqi listened intently, her voice cold as she inquired, "Who is it?" "It is I," came Hu Chou's voice from beyond the door. "Damn it!" Gui Yunqi seethed, furious that this foolish man was persistent. "What do you want now?" "I clearly stated that my mother needs time to consider," she retorted through clenched teeth. "My dear Miss Gua, please forgive me. I am merely concerned for your safety this evening and wish to look after you both," Hu Chou said, rubbing his hands together outside the door, shamelessly pressing on. Unable to contain her frustration any longer, Gui Yunqi was about to open the door when a loud thud resonated, and Hu Chou fell silent. Upon opening the door, she discovered that Qing Dai from next door could no longer bear his presence and had knocked him unconscious with a stick. "Quickly, throw him out," Gui Yunqi remarked disdainfully, casting a glance at Hu Chou. "Miss, in my humble opinion, we should simply dispose of him altogether to spare ourselves his repugnant existence," Qing Dai said indignantly. "Do you truly believe that killing him would allow us to escape this place alive?" Their group consists of strong men, armed to the teeth. If we confront them head-on, the women and elderly will suffer, Wei Yunxi replied coldly. Just watch. After a restless night, Wei Yunxi awoke the next day with dark circles under her eyes. The mother and daughter quickly freshened up, and as Wei Yunxi carried a basin of water out of the room, she noticed a woman peering through the window of the adjacent room. With a swift motion, she raised her hand and splashed the water all over the intruder. Ah! Chapter 36 of the coronation ceremony. My apologies, I didn't see you there, Wei Yunxi said with a cheerful smile, holding a basin. You wretched creature! Hu Yanru exclaimed, her cheap rouge dampened by water, leaving her face a patchwork of red and yellow, resembling a ghostly figure. How can you speak so harshly? Wei Yunxi replied, a smirk playing on her lips. It was not my intention. How was I to know that someone would be lurking beneath my brother's window at such an early hour? You! Hu Yanru, nearly beside herself with rage, charged forward, intent on clawing at Wei Yunxi's face. Wei Yunxi nimbly sidestepped, causing Hu Yanru to stumble and fall heavily. Well done! On the other side, Meng Shi quietly observed the commotion, unable to suppress her admiration for her sister-in-law. Having gained no advantage, Hu Yanru wept and ran to complain to Hu Qiu. Wei Yunxi paid her no mind. At this moment, how could the infatuated Hu Qiu possibly seek trouble with them? She turned to enter the house when she noticed a figure furtively glancing from a distance. It was a woman who appeared to be in her 40s, her hair streaked with grey, gazing forlornly into their courtyard. Wei Yunxi dismissed her with a shake of her head and stepped inside. Thus, 2 days passed without incident. On the third day, Wei Yunxi sought out Hu Qiu. Have you truly agreed? Hu Qiu asked, his beady eyes glinting with excitement. Suppressing her disdain, Wei Yunxi replied coolly, yes, we have agreed, but my mother insists that as a daughter of a prominent family, her coronation ceremony must be grand. Everyone from your dynasty must be present, as a testament to your sincerity. Hu Qiu paused, regarding the girl before him with a peculiar expression. It was no small feat for a deserter to arrive at such a juncture. What, do you suspect we would resort to foul play at the banquet? Wei Yunxi frowned, her displeasure evident. Of course not, Hu Qiu responded with an awkward smile, quickly adding, everyone will attend my coronation ceremony tomorrow, in honor of Madame Song. However, I must insist that you remain in your quarters and prepare. Wei Yunxi clenched her fists. This insufferable Hu Qiu feared they might meddle during the banquet, effectively placing them under house arrest. She nodded nonchalantly, then turned to leave. The following morning, a maid knocked on the door early, bearing the ceremonial attire. Wei Yunxi assisted Song Huajin with her makeup and clothing until the commencement of the banquet. Hu Qiu, clad in a garish golden dragon robe, absurdly sat at the head of the table, grinning broadly as he awaited Song Huajin's approach. Wei Yunxi surveyed this ludicrous scene, a cold smile creeping to her lips. Enjoy your laughter while it lasts, she thought. Hu Qiu reveled in the sight of those once exalted now reduced to groveling at his feet, a twisted satisfaction swelling within him. Brothers, let us drink. Hu Qiu raised his cup, downing it in one gulp, erupting into boisterous laughter. The crowd, buoyed by the festive atmosphere and reassured by the absence of any threat from Wei Yunxi and her companions, relaxed their vigilance and began to drink heartily. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on this joyous occasion. May the Empress and Emperor enjoy harmony and happiness. Indeed, the Empress is truly beautiful. What a blessing for the Hu dynasty. Congratulations, Father, best wishes to you. Lost in the revelry of the crowd's accolades, Hu Qiu felt himself becoming somewhat giddy. Chapter 37:1 must not be too greedy. He gazed at Song Huajin, adorned in resplendent attire, her porcelain skin radiant, delicate and fair hands clasping his own, her face blooming like a peach blossom as she regarded him. Such a stunning beauty had now become Hu Qiu's woman. He reveled in his delight, drinking cup after cup, while the woman beside him gazed tenderly at him, her eyes shimmering with an almost liquid softness. Ah, beauty, he chuckled, unable to resist leaning closer to her alluring visage. Yet, just as his thick lips were about to brush against her face, the woman before him suddenly transformed. Her gentle gaze morphed into a vacant stare, her alabaster skin darkened to a coarse, rough complexion, and her velvety skin became marred with deep-set wrinkles. Where was the beauty? Before him sat a woman clearly in her 40s. Hu Qiu pinched himself fiercely, finally recognizing the woman as his first wife. Chen. He frowned in disdain and asked, why are you here? What chaos do you intend to bring? Chen remained silent, sitting before him with eyes like dark abysses, fixed intently upon him. Hu Qiu, sensing her lack of response, felt a surge of anger. I am addressing you. What are you doing here? Where is my beauty? Chen's face betrayed no emotion as she replied monotonously, they have left. Left? Hu Qiu, now fully sober, lifted his gaze to find his daughter sprawled unconscious on the ground, and his usual companions convulsing on the floor, frothing at the mouth. Where were Song Huajin and the others? It was you. Hu Qiu gasped in horror, his eyes widening as he stared at Chen. My husband, it is I, your beloved Xiao Lian, Chen murmured softly. You promised to love me for a lifetime, yet why did you marry another? Hu Qiu sensed something was amiss with Chen. He yearned to escape, but found himself devoid of strength. Xiao Lian, I was wrong, entirely my fault. Please, do not kill me, spare me, he pleaded, looking at Chen with desperation. My husband, why would I kill you? Chen replied in astonishment. I intend to be with you forever. In the next instant, she drew a knife and struck fiercely at Hu Qiu's thigh. To his horror, his thigh was severed. Ah, it hurts terribly, Chen Xiulian, you madwoman. We are to be together forever, she declared, delivering another blow, blood spurting forth. What that girl said is true, without your legs, you cannot flee. Chen struck again, aiming for his groin. Hu Qiu let out a blood-curdling scream, causing the beams of the room to tremble. That girl also mentioned that if you lose your lineage, you will no longer seek out other women. We are to remain together. Hu Yanru awoke with a start at her father's anguished cries, her eyes widening in horror as she beheld her mother cradling her blood-soaked father, with his severed legs strewn across the floor. A piercing scream erupted, and Hu Yanru lost her sanity. On the official road, a 100-strong procession wound its way forward. Xiaoxier, how did you provoke Chen into action? Li inquired curiously as they walked. Indeed, Chen is still Hu Qiu's wife, yet she could strike with such ferocity, Lu echoed, her heart racing. Dear aunts, you may not know, Gui Yunqi said, taking a bite of her bun. The others leaned in, eager to learn the details. The story is quite simple. When I discovered Chen outside the courtyard that day, I noticed her complexion was far from well, Gui Yunqi recounted softly. Her forehead was darkened, her lips tinged with blue, a clear sign of chronic poisoning, yet no one informed her. I told her of her condition, and she stood in shock for a long while, before despondently revealing that the only person who could have poisoned her was her own daughter, Hu Yanru. Since they shared communal meals, only Hu Yanru would serve her a bowl of chicken soup each night to nourish her health. It turned out Hu Qiu believed his humble wife unworthy of the empress's position. Hu Yanru, feeling embarrassed by her mother's status as a princess, conspired with her father to eliminate Chen. When Chen learned the truth, her hatred for Hu Qiu became profound. I taught her some tricks, which allowed us to escape. Alas, what a wretched fate. Qin sighed heavily of the others, shaken, placed their hands over their hearts. For the sake of a ludicrous imperial dream, a family had been utterly destroyed, truly laughable. One must not be too greedy in life, Elder Song remarked solemnly. Nods of agreement rippled through the group. Indeed, however, before departing, they had, under Gui Yunqi's guidance, thoroughly looted the grain stores of that group, and this thought brought them a sense of unexpected joy. It was a case of fortune arising from misfortune. Chapter 38, A sudden change in weather. After several days of arduous travel, the group found themselves in the month of November, having crossed into the territory of Shiliang City. Within the city, famine had taken a severe toll. Almost all the inhabitants had fled north to the capital or east to the central plains in search of sustenance. Only a handful of elderly souls remained, ostensibly guarding their homeland, though the harsh truth was that they had been abandoned by their families who deemed them burdensome. Lying by the roadside, these forlorn elders merely cast a vacant glance at the arrival of Gui Yunqi and her companions before shutting their eyes once more, resigned to their fate. Observing that these elderly individuals posed no threat, the group, with Gui Yunqi's consent, graciously left behind some provisions and water for the unfortunate souls, hoping they might endure through this year of scarcity. The path was littered with decaying corpses, flies buzzing incessantly nearby, creating an unbearable stench. Gui Yunqi wrinkled her brow and remarked to Song Chuan, "Uncle, as the saying goes, after great calamity comes inevitable pestilence. We should first find some rags to cover our mouths and noses to prevent the spread of disease." "Very well, I shall make arrangements immediately," Song Chuan replied, recognizing the wisdom in Gui Yunqi's words with a nod. Gui Yunqi then distributed some insect repellent to the group, which would ward off flies and mosquitoes, thereby reducing the risk of infection. As they traversed the desolate streets of the city, a fierce wind whipped through, stirring up clouds of dust that hindered their vision. The biting cold intensified, as if they had been abruptly transported from the sweltering heat of summer into the depths of winter within a single day. "Mother, I'm so cold," little Song Lingxue whimpered, burrowing into her mother Lu's embrace, trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Li held her daughter Xiaoge close, attempting to warm her with her own body heat. The others shivered, their lips turning pale. Despite donning every piece of clothing they possessed, it proved futile against the chill. "We cannot continue like this," Gui Yunqi said, hugging herself tightly as she trembled. The others nodded in agreement. Persisting in this weather would surely lead to frostbite. "Let us take a moment to seek shelter from the wind, and resume our journey once the temperature improves," Song Chuan suggested, deciding to halt their progress and seek refuge in a nearby abandoned house. This dwelling, once belonging to a wealthy local family, was spacious enough to accommodate them all without feeling cramped. The cold wind howled, rattling the windows as they huddled together, each person acutely aware of the pervasive chill. Regrettably, in their quest to stockpile provisions, they had neglected to bring adequate warm clothing and blankets. The only two thin quilts they possessed were remnants of the bedding used when Guo had been injured in the wagon. Gui Yunqi discreetly pulled out a thermometer and noted with dismay that the temperature had plummeted from a comfortable 32 degrees to a frigid 7 degrees within the span of a day. Worry began to gnaw at her heart. She did, however, have down jackets and winter blankets stored away in her space and resolved to devise a plan to retrieve them. "Women, remain indoors and do not venture outside. Men, don your warmest clothing and join me in gathering firewood," Guo declared, rising to his feet with determination. They could not simply resign themselves to inaction. No one voiced dissent, and they promptly began to mobilize. "This weather is truly frigid. Just yesterday, the sun was shining brightly. It's unbearable." Li lamented. "Indeed, it is," Jean added, furrowing her brow. "I wonder when the weather will improve." Gui Yunqi sighed, contemplating the peculiarities of the current season. "It is already November, and had it not been for the unusual climate shifts, we would have entered winter by now. How could we possibly expect a return to warmth? The heavens seem intent on complicating matters for me. I can't shake the feeling that the weather here differs from that of the capital," Song Huazhen remarked quietly. Mother, you may not be aware, but I once heard from villagers that Shiliang City is situated further south, where the humidity is considerably higher. Hence, winters here are perpetually dreary and cold. Wei Yunqi elucidated. Chapter 39. Let us feast on dumplings at noon. As the saying goes, enduring winter in the south relies entirely on one's integrity, and this is precisely the sentiment expressed. Xiaoxier is indeed correct. Li spoke, recalling how frigid those years were at the border, where not a single winter passed without her hands and feet feeling perpetually cold. I truly envy my sister-in-law for her bravery in her youth. Had it been me, I fear I would have succumbed to terror long ago, remarked Lu softly from the side. What is there to envy? Li chuckled heartily, suggesting that if given the opportunity, sister-in-law too could venture to the border. There, one would find towering snow-capped mountains, the crystalline waters of the Lijiang River, and skies so vividly blue they seem to embrace the snow peaks. It is far more enchanting than the scheming intrigues of the capital. I lack the courage for such endeavors. Lu quickly shook her head, content to remain by my husband's side and serve him well. I, on the other hand, yearn to see it. Meng spoke, her eyes betraying a glimmer of longing. Once Xiao clears his name, I shall have him take you to see it, Song Huaxian said tenderly to her daughter-in-law, for she held a deep affection for her and was immensely grateful for her unwavering support for her son, thus she always cared for Meng. Thank you, mother, Meng smiled, her husband has recovered, and I believe the day will surely come. Song Huaxian nodded with a smile. As the wind within the room grew increasingly frigid, everyone was clad in merely thin layers of clothing, feeling quite chilled. Gui Yunqi, unable to endure it any longer, discreetly slipped into an unoccupied room to don a warm sweater beneath her attire, feeling considerably more comfortable thereafter. She secretly stuffed her discarded undergarment filled with down and returned to offer it to Song Huaxian, for her dear mother was frail and must not be exposed to the cold, lest it lead to lasting ailments. Xiaoxier, you should wear it yourself, Song Huaxian promptly declined, insisting that she was not cold and urged her to wear it instead. Mother, I have clothes. Look. Gui Yunqi extended her hand, allowing Song Huaxian to feel the thick fabric enveloping her. I just found some worn garments in that storage room and have put them on upon inspection. Song Huaxian noted with relief that Gui Yunqi was indeed warmly dressed and felt at ease to don her own clothing. And, there are still a few garments left in that room. I was unable to carry them all. Gui Yunqi mentioned she had intentionally left several thick winter garments there, previously collected from various rooms in the general's residence, all common styles that would likely go unnoticed. Upon hearing this, Li quickly rose with several women to retrieve them, and indeed, they discovered a few winter garments that seemed to have been abandoned by those fleeing from disaster. Xiaoxier is truly a little lucky star, Li exclaimed while dressing the two children, unable to suppress her admiration, for without her, the children would surely have perished from the cold. It is merely a coincidence, Gui Yunqi replied with a smile. After we eat, everyone can venture around the town to search other houses. Perhaps there are still many warm clothes left behind by those who fled. Everyone nodded in agreement, recognizing it as a splendid idea. Considering the vastness of the town and the multitude of empty houses, they were bound to find something. We are fortunate to have settled in this town. Had we been lost in the desolate mountains, we might have frozen to death up there, Jean remarked as she donned her thick clothing, unable to contain her sentiment. I still remember the winters of yore when mother would prepare dumplings for us, Song Huaxian reminisced, a hint of nostalgia in her tone. Dumplings, dumplings, little Shuer, now clad in warm garments, sprang back to life. Gui Yunqi's eyes sparkled. Then let us have dumplings for lunch. Dumplings, splendid, Jingdai, who had remained silent until now, nearly leaped for joy at the prospect of food. Just then, the men returned from outside, each carrying large bundles of firewood. Shivering from the cold, they tossed the firewood into the courtyard before quickly retreating into the straw to warm themselves. Chapter 40. The slaughter of pigs. The women, resolute in their intentions, swiftly set about their tasks. The maidservants ignited the flames and brought water to a boil, while Madame Qin guided her younger kin in kneading the dough and rolling out the dumpling skins. Song Lauda, please fetch me a rolling pin, called out Li Shi, her hands dusted with flour as she raised her head. Certainly. Song Chuan replied promptly, rising to retrieve his trusty knife. He selected a sturdy stick and fashioned it into a makeshift rolling pin for Li Shi. Mother, are we having dumplings for lunch? Inquired Song Lingxiao, noticing the commotion and eagerly circling around Li Shi. Indeed, Li Shi replied, accepting the rolling pin with a smile as she continued to knead the dough. Wonderful! Dumplings are my favorite. Song Lingxiao exclaimed joyfully, a grin spreading across his youthful face. After all, what child isn't tempted by delicious food? Meanwhile, Gui Yunqi wielded 2 kitchen knives, diligently chopping cabbage for the filling. Today, she planned to prepare a pot of dumplings filled with pork and cabbage. Given that cabbage has a longer shelf life and is rich in nutrients, she had procured a substantial quantity from her storage, claiming to Li Shi that she had purchased it in the city and kept it hidden beneath the cart. The meat, however, was freshly slaughtered by Guo Xiao and his companions. It is worth mentioning that during their recent departure from Matsi County, Gui Yunqi, with a touch of ruthlessness, had arranged for the capture of 2 pigs and 3 goats raised by Hu Qiu in his backyard. Though her actions may seem harsh, she justified them by saying that Hu Qiu had provoked them first. Thus, these animals served as compensation for her emotional distress. However, it was later discovered that one of the pigs was pregnant, prompting the decision to slaughter one for meat while allowing the other, along with the 3 goats, to be raised. Outside, Guo Xiao and Guo Song held the pig's 4 legs firmly. The creature, sensing its fate, struggled desperately with a swift motion. Guo Xiao plunged his knife into the pig's neck, blood gushing forth and splattering all over him. Unfazed, Guo Xiao wiped the blood from his face and called out, "Little sister, catch the pig's blood." Coming. Gui Yunqi quickly set down her knife and grabbed a nearby earthen jar, racing outside. Upon seeing Guo Xiao's appearance, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Was this truly the illustrious Guo Dajuan of the capital? He looked no different from a butcher on the street. Guo Xiao, observing his sister doubled over with laughter, felt a twinge of exasperation. If you don't catch the blood soon, it will be lost. Alright, this pig's blood is a precious resource. It must not go to waste. Before long, Gui Yunqi had collected 3 large jars of pig's blood, gleefully storing them away. She also instructed the servants to save the pig's intestines and internal organs for her. Miss, I understand the use of pig's blood, but what purpose do the offal serve? Bai Yun inquired, curiosity piqued. You don't grasp its value, Gui Yunqi replied with a smile. If prepared correctly, pig offal can be just as delectable as pork. Bai Yun cast a skeptical glance at the contents of the jar, wondering if it truly could be consumed. Gui Yunqi, not wishing to engage further, resumed her fervent chopping of meat. Setting aside the minced filling once complete, she then sliced ginger and scallions, mixing them with pepper water, which she filtered before gradually incorporating it into the meat filling, stirring vigorously in one direction to ensure a cohesive mixture. The ginger, scallions, and pepper had all been scavenged from Wuqiu's supplies. Next, she added seasonings, stirring in a consistent direction, before finally incorporating salt and drizzling a spoonful of hot oil, releasing a fragrant aroma. Lastly, she mixed in the cabbage, completing the filling. Having observed and learned, Bai Yun, along with a cadre of maidservants, began to replicate the process of making the meat filling. The women moved with dexterity, and with the assistance of those not occupied with other tasks, a group of nearly 50 quickly set to work, producing a substantial quantity of dumplings. They arranged the dumplings on the table. While someone had already prepared boiling water nearby. Given the large number of dumplings to be made, they began to boil them as they wrapped. Before long, the dumplings floated to the surface, each one plump with filling, resembling delightful little ingots. Chapter 41. She has it so tough with a golden ladle and a silver bowl. The offerings are presented on the table as a tribute to the heavens. The celestial beings, upon witnessing this, feel a fondness in their hearts throughout the 4 seasons. May they be blessed with peace and safety. A few young maidservants, their eyes gleaming with delight, watched the dumplings floating in the pot, and they could not help but burst into song, singing the rustic ballads about dumplings. Hearing these words, everyone else's hearts brimmed with anticipation, hoping that consuming these dumplings would indeed invoke the divine protection for their safe passage to the wilderness. Before long, the first pot of dumplings was ready. Dinner is served. With Li's enthusiastic call, several children instantly gathered around the pot, gazing eagerly at the delightful little treasures within. Dumplings! Little Shuer wants to eat. Alright, let's serve some to little Shuer. Li's smile was so radiant that her eyes nearly disappeared as she scooped out a few dumplings for the children, who could not help but squint their eyes in bliss as they tasted them. Once the first batch was consumed, they promptly set about preparing a second poti. In no time, everyone was relishing the steaming dumplings, dipping them into Gui Yunqi's specially concocted secret sauce. The aroma was simply divine. Outside, the cold wind howled against the windows, but as Gui Yunqi savored the dumplings and sipped the broth, a wave of warmth enveloped her. After the meal, no one remained idle. Seizing the opportunity while the warmth lingered, they began to venture out in search of cotton clothing and blankets. Of the town, bustling with a large population and numerous houses, allowed them to find some garments. Although not very thick, they could hardly be choosy at such a time. Taking advantage of the busy atmosphere, Gui Yunqi quickly sought out an unoccupied shop, retrieving 10 oversized down comforters from her space and placing them inside. The comforters, adorned with ancient-style covers, were warmer and lighter than cotton blankets, yet entirely unnoticeable from the outside. She then produced dozens of cotton clothes, sweaters, and cotton pants, deliberately selecting minimalistic styles devoid of modern prints, ensuring that no one would recognize them. Lastly, she gathered the cotton socks and the commonly seen layered cotton boots she had stored from the general's residence, nearly filling the room to capacity. After contemplating, Gui Yunqi also took a considerable amount of fabric, cotton, and fur from foxes and rabbits, along with needles and threads, accumulating them in the back room before finally pausing. This should be sufficient for everyone to wear. Gui Yunqi nodded contentedly and began her performance as the illustrious star. Auntie, there's a ready-made clothing shop here, Gui Yunqi exclaimed excitedly from the doorway. Really? Upon hearing this, Li hurriedly brought everyone over. Upon entering, they indeed found the room filled with winter clothing, comforters, and cotton shoes, their smiles nearly obscuring their eyes. Little Shuer, you are truly a reincarnation of a lucky star. With these, we need not fear the cold anymore. How can we ever thank you? Gui Yunqi simply smiled shyly, remaining silent. As everyone gathered around Li to claim their warm clothing, they showered Gui Yunqi with endless gratitude. Yet, a few could not suppress their curiosity, exclaiming, how strange, why is this clothing store filled with winter garments? This Gui Yunqi's heart raced. She had been so preoccupied with placing the clothes that she had completely overlooked this detail. Indeed, these garments are rather special. One person remarked, holding up a sweater that could be worn from the head down, and these trousers, I wonder which embroideress crafted them, the stitches are so fine. Indeed, moreover, they are all fitted styles. It's truly remarkable. These boots look exactly like the ones my grandmother made, and these socks seem so familiar. Clothing is clothing. What is the fuss? Let us just wear them. Madame Chu interjected, unable to contain herself. Most garments are quite similar anyway. What is so astonishing about them? Exactly, these clothes were all discovered by Our Lady. If you have any complaints, you need not wear them. Young maidservant Lucy added, somewhat disgruntled. No, we all love these garments immensely. Thank you, young lady. The servants quickly clamped their mouths shut. Joking aside, the style of the clothing mattered little as long as they kept them warm. They would not be foolish enough to refuse wearing them. Thus, everyone soon let go of their doubts and happily changed into their new attire. Once dressed, they emerged into the still blustering cold outside, yet they could no longer feel the chill. These clothes fit so snugly, they are so warm. One newly dressed servant exclaimed, indeed, not a draft seeps through. With an outer robe, I hardly feel the cold at all. Another servant chimed in, delighted. Alright, enough chatter, let us hurry back. The wind is fierce outside. Wei Yunqi coughed twice, interrupting their conversation. Oh, the burden she bore. It was truly no easy task for her to devise ways to provide clothing for everyone while remaining undetected. Indeed, it was a formidable challenge. Chapter 42 Porkbone Soup. At this moment, some individuals discovered the fabrics and hides in the partition, which brought immense joy to Li. With such a plethora of materials, they could craft hats and scarves. Armed with these supplies, they would undoubtedly endure the winter ahead. With cheerful spirits, everyone transported the fabrics and hides back, stacking them in an unoccupied room. Uncle, I propose that we rest here for 2 days, allowing everyone to fashion hats and scarves before we continue our journey, suggested Wei Yunqi. Xiao Xier speaks wisely. In this weather, it seems unlikely that we shall regain warmth anytime soon. Therefore, let us linger here for 2 days. Song Chuan nodded in agreement, for how could he possibly refuse Wei Yunqi's request? Presently, she had become the little lucky star of the group, and everyone praised her presence. He held a profound admiration for his dear niece, the sole legitimate daughter of the Guo family. The entire afternoon was spent in repose within the courtyard, while the women, apart from the expectant Song Huajin, busied themselves crafting scarves and hats. Wei Yunqi sat beside Song Huajin, presenting her with several bundles. Xiao Xier, what is this? Inquired Song Huajin, puzzled as she accepted them. Mother, these are selections I made for you at the ready-to-wear shop. Do try them on, Wei Yunqi replied with a smile. At her words, Song Huajin felt a warmth in her heart. Touched by her daughter's thoughtfulness, she affectionately patted Xiao Xier's head, overwhelmed with guilt. If only she could be of more assistance, perhaps her daughter wouldn't have to worry so much. Unaware of Song Huajin's feelings, Wei Yunqi led her to a secluded spot and helped her change into the new garments. Given that Song Huajin's belly was now 6 months along, her previous attire had long ceased to fit, yet she had quietly endured to avoid inconveniencing others. Wei Yunqi replaced her clothing entirely with maternity wear. First, she donned a loose and comfortable cotton thermal top, followed by a woolen sweater. And now that they had entered the southern territories, where the dampness was heavy and the chill pervasive, it was wise to wear more layers. For her lower half, Wei Yunqi provided supportive stockings to alleviate the discomfort of pregnancy, paired with thermal and cotton trousers, topped off with a down-filled coat. Only then did she cease her ministrations. Looking at herself, all bundled up like a rice dumpling, Song Huajin couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation, yet, she found herself considerably more comfortable and warm. Xiao Xier, you truly are a treasure, Song Huajin whispered, already resolving within herself that once the child was born, she would strive earnestly to provide her daughter with the best life possible. Oh, mother! We are family, no need for such formalities, Wei Yunqi said, embracing Song Huajin with a beaming smile. All she wished for was the well-being of her beloved mother and family, everything else was of little consequence. After another flurry of activity, darkness fell, prompting the women to pause their tasks and commence preparations for dinner. As the saying goes, dinner should be light, beneficial for health and prevention of premature aging. Thus, Wei Yunqi decided to simmer a pot of clear potato soup using the leftover pork bones from the morning's butchering. At that moment, who could possibly dispute Wei Yunqi's suggestion? Without hesitation, they set to work. Several servants began peeling the potatoes and cutting them into small pieces under her direction. Meanwhile, Wei Yunqi and Bai Yun worked together to blanch the pork bones. Over the past days, Wei Yunqi had discerned that Bai Yun possessed a remarkable talent for cooking. She could almost replicate even the most intricate dishes after a single demonstration, and the flavors were nearly indistinguishable from her own. Thus, Wei Yunqi had taken to bringing Bai Yun along during meal preparations. After blanching the pork bones, they did not rush to simmer them but first heated oil in the pot, adding ginger, garlic, and star anise to saute until fragrant. Then, the pork bones were introduced and stir-fried over high heat to release their savory essence, followed by the addition of boiling water, reducing the heat to allow for a slow simmer. Approximately half an hour later, the potatoes were added for continued simmering. When ready to serve, goji berries, salt, and pepper were sprinkled in for seasoning, resulting in a light, delicious, and nutritious pork bone soup. Meanwhile, the other women prepared crispy rice crusts, which were delectable and crunchy. Each person ladled a bowl of the pork bone soup, savoring the rich flavors. The warm broth filled their bellies, enveloping them in warmth. With a gentle sip, the delicate, flavorful marrow was drawn out, complemented by a bite of the crunchy rice crust, and everyone relished the meal to its fullest. Outside, the cold winds howled, yet within the confines of the room, clad in thick garments and sipping on the pork bone soup, it felt as though spring had arrived. Wei Yunqi also stewed the pig offal, reserving it for lunch the following day. The aroma was simply divine, yet, amid the warmth and comfort, they couldn't help but recall the sight at the city gate, wondering how the abandoned elderly were faring. Chapter 43 A delivering food. To be candid, Wei Yunqi is not particularly virtuous, nor is she the self-sacrificing saint for strangers that one might hope for. However, generally speaking, as long as her own interests remain unscathed, she adheres to a mindset of offering assistance where she can. After a few women had finished their meal, seizing the opportunity before darkness fully enveloped the sky, they urged Guo Xiao and Guo Song to carry a pot toward the city gate. It seemed that those fleeing from disaster had left in haste, with the elderly residents only managing to reach the city gate, leading many to reside here. Are you there, elders? Li stood at the entrance of a rather dilapidated house, knocking on the door, but alas, there was no response from within. Undeterred, she continued to rap on the door, clearly recalling that she had seen someone inside when they entered the city. After a considerable wait, a feeble voice finally emerged from within. No food, please stop knocking. Li was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained her composure. Elder, we are not here to beg. We have prepared some soup and wish to share it with you. Silence lingered in the air for what felt like an eternity, and just as the group was about to lose hope, a creaking sound broke the stillness, and the door finally opened. A frail, emaciated old man poked his head out, his skeletal frame suggesting that he was little more than skin and bones. I offered a warm smile. Elder, we have some soup, but we lack enough bowls. Do you have one so I can serve you some? The elderly man looked at the group with disbelief, his voice trembling as he asked, Are you sent by the court? Has the court come to rescue us? No, we are merely passing through, Guo Yunqi replied nonchalantly from the side. The old man was nearly brought to tears. You must be deities, I cannot thank you enough, he said, attempting to kneel. Oh dear, please don't kneel. They quickly assisted him into the house, where she rummaged for a battered bowl to serve him some soup. As they stepped inside, the emptiness of the room struck them. There was merely a table, a few rickety stools, and a bed. On the table lay a blackened potato, likely the last morsel of sustenance for the old man. When the famine struck, my son and daughter-in-law abandoned us here. Left with no choice, we old friends could only hide in the cellar, otherwise, we would have been devoured by those bandits long ago. The old man took a sip of the soup, his eyes glistening with tears. What of the court? Do they not care? Guo Xiao clenched his fists behind the group, unable to contain his emotions. The court initially took measures, the old man wiped his tears, they promised to allocate 200,000 taels of silver for disaster relief, but I have heard it was embezzled by the Guo family. Upon hearing this, Guo Xiao's body stiffened suddenly. Later, they sent someone from the Prime Minister's office for relief, but what good did it do? The supplies arrived late, and the promised rice turned into rotten husks. Reporting to the officials was futile. It is as if they are deliberately driving us to our demise. Are you saying that the grain sent by the Prime Minister's office was all rotten husks? Guo Xiao asked in shock. Indeed. All rotten husks, how can one eat that? In our desperation, we resorted to eating grass, tree roots, and eventually, when there was nothing left, we turned to cannibalism. Had we not hidden in the cellar, we would have been nothing but a pile of white bones. The old man lamented. As for the accusations of embezzlement against the Guo family, it is sheer nonsense. Everyone knows that Guo Fu fights valiantly on the battlefield, risking his life to protect the people. How could he possibly allow his son to squander the life-saving funds of the populace? Alas, how unjust the heavens are! Guo Xiao felt his previously cold and feeble body gradually regaining warmth. It turned out there were still those who believed in the Guo family. Chapter 44 The blessing of the Guo and Song families. Guo Yunqi produced the notebook and writing materials that Guo Xiao had always carried with him, laying them out on the table. Guo Xiao was momentarily taken aback, not comprehending Guo Yunqi's intentions. With a gentle smile, Guo Yunqi turned to the elderly man and inquired, Sir, would you happen to know how many people are still in the city at present? The old man paused for a moment, then nodded affirmatively. Young lady, having lived in this city for 63 years, I can certainly assist with that. Very well, Guo Yunqi replied with a subtle smile. May I ask your name and age, good sir? I am Sun Yutian, and I am 63 years old, he responded. Guo Yunqi nodded, and began to write fervently on the paper. With the memories of the original owner in her mind, she found it quite manageable to pen down a few words. Observing Guo Yunqi's earnestness, the others fell silent, captivated by her focus. Guo Xiao glanced down at his younger sister and observed that on the first page of the notebook, Guo Yunqi had inscribed the words Shiliang City. However, it was the subsequent text that left everyone astonished. Guo Yunqi meticulously documented every scene and sentiment they had encountered since entering the city, detailing even the grim sight of corpses piled by the roadside and the lifeless body of a stray dog. Following this, she recorded Sun Yotian's name, age, and precise home address, even specifying the exact alley and household number. She also diligently noted the circumstances he had described. Sir, would you mind signing this? Guo Yunqi continued to smile, though her eyes sparkled with intensity. The old man, clearly literate, took the notebook from her hands and perused its contents. Suddenly, as if a realization dawned upon him, he solemnly signed his name, yet, feeling it insufficient, he pricked his finger and pressed a bloodied handprint onto his page. Young lady, thank you for your efforts, Sun Yutian said earnestly. Old sir, this is merely our duty, Guo Yunqi replied. It is getting late. Please call everyone over for dinner. Tomorrow, I will return with my elder brother, and we kindly ask for your assistance in gathering everyone. The old man understood and, with his help, the group delivered food to the elderly in the city before departing. Once back in the courtyard, Guo Yunqi handed the notebook to Guo Xiao, whispering, Elder brother, do you grasp my intentions? As Guo Xiao took the notebook, his gaze ignited with fervor. Old Master Song, who stood nearby, also took the notebook, but after reading a few lines, he became rooted to the spot. Child, did you conceive all of this? Old Master Song asked softly. It is merely a product of my granddaughter's whimsical thoughts, Guo Yunqi replied with a playful grin. Splendid. Old Master Song chuckled, to have a daughter like you is indeed a blessing for both the Guo and Song families. Everyone understood the significance of the notebook. What would happen if such a record, detailing the Prime Minister's disregard for the law, his treachery against the Emperor, and his embezzlement of disaster relief funds, were to be presented before the current Emperor? This method, though seemingly rudimentary, was remarkably practical and authentic. It captured the most intricate and genuine circumstances of the disaster-stricken towns, preserving even the words of the remaining refugees. Each phrase, each name, and each blood imprint inscribed on those pages would become a dagger aimed at the Prime Minister's residence. Moreover, this was a blade that could not be forged or fabricated. It represented more than just a weapon. Even in the aftermath of the disaster and subsequent reconstruction, such a document, chronicling the true state of each town affected, would prove invaluable. However, it also signified a daunting challenge, as they would not only need to earn the trust of the people but also carry out their task meticulously while evading the watchful eyes of the Prime Minister's residence. Nevertheless, Wei Yunqi was confident that her astute elder brother would not disappoint her. To put it plainly, this was akin to modern undercover operatives, albeit executed with greater finesse. After discussing some precautions with the group, Wei Yunqi prepared for bed. Just before drifting off, Wei Xiao quietly approached her with the notebook in hand. "Elder brother, is something the matter?" Wei Yunqi inquired, blinking her eyes curiously. "Younger sister, I have long harbored a perplexing question," Wei Xiao replied gravely, "but it is only now, with the talk of vindicating the Guo family, that I am reminded of it. Please, do share it with me." Initially, the Prime Minister's residence accused our family of colluding with the enemy based on a letter discovered in our father's study, a matter widely known. Yet, the study is typically under strict watch. How could anyone have gained access? Are you suggesting? Wei Yunqi's voice trailed off, as she had indeed contemplated this matter before. However, the original owner had only recently returned to the capital from the countryside and had little knowledge of the city's affairs, which had left her without any leads. Now, with Guo Zhao's mention, she sensed something amiss. The letter implicating collusion had also mentioned the Song family, thus entangling her maternal family in the scandal. "There must be a spy within either our residence or the Song residence," Guo Xiao asserted. "Given that only trusted individuals are permitted in our father's study, that person likely resides among us," Wei Yunqi added coldly. The siblings exchanged a glance, each recognizing a profound sense of urgency reflected in the other's eyes. Who could it be? Chapter 45. Is there someone faster than him? Early the next morning, Guo Xiao promptly led his team to Sun Youtian's location. By the time Wei Yunqi and Mang Wenchen arrived, he had nearly registered a third of the elderly residents in Xiliang City. Wei Yunqi could not help but admire her brother's remarkable efficiency in handling matters. "Little sister, Wenchen, you have arrived." Guo Xiao greeted them with a warm smile. "Ah, it was only because my sister-in-law mentioned that you came early, worried that you hadn't tea at breakfast, that I brought you some food." Mang Wenchen's cheeks immediately flushed with a rosy hue. Guo Xiao chuckled and handed the ledger he was holding to Wei Yunqi. "Please take a look and see if there is anything that needs to be supplemented." Wei Yunqi accepted the ledger and glanced through it. Guo Xiao's records were exceedingly meticulous. From the accounts provided by these elderly individuals, she discovered that even before the disaster relief efforts began, officials had already commenced levying increased taxes. In such dire straits, how could the farmers possibly pay? No money, you say? Then they resort to plunder. If they cannot seize anything, they resort to destruction, and if there is nothing left to destroy, they forcibly conscript people for hard labor. Ultimately, this relentless pressure forced many to abandon their homes. Guo Xiao diligently recorded the testimonies of these elderly witnesses, with literate individuals signing their names, while those who could not write left their handprints. These elders had witnessed the tragedy from beginning to end, thus they were exceptionally cooperative. After 2 days of effort, Guo Xiao finally compiled a comprehensive account of the situation in Xiliang town. While the womenfolk had also completed their tasks, the group was prepared to set forth on their journey once more. Before departing, they left behind a female sheep and some warm clothing for the elderly residents, hoping the sheep would provide milk and that they would endure the harsh winter. However, shortly after their departure, another group hurriedly arrived in Xiliang town. "Sir, what are you all doing at the city gate?" the leading guard of the convoy inquired curiously upon seeing the crowd. Sun Youtian glanced up at him and replied, "Are you from the court?" "Indeed, we are from the Jinwangfu. We have come to deliver grain for everyone and to inquire about certain circumstances." As he spoke, the leading man in green dismounted, his face displaying a friendly smile. "We would also like to request your assistance. The Jinwang wishes for everyone to recount what transpired before and after the disaster, as we need to make a record. Didn't we just register? Why do we need to register again?" An elder in the crowd could not help but mutter, but he was immediately silenced by a glare from Sun Youtian. The man in the carriage had evidently overheard this exchange. After a moment of contemplation, he pulled back the curtain and stepped down. "Are you suggesting that someone has already registered?" Zhang Heng inquired softly, curious to know who could possibly act faster than the court. Yet the elder remained tight-lipped about the matter, resolutely refusing to acknowledge it, regardless of how he was pressed. Although he was elderly, his wits were sharp. He was well aware that speaking the truth could endanger the young lady and the young master. Humph, he was not foolish. "Your Highness, it has been reported that the carriages of the Guo and Song families just departed from here. Could it be them?" the leading man in green murmured, for they had previously been responsible for the exile incident involving the general's residence and were naturally under surveillance. "The general's residence?" Zhang Hong pondered momentarily, unable to suppress the image of that young lady's bright, clear eyes from his mind. Could it be her? Since someone has already assisted us in the registration, we need not proceed with it again. Dressed in a silver robe, Zhang Hong stood in that desolate land like a deity descending from the heavens, though the red mark on his forehead seemed to shimmer with an even more alluring hue. "Qing Jiu, relay the order to find a way to evade the Prime Minister's surveillance. We must not allow anyone to discover our activities." "Understood, Your Highness." Chapter 46. Farming is truly exhausting due to the necessity of registering the circumstances of the disaster victims. The group has recently slowed their pace considerably. At their original speed, they might have reached the wilderness by January after the new year. However, it now appears that they will not arrive until February. They spent a full month merely traversing through Nanling County, Dongcheng County, and Wenshu County. The weather in December has been perpetually overcast, with the sun rarely making an appearance. A biting cold wind howls as they laboriously navigate the treacherous mountain paths, moving forward at a sluggish pace. Song Huajian is now 7 months pregnant, and it seems as though the baby inside her is aware of the hardships faced by its mother, remaining remarkably quiet and still, much to the amazement of Luan Li. Recently, Gui Yunqi, finding herself with idle time, unearthed several packages of seeds that she had previously stored away in the Wang residence. To her surprise, she discovered a collection of sweet potato and potato tuber seeds, which had remained intact thanks to the preservation properties of her spatial. Upon seeing these 2 bags of tuber seeds, Gui Yunqi couldn't help but recall the 2 acres of idle land within her space, pondering what might be accomplished by planting them. She resolved to take advantage of this time to cultivate the land in her spatial pocket, knowing that upon their arrival in the wilderness, they would inevitably need to clear and farm the land. Perhaps this endeavor would prove beneficial in due course. Without further ado, while the group continued their journey, she took her seat in the wagon, feigning sleep, while in reality, her consciousness had already entered her spatial realm to commence her work. Mere hundreds of meters from the bustling marketplace lay the spiritual spring in the fields. Gui Yunqi rode her motorcycle through the market, procuring various farming tools such as hoes, shovels, trowels, and buckets. Once adequately equipped, she set to work. With a total of 2 acres at her disposal, Gui Yunqi planned to allocate half for sweet potatoes and the other half for potatoes, as both are high-yield crops, ensuring a profitable harvest. The first step in cultivating sweet potatoes is to nurture the seedlings. Gui Yunqi, having frequently assisted the uncles and aunts at the orphanage with farming in the modern world, was not unfamiliar with this process. She began by designating a small area for seedling cultivation, using her hoe to dig a trench approximately 10 centimeters wide from one end to the other. She added the fermented fertilizer she had obtained from the market, laid down a thin layer of soil, placed the sweet potato tubers within, and finally covered them with another layer of soil, leaving the budding shoots exposed to the light. After completing these tasks, Gui Yunqi found herself breathless and fatigued. Goodness, farming truly is no easy feat. Once the planting was finished, watering was next. She drew a bucket of water and slowly irrigated the soil until it was thoroughly saturated, then covered the area with plastic sheeting to complete her work. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she looked up at the sky. Within her spatial realm, the weather remained constant, always sunny. She could only wait and see if the seeds would sprout. Upon emerging from her space, she found that the group had halted for a rest. "Little Sheer is awake. I saw you sleeping so soundly that I didn't want to disturb you," Song Huajian said with a smile. Gui Yunqi, feeling exhausted, replied, "I'm so tired. Although I worked in my consciousness, it was far from effortless. I wish I could just lie down in the wagon and sleep for 3 days and nights." "Mother, I'm not eating anymore. I just want to sleep a little longer." With that, Gui Yunqi turned over and dozed off again. When she next awoke, it was already the dead of night. "Elder brother, it's your turn to keep watch tonight," Gui Yunqi said, rubbing her eyes sleepily. Gui Shao nodded. "Sleep a bit longer. It's still early before dawn. I won't sleep anymore. I've already rested all day. I think I'll take a walk nearby," Gui Yunqi declared as she jumped down from the wagon. After lying down all day, she felt sore all over and desired to stretch her legs. "Alright, just don't wander too far. There are wild beasts in these mountains," Gui Shao cautioned. Chapter 47. The little wolf cub. Gui Yunqi surveyed her surroundings and discovered that everyone had paused beside a small grove along the mountain path. The trees had withered, and the biting wind whistled through the branches, sending shivers down her spine. Fortunately, the group was clad in thick clothing, and with the scarves and hats crafted by the women, they huddled together beneath a large down comforter, feeling quite warm. They had spread straw on the ground and were sleeping soundly. 10 men on watch sat drowsily under the trees, awaiting the arrival of their replacements in the latter half of the night. Seizing the opportunity while others were distracted, Gui Yunqi swiftly retrieved a military coat from her space to wrap herself in, feeling a bit more comfortable, for the night's chill was unbearable for most. This mountain appeared desolate and devoid of human presence, with a few dilapidated thatched huts at the foot, remnants of what had once been a hunteress dwelling. Gui Yunqi took a stroll, feeling somewhat at ease, but her stomach audibly protested from hunger. She decided to set up a pot and prepare herself a clandestine midnight snack. Having gone without food for an entire day, a light meal would suffice. Initially, she planned to simply make some porridge, but seeing that everyone was asleep and the camp was a distance away, she opted to pull out 2 packets of snail rice noodles from her space instead. The fragrant yet pungent noodles were, after all, one of her favorites. Once the water boiled, she added the noodles and cooked them until they could be easily broken with chopsticks. After rinsing them in cold water, the noodles emerged delightfully chewy. Next, she prepared her secret fried egg. Heating oil in a pan, she poured in the beaten egg mixture, which puffed up instantly, and after flipping it, a crispy and delectable fried egg was ready. She brought the water back to a boil, added the seasoning packets for the snail noodles, and then introduced the noodles along with some fresh Shanghai greens. Finally, she garnished her bowl with tofu skin, pickled bamboo shoots, peanuts, and the fried egg, presenting a bowl brimming with flavorful snail noodles. Slurping up a mouthful, Gui Yunqi could not suppress a smile of contentment. The heavens had not forsaken her. Though her days in exile were somewhat arduous, the pleasure of savoring a bowl of noodles made it all worthwhile. Just as she was enjoying her meal, she heard a faint rustling from the nearby dry grass, a sound that sent chills down her spine in the darkness. What could it be? Gui Yunqi cautiously fixed her gaze on the brush, and to her astonishment, a 4-legged creature emerged, emitting a low growl. Upon closer inspection, her heart nearly skipped a beat. It was a wolf cub. With a coat of silvery gray fur and gray eyes, it was roughly the size of a small modern dog, baring its teeth as it approached. Where on earth did a wolf come from in this frigid winter? Gui Yunqi sighed in exasperation, relieved it was merely a cub. A full-grown wolf would certainly pose more trouble. She breathed a sigh of relief and disdainfully glanced at the little creature, saying, "Little one, I'm trying to eat here, so please move along." Yet, the cub seemed oblivious, taking a couple of steps closer, pawing at the ground before sitting down right in front of her. Guiyunchi couldn't help but smirk. Who would have thought she would witness a wolf trying to charm her in her lifetime? Seeing that Guiyunchi was ignoring it, the cub pawed at the ground again, anxiously spinning in circles, gazing at her with eager eyes. Do you want this? Guiyunchi pointed at the pot of snail noodles, incredulously staring at the cub, as if she began to understand its intentions. The little wolf cub excitedly twirled around again, whining. Finally, this woman understands. Guiyunchi quirked her lips. Indeed, wolves too seem to be seeking sustenance in these difficult times. Chapter 48. A sudden flood. 10 minutes later, Guiyunchi, cradling a bowl, slurped her noodles while casting a disdainful glance at the young wolf cub beside her, who was diligently devouring his meal. In regions ravaged by disaster, wild beasts such as wolves and tigers had become a rare sight on the mountains. This little wolf cub was so emaciated that one could nearly see his bones, with a face that was sharp and pointed, resembling that of a. Before long, the pair had polished off an entire pot of river snail noodles, and Guiyunchi tossed the cub a ready-to-eat chicken leg from her spatial storage, causing him to wag his tail in delight. Why do you resemble a dog? Guiyunchi couldn't help but chuckle. A wolf that wags its tail is indeed a rarity. The little wolf cub seemed to understand her, lifting his gaze to blink at her before lowering his head to continue his meal. All right, eat up. I shall return to rest now. After rinsing the pot and bowl with detergent, she stored them away in her spatial storage, preparing to head back to the camp. However, just as she took a few steps, the wolf cub followed closely behind. What's this? Are you planning to cling to me? Whoa. The wolf cub, clutching the chicken leg, frolicked around Guiyunchi, refusing to leave, clearly able to distinguish between a hearty meal and mere scraps. Guiyunchi looked at the cub in exasperation and warned, do not follow me, or I shall stew you. Ugh. The wolf cub lay down on the ground, motionless. Guiyunchi sighed, wondering why she seemed to detect a sense of grievance on the little creature's face. Back in modern times, she couldn't even keep a flower alive, let alone raise a wolf in ancient times. Moreover, bringing this cub home would surely terrify her beautiful mother. Just as Guiyunchi contemplated sending him away, she noticed the wolf cub suddenly perk up his ears, his eyes fixated intently on the direction of the camp, gleaming with ferocity. What are you looking at? Hey, where are you going? Before she could comprehend the situation, the wolf cub dashed away like the wind toward the camp where everyone was stationed. Fearing for her family's safety, Guiyunchi hurried after him. By the time she arrived, panting heavily, she caught sight of a dark figure swiftly fleeing from the vicinity of the grain storage wagon. Who goes there? Guiyunchi gasped, instinctively attempting to pursue the shadow. Yet, in the next moment, the wagon filled with grain suddenly ignited, startling the horses, which began to bolt in a frenzy. Shao Shi? Guo Xiao, upon hearing Guiyunchi's voice, looked up to see the dark. However, worried that his sister might be trampled by the horses, he rushed toward her and swiftly pulled her to safety. The others, alarmed, cried out, Fire, fire, everyone, wake up. At that moment, the bedding of those still sleeping began to spark. Fortunately, the flames were not yet large, and upon waking, everyone scrambled to extinguish the fire, successfully dousing it. However, the wagon carrying the grain, coupled with the horses' rapid flight and the winter's biting winds, saw the flames grow increasingly fierce. Witnessing this scene, Guosong quickly whistled, and the frightened horse gradually calmed down, allowing the group to seize the opportunity to douse the flames with water from their barrels. Yet, after the fire was extinguished, only a meager amount of grain remained on the wagon. Guiyunchi assessed the situation and found merely 2 bags of sweet potatoes, 2 bags of potatoes, and 1 bag of rice left. Even more troubling, the water barrel was completely drained from the firefighting efforts. Brother, uncle, someone set the fire. Guiyunchi declared coldly, I just saw a shadow run past here. In this desolate wilderness, how could anyone commit arson? Upon hearing this, a flicker of dread crept up the spines of the group. Who could possibly wish to harm them? Chapter 49 of the Blackwater Mountains. Indeed, I have seen it as well, Guo Xiao said in a solemn tone. It's unfortunate that we could not capture him. A profound silence enveloped the group. The arduous journey they had endured together had taken its toll, with each member gritting their teeth to persevere. However, the thought that their very own relatives could be the ones plotting against them filled them with despair. Let us muster some courage, Song Chuan spoke gravely. I believe that individual has failed this time, but he will undoubtedly attempt again. We must all remain vigilant in the days to come. But our provisions have run out, what shall we do? Lu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, on the brink of breaking down. What are you crying for, you woman? Upon hearing her words, Song Zhe shot a fierce glare at Lu, as if to demand that everyone join her in her lamentation. Lu, taken aback by her husband's rebuke, hurriedly wiped her tears, silenced by his admonishment. Song Chuan too felt the weight of concern. Without food, what were they to do? Everyone should return and rest for now. We will devise a plan tomorrow, Guiyunchi stated firmly, emphasizing that the preservation of their strength was paramount. With a collective sigh, the group acquiesced and made their way back, realizing that any pressing matters could only be addressed at dawn. Turning back, Guiyunchi spotted the little wolf cub looking up at her with eager eyes. You clever little creature, Guiyunchi remarked with curiosity. Since you saved us today, you may accompany me from now on. The wolf cub seemed to understand, joyfully circling around her in delight. Little sister, what is this? Guo Xiao inquired, astonished at the sight of the wolf cub. Guiyunchi recounted her encounter, and Guo Xiao could only express his amazement. This cub is still young, it must be extremely hungry to behave so, Guo Xiao noted. The others soon realized that a small wolf had joined Gui Yunxi, and after hearing her tale, they regarded the cub with newfound affection. If little she wishes to keep it, then let her, Song Huashan said. Alas, we currently lack sufficient food. It may have to endure hunger alongside us. Big dog. Xiao Shui exclaimed, gazing at the wolf cub in surprise, her voice soft and innocent. You are the dog, I am of the purest wolf king lineage. The little wolf cub retorted angrily, scratching the ground with its paws. Xiao Shui, it's time for bed, Xiao Yu gently took her sister's hand, displaying an air of maturity. Before long, everyone had settled down to rest, yet nearly all were unable to sleep soundly, preoccupied with thoughts of how they would proceed without food and water on the morrow. This was a year of famine. Previously, they had been fortunate to find sustenance, but now, with provisions depleted, they faced a perilous path ahead. The next morning, as the group awoke, most bore the marks of sleeplessness, dark circles under their eyes. Concern about their future weighed heavily on their minds, especially as they had now entered the region most ravaged by the famine. The roads were nearly deserted, let alone the absence of food and water, all having been scavenged by those fleeing the disaster. Song Chuan, the elder Song, and Guo Xiao had scarcely slept through the night, deliberating until the dawn. Ultimately, they devised the only course of action available. There is but one way forward, Song Chuan declared solemnly to the gathered crowd. After conferring with the elder, we have determined that the only path to survival lies through the Blackwater Mountains. The Blackwater Mountains. A voice of alarm broke through the crowd. Who in the Xianling Empire was unaware of the Blackwater Mountains? It was a place notorious for its deadly reputation. Long ago, it was rumored to harbor unparalleled treasures, enticing countless wealthy adventurers and armies to seek fortune within, yet nearly all perished within its confines. It was said that a myriad of wild beasts roamed there, alongside venomous serpents and insects. The summers were sweltering, and winters were bitterly cold, not to mention that it was now the frigid month of December. Chapter 50 of the strange Song Lao Heir. Brother, father, is there truly no other path available? Song Zhe could no longer restrain himself and spoke up. The others gazed at Song Chuan with expressions rife with complexity. None of them wished to venture into the Blackwater Mountains, notorious as a land of death. How could they possibly withstand the ferocity of wild beasts and venomous creatures? I am aware that none of you desire to go, Song Chuan murmured, his head bowed in resignation. Yet, it is the only route left to us. Although perilous, it may still provide sustenance and water. Should we choose not to go, starvation is our sole fate. Upon hearing these words, the group fell into deep contemplation. The Blackwater Mountains had gained a fearsome reputation, making it a place few dared to enter. Since the onset of the famine, desperate souls had ventured in search of food, yet nearly all had perished within. Consequently, the later waves of victims preferred to starve rather than brave this treacherous path, leaving a significant chance that food might still be found within. Contemplating this, the group's resolve began to waver. No, we cannot enter. Song Zhe, however, abruptly shifted his demeanor and vehemently opposed the idea. Second brother, Song Chuan cast a surprised glance at his usually meek sibling. Guo Xiao and Gui Yunxi exchanged knowing smiles, both perceiving the hint of doubt in each other's eyes. Brother, I am merely concerned for everyone's well-being, Song Zhe remarked, sensing the collective gaze upon him, his tone softening. Surely, we all know the dangers of the Blackwater Mountains. How many beasts lurk there? How can we possibly fight them off? His words prompted a wave of hesitation among the group. Maintaining his composure, Song Chuan coldly inquired of his brother, then what do you propose? I suggest we turn back and seek provisions before continuing our journey. Song Zhe proclaimed loudly. Nonsense! Old Master Song bellowed, slamming his hand against the carriage. What kind of talk is that? Indeed, uncle, Gui Yunxi added solemnly. Setting aside whether we can find food, can we even return? If we do not reach the wilderness before the end of February, we will all become fugitives. Xiaoxi, you are but a child, what do you understand? Song Zhe retorted. Your mother is 7 months pregnant. How can she venture into such perilous territory? Second brother, I am willing to go, Song Huashan spoke softly. Wherever Xiaoxi goes, I shall follow. Sister, do you not consider the safety of our family? You are being exceedingly selfish. Song Zhe exclaimed bitterly. Second brother, Song Huashan was taken aback, unable to comprehend how her once kind brother had transformed into this version of himself. Uncle! Gui Yunxi could not bear to see her beloved mother distressed. If you do not wish to go, you need not, but why speak so harshly to mother? She is your own sister. Indeed, second brother, what has come over you today? Song Chuan pressed his lips together, gazing at his younger sibling with a complex expression. Having spent years in military service, he had seldom engaged with this sole brother. Their bond, upon reflection, was rather shallow, and at this moment, he found himself unable to fathom him. There is nothing more to discuss, brother, I simply will not go to the Blackwater Mountains, Song Zhe declared resolutely, casting aside any pretense. If you do not go, what of Xiao Shui and your wife? Song Chuan asked in a low voice. They are my wife and daughter. Naturally, they shall accompany me. Song Zhe retorted beside him. Lu Shi held Xiao Shui closely, anxiety etched upon her face as she observed her husband, sensing a shift in his demeanor today. Nonsense! Without food or water, what use is it to follow you? I am a man, I shall find a way to provide for them. Enough! Old Master Song's voice rang out in anger. If that is the case, then let us divide our forces. Chapter 51. Departing for the Blackwater Mountains, Song Chuan let out a sigh, comprehending his father's intentions. Then let us split into teams. Those who wish to accompany us to the Blackwater Mountains may step forward. For those who prefer not to join, that is perfectly acceptable. I shall distribute some provisions fairly among everyone, and each may choose for themselves. We shall remain with Uncle Gua, Gui Yunqi declared without hesitation. Both she and Gua shall perceive that their second uncle, Song Zhe, was no ordinary man. Not if they could distance themselves from him, it could serve as a means of safeguarding the group, for a traitor within their ranks would spell disaster. I will stand with the young lady. Gua Song stepped forward, bringing along his mother. Old Master Song also took Qin's hand and positioned himself beside Song Chuan. Though Qin felt a pang of reluctance to leave her youngest son, she ultimately steeled herself and walked over. Upon witnessing this scene, Song Zhe's eyes seemed to flicker with a complex emotion. The four maidens, Qing Dai, Bai Yun, and others, along with Granny Chu, also joined them. Gradually, many others followed suit, for Song Chuan had always been their leader, and in their hearts, they still held a great deal of trust in him. Mother, elder brother, Lu Shur hesitated, but eventually resolved to align herself with Song Zhe. Mother, are we not going to stay with our sisters? Little Shuer, seemingly perplexed by the unfolding events, anxiously inquired. Be good, Shuer, Lu Shur said, her voice tinged with unease. We are merely parting from your sisters for a few days. Once we reach the wilderness, we shall be reunited. Oh, little Shuer lowered her head, dispirited. Lu Shur, cradling her daughter, slowly made her way towards Song Zhe. Unbeknownst to her, the decision she was making at that moment would plunge her into an abyss of despair, a choice she would come to regret for a lifetime, fundamentally altering her worldview, though that is a tale for another time. Once the teams had been organized, Song Chuan counted their numbers, 78 on their side, while Song Zhe's group comprised 34 individuals. Song Chuan did not reproach these individuals, for in the face of life and death, each person had their own choices to make. After a brief consultation, the remaining few decided to leave a sheep, a bag of sweet potatoes, a bag of potatoes, half a bag of rice, for quilts, and some warm clothing for Song Zhe's team, considering their lack of provisions. In a generous gesture, Song Chuan also allocated the only sow in their group to them. However, they refrained from giving them the horse-drawn carts, as their supplies were limited. 30-odd individuals could manage without the additional burden of a cart, especially when starvation loomed. Before parting ways, everyone bid farewell with a sense of reluctance, having lived together for so long, forming bonds of affection. Qin, unable to bear the thought of leaving her youngest son, sat in the cart, secretly wiping away her tears. Second brother, until we meet again in the wilderness, Song Chuan said, patting Song Zhe on the shoulder, his tone somber. Song Zhe nodded silently, leading his group away at a slow pace. Little Shuer gazed longingly at the others, her eyes glistening with tears like a pair of little lanterns. This sight tugged at Gui Yunqi's heart. She, too, felt a deep attachment to the little one but could not bring herself to wrest the child from her parents. In a quiet act of kindness, Gui Yunqi discreetly placed some food and a self-defense dagger into Lu Shur's bag, lightweight items that Lu Shur did not notice at the moment. Now, she could only hope that her suspicions were unfounded and that her second uncle would lead everyone safely to their rendezvous in the wilderness. Both groups set forth on their respective journeys. With the absence of food, there was ample space in the carts. Gui Yunqi, along with Song Huazhen and Little Yuer, took a seat in one cart, while Old Master Song and Qin settled into another. Thick quilts lay beneath them in the cart, and Song Huazhen reclined, covered with a down blanket, his complexion appearing somewhat pallid. Gui Yunqi offered him a bowl of sheep's milk. I am not thirsty, you may have it, Song Huazhen gently declined, shaking his head. Ignoring his protests, Gui Yunqi thrust the bowl into her mother's hands, insisting, Mother, do drink, if you do not, I shall spill it. You impudent child, Song Huazhen finally relented, sharing the bowl of sheep's milk with Little Yuer. Chapter 52. Then you shall be called Little Silver. Their company now consisted of but a single ewe, a sack of potatoes, a sack of sweet potatoes, and half a bag of rice. The ewe could still produce some milk, yet there was a growing concern that if they continued on, she might not find enough to eat and thus be unable to yield any milk, which would leave them no choice but to slaughter her for cured meat. Furthermore, the two horses also required feed, but where in their company could they find fodder for the steeds? In the December weather, not a single wild blade of grass could be found along the roadside, which greatly troubled Song Chuan. They had a journey of 2 days ahead to reach the Blackwater Mountains. Uncle, I have dug up many wild vegetable roots, chopped finely, they can serve as feed for the horses. Gui Yunqi chimed in cheerfully. Song Chuan looked down to see his little niece holding a basket filled with chopped wild roots, beaming with delight. Wild grass roots, Song Chuan exclaimed in astonishment at his niece. Indeed, uncle, back in the countryside, I once saw the elders feeding horses with wild grass roots. Horses can eat them, Gui Yunqi exclaimed with enthusiasm. What a resourceful child, Song Chuan couldn't help but praise, realizing he had not thought of such a splendid idea. Yes, truly perceptive, Li Shur added, affectionately patting Gui Yunqi's head with a tender smile. Observing the sweet smile on the young girl's face, it seemed to invigorate them all as they continued on their way. Let everyone take a brief rest ahead. Once we've fed the horses, we shall resume our journey, Song Chuan announced loudly from the front of the group. Let us all gather more wild vegetable roots. It will aid in feeding the horses on our journey, Song Chuan continued. He left unsaid that he hoped, once their food was depleted, they would still have wild grass roots to stave off hunger, albeit a most desperate measure. The group halted, silently beginning to dig up the wild roots along the roadside. They spared their blades, instead using sharpened twigs. Gui Yunqi led the two horses to a secluded spot before she began to feed them. Her earlier words were merely a ruse. How could horses possibly consume wild grass roots, especially these two, who had been pampered with spiritual spring water? Their appetites had become quite discerning. Gui Yunqi secretly chopped the wild roots into fine pieces, mixing them with rice bran to feed the chickens, ducks, and geese in her spatial realm. She then took some fresh greens and grains, quietly offering them to the horses, along with a bit of The little wolf cub eagerly nudged Gui Yunqi's calf, demanding to eat and drink as well. Gui Yunqi twitched her lips. She had almost forgotten about the little cub. She retrieved some water and food from her spatial realm, feeding the famished little creature, which devoured the offerings with great relish. With your silver coat, I shall call you Little Silver from now on, Gui Yunqi said with a smile, gazing at the wolf cub. Little Silver. The cub looked up at Gui Yunqi with a dazed expression, pondering the meaning. Yet, it mattered not, as long as there was food, all was well. After feeding Little Silver, Gui Yunqi returned to the group with it and the two horses. The others were quite fond of Little Silver, for it was neither aggressive nor fierce, and posed no threat to the horses or sheep in their company. Rather, it was quite affectionate, quickly winning the heart of Little Ewer, who would eagerly approach to pet it whenever she spotted it. Nonetheless, Little Silver held a special affection for its owner, often lazily lounging atop the wagon with Gui Yunqi. Humph, a noble wolf king must have a chariot. Once the group had gathered enough wild roots, they resumed their journey battling the howling cold winds. They traversed for an entire day. By evening, many began to feel their strength waning, and two elderly individuals even fainted from dehydration. It is known that a person can only survive 3 to 4 days without water, and given their continuous travel, moisture was evaporating from their bodies at an even swifter pace. Let us persevere a bit longer. We need only to travel one more day to reach the Black Water Mountains. There, we shall surely find a water source. Song Chuan, his parched lips cracked, spoke in a hoarse voice. Chapter 53 Cultivating potatoes and sweet potatoes. Gui Yunqi sighed with a heavy heart. Despite possessing exceptional skills, she found herself constrained, fearing exposure of her space. Were it not for this trepidation, she would have readily brought forth the spiritual spring from her realm for everyone to partake. Yet, as is often the case, imagination paints a far more beautiful picture than reality. In truth, she could only discreetly offer her you a sip of the spiritual spring water and a morsel of food. Once the ewe began to produce milk, she collected some sheep's milk and secretly mixed in a generous portion of the spiritual spring water before presenting it to Li. Why is there so much milk today? Li exclaimed in astonishment. How could there not be? Gui Yunqi replied, nervously tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. With half a bucket of sheep's milk augmented by her own half bucket of spiritual spring water, it nearly amounted to a full bucket. Indeed, the quantity was somewhat exaggerated. However, in their current circumstances, such concerns were secondary. Li joyfully accepted the milk, exclaiming, the sheep and horses in our team are all nurtured by little Sheer. Truly, she is our team's little lucky star. The sheep she raises produce an extraordinary amount of milk. There likely isn't another in the nation that yields so much. Aunt, please distribute it among everyone. They are parched. Gui Yunqi feigned modesty, relieved that Li continued to regard her as a lucky charm, thus allowing her to evade suspicion. Nodding vigorously, Li hurriedly began to share the sheep's milk. Each person received a small bowl, and Gui Yunqi had taken care to add essential salt to the water, combined with the unique properties of the spiritual spring water, ensuring that everyone could endure the day without issue. As night fell, the group pressed on without rest. The women walked within the ranks while the men held torches aloft, forging ahead with great haste. This was also Gui Yunqi's suggestion. Based on her recollections, the Black Water Mountains bore some resemblance to modern temperate rainforests, fraught with peril. If they did not make progress tonight, they would not reach the mountains until the following evening, and without preparations for the night, danger loomed. Bumping along the journey, Gui Yunqi, seated in the cart, feigned sleep with her eyes closed while her consciousness ventured into her space. Upon entering, she swiftly made her way to the 2 acres of land. Lifting the plastic cover, she was astonished. In just a day, the sweet potato seedlings had grown over 10 centimeters tall. A wave of joy surged within her. Perhaps the soil in her space possessed unique qualities, allowing the seedlings to flourish rapidly. Coupled with the nourishing spring water, the sprouts were robust and thriving. With the seedlings ready, it was time to plant them. Armed with a hoe, Gui Yunqi swiftly set to work. The hoe swung swiftly, digging a hole for each seedling, then covering them with earth in a flurry of activity. After much labor, she finally completed the planting of the sweet potatoes across the entire acre. Following this, she watered the seedlings before pausing to catch her breath. She intended to plant potatoes on the remaining acre. Potatoes were significantly simpler to cultivate. The seeds had been pre-sprouted. After cutting them into pieces, they could be planted in a staggered arrangement without much need for watering, just keeping the soil moist sufficed. Gui Yunqi quickly planted the potatoes, glancing at the time to find that 7 or 8 hours had already passed. Indeed, time flies when one is engaged in work. Looking over the 2 acres she had painstakingly cultivated, Gui Yunqi felt a profound sense of satisfaction. If these crops thrived, they could plant these 2 food sources upon reaching the wilderness, as they were both high-yielding and easy to grow, sufficient to fill everyone's bellies. In the future, she could use these 2 acres in her space for seedling cultivation, and once the famine passed, they could experiment with growing an even greater variety of crops. With these thoughts, Gui Yunqi's heart brimmed with determination. As long as she remained diligent and industrious, she was confident she could lead everyone toward a prosperous and comfortable life. Chapter 54. Entering the Blackwater Mountains after completing her farm chores, Gui Yunqi returned to the real world and immediately succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing into a deep slumber. When she awoke the following morning, she discovered that the group had paused by the roadside for a respite. Brother, where exactly are we? Gui Yunqi asked groggily as she dismounted from the carriage. Once we traverse this grove ahead, we shall have entered the Blackwater Mountains, Gui Xiao replied in a low voice, his gaze tinged with concern. Gui Yunqi cast a serious glance towards the front, where a vast expanse of desolate woods lay before them, beyond which loomed towering mountains that reached for the heavens, undulating majestically and encircling the surrounding area for miles. Some trees on the mountainside had withered, yet an array of unknown vegetation sprawled across the terrain, shrouded in thick mist that enveloped the mountains like a mysterious veil, concealing the dangers within and obscuring their true nature. Standing at the foot of the mountains, the group felt insignificantly small. Guayunchi's heart sank further as she contemplated, isn't this akin to a primitive forest of the modern age? Such a colossal mountain range surely harbors plenty of food and water, yet those destitute wanderers would rather starve outside than venture even a single step within. Now I understand why. With such lofty peaks and profound woods, those emaciated refugees would be unlikely to survive even a moment inside. She yearned to extract all the supplies from her space immediately, ensuring everyone could eat their fill, thus avoiding the treacherous Blackwater Mountains altogether. However, she could not reveal her spatial abilities, otherwise, she would be met with dire consequences in this chaotic time. Brother, we cannot simply proceed directly into the mountains, Guayunchi declared resolutely. While she could protect herself, she could not ensure the safety of everyone. The only solution was to equip them with the means for self-defense as much as possible. You have a plan, little sister? Guo Xiao inquired eagerly upon hearing her words, fully trusting his astute sister. Guayunchi shook her head. I cannot guarantee absolute safety for everyone, but we can certainly implement some measures. Steeling herself, Guayunchi began to contemplate essential survival tactics for the jungle. She first retrieved a substantial quantity of antidotes for venomous insects and snakes, as well as emergency medical supplies, dividing them into numerous small packets for each member of the group to use for self-defense. Having previously procured a considerable amount of medicinal supplies, the others did not question her actions. To avoid the challenges of managing too many individuals, Guayunchi organized them into small teams of 4 to 5, selecting a strong leader for each group to oversee the safety of their team members. Previously, as they left Motsi County, they had scavenged numerous weapons from bandits, which now came into play, with each team receiving a knife or dagger for their leader to carry. Subsequently, Guayunchi instructed the group to gather sturdy branches, and together they fashioned these into wooden staffs, spikes, and nunchaku, ensuring that everyone was armed. Even little Yuer and Songhuajian were given small wooden spikes. Seeing that the preparations were nearly complete, Guayunchi finally breathed a sigh of relief. With these provisions, as long as they did not encounter a pack of wolves or a bear, everyone should be able to maintain their safety. Before setting off, Guayunchi made sure to gather various unidentified wild vines from the forest, leading the group in weaving ropes and mats. These items were indeed indispensable to facilitate the movement of the wagons. Songchuan led a team ahead with knives in hand, clearing a path. Several nimble women sat atop the carriage, deftly weaving ropes and mats as they journeyed, quickly producing a considerable amount. Whether it was the abundance of equipment or Guayunchi's serious demeanor, the group seemed less fearful. Let us go, everyone. The Blackwater Mountains are a shortcut. If we all make it through here and past 2 small towns, we will reach the wilderness. Songchuan encouraged from the front. Upon hearing his words, the group's spirits were further lifted. If they could weather this storm, they would finally have a place to call home, no longer enduring the hardships of life on the road. Chapter 55 A Wilderness Survival. Upon entering the mountains, a profound chill enveloped the group. The forest, dense with lush trees, perpetually shrouded from sunlight, rendered the temperature significantly lower than that outside. Fortunately, they remained on the periphery of the jungle, encountering no immediate danger. However, their location also meant a lack of sustenance. As hunger struck, they nibbled on the roasted sweet potatoes they carried, replenishing their strength, and sipped a bit of goat's milk from bamboo tubes, gradually making their way deeper into the jungle after several hours of travel. Ah, a snake! Suddenly, a maid within the group shrieked, sending a jolt of tension through everyone. And Guayunchi turned to see a brilliantly colored snake coiled within a thicket, its eyes glinting with menace. Do not speak, move quietly, Guayunchi commanded in a low voice. The serpent was likely roused from its winter slumber by the noise of their passage. Fortunately, each member of the group carried herbs to repel venomous snakes, preventing any attack. With hearts racing, they cautiously advanced, feeling as though their very hearts were pounding in their chests. Good heavens, they were all accustomed to the comforts of the capital, unaccustomed to such harrowing sights. Fear not, tread lightly. If we do not disturb them, we shall be safe, Guayunchi reassured them softly. Upon hearing this, their frantic hearts gradually calmed. After a considerable time, they encountered 3 poisonous snakes, numerous large venomous spiders, and a wild monkey that attempted to snatch their food but was driven away. Some of the women were nearly brought to tears, wishing they could turn back immediately. They would rather starve outside than continue on this treacherous path. Yet, they all understood that having ventured into this jungle, there was no turning back. It was their only means of survival. Fortunately, they also discovered many wild fruits along the way. After Guayunchi confirmed their safety, they consumed some to ease their hunger. We cannot proceed any further, Guayunchi declared, glancing at the sky with a grave tone. The nights in the primordial forest are not akin to simply finding a patch of grass to lay upon outside. Traveling at night is perilous. Everyone, halt, form small teams to search for food nearby. Remember, do not wander far, the rest will assist me in constructing a temporary shelter, Guayunchi called out. At this moment, the group had begun to look to this 12-year-old girl as their leader, with even Songchuan unconsciously organizing the teams according to her directives. Songhuajian lay in the cart, watching her mature daughter with a mixture of pride and sorrow. She longed for her daughter to enjoy the carefree life of a typical girl under her parents' care, yet her little Sierra bore the weight of the entire family, breaking her heart. Quickly, tasks were assigned. Guo Xiao led 5 teams in search of food while the remaining members awaited Guayunchi's orders. After a day of relentless weaving, the women had crafted 5 large mats and several dozen meters of rope. Under Guayunchi's guidance, they gathered sturdy branches, trimming off the side shoots to create robust wooden poles, which they stacked in a clearing. The women cleared away the dry leaves to avoid attracting venomous insects and mosquitoes. Gui Yunxi first marked a large rectangle on the ground, instructing the others to drive 4 wooden stakes into the corners and secure them with earth. They then tied rope to the tops of the stakes, intertwining them to form a rudimentary roof. Gui Yunxi further draped numerous banana leaves over the rope, ensuring the roof was tightly sealed to prevent any snakes or insects from startling them during their slumber. Satisfied, she nodded in approval. Subsequently, they positioned the woven mats between the 4 pillars, securing them with rope to create makeshift walls, which would shield them from the chilling winds of the forest at night. It was crucial, especially in winter, as temperatures in the jungle could plummet drastically. Such windbreaks were essential. Due to the large number of people, the construction of the shelter proceeded remarkably swiftly, nearing completion in less than an hour. Moreover, the rope and mats could be reused, effectively resolving their accommodation issue for the nights ahead. Gui Yunxi sighed in relief, grateful for her prior training in wilderness survival. Otherwise, she might have fallen victim to the merciless trials of nature. Chapter 56. The first night in the wilderness after the group had successfully erected their shelter, the team tasked with foraging for food returned. Their efforts bore fruit, yielding a bountiful harvest of wild potatoes and berries, while the women gathered a generous amount of wild greens. Although they had not managed to hunt any game, their foraging was still commendable, providing ample sustenance for a hearty meal. Even more delightful was the discovery of a small stream not far away, which filled everyone with joy. With water readily available, they could now cook their meals. Gui Yunxi felt a great sense of relief at this news. With water close at hand, she would no longer have to exhaust herself retrieving it from resupplies. At last, we finally have something to eat, Qin Shi remarked, her heart heavy with emotion as she observed the bustling group, sighing as her thoughts wandered to her second son. Mother, I'm certain that second brother is safe, Song Chuan reassured her. Alas, in all these years, it was her second son whom she felt she had wronged the most. Regret filled Qin Shi's aged eyes. While her eldest son was off to war, she had been consumed with worry for him, neglecting her second son who now found himself in this predicament, a situation partly of her own making. No one understands a child better than their mother. Even Gui Yunxi and Gui Xiao sensed something amiss with Song Zhe, let alone his own mother, Qin Shi, yet the group refrained from mentioning it, unwilling to disrupt the harmony of their family. Mother, second brother will certainly be fine. Once we reach the wilderness, we will see him again, Song Huashan offered comfort. Qin Shi nodded, suppressing her sorrow for the sake of her children. Little Yuer, now without the company of Xiao Shuer, spent her days alongside the little wolf cub, Xiaoyin, and the two became inseparable playmates. Gui Yunxi busied herself with the women to weave an oversized fish trap, placing it in the swift waters of the stream, hoping to return the following day to see if they had caught any fish. If not, she planned to secretly procure a few from her supplies, as her mother needed nourishment to regain her strength. After setting the trap, Gui Yunxi did not rest. She hurried to feed the 2 horses and a ewe. The animals, clearly famished, neighed and bleated eagerly upon her arrival. I'm here, stop your noise. Gui Yunxi said, exasperated yet amused as she finished feeding them. Turning around, she noticed Xiaoyin looking at her with a pitiful expression. Humph, ungrateful master, you've neglected to play with me all day. Alright, I've been busy, haven't I? Here, have 2 drumsticks, eat up. Gui Yunxi chuckled at Xiaoyin's antics, feeling an inexplicable connection with the little creature, perhaps a testament to their bond. Xiaoyin, still aggrieved, devoured the drumsticks and then joyfully scampered around Gui Yunxi. By the time she returned to the others, they had begun to light a fire for cooking using stones and earth. They constructed a rudimentary stove, setting up the large iron pot they had brought along. As the fire crackled to life and the spatula sizzled against the pan, a rare sense of tranquility enveloped the group. Perhaps it was the warmth of the cooking fire that brought them comfort. Beneath the shelter, a thick layer of straw and grass mats provided a soft resting place. Gui Yunxi lay beside Xiaoyin, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. What a tiresome day, she thought, longing to simply lie down and enjoy a restful sleep. Xiao Shi, it's time to eat. Song Huashan called out, her belly round with anticipation, holding a bowl and chopsticks aloft. I'm coming. Gui Yunxi sprang to her feet, exclaiming, time to feast. The group had prepared a pot of wild vegetable and sweet potato porridge, complemented by some sliced potatoes and the tangy sweetness of wild fruits, making for a delightful meal. Finally enjoying a satisfying dinner, smiles radiated from everyone's faces. For them, having food was the most fulfilling experience. With their bellies full, the night quietly descended. Darkness enveloped the forest as wisps of mist began to rise. Distant, unidentifiable animal calls sent shivers down their spines, and an involuntary chill crept over them, leaving goosebumps in its wake. Fortunately, the shelter Gui Yunxi had constructed was spacious enough to accommodate everyone. They arranged for 10 people to take turns keeping watch throughout the night to ensure their safety. Gui Yunxi also had several campfires lit around the perimeter to deter any small predators. Inside the tent, Mangshi laid out the blankets before helping Song Huashan to lie down and offering her a sip of water. Noticing Gui Yunxi still outside, she softly called, Xiao Shi, it's time for bed. I'm coming. That night, Gui Yunxi, Mangshi, Song Huashan, and Qin Shi all shared a single blanket. The others huddled together under their own blankets, those without enough cover resorting to thick clothes. With the warmth of the fires and the protection of the grass mats, they felt quite cozy. Yet, no one dared to sleep soundly. It was their first night in the Heishui Mountains, and fear gripped each heart, terrified that if they closed their eyes, they might never awaken. As the night wore on, exhaustion finally overcame them, and they succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 57. Fishing at the break of dawn the next day, everyone rose early. It was quite chilly. Gui Yunxi reluctantly crawled out of her warm bedding, stealthily applying several heat packs to herself to ward off the cold. The group had already dismantled the straw mats and ropes, placing them alongside the down comforters on the cart. Someone had also filled the large water barrel, preparing to continue their journey. The women hastened to kindle a fire, roasting sweet potatoes and potatoes to sustain everyone on the road, for given their current pace, they would only be able to prepare a proper meal at night, necessitating the preparation of ample provisions. Seizing the opportunity, Gui Yunqi took little Yuer to inspect the spot where she had set the fish trap the previous night. To her delight, they observed considerable activity within. The two girls worked together to retrieve the trap, discovering not only 3 lively carp but also 7 or 8 sizable crabs. This brought immense joy to Gui Yunqi, for she had yet to taste crab since coming to this world. As for the fish, she intended to reserve them for her mother as soup. Upon returning to the group with the fish trap, Gui Yunqi found that everyone had nearly finished packing. Li Shi, upon seeing what Gui Yunqi had brought back, expressed her delight. Xiao, she is truly a dutiful child, even knowing to catch fish for her mother, she remarked with a smile. Dear aunt, it is only right, Gui Yunqi replied with a smile, handing the fish to Li Shi. Her aunt was an exceptionally open-hearted person, and Gui Yunqi felt completely at ease giving her anything. This made Gui Yunqi immensely grateful, for she was fortunate to have encountered such a warm family upon her arrival. Had she met a family of miscreants, she feared she might have succumbed to the urge to retaliate. Climbing aboard the cart with little Yuer, the group resumed their journey. The path through the forest was exceedingly narrow, making it difficult for the cart to traverse. Thus, Gui Xiao and Song Chuan led a contingent ahead, wielding knives to clear the way, while the cart and the rest of the group followed behind, navigating the challenging terrain. Little Yin, resembling a young girl, snuggled comfortably in the cart, peacefully dozing off, which stood in stark contrast to the anxious expressions of the others. Thus, they traveled for yet another day. At this pace, barring any unforeseen circumstances, we should emerge from the Blackwater Mountains in a mere fortnight, Song Chuan declared with a smile. Does this mean we shall soon reunite with our husbands? Song Huashan could not contain her excitement upon hearing this. Indeed, mother, Gui Yunqi replied cheerfully. Once we reach the wilderness, we shall have a home. How wonderful! Meng Shi exclaimed in admiration. When we arrive in the wilderness, we can pool some silver to send the children to school, old Master Song continued, for having once held an official position, he understood that education should never be compromised, regardless of financial circumstances. Gui Yunqi nodded, appreciating her father's insight. Although exiled children could not take the imperial examinations, they could still attend school. Can little Yuer go to school as well? The little girl beside her inquired, her eyes lighting up at the thought. In the Shenzhou Empire, girls were permitted to attend school, and she had previously studied for a year in the capital before being unable to continue due to her exile. Of course. Once we reach the wilderness, you can join little Shuer and Ling Xiao in school, Li Shi said with a warm smile. Upon hearing this, the little girl's face blossomed with happiness. The group engaged in lively conversation, and time flew by swiftly as twilight gradually descended upon them. Chapter 58. At last, rain has fallen. Taking advantage of the daylight, Gui Yunqi ventured into the space to inspect her crops and was delighted to discover that her sweet potato seedlings had thrived remarkably. The leaves were beginning to trail, and in just a few days, she would be able to harvest some sweet potato leaves for consumption. The potatoes had also sprouted, their tender shoots presenting an exceptionally pleasing sight. After watering both the sweet potatoes and potatoes, Gui Yunqi emerged from the space. Meanwhile, the group had begun to set up camp, reminiscent of their arrangements from the previous day. Today, they had deliberately chosen a location abundant with trees, selecting 4 distance trunks to serve as posts, securely binding them with hemp ropes and layering them with thick banana leaves, encircled by straw mats, thus facilitating their shelter. During the day, under Gui Yunqi's guidance, the women had woven 5 net-like hammocks from hemp ropes, which Gui Yunqi hung up for the night watchmen to use for their rest. With the accommodation issue swiftly resolved, the group seized the opportunity to forage for food before darkness fell. The women gathered wild vegetables while the men went hunting, creating a lively atmosphere. Engaging in light-hearted conversation, the initial trepidation they felt upon entering the Heishui Mountains had dissipated. Xiao Shi, do be cautious, Li Shi advised with concern. Of course, thank you, Auntie, Gui Yunqi replied with a smile. In the primordial forest, sustenance was plentiful. Upon her arrival, Gui Yunqi stumbled upon a massive decaying log teeming with lion's mane mushrooms. The mere sight of them rendered her momentarily speechless. Lion's mane mushrooms in fish soup, what a delectable and aromatic dish that would be. Promptly, Gui Yunqi gathered a few maidens to assist her in collecting the mushrooms. Once they had harvested the lion's mane, they discovered a flourishing patch of amaranth. It was unusual for such vegetables and mushrooms to be present in this season. Perhaps the erratic climate during the years of famine had led to this fortunate encounter. The women cheerfully filled several baskets with amaranth and also gathered some wild fruits, yielding a bountiful harvest. Miss! How wonderful, tonight we shall feast! Xing Dai exclaimed joyfully. You glutton, all you think about is food, Lucy laughed. Oh, Sister Lucy, isn't life all about satisfying this appetite? Xing Dai, unabashed and thick-skinned, responded with a grin. Alright, let us hurry up and pack to return. Nightfall is upon us, Bai Yan urged from the side. With their baskets brimming with produce, the group cheerfully made their way back to the campsite. As Li Shi walked, she suddenly felt a few drops of water land on her face. Is that dew? Li Shi puzzled, glancing up at the surrounding trees. Ah, why is this dew so cold? It dripped down my neck. Xing Dai exclaimed, surprised by the sudden chill. Not dew. Gui Yunqi gasped, looking up at the sky. It's raining. Raining? The group stared in astonishment at the heavens, a wave of excitement surging through them. Heavens above! Rain has finally come to this drought-stricken land. We are saved. The thunder roared, echoing as if a divine presence were ringing bells in their ears. Raindrops began to pour down. Auntie, don't rejoice too soon. The rain is about to intensify. Quickly, back to the camp. Gui Yunqi called out, clutching the lion's mane mushrooms. Ah, indeed, everyone, let us return to the camp. Li Shi laughed, her face beaming with joy. Every countenance radiated with celebratory smiles. Upon reaching the camp, the group sought refuge in their makeshift shelter from the rain. Just as the women set their belongings down, the rain began to patter down vigorously, the banana leaves overhead rustling in a lively manner. Fortunately, the banana leaves were thick enough to keep them mostly dry within their shelter. Chapter 59. This little lucky star is not easy to be. Long before, many had gathered ample firewood at the campsite, which now proved useful. The group ignited various bonfires, encircling them to roast sweet potatoes and potatoes. While roasting potatoes, Li conversed with Song Chuan beside her. Big brother Song, do you think that once the rain stops and we reach the wilderness, we will be able to cultivate the land? Song Chuan nodded, his face brightening with joy. That should be no problem at all. How wonderful it would be to cultivate the land. Li chuckled, her eyes narrowing in delight. Then no one will have to go hungry. I will plant several acres for everyone so that we can all enjoy a hearty meal. Song Lingxiao exclaimed, his proud demeanor eliciting laughter from the group. Mother, we will also cultivate the land. Gui Yunqi softly remarked, sitting beside Song Huazhen. There's no need for you to worry about that, Song Huazhen replied with a smile. Your mother, your father, and your elder brother will handle the farming. There is no need for a little girl like you to toil in the fields. Indeed, little Sierre, there is also your sister-in-law, she can help in the fields too. Meng interjected, although she hailed from the capital, she was certainly not the type to shy away from work. Feeling the warmth of their affection, Gui Yunqi could not help but display a blissful smile. Then little Sierre will stay at home to prepare meals for her parents and siblings. Of course, I adore the dishes prepared by little Sierre, Song Huazhen nodded, smiling. The group envisioned their future life, their faces radiating happiness. Outside, the rain poured incessantly, yet within the shelter, tranquility enveloped them. As night fell over the forest, Gui Yunqi prepared a large pot of clear stewed crucian carp with monkey head mushrooms. When it was ready, she sprinkled goji berries and a pinch of salt, releasing an enticing aroma. Fortunately, the seasonings and ingredients were safeguarded by Bai Yun, preventing them from being lost to the flames. Li also cooked some sweet potato and wild vegetable porridge, which paired perfectly with the roasted sweet potatoes and potatoes, yielding a delightful meal. After dinner, Gui Yunqi gathered everyone by the fire to weave raincoats and hats, as none could ascertain when the rain would cease. The forest was filled with palm trees, and the network of fibers surrounding their trunks served well for crafting rain gear. They toiled until the early hours of the morning, only pausing when exhaustion overcame them, lulled into dreams by the rhythmic patter of rain outside. Upon waking the next morning, a gentle drizzle still fell. Who knows how long this rain will persist? Meng remarked solemnly, lifting the straw mat to glance outside. The group was eager to venture out in search of food. Gui Yunqi could not help but remind them, no one knows when this rain will stop, it would be wise to go out now. What if we wait too long, we might find ourselves hungry again. Little Sierre is right. The men should don their raincoats and hats and head out to forage. Song Chuan quickly led several others, clad in the rain gear they had woven the previous night. Little Sierre is indeed resourceful. Li exclaimed. If it weren't for her guiding us in weaving these raincoats last night, we would have been drenched today. Being soaked would lead to fever, and in this wilderness, a fever could spell disaster, she added. Do not speak so, I also learned a thing or two back in the countryside, Gui Yunqi replied with a smile. In my view, the sage little Sierre encountered in her childhood must have foreseen our current predicament, prompting her to learn skills in the countryside to save us. Li mused. Sister-in-law, do you truly believe that? Song Huazhen asked in astonishment. Why would it be impossible? Li replied, casting a glance at Gui Yunqi. Sister, do not forget how many dangers we have faced along the way. If it weren't for little Sierre, we would have perished countless times. That makes sense, she nodded in agreement. We must not forget the many times little Sierre has helped us. Listening to Li's words, Song Huazhen felt a surge of belief and, with tenderness, pulled her daughter close, showering her with affection. My little Sierre, you have endured so much. If it weren't for your efforts to save the Guo and Song families, you would not have had to suffer in the countryside. I am so sorry for you. Seeing her mother on the verge of tears, Gui Yunqi quickly reassured her, Mother, please do not cry. I actually had a rather happy childhood, so there is no need for you to worry. Song Huazhen managed a strained smile, you are simply too understanding. No, I shall go steam some crabs now. Go ahead, but be careful not to get pinched. Gui Yunqi sighed in relief. Ah, being this little lucky star is indeed no easy task. Chapter 16 Natural heating. As Gui Yunqi finished steaming the crabs, the men returned with their catch. Perhaps due to the rain, the animals in the mountains had begun to relocate, resulting in a stroke of good fortune for them that day. Not only had they ensnared 4 fish in the fishnet crafted by Gui Yunqi, but they had also hunted down 2 wild rabbits and 3 wild chickens. Furthermore, 2 of the men had even carried back 2 baskets of wild sweet potatoes, which they discovered thanks to the heavy rain washing away the soil. The women, having brewed medicinal herbal concoctions to ward off the cold, hurriedly served the men upon their return, urging them to consume every last drop. After all, in this region, falling ill from the cold could lead to dire consequences. With such a bountiful hunt, the group chose not to feast excessively but rather settled for roasted sweet potatoes as a modest meal. When not pressed for time, they aimed to conserve resources. Despite the abundance of edible provisions in the forest, the dangers were equally plentiful, and the rain continued to fall outside. Given the current chilly weather, food could be stored without fear of spoilage. As night fell, the temperature plummeted once more. Gui Yunxi discreetly checked the thermometer and gasped. It was a staggering -12 degrees. Even within the tent, everyone was shivering uncontrollably. The cold was unbearable, and without blankets, they would surely succumb to the chill. In a bid to survive the night, the men and women separated, huddling together under the covers, which they draped horizontally over themselves, just managing to cover their bodies. However, the adults inevitably found their feet exposed, forcing them to curl up their legs for some semblance of comfort. To combat the cold, they kindled several more fires within the tent, providing a modicum of warmth. In the middle of the night, Gui Yunxi was jolted awake by the biting cold. It was unbearable. Swiftly, she retrieved a warm cotton jacket from her supplies and slipped it beneath her clothing. Feeling a touch of relief, she then fetched several hot water bottles, filled them with steaming water, and quietly placed them by the feet of a few individuals. This was certainly not a sustainable solution. After pondering for a moment, Gui Yunxi gently set up an 8-quart pot over the campfire, filling it with water and bringing it to a boil. Before long, steam began to fill the tent, wrapping everyone in a cocoon of warmth. Gui Yunxi sighed in relief, recognizing this as the most primitive form of heating, ensuring that her mother and the others could enjoy a restful night's sleep. The night watchmen, witnessing this scene, were filled with astonishment, yet, due to the late hour, they remained silent. They joined Gui Yunxi in adding more firewood to the flames, stoking the fire to a roaring blaze. After enduring the night, the rain finally ceased. At the break of dawn, Gui Yunxi quickly gathered the hot water bottles. When everyone awoke, they felt rejuvenated. Remarkably, everyone had slept exceptionally well through the night. "I didn't feel cold at all last night," Li remarked while tidying up the blankets. "You certainly did not feel cold. If it weren't for Xiaoxi burning the hot pot all night, we might have frozen to death," Song Chuan replied in a low voice, having been one of the night watchmen. "Xiaoxi, you were the one tending to the hot pot last night?" Song Huazhen exclaimed in shock, turning to his daughter. "Mother, it's nothing," Gui Yunxi smiled faintly, though internally she was in turmoil. Dear heavens, she was utterly exhausted and desperately needed sleep. "Xiaoxi is truly a wonderful child," Qin exclaimed, gazing at Gui Yunxi with deep emotion. "Having her is indeed a blessing for us. Indeed, we are indebted to the young lady. She didn't wake us up last night," another chimed in, overwhelmed with gratitude. "How fortunate I am to be the maid of such a kind mistress." Gui Yunxi felt a wave of frustration. She hadn't called anyone because she could afford to sleep during the day, while the others had to weave raincoats and forage for food, necessitating their need for rest. As the praises continued to rain down upon her, she succumbed to sleep, collapsing in the cart. With the rain now ceased, the group was eager to resume their journey. The closer they drew to the wilderness, the less they wished to pause, longing to traverse vast distances in a single day and reach the untamed expanse swiftly. Raindrops and dew still clung to the leaves, prompting everyone to don their raincoats and hats as they trudged forward with great difficulty. Chapter 61 The Savage Desert City. A few sturdy men forged ahead, clearing the path as the group journeyed tirelessly for 7 consecutive days, only pausing to rest during the night. "We are close. Just 3 more days and we shall completely traverse the Black Water Mountain range," Song Chuan remarked, his map in hand, a smile gracing his lips. "Beyond the Black Water Mountains, a mere 10 miles further lies Falling Cloud City. After that, 200 miles will bring us to Qingyun town, and a further 20 miles west will lead us into the wilderness." How splendid, how splendid! The group was filled with exhilaration, as if the perils of their arduous journey had vanished and the destination was finally within reach. "Sierra, it's time for dinner," Song Huazhen softly called from the side. Gui Yunxi stirred awake, still somewhat dazed. For days, she had been diligently tending to the 2 acres of land in their space, utterly exhausted, and to the others, it seemed as though she had been perpetually asleep. At noon, the group did not linger. Their lunch consisted of the dried potatoes and roasted sweet potatoes prepared 2 nights prior. Only the elderly, children, and the pregnant Song Huazhen were afforded any meat during midday. Gui Yunxi, having regained her senses, promptly declined the roasted rabbit leg that Song Huazhen offered her, knowing that her mother needed nourishment now more than ever. As the supplies consisted mainly of meat and wild sweet potatoes, they were not placed in the cart but were instead carried by the stronger men of the group. A few of the womenfolk sat atop the cart, weaving insoles from ulla grass, making their journey somewhat more comfortable. "Mother, I had my fill before sleeping, and I'm still quite full." "You should eat," Gui Yunxi said. Upon hearing her claim of fullness, Song Huazhen felt relieved and began to savor the remaining rabbit leg. "Mother, what does the wilderness look like?" Little Yuer inquired, slightly bored as she leaned against the cart. "Ah, the wilderness, in truth, is referred to as Desert City," Li Shi explained while continuing her weaving, possessing a bit more knowledge from her years of traveling. "It is said that over 100 years ago, Desert City was a place of great wealth, situated near the Great Zhou and Wu kingdoms, and was once a vital stronghold of the former dynasty. However, after the ascension of the former emperor, due to early conflicts with the Great Zhou, Desert City fell into decline. Later, the region, plagued by significant temperature fluctuations throughout the seasons and constant sandstorms, rendered the land barren and difficult to cultivate, leading to poor harvests and resulting in severe local poverty. Its distance from the capital gradually transformed it into a place of exile, hence the name wilderness." Little Yuer nodded, somewhat comprehending. "So, is our destination indeed that Desert City?" Gui Yunxi, overhearing, felt a flicker of interest. "It should be," Li Shi affirmed with a nod. "Your father should have already settled there, awaiting our arrival. Regardless, upon reaching Desert City, we shall finally have a home." Xinsher, seated in another cart, remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "Indeed, when we arrive, we shall build a few houses, preferably in close proximity to one another for mutual support." Wei Yunqi smiled, "Exactly. It would be best for us to be near each other to avoid being bullied by outsiders. I've heard that the wilderness is sparsely populated, and those who reside there are quite rugged, often quarreling over mere morsels of food, though I cannot vouch for the truth of such tales," Mengshi said, walking alongside Guo Xiao, a hint of trepidation in her voice. "What are you worried about, sister-in-law? After all, you have my elder brother to protect you, he won't allow you to suffer any indignities," Wei Yunqi teased. "You cheeky girl." Mengshi's face flushed a rosy hue at the jest, casting a shy glance at Wei Yunqi, prompting laughter from the group. "Wenxian, I apologize for any hardships you've endured these past days," Guo Xiao whispered softly to Mengshi, concern evident in his eyes. "Husband, what are you saying?" Mengshi shot him a glare, "Having grown up together, you should know my nature. As long as you are well, I find peace." Guo Xiao smiled, quietly grasping her hand lying in the cart. Wei Yunqi was bombarded with a mouthful of dog food, but since it was her elder brother and sister-in-law's affection, she resigned herself to endure it. Oh, how difficult it was for her. Chapter 62 of The Savages. Indeed, when one reflects upon it, Meng's devotion to Guo Xiao is truly commendable. Imbued with genuine sincerity, she was the sole daughter of the Meng family in the capital, embodying grace and tranquility, coupled with striking beauty and elegance. Having grown up alongside Guo Xiao, their bond blossomed from childhood, cultivating an affection that was undeniably profound. As they matured, and given Guo Xiao's commendable character and disposition, the two families naturally arranged their union. Even after her elder brother suffered a leg injury, Meng continued to care for him with unwavering dedication and never uttered a word of complaint. When the Guo family faced the unjust accusation of confiscation, Guo Xiao offered to separate for her safety, yet Meng resolutely refused to abandon the Guo family, even at the cost of her own life. Throughout, she has shown utmost devotion to both her beloved mother and Wei Yunqi. Such a devoted Meng undoubtedly deserves the love and cherishment of Guo Xiao. In the afternoon, Wei Yunqi ventured into the space once more, discovering that the 2 acres of sweet potatoes and potatoes had thrived remarkably, with vines even more robust than those cultivated in the finest fields outside. The sweet potato leaves were now ready for consumption. As evening approached, the group naturally paused their journey, selecting a pleasant spot to set up camp where they collectively prepared a stew of wild chicken and roasted some wild sweet potatoes, constituting their evening meal. Wei Yunqi utilized the sweet potato leaves from the space to concoct a pot of sweet potato porridge for Song Huazhen. Since the leaves were cultivated within the space, they were anything but ordinary. Indeed, Song Huazhen, who had previously felt nauseated, found immediate relief upon consuming the porridge, with the discomfort of her pregnancy vanishing entirely. Once the meal concluded, everyone settled down in the campsite to rest. A few of the women, seeking pastime, gathered around the fire to continue weaving shuinsoles. Meanwhile, Song Lingxiao, along with Xiao Yuer and Xiaoyin, engaged in playful antics outside the tent, reveling in their merriment. Wei Yunqi, having satisfied her hunger, lazily reclined on the soft down quilt, comfortably closing her eyes to rejuvenate. At the current pace, they would arrive at the Wild's Mo city in another fortnight. Wei Yunqi envisioned constructing a bright and spacious brick house with 4 rooms upon their arrival, one for her parents, one for herself, one for her elder brother and sister-in-law, and another reserved for her yet-to-be-born sibling. She planned to enclose a front and back courtyard with a back for raising fowl, such as chickens, ducks, and geese, and ideally, to dig a pond for fish or shrimp. The front courtyard would serve as a floral haven, adorned with fruit trees. She aspired to cultivate a wall of climbing roses and place a chaise lounge, allowing her to bask in the sun, living as a carefree spirit and idyllic existence. Additionally, she intended to cultivate several acres of crops, sufficient to feed the family. It would be delightful to embark on a small business venture with her parents, ensuring a prosperous life ahead. Lost in such thoughts, Wei Yunqi succumbed to a drowsy slumber. "Ah, who are you? Release my daughter at once." Just as Wei Yunqi drifted into a pleasant dream, she was jolted awake by the piercing scream of Li Shi. Hastily, she sprang up only to find the tent deserted, with the sounds of a fierce struggle emanating from outside. Upon exiting, Wei Yunqi was taken aback. A group of 7 or 8 individuals, clad in bizarre attire and appearing disheveled, adorned in the pelts of wild beasts, were chattering incomprehensibly. One of them was tugging at Xiao Yuer's hand, attempting to pull her away from Li Shi. The little girl, unaccustomed to such a scene, erupted into a fit of terrified sobs. "Aunt, what is happening?" Witnessing this distressing sight, Wei Yunqi's heart raced, her scalp prickling with fear. These were savages. Oh heavens, why must I encounter such calamities? Is fate determined to thwart my pursuit of a peaceful life? Fortunately, their numbers prevailed, and Xiao Yuer was swiftly rescued by the group. The frightened little girl clung to her mother, sobbing uncontrollably. The savages, wielding wooden spears, boasted dark skin and faces painted with peculiar designs, gesticulating animatedly and muttering in an unknown tongue. Anger swelled within the onlookers, fists clenched, ready to confront these intruders who dared to intimidate a child. "Wait, do not engage yet," Wei Yunqi urgently interjected, "they may not harbor ill intentions." Chapter 63. Seeking Xiaoyin. Upon hearing Wei Yunqi's words, everyone's actions involuntarily came to a halt. "Xiaoxi, do you recognize these individuals?" Li inquired cautiously, her gaze fixed warily on the wild men. "I do not know them personally," Wei Yunqi replied, "but I have heard tales from the village elders about reclusive wild men dwelling in the deep mountains. Surely, these must be they." "Wild men? Surely not. Have we truly encountered wild men?" A collective gasp arose as memories of childhood tales surfaced. One recounted how their grandmother spoke of wild men who consumed human flesh. This cannot be true, dear heavens. The group was visibly alarmed, for if these were indeed man-eaters, the implications were grave. At that moment, the wild men were also scrutinizing the group. Noticing their compliance with Gui Yunxi's words, they shifted their gaze to the petite girl. One particularly towering wild man, clad in wolf pelts and appearing to be in his 40s, approached Gui Yunxi, gesturing animatedly while chattering in a language they could not comprehend. Gui Yunxi thought to herself, please, she has yet to learn their tongue, must they complicate matters so? Xiaoxi, what is he saying? Guo Xiao, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired from the side. I am not certain, Gui Yunxi replied, exasperated. Did they truly believe she resembled someone capable of communicating with wild men? As the crowd exchanged glances, nodding in silent agreement, the young lady seemed to possess boundless abilities. Just as the tension mounted, Xiaoyin, who had remained in the tent, suddenly dashed out, circling around the middle-aged wild man in excitement. Upon seeing Xiaoyin, the wild man's face lit up with exhilaration, and he began to utter a flurry of words that were incomprehensible to the onlookers. Gui Yunxi was bewildered, her expression mirroring a question mark. What is happening? What is going on? After a moment of joyous reunion between the wild man and Xiaoyin, the wild man calmed himself and performed a peculiar gesture towards the group, seemingly expressing gratitude before turning to leave with Xiaoyin in tow. This left Gui Yunxi and the others in a state of confusion. Cousin, it seems they were searching for Xiaoyin all along, Song Lingxiao remarked, astonished. No wonder they were speaking oddly to Xiao Yer earlier. She plays with Xiaoyin daily and must carry his scent. Gui Yunxi's lips twitched, so, she had unwittingly nurtured a wild man's cub. As Gui Yunxi stood in a daze, Xiaoyin paused, turning back to look at Gui Yunxi with a pitiful expression before tugging insistently at her skirt. Are you asking me to come with you? Gui Yunxi asked in astonishment. Xiaoyin nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Wu, master, come quickly, there are wonderful things to behold. Xiaoxi, do not go. Li immediately grasped Gui Yunxi's arm, recalling the tales of the wild men's cannibalistic tendencies. Indeed, cousin, safety is paramount, Song Lingxiao chimed in, echoing the sentiment. Xiaoyin, seemingly understanding their concerns, began to hop anxiously, circling around Gui Yunxi. After a moment's contemplation, Gui Yunxi spoke, these wild men likely harbor no ill intentions. I trust Xiaoyin, he has assisted us on numerous occasions and would not harm us. Then we shall accompany you, Guo Xiao said gently, affectionately ruffling his sister's hair. Thank you, brother. Gui Yunxi replied, a smile gracing her lips. After some deliberation, the group concluded that the wild men appeared courteous and posed no threat. They decided that Guo Song, Guo Xiao, and the skilled Qing Dai would accompany Gui Yunxi, while the rest would remain behind to await their return. The wild men seemed taken aback by Xiaoyin's reaction, yet quickly comprehended the situation. They exchanged a brief, curious glance with Gui Yunxi and her companions, but said nothing further. Chapter 64 Gallo. Not long after Gui Yunxi and her companions followed the wild men, they arrived at their dwelling. Before them lay a cluster of wooden huts of various sizes, nestled alongside a crystal-clear stream that enhanced the beauty of the surroundings. Gui Yunxi couldn't help but admire the wild men's choice of residence, yet, she felt a twinge of curiosity. Why had one of the wild men brought them here without so much as a word of inquiry? Did he not fear that they might be ill-intentioned? As they walked a little further, Gui Yunxi soon understood the reason for his unspoken confidence. She noticed the pelts of wolves, tigers, and bears hanging outside the huts, with several tiger heads swaying ominously at the entrances, creating a rather unsettling atmosphere. Gui Yunxi couldn't help but twitch her lips. With such formidable strength, who would dare to instill fear? The ones who ought to be afraid were surely her and her companions. Had she not trusted Xiaoyin, she would have been tempted to turn and flee at that very moment. These wooden huts were predominantly inhabited by wild men, and it was likely the first time they had encountered outsiders. As they gathered together, staring curiously at Gui Yunxi and her friends, chattering in a tongue they could not comprehend. Miss, do you think these wild men eat people? Qing Dai asked, her gaze lingering on the beast pelts, a hint of fear in her voice. Whether they do or not, I cannot say. However, if they were to eat anyone, it would surely be someone as plump and fair as you, Gui Yunxi teased. Ah, surely not. Is it too late for me to start a diet? Qing Dai furrowed her brow in concern. What a foolish girl, Guo Song chided, laughing. Miss is merely jesting. You are the foolish one. Qing Dai retorted defiantly. Listening to their playful banter, Gui Yunxi couldn't help but smile with exasperation. The leading wild man brought them to the front of the central hut and paused, exchanging some words with Xiaoyin before turning to leave. Xiaoyin seemed to sense something and joyfully dashed inside. Soon, a man's excited voice rang out from within. Hooray, you're back. Gui Yunxi and Guo Xiao exchanged glances before following Xiaoyin inside. The interior of the hut was quite simple, furnished with a wooden stump serving as a table, a few stone stools, and a rather crude bed. Lying upon the bed was an exceedingly handsome man. He wore a long coat, his black hair tied up with a crown, his skin fairer than snow, and his features sharp and defined, resembling a sculpture. His deep blue eyes held an air of mystery, exuding an exotic allure. Yet, he appeared quite frail, his lips devoid of color, only regaining a flicker of vitality upon seeing Xiaoyin. And you are, the man inquired, raising an eyebrow in curiosity at Gui Yunxi and her companions. I saved Xiaoyin. I am his owner, Gui Yunxi replied succinctly. It was she who revived this nearly starving little wolf cub with a bowl of snail noodles, so it is not entirely an exaggeration, she added. The man paused, quickly grasping that the little wolf cub referred to Xiaoyin. You are the ones who saved him, thank you, he said in somewhat halting Central Plains dialect. Please forgive me for not being able to rise to greet you. You may sit and rest. The group nodded and settled upon the stone stools. Is this young master not from the Xinzhou Empire? Qing Dai asked, her curiosity piqued after taking a seat. The young man offered a faint smile, though a hint of sorrow flickered in his azure eyes. My name is Gallo, the second son of the lord of Bailon City at the border of Wu. The wild men outside are my maternal kin. Guo Yunqi nodded in acknowledgement, yet inwardly, she couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment. She exchanged a glance with Guo Xiao, both recognizing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. The implications of his words were quite substantial. Son of a city lord, with a mother from among the wild men. Noticing their expressions, Gallo offered a self-deprecating smile. There is no need for surprise. My existence is merely the result of an unexpected encounter between my father and mother. With that, he lowered his gaze, revealing a hint of vulnerability, silently awaiting any derision from the group. It mattered little to him, he had long grown accustomed to the scornful and disdainful gazes of others. Guo Yunqi pondered for a moment before speaking. Young master, are you afflicted by poison? Gallo's eyes widened in surprise at her question, yet he did not detect any mockery or scorn in their gazes. Yes, he nodded. It was a poison my father administered when I was born. My mother employed numerous methods to preserve my life, but alas, she is no longer with us. A flicker of joy seemed to cross Gallo's features as he spoke, the pallor of his complexion slowly giving way to a hint of color. Since my mother's passing, I returned to the tribe at the age of 6. I have not seen outsiders in a long time. Perhaps my uncle wished for me to interact with the outside world, which is why he brought you here. Please forgive his impetuousness. As he spoke, Gallo gestured in gratitude towards the group, his sincerity palpable. Chapter 65 The wild man's gratitude. It was not that they forced us to come, we followed Xiaoying here, Guo Yunqi whispered softly. Wu left Jello a glance down at the obedient wolf cub lying on the ground, a smile gracing his features. It appears that Ula has acknowledged you as its master. This is your destined connection. Its father was the sole wolf king of the jungle, and also a childhood companion of my mother. After my mother passed away, the wolf king accompanied me for a few years before departing, leaving Ula by my side later. Due to an unfortunate incident during a hunt, we accidentally lost him, and now seeing him safe brings me comfort. Jalua revealed a pure smile, his blue eyes resembling the crystal-clear waters of a serene lake, captivating all who beheld them. Having said this, he turned and retrieved a peculiar short flute and a yellowed piece of paper from beneath the bed, offering them to Guo Yunqi. My mother once mentioned that if the descendant of the Wolf King chooses a master, this token of the Wolf Clan may be presented to them. This is a short flute carved from the bones of the Wolf King, along with the Beast Master's melody. When played together, it can command a pack of wolves. Guo Yunqi accepted the flute and the melody with surprise, glancing at Xiaoyin. Well, you little creature, you certainly weren't raised in vain. Xiaoyin proudly raised its head, proclaiming, I told you there were good things. Humph, I am not the wicked little wolf that deceives my master. Guo Yunqi quickly concealed the two items within her sleeve, thinking it foolish to reject such treasures. Die in the perilous wilderness, one could never predict the dangers that might arise, and possessing these items could prove invaluable. However, Guo Yunqi was not the type to take advantage of others. Young Master Jalua, perhaps I can alleviate your poison, she said, a faint smile gracing her lips. The man lying on the bed suddenly lifted his head, revealing a look of incredulity. An hour later, the night had fully enveloped the forest. Guo Yunqi, Guo Xiao, Qing Dai, and Guo Song returned, burdened with dozens of pounds of wild game, accompanied by Xiaoyin. Xiao Shi'er. Uve finally returned. Goodness, did you go robbing? Li Shur exclaimed in astonishment, her mouth agape. Madam, all of this was given to us by those wild men, thanks to our young lady. Qing Dai joyfully replied. Aunt, don't ask now, come help me. I can hardly carry this. Guo Yunqi cried out, nearly in tears as she struggled under the weight of a wild goat. The wild men, in gratitude for her assistance in alleviating Jalua's poison, had gifted them an abundance of game, continuing to bestow their offerings until they were near the camp. Uncle, hurry to the camp. There's still plenty of meat over there. Ah, I'm going right now. Once they finally managed to transport everything, they discovered that the cart was nearly overflowing with wild game. Xiao Shi'er, this is far too much, Meng Shur said, standing beside the cart, wide-eyed at the sight of the food. Cousin, did you really bring all this? Incredible. Song Lingxiao gazed at Guo Yunqi with admiration. With this much food, we will surely have enough to last us to the wilderness. How splendid, Xiao Shi'er is amazing. Indeed. After Qing Dai and Guo Song narrated the events, everyone looked at Guo Yunqi with awe. Heavens, our young lady is truly extraordinary. Guo Yunqi merely smiled faintly, remaining silent. She had deliberately instructed a few to conceal the existence of the flute and the Beast Master's melody, only mentioning her role in alleviating Jalua's poison. The knowledge of the flute would not serve her well if too many were aware of it. As the night deepened, the group gathered around Guo Yunqi to inquire further, but under Li Shur's urging, they soon lay down to rest. May they have sweet dreams through the night. Chapter 66 A departure. At the break of dawn the following day, the group rose early to pack their belongings and set forth on their journey. Song Chuan directed everyone to load their provisions and bedding onto the wagon. Gazing at the abundant supplies filling the cart, Guo Yunqi felt an overwhelming sense of joy. She had finally attained her long-awaited freedom to indulge in meat, no longer confined to daily rations of dry cakes and roasted sweet potatoes. This was indeed a remarkable achievement. Once their luggage was arranged, the group set off in grand procession. As was customary, Song Chuan led the way, clearing the path for the wagon with his entourage. Seated at the rear of the cart, Gui Yunqi caught a glimpse of several tall and robust figures moving ahead of them. Though their faces remained concealed, these mysterious figures were silently driving away serpents and beasts, ensuring their journey proceeded with remarkable ease. She exchanged a knowing glance with Guo Xiao, and they could not help but break into laughter. Who could have imagined that their first act of kindness in this tumultuous world would come from the wild men of the mountains? Perhaps this was destiny. Thanks to the wild men's guidance, they encountered no difficulties or obstacles over the past few days and successfully traversed the Black Water Mountains in merely 2 days. As they walked along the country road, it was as if they had stepped into another world. How wonderful it was to have emerged from the Black Water Mountains. They had survived, and they no longer had to contend with venomous snakes and poisonous insects. Hearing the jubilant cheers from the others, a smile crept onto Gui Yunqi's lips. She slowly raised her right hand to her left shoulder, offering a gesture of gratitude customary among the wild men towards the direction of the Black Water Mountains, before turning to follow the main group onward. Not far within the Black Water Mountains, a man with azure eyes revealed a serene smile. After walking another 10 miles, they finally arrived at the town of Luoyun, as mentioned by Song Chuan. The settlement before them appeared exceedingly dilapidated, with the words Luoyun City hanging above the entrance. Shrouded in dust and grime, only a few soldiers stood shivering at their posts in front of the city gate. As the group approached, they were halted by the soldiers. "Who goes there?" one soldier exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the newcomers. "Are there still people entering the city amidst the current exodus?" "Return, my lord. We are from the Gui and Song families of the capital, currently en route to the wilderness," Song Chuan replied, lowering his head as he presented the official document in a hushed tone. Upon hearing this, the soldier nodded. There had indeed been instructions from above regarding the exile of the Gui and Song families, and they were aware of the situation. The soldier took the document, briefly perusing it, then glanced at the members of the group, his brow furrowing. "Was it not stated there should be 112 individuals? Your numbers appear insufficient." Song Chuan was taken aback, realizing he had overlooked this detail. The Xianzhou Empire maintained a stringent policy regarding the count of exiles. Even a single individual missing could be deemed a fugitive. In the end, if someone had perished, their ear would need to be severed for verification. "Ah, uncle and aunt were taken by bandits, woe is me." Just as Song Chuan hesitated to disclose the division of their group, a young girl named Xiaoya suddenly burst into tears. Gui Yunqi hastily took out a handkerchief to wipe the girl's tears, her voice tinged with sorrow as she spoke. "Officer, our party encountered bandits on the road who seized many from our group, claiming they would be used as food." In the midst of famine, cannibalism had become a grim reality. The court was preoccupied with managing the plight of the disaster-stricken cities surrounding the capital, hardly concerned with the lives of those here. The soldier cast a sympathetic glance at the group and spoke in a somber tone. Enough. You may proceed." Song Chuan expressed his gratitude to the soldier and discreetly slipped him some silver coins before ushering the group into the city. That was truly terrifying. After passing through the city gates, Li Shi finally relaxed her tense nerves. "Xiaoya, what was that outburst about? You nearly frightened your mother to death." "It was my cousin who taught me to say that," Xiaoya replied, having dried her tears and adopting a serious demeanor. "Aunt, we still do not know the fate of uncle and the others. It would be best for us to maintain our composure. If the soldiers label us as fugitives, it could spell disaster," Gui Yunqi cautioned. The group nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in her words. Indeed, it was Xiaoxi who had considered the matter thoroughly. Chapter 67. Going to fetch the bride. After a journey of half a month, the group traversed through Luoyun City and finally arrived at Qingyun town. Upon gazing at the plaque of the city gate hanging upon the wall, emotion surged within them, nearly bringing them to tears. After passing through Qingyun town, they would reach Imo City. The arduous journey they had endured was finally coming to an end. They were on the verge of having a home, no longer needing to toil and wander tirelessly. Just a little longer, everyone. Let us not pause, we are almost at Imo City. They pressed onward, hearts brimming with hope. In Imo City, specifically in Fuyun village, the sun shone warmly at noon, as the men finished their lunch and began to prepare for labor in the fields. Guofu picked up a hoe, a shiver coursing through him. He wore a tattered, grimy cotton coat, his only means of warmth. "Guolada, I heard your wife and daughter have arrived in Qingyun town." A ragged man in his 30s leaned in close to whisper. Guzi, is that true?" Guofu trembled, nearly losing his grip on the hoe, his heart racing at the thought of reuniting with his beloved Huazhen and little Sheer. It had once seemed an unattainable dream. "What kind of friendship do we share for me to deceive you? My cousin's wife's second aunt's daughter-in-law's brother is a guard in Qingyun town. This information was painstakingly acquired for you, it cannot be false." Guzi hurriedly reassured him, noticing Guofu's skepticism. "Fine, I understand." Guofu suppressed his excitement, retrieving the remaining half of his flatbread from his pocket and tossing it to Guzi. "I am going to find the village head. I will take a cart to Qingyun town tomorrow." "Oh, so you intend to fetch your bride?" Guzi grinned as he accepted the bread, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. In these harsh lands, even a mere piece of flatbread was a precious commodity. Guofu shot him a glare, setting down the hoe as he prepared to leave in search of the village head. Guzi took a bite of the flatbread and continued chattering. "Guolada, is your wife beautiful? I heard your daughter has turned 13. I've been a bachelor for over 30 years. I recently saved up some white millet. How about, hey, what are you doing?" Before Guzi could finish, Guofu seized him by the collar, confronting him with a fierce and terrifying glare that silenced him instantly. "Chen Ergu, I warn you, if you dare to harbor thoughts about my daughter, you will wish you were never born." With that, Guofu hurled Chen Ergu onto the ground and coldly turned away. Chun Erga sat there, shivering, unable to shake off the fear that gripped him that he could not comprehend why Gualauda, despite being among the exiled, possessed such a ferocious gaze, one that seemed to exude the ferocity of a battle-hardened killer, as if he had slaughtered countless foes on the battlefield. It was unclear what crime had led to his exile. After a while, Chun Erga slowly rose to his feet, heart aching as he picked up the half-piece of flatbread from the ground, such a valuable treasure in these desolate lands. Food was the most crucial resource. People resorted to cannibalism when starved, and it was not uncommon for families to sell their daughters or wives for a morsel of bready. Food was akin to heaven. Meanwhile, as the group reached the center of Qingyun town, dusk began to settle in and the streets were nearly deserted, their presence a stark contrast amidst the silence. They still had 50 miles to Imo City. With a wave of his hand, Song Chuan decided to indulge the group before entering the wilderness. They would not sleep by the roadside tonight but would stay at an inn. Gui Yunqi was elated. Heavens, I will finally not have to sleep on straw or endure the hard cart. I can rest on a soft, fragrant bed. Just the thought filled her with happiness. The others were equally excited, their sun-kissed faces gleaming as they hurriedly made their way to the inn, dragging children along, some carrying large iron pots, others clutching shovels and spoons, while a few balanced battered vegetable baskets atop their heads. Their hurried entrance startled the innkeeper and the young attendant. "We wish to stay," Song Chuan exclaimed as they entered, his voice ringing out. "You?" The attendant looked at them with disdain, hesitating. They appeared ragged, akin to refugees. Could they afford to stay? Despite the lack of business, the inn was not a charity. Song Chuan quickly grasped the attendant's hesitation, feeling reassured by the 800 taels Gui Yunqi had given him. "Do not worry, we will not stay for free." The attendant remained uncertain until the innkeeper suddenly beamed at him, reprimanding him. "What are you dawdling for? Quickly prepare the best rooms for our guests. It is a rare occasion for us to have customers. Make sure to serve them well." The attendant nodded, a smile finally gracing his face. "How many rooms do you require?" "Our best room is 201 per night, while the lower tier is 101. "Is it that expensive?" Song Chuan was somewhat taken aback. "Sir, this is quite reasonable. Everything is costly in these times," the attendant responded loudly. "Very well, we shall take 20 lower tier rooms for the night." Song Chuan steeled himself, pulling out 2 taels of silver and handing it to the attendant, feeling a pang of regret. The attendant bit into the silver and his face instantly lit up with joy. "Please, follow me to the second floor." The group, in high spirits, followed the attendant upstairs. The 20 rooms would be divided by gender, with 3 to 4 individuals sharing each room, a perfect arrangement. No one objected. After living in the wilderness for so long, simply having a place to stay at an inn was a tremendous blessing, leaving no room for complaints. "Uncle, we must ensure someone watches over our cart tonight. It holds all our provisions and cannot suffer any mishaps," Gui Yunqi reminded before entering her room. Song Chuan nodded. "Do not worry, little Sheer. I have arranged for the cart to be parked behind the inn. Tonight, Guisong and I will keep watch. There will be no issues." Reassured, Gui Yunqi finally entered her room. Chapter 68. A night of terror at the inn. The inn's arrangement could hardly be described as splendid, yet it brought an unusual sense of satisfaction to the group at that moment. Gui Yunqi, Song Huajian, and Meng resided in the same room. At this juncture, Song Huajian's belly had swollen to over 8 months, rendering her unable to bend down, requiring her daughter and daughter-in-law to assist her in donning her shoes. "Why does it feel like my mother's belly is larger than that of other expectant mothers?" Meng remarked, supporting Song Huajian as she reclined onto the bed. "Indeed, during my pregnancies with Xiaoer and Xiaoxier, my belly was never this large. Could it be that mother is carrying twins this time?" Gui Yunqi pondered, increasingly bewildered by the enormity of Song Huajian's belly. Given this pregnancy's appearance, the possibility of twins cannot be dismissed. Moreover, mother has exhibited nearly no pregnancy symptoms this time. Were it not for the size of her belly, she would appear as if nothing were amiss. Gui Yunqi speculated that perhaps it was due to the spirit spring water that her mother could navigate this pregnancy so smoothly. "If it truly is twins, father will undoubtedly be overjoyed." Meng chuckled, covering her mouth, as she had always harbored a fondness for children. The prospect of 2 little ones to dote on filled her with anticipation. "Let us rise early tomorrow to continue our journey. By evening, we should reach the wilderness and soon reunite with father," Gui Yunqi declared with a smile as she rested her head on the table. "You 2 girls, it seems the tables have turned, and you are now teasing me," Song Huajian said, seated on the bed, her face illuminated by a glow of happiness as she gazed at her daughter and daughter-in-law. No matter how arduous the journey had been, the prospect of reuniting with loved ones rendered it all worthwhile. The trio engaged in conversation for a while longer before preparing to rest. Fortunately, the inn's bed was quite spacious, allowing the 3 to fit comfortably, albeit a bit snugly nestled within the warm and cozy blankets. They soon drifted off into slumber. Nearly everyone else in the inn had also succumbed to sleep. Behind the inn, Song Chuan and Guosong each guarded a horse-drawn carriage. As night deepened, the entirety of Qingyun town was enveloped in darkness. At the hour of the tiger, faint sounds seemed to emerge from the pitch-black night. 2 pairs of sinister eyes glimmered in the shadows. "Zhang Hu, you nearly let a whole flock of plump sheep escape today." "I did not anticipate that these beggar-like individuals would possess so much food," the other replied. "Enough. I haven't had in ages. I'll lead a team to seize the carriages. You take another team to deal with those inside the inn." These 2 were, in fact, the innkeeper and a waiter from earlier in the day. "Innkeeper, allow me to handle the carriages. I learned how to manage them from my father when I was a lad," Zhang Hu eagerly interjected upon hearing the innkeeper's plan. Do you think I am unaware of your desire for the meat in those carriages? Look at your ambitions, do you really believe there will be less for you once food is available? The innkeeper shot a venomous glare at Zhang Hu, his eyes cold as a serpent, then continued, leave no survivors among those upstairs. Their bodies are all meat after they are slain, let your wife cure them with salt for provisions. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hu sprang to his feet, realizing he still clutched a sinister large cleaver in his hand. Rest assured, innkeeper, leave it to me. Soon after, dozens of shadows emerged behind the two, stealthily making their way towards the second floor and the rear courtyard of the inn. Gui Yunqi was plagued by a nightmare. She dreamed of encountering bandits who raided their supplies, leaving them destitute. The entire family was captured by the bandits, brutally slaughtered and chopped into pieces to be made into human meat soup. Startled awake, Gui Yunqi was drenched in a cold sweat. Chapter 69. The terrifying night at the Yantu and Fuyan village. At the hour of the tiger, the dawn had yet to break. The sole rooster belonging to the village head had already begun to crow. Guofu hastily urged the cart belonging to the village head along the road, laden with a bountiful harvest of potatoes, an accumulation of half a year's income for Fuyan village. This cargo was destined for the grain shop in Qingshan town, where it would be exchanged for much-needed coin to sustain the villagers' livelihoods. For this journey, he would earn a modest sum of 10 won, which was not insignificant. Guofu, known for his steady and reliable demeanor, received immediate approval from the village head upon expressing his intent to transport the cart. He was arranged to travel alongside Hu Erniu, Chen Ping, and others from the village to deliver the potatoes to Qingshan town. They had deliberately chosen to travel in the dead of night, a time when the risk of encountering bandits or rogue elements was minimal, thus ensuring their safety. Although the new year had just begun, the weather remained bitterly cold. While the others trudged along, shivering and moving slowly, Guofu alone pulled the cart with remarkable speed. With only 2 more li to reach Qingshan town, he wondered where Huajin and the others might be. Gripping the handle of the cart tightly, Guofu quickened his pace. Huolada is reckless, sprinting ahead like that, remarked Hu Erniu, who had his hands tucked in his sleeves, astonished by Guofu's swift progress. Indeed, Guofu consistently outworks us. It's astonishing he can dash so quickly while hauling a cart. I wonder what he did before to possess such stamina, Chen Ping responded. You may not know this, but my wife heard from the village head's wife that Guolada was brought over from beyond the pass, Hu Erniu divulged. Beyond the pass. Now you've astonished me, isn't that a war-torn area? Could it be that Guolada was a soldier? Chen Ping exclaimed in disbelief. I'm only relaying what my wife said, Hu Erniu replied, scratching his head. Who can say what is true? Let us exercise caution moving forward. If he truly hails from a battlefield, he may be a man who has taken lives. We should keep our distance from him, lest he turns out to be a brigand, Hu Erniu concurred, nodding. You're right, Pingu. I shall inform my wife when I return. Meanwhile, Gui Yunqi had just been roused from her slumber. As she lifted her head, she caught sight of several shadows swaying outside the window. Her bright eyes instantly darkened. There were intruders. Recalling the ominous dream she had just experienced, Gui Yunqi swiftly connected the dots. These individuals must have been stirred by their modest wealth when they had arrived at the inn, harboring intentions of robbery. No, it was likely that they had already conceived their nefarious thoughts upon their entry, for in these chaotic times, predators lurked everywhere. Mother, sister-in-law, awaken quickly. Gui Yunqi urged herself to maintain composure as she quietly roused Song Huajin and Mengshi. The two, still groggy from sleep, had no time to utter a word before Gui Yunqi placed a finger over her lips, signaling for silence. Having faced countless dangers on their journey, the two women immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. They were likely dealing with a den of thieves. You two hide, I will go seek help, Gui Yunqi whispered, forming the words with her lips. She was confident in her own safety. If necessary, she could simply retreat into her spatial realm. However, her mother and Mengshi were not so fortunate, especially with so many others in their group. Thus, Gui Yunqi prioritized securing the two women before she could venture out to confront the intruders. Quietly, Gui Yunqi helped Song Huajin and Mengshi conceal themselves within the wardrobe. Just as she was about to depart, Song Huajin grasped her hand, her eyes filled with concern. Gui Yunqi assured her with a reassuring gesture, gently closing the wardrobe door behind her. Though Song Huajin was anxious for her daughter, she understood that accompanying her now would only serve as a burden. In the darkness, she cradled her belly, silently praying for the safety of all. Husband, where art thou? Chapter 70. Premature birth. At this moment, Zhang Hu stealthily led a group of over 20 men into the second floor of the inn. His thoughts immediately turned to the delicate, pregnant woman who appeared to be frail and was accompanied by a child, undoubtedly an easy target. Thus, he directed his team towards the room occupied by Gui Yunqi and her companions, quietly opening the door. In the pitch-black night, a piercing scream echoed, awakening everyone. What was that sound? It seemed to have come from the young lady's room. This is bad, the young lady is in danger. Everyone, quickly get up. Amidst the ensuing chaos, the group swiftly sprang into action, rushing out of their rooms. Zhang Hu, bloodied and missing an ear, writhed on the ground in agony, clutching his head. Beside him stood a fierce little wolf, Little Silver. It bared its teeth and emitted a chilling howl. Damn it, how could there be a wolf? Zhang Hu roared, brothers, charge. In the next moment, dozens of men brandishing large knives advanced toward Gui Yunqi. Some seized the opportunity to slip into the room in search of Song Huajin and Mengshi. However, the girl who had been standing there suddenly vanished. The assailants struck air, momentarily bewildered. Where had she gone? In the following instant, the girl reappeared on the first floor of the inn, playing a peculiar short flute. This was utterly bizarre. Wiping the blood from his face, Zhang Hu, with a menacing expression, charged at Gui Yunqi, vowing, I'll kill you. The hearts of those who had just exited their rooms seemed to freeze. Fortunately, Little Silver suddenly leaped from the side and sank its teeth into Zhang Hu's thigh, tearing away a chunk of flesh. The group rushed out, weapons drawn, engaging in a fierce battle with the intruders. Song Huajin and Meng Shi remained safely hidden in the cupboard aside from Qing Dai, who possessed martial skills. The other women stayed inside, doing their best not to cause trouble. The men outside fought valiantly against the attackers, but they were no match for the ruthless bandits wielding large blades, gradually finding themselves at a disadvantage. Dai in the backyard, Song Chuan and Guo Song were also in dire straits. The two had evidently endured a fierce battle, and the innkeeper had encircled them with more than a dozen men. Just as despair settled among them, a chorus of wolf howls suddenly erupted from outside the inn. The sound drew closer, and in the next moment, dozens of wolves burst into the inn, attacking the villains with ferocity. Gui Yunqi stood below, tirelessly playing the flute. Thankfully, she had learned this beast-taming melody during her spare time. Otherwise, they would have faced dire consequences today. In the backyard, a dozen wolves charged in, surrounding the attackers and viciously biting them. These wolves moved swiftly and with great ferocity, and it was not long before only the wails of the villains echoed within the inn. Feeling that the time was right, Gui Yunqi played the flute again, signaling the wolves to depart. "Sister, are you all right?" Guo Xiao rushed down the stairs, anxiously checking Gui Yunqi from head to toe. "I'm fine," Gui Yunqi replied, shaking her head. After reclaiming the money from the inn's guests, they bound the surviving villains and discarded them on the street, leaving them to fend for themselves. In these chaotic times, the law had long been rendered obsolete, especially since they had initiated the attack. The women emerged from their hiding places, hurriedly gathering herbs to tend to the injured. Fortunately, the wolves had arrived just in time, and no one sustained serious injuries. However, they all tacitly chose not to mention Gui Yunqi's flute playing, as they were well aware of who had helped them. Just as Gui Yunqi breathed a sigh of relief, intending to reward Little Silver, a sudden exclamation from Meng Shi's room pierced the air. "Oh no, mother is about to give birth." Gui Yunqi's scalp tingled, and her heart raced violently. Giving birth? But it's not even 9 months yet. She swiftly brushed aside the tail of the little wolf cub and dashed upstairs. "Mother, how are you feeling?" Gui Yunqi and Meng Shi gently helped the pallid Song Huajin onto the bed. It hurts. Gui Yunqi reached out and touched her. This was bad. Her water had broken. The beautiful mother was indeed going into premature labor. Chapter 71 of the reunion of husband and wife. It was undoubtedly the scene they had just witnessed that had spurred such a premature delivery from the beautiful matron. "Quick! Prepare hot water and towels immediately." Gui Yunqi grasped Song Huajin's hand tightly, her expression grave. "Everyone else, stay outside. I will call for you when needed." To prevent others from sensing something amiss, Gui Yunqi temporarily dismissed them, knowing that what she was about to do might be incomprehensible to these ancient folk. Meng nodded and rose to fetch boiling water from the inn's kitchen. Qin and Li, initially eager to assist, were compelled to step outside upon hearing Gui Yunqi's insistence. After all, she was knowledgeable in medicine, and her words surely carried weight. Song Huajin's complexion was ashen, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, dampening her hair. Gui Yunqi swiftly retrieved a clean towel from her space and gently wiped Song Huajin's brow. Fortunately, in her agony, Song Huajin squinted her eyes and did not notice the item in Gui Yunqi's hand. "Mother, it will be all right, hold on." Gui Yunqi placed an eye mask over her mother's eyes and spoke softly. "Mother, wear this while I conduct an examination." Song Huajin nodded weakly, her focus now solely on enduring the pain. Gui Yunqi supported her, guiding her to lie on her side to alleviate some discomfort, a method she had learned from traditional Chinese medicine in the modern era. Gritting her teeth, she reached beneath the hem of her skirt. Song Huajin felt a wave of embarrassment and instinctively wanted to refuse, but then she heard Gui Yunqi's gentle voice beside her. "Mother, please remain still and don't feel shy. I am here to assist you." Gui Yunqi's tone was calm, devoid of any embarrassment typically associated with a daughter assisting her mother in childbirth. Instead, it was the demeanor of a physician addressing a patient, which soothed Song Huajin's anxious heart, instilling a sense of security. Soon, she felt a cool sensation, as if something smooth and cold was making contact with her. She wanted to inquire but held her tongue, assuming it must be an item from her daughter's medical kit. Gui Yunqi, equipped with a stethoscope and surrounded by various emergency tools, prepared to conduct a thorough examination due to the high risks associated with premature labor. Outside, Li and Qin, along with others, paced anxiously, desperate to rush inside. "What are we to do? Where can we find a midwife at this hour? I thought at least Huajin would have 2 more months." Qin's voice trembled, on the verge of tears, for the one inside was her own daughter, and her heart ached with concern. If she could, she would gladly endure the suffering in place of her beloved youngest daughter. "Mother, please remain calm. Xiaoxi is skilled in medicine. She will ensure the safety of our little sister," Li reassured, equally frantic yet left with no choice but to wait anxiously outside alongside Qin. The group stood tense and worried, praying fervently for the well-being of both mother and child. Meanwhile, Guofu had arrived at a distance from the inn where Gui Yunqi and the others resided, coldly surveying the corpses of the bandits at the street corner. The villagers of Fuyun were all too familiar with these marauding villains. A group of wretches who deserved their fate, unworthy of sympathy. "Guolauda, why are you rushing ahead? Wait for us." Hu Ernio and Chen Ping, breathless, caught up with Guofu, calling out loudly. "Hurry, I have to deliver these goods and then fetch someone," Guofu replied tersely. "Fetch someone? Who at this hour?" Hu Ernio paused, puzzled. Guofu offered no response, striding past the inn towards another street. "Guolauda, could it be that your family has arrived?" Chen Ping queried curiously, wondering if this solitary figure from beyond the pass had relatives after all. Suddenly, Guofu halted. Hu Ernia thought perhaps Guofu had finally decided to show some consideration and wait for them, ready to speak up when he noticed the typically stoic Guofu displaying an expression of alarm. What is it? Guofu ignored their inquiries, instead turning back, fixating intently on the inn not far away. Had he just heard Huajian's voice? Was she crying? A jolt of dread coursed through him, as if his heart were fracturing, tearing painfully within him. Then, a heart-wrenching cry pierced the air. No, he had not misheard. That was indeed Huajian's voice. They were in danger. Guofu flung the cart into Hu Ernia's hands and sprinted towards the inn. Huajian, do not fear, I am coming. Lying on the bed, Song Huajian felt utterly drained, her pallor worsening by the moment. Just then, a familiar voice resonated in her ears. Husband, is it you? Gui Yunqi, taken aback by this utterance, nearly jumped out of her skin. Mother, please do not speak nonsense. You must hold on, Xiaoxi is still here. Yet, Song Huajian felt that voice drawing ever closer. Was she imagining it? Outside, the anxious crowd fidgeted restlessly. The women busied themselves with boiling water, while the men paced nervously at the door. At that moment, a tall and recognizable figure suddenly burst through the door of the inn. The group looked up in astonishment, stunned into silence, questioning if they were witnessing a mere illusion. Guofu, drenched in sweat and disregarding the astonished gazes, kicked the door open. Huajian, I am here. Chapter 72. The brother is rather unattractive. As Song Huajian opened her eyes, she beheld a familiar figure before her, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Was she hallucinating, or had she already arrived in the underworld? Guofu kicked the door open, and was taken aback to see his wife lying weakly on the bed, instantly rendering him horrified. Huajian, what has happened to you? Guofu approached and grasped Song Huajian's hand tightly. Gui Yunqi gazed at Guofu in astonishment. Could this towering man truly be her stepfather? Goodness, he appeared to stand nearly 6'3", with a physique that radiated strength. Indeed, he was the renowned god of war from the Xianzhou Empire. Fortunately, she had finished examining Song Huajian and had put away her instruments. Otherwise, who could have reacted to the sudden entrance of such a robust man? Father, mother is about to give birth. She is currently very weak. You must encourage her to hold on, Gui Yunqi urged urgently. Her mother often worried about her stepfather, and his presence might provide her with some comfort. Huajian is going to give birth. Guofu stared in shock at his wife. After enduring countless hardships, he had finally reunited with his family, only to face the reality of welcoming a new child. How much suffering had his wife endured? With a mix of tenderness and pain, Guofu held her hand and implored, Jenner, you must persevere. Song Huajian struggled to speak, merely managing a faint nod. Gui Yunqi reached out and felt that the moment was imminent. She quickly grabbed the teapot from the table, discreetly retrieved a bit of spiritual spring water from her space, and administered it to Song Huajian. At that moment, Mangzhe entered with a basin of hot water, glancing at Guofu with mild surprise before promptly standing aside, ready to assist. Qinshi and Li also made their entrance, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Gui Yunqi retrieved a slice of ginseng from her space and placed it in Song Huajian's mouth, urging loudly, Mother, push. Song Huajian let out a piercing scream. Was she about to die? No, she had her little seer, her son, and her husband. She could not perish. Guofu, witnessing her distress, knelt by the bed, weeping uncontrollably. Huajian, you must hold on, please, I implore you, you cannot leave us. The ginseng combined with the spiritual spring water seemed to invigorate Song Huajian. She gripped her daughter's hand tightly, clenched her teeth, and summoned all her strength. Suddenly, a baby's cry pierced the air. She has given birth. It's a little boy. Splendid, splendid, mother and child are safe. Thank the heavens, Qinshi exclaimed as she received her grandson, treating him with utmost affection, wrapping him in a small blanket she had prepared. Before she could fully rejoice, she heard her granddaughter's exclamation, there's another one. Mother is having twins. Heavens above, twins. The crowd outside the door surged with anticipation, growing increasingly tense. Sire, is your mother all right? Guofu wiped his tears, anxiously inquiring. Gui Yunqi couldn't help but chuckle at her stepfather's display of devotion, a stark contrast to the formidable General Gui she had always known. Father, do not worry, mother will surely be fine. After a brief respite, Song Huajian felt a renewed pressure in her abdomen and, with another powerful push, the sound of a baby's wail resonated once more throughout the room. Another little boy, mother and child are safe. Tears of joy welled in Guofu's eyes as he grasped his wife's hand, concern etched on his face. Huajian, how do you fare? Looking at the man she had longed for day and night, Song Huajian gently shook her head, weakly stating, Husband, I am well. Where is the child? I wish to see my child. Here they are. Qinshi and Mangzhe each cradled a baby and quickly presented them to Song Huajian. As she gazed upon the children she had labored so hard to bring into the world, tears of joy streamed down her face. Gui Yunqi caught a glimpse of her two younger brothers and thought to herself, they are rather unattractive. Chapter 73. Naming the two infants, the elder brother, having arrived first, appeared notably more spirited, wailing incessantly, while the younger sibling seemed rather frail, his cries reminiscent of a mewling kitten, evoking deep sympathy from the onlookers. The little sister is indeed fortunate, having been blessed with two charming little boys at once. Lady Li sat at the bedside, doting on the two adorable infants with boundless affection. Song Huajian looked down, his heart brimming with joy. It is all thanks to little Seer, otherwise, I fear this pregnancy would not have been viable, he expressed gratefully to Gui Yunqi. Guofu also gazed upon his sole daughter, recognizing how such a small girl was cherished in the capital, yet his little Seer was remarkably wise and understanding. You have endured much these past days. When we reach the wilderness, I promise to buy you meat, Guofu said with a smile, aware that his wife and daughter had suffered greatly on their journey from the disaster-stricken area, likely subsisting on little more than coarse food, deprived of meat and fine flour. Once he had delivered the potatoes, he would have the means to purchase meat to nourish his wife back to health. Upon hearing his words, the crowd exchanged curious glances, yet none dared to speak. Mother, why do you say such things? As your daughter, isn't it only natural? Gui Yunqi responded with a bright smile, her arduous journey undertaken solely to ensure her mother could give birth safely. With that wish fulfilled, her heart was naturally filled with delight. Observing his family gathered around him, Guofu felt as though the emptiness within him had been filled. He briefly informed everyone of the situation before preparing to depart. After all, he had come to Qingyun town to deliver potatoes, carrying the entire harvest from Fuyun village for the past 6 months, and could not afford any misadventures. The group bid farewell to Guofu with reluctant hearts. General, until we meet again, Song Chuan said solemnly at the inn's entrance. Having once been Guofu's subordinate, it was only fitting to address him as such. Guofu smiled lightly. Let bygones be bygones. Henceforth, you may call me Brother Gua, the name I used when registering for household records. The group nodded in agreement, finding this appellation quite suitable. Before departing, Guofu patted his eldest son on the shoulder, saying, when you register for household records, go to Fuyun village. I have made the necessary arrangements for you. Guo Xiao nodded and joined the others in bidding farewell to their father. After a brief tidying of the inn, the group prepared to continue their journey to Emo City, aware that lingering too long at the inn was unsafe. Before dawn, Qin Shi and the women had already packed their belongings, the wagon laden with thick mattresses and down quilts, supplemented with a few hot water bottles from the inn, ensuring warmth and comfort. Gui Yunqi assisted the meticulously wrapped Song Huajin onto the wagon, followed closely by Meng Shi, who held the two children tightly. Upon boarding, they quickly covered Song Huajin and the two boys with the cozy blankets, ensuring not a hint of cold air could reach them, and then they set off. Gui Yunqi and Meng Shi sat at the side of the wagon, their spirits soaring with joy. The two infants nestled in their mother's embrace, blissfully drinking their milk, radiating happiness. These two little ones are truly well behaved, Meng Shi remarked with a smile from her seat in the wagon. Mother, have you thought of names for them? When they reached Mo City to register their household, every family member needed to be recorded, thus the two boys required names promptly. I have yet to decide on names. Do you have any suggestions, little Sierre? Song Huashan inquired gently, acknowledging that without Gui Yunqi, she might not have brought these two children into the world, and thus she was eager to hear her thoughts. Gui Yunqi gazed at the two obedient infants, pondering for a moment before cheerfully suggesting, in classical poetry, the phrase gazing up at the lofty mountains and walking along the scenic paths is used to symbolize noble qualities in men. Perhaps we could name them Jing and Xing? Gui Yunqing, Song Huashan softly repeated the names, only to witness the two little ones suddenly stretch out their tiny hands, waving them gently in the air. Mother, it seems these little ones quite favor the names, Meng Shi couldn't help but exclaim with a smile. Song Huashan looked on in astonishment at the boys' gestures, joining in the laughter. Then let the elder one be named Gui Yunjing and the younger one Gui Yunqing. In the next moment, the two infants broke into wide grins. Gui Yunqi was taken aback. Could it be that they understood? How remarkable! Had their mother given birth to two prodigies? Song Huashan was also stunned, taking a while to process before joyfully exclaiming, Little Seer, it appears they truly adore the names you have chosen. Gui Yunqi playfully poked her brother's chubby cheek, suddenly realizing they did not seem so unattractive after all, even appearing somewhat endearing, prompting her to laugh heartily. Soon, news of Gui Yunqi naming the two infants spread among the group. Upon learning of it, the elder Gui sat in the wagon, nodding repeatedly. What splendid names! Qin Shi beamed with delight. Need you even say? These names were given by my little granddaughter, how could they be anything less than wonderful? The elder gentleman, observing Qin Shi's triumphant demeanor, could not help but chuckle in response. Chapter 74. Living together in due course throughout the journey, everyone was filled with exuberance. We are almost there, we shall soon arrive at Emo City, Li remarked with a cheerful smile as she walked briskly. Once they reached Emo City and registered their household, they would finally be recognized as rightful citizens, no longer subjected to the terror of wandering refugees and wild beasts, nor would they have to endure the hardships of a nomadic existence. They could then acquire a couple of acres of land. Though life might be arduous, it would still be their own home, free from the fear of eviction, allowing them to live a stable life. Li expressed her gratitude to Xiaoxier's family for their support along the way. She gently took the hands of Xiaoyer and Song Lingxiao and whispered, once we arrive in Emo City, we will settle in Fuyun village and live alongside your cousin and her family. Remember the kindness your cousin has shown you on this journey and make sure to visit her often, understood? Do not worry, mother, I will certainly treat my cousin well, Xiaoyer replied with a bright voice. So will I. I shall teach my cousin's two younger brothers martial arts, Song Lingxiao declared proudly, lifting his chin. Oh my, you little rascal, your uncle was a great general, what need would he have of your instruction? Li chuckled heartily at her son's audacity, adding, you are making me laugh to the point of tears. Just be careful not to be bested by your two cousins. Song Lingxiao protested, all you do is make fun of me. His sulky expression elicited another round of laughter from Li. Meanwhile, a timid maid named Fenmo, trailing behind, spoke quietly, I wonder if the lady and the young miss will still want us when we reach Fuyun village. In such a place, having one more mouth to feed is a burden, especially where food is scarcer than life itself. Who would be willing to support so many servants and retainers? As this concern sank in, the other servants began to fret. What foolishness are you all talking about? Shuma, the matron, scolded softly. Why are you worrying unnecessarily? If the lady and the young miss did not wish to keep us, why would they have brought us along on this journey? Do not forget where our provisions have come from all this way. Suddenly, realization dawned upon the crowd. Shuma was indeed correct, the young miss and the lady would certainly not abandon them. Just as everyone was lost in their thoughts, Wei Yunqi from the carriage spoke up. We are nearing Mo City, and I have some words to share with you all. After a moment of contemplation, she continued, as you know, we have been exiled. We are deemed as criminals, and therefore, our families can no longer afford to keep maids and servants. Upon hearing this, a wave of anxiety swept through the group. Did this mean the young miss no longer wanted them? Some of the more timid maids nearly burst into tears, however. Wei Yunqi swiftly added, but this also signifies that we shall no longer remain as lowly servants. From this point forward, we will all be free individuals. Despite her words, the crowd still bore somber expressions. They were indifferent to the notion of status, simply yearning to stay with the young miss and the lady. Even Shuma could not help but clench the handkerchief tightly in her grasp. Observing the reaction of those below, Wei Yunqi paused before continuing, but rest assured, everyone, you will be able to settle with us in Fuyan village together. We can build homes and cultivate the land. We will still be together. The prospect of remaining with the young miss and the lady brought a collective sigh of relief. How fortunate they were that the eldest young lady had not forsaken them. Otherwise, they would have been left to seek servitude elsewhere, far from the benevolence of the Guo family. As for farming, they were indifferent, as long as they could stay united. Enduring a little hardship was inconsequential. Li beamed, when the time comes, we can purchase a large plot of land and live in close proximity, supporting one another through thick and thin. Everyone nodded in agreement, eager to embrace the idea. Shuma smiled as well, thinking that without the shackles of servitude, she would no longer be called Shuma but Chipozi. The young ladies without family can reside with me. We shall build a house near the ladies' residence, and those who wish to join me can register their households together. I want to. Qingdai was the first to raise her hand, eager to live close to the young miss, anticipating a life filled with delightful meals and joyful moments. So do I, echoed Bian, Fenmo, and Lucy, their voices ringing out in unison. Before long, numerous young maids began to express their intentions to reside with Chipozi. With this momentum, former servants of the Guo and Song families began to discuss their future plans, eagerly mapping out how they would establish their new homes. The atmosphere within the group became animated and lively. Old Master Song was thoroughly pleased with Wei Yunqi's arrangements. The servants in their caravan had mostly grown up within the household, and he took great joy in knowing they would have a promising future ahead of them. Yet, amidst the hopeful chatter, Qin quietly wiped away her tears. Chapter 75 Arrival at Mo City. Just as Song Lingxiao was about to inquire about the situation, he was silenced by Li's hand covering his mouth. The elderly lady was evidently concerned about her second son's family. One could only wonder how his younger brother was faring at that moment. Qin gazed at Song Chuan, unable to restrain her tears from flowing once more. Mother, rest assured. After we entered the mountains, it rained, didn't it? There is water, and with the pig and the sheep and grain we provided, my younger brother and his family will surely be fine. Li comforted her, unable to contain her words. Qin gently nodded, yet the sorrow in her eyes lingered, refusing to dissipate. The rest of the group felt at a loss for words. After all, the previous incident had been rather unfortunate, and they could only silently offer solace to the elderly lady. At noon, the group paused to have a simple meal of sweet potatoes for lunch before preparing to continue their journey, as their destination loomed ever closer, and they wished to tarry not a moment longer. Taking advantage of the break, Wei Yunqi and Meng prepared a pot of stewed wild chicken with potatoes for Song Huajin. Knowing that a postpartum mother needed ample nourishment, while Meng was busy with the stew, Wei Yunqi seized the opportunity to entertain her two little ones. The two children, as if starved for 3 days and nights, nestled in Song Huajin's embrace, incessantly nursing. The newly delivered mother was quite frail, and with Song Huajin being a premature birth, there was hardly enough milk to satisfy their demands. Yet, the two little ones continued to nuzzle against her, oblivious to the circumstances. Wei Yunqi observed her mother with the two small bundles of joy, unable to suppress a wry smile. She quickly and discreetly retrieved 2 baby bottles from her supplies, mixed some formula, and handed them to Song Huajin. Xiao Shi'er, what is this? Song Huajin inquired curiously upon receiving the bottle, having never encountered such a thing before. Mother, this is something I got from the wild people, called a baby bottle. I thought it might be useful, so I brought it out. It contains goat's milk, Wei Yunqi replied with an unflinching demeanor, having perfected her skill in deception over the past few days. Ah, so it is from the wild people. No wonder I have never seen it before, Song Huajin murmured. As soon as the two little ones caught the scent of the formula, they immediately wriggled free from their mother's arms, their tiny fists flailing in excitement. Food. They want food. Song Huajin exclaimed, bemused by the antics of her two mischievous children. Fortunately, with the introduction of the baby bottles, the little ones ceased their disturbances towards their mother. Hungry, they drank the formula, and when nature called, they cried, which certainly alleviated some of the burden on the adults. Throughout this journey, the mother sheep had proven invaluable. While nursing the children, Song Huajin chuckled, indeed, without the milk from the mother sheep, I doubt we could have persevered this far. Meng nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, if it weren't for the mother sheep, we might not have made it this far. It's not just the mother sheep. The 2 horses Xiao Shi'er bought are also great contributors, Li interjected cheerfully. And little Silver. Xiao Gueri added. Once we reach Fuyan village, we must take good care of them. We cannot let them be slaughtered, for they are our saviors, Meng declared. Indeed. Wei Yunqi laughed, not only little Silver, but the mother sheep, the 2 horses, and all the pots and baskets we used along the way, they are all deserving of our gratitude. In the future, whenever we see these items, we shall be reminded of the arduous yet joyous experiences we shared, for they are truly antique souvenirs. Why don't we give them names? Song Lingxiao suggested, gazing at the two majestic horses with admiration in his eyes. When the time comes, we won't need a cart. I, too, shall ride a horse into battle like father and uncle. You little rascal. Li chuckled heartily at her son's boastful demeanor. Let us name the sheep Little White, Xiao Yuer chimed in happily, for I love the color white. And the horses shall be named Flying Eagle and Treading Snow. Song Lingxiao added, I have seen such names for hero steeds in novels. The group couldn't help but laugh at the innocent exuberance of the two children. Amidst laughter and merriment, they continued their journey throughout the afternoon, finally arriving at Imo City. From a distance, Wei Yunqi spotted a familiar figure at the city gate and eagerly called out, Father, we have arrived. Chapter 76. The registration at the government office. Upon catching a glimpse of his eldest daughter, Guofu could not suppress a smile that blossomed on his face. After he and Hu Erniu and Chen Ping delivered the potatoes, he returned to Imo City, but refrained from going back to the village, allowing Hu Erniu and the others to take the cart back while he remained in town awaiting the arrival of Gui Yunqi and the others. As the horse-drawn cart gradually approached, everyone discerned the figures at the city gate. A father, Gui Xiao called out, striding forward to greet Guofu. You have suffered during these days, Guofu said solemnly. Everyone shook their heads in unison, asserting that as long as the family was together, they did not feel any hardship. Thus, they hurriedly entered the city. Mo City, much like Qingyun town, appeared nearly deserted, with few souls wandering the streets, as many had fled to other places to escape the calamities. In order to settle here, they first needed to register at the local government office. Under Guofu's guidance, they swiftly arrived at the government office. The officials stationed at the entrance recognized Guofu as their leader and promptly reported to the county magistrate. Before long, a man with a pair of small mustaches, clad in official garb, emerged. Didn't you say there were 112 individuals? Your numbers do not align. County magistrate Li Yunqi frowned, holding a ledger. With no alternative, the group resorted to the old narrative about bandits abducting people for cannibalism. Sir, you must seek justice for us common folk. Those were our relatives, devoured by the bandits. Li Shi delivered her lines with such fervor that she nearly brought herself to tears. Upon hearing her plea for justice, Li Yunqi was immediately flustered. What nonsense was this about seeking justice? Was it not commonplace for bandits in the wilderness to consume human flesh? This was beyond his jurisdiction. If anyone were to intervene, it would be the newly appointed county magistrate, which had nothing to do with him. Enough, we shall discuss this matter later. First, tell me how you plan to settle down. Your Excellency, we wish to reside together in one place, Guofu murmured from the side. In that moment, he had shed the pride of his former status as a general, now only desiring to protect his family as Guo Laoda. Li Yunqi, recognizing him, could not help but infuse his words with a hint of derision. You may settle wherever you wish, but do not forget that you are all criminals. I could sell you off without a second thought, sir. Prior to our arrival, Lord Jin instructed us to seek out someone named Cheng Yan, who would arrange our settlement. Gui Yunqi interjected suddenly. If possible, she too wished to remain with her family, but as criminals, they had no authority to determine their own fates. Thus, she invoked Lord Jin's name in a gamble. You have audacity indeed. How dare you directly address the name of our newly appointed county magistrate? Li Yunqi roared in anger. After the previous magistrate was dismissed due to the calamities, he had anticipated his own ascension, only to be eclipsed by Cheng Yan's sudden appointment from the capital. How could he not seethe with rage? These disaster victims were clearly looking down upon him. They were fabricating lies to summon Cheng Yan. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, scolding, these criminals dare to slander His Highness Lord Jin. This is a grave act of disrespect. Guards, take them away and sell them off. In the next moment, a swarm of officials rushed forth, seizing the group to drag them away. Stop! Before Gui Yunqi and the others could react in fury, a youth burst forth from the county office. The events unfolded so swiftly that everyone was momentarily stunned. Upon seeing the newcomer, Gui Yunqi's heart steadied. This must be the new county magistrate. Cheng Yan, dressed in a modest blue robe, he appeared youthful and refined, entirely uncharacteristic of a gentleman raised in such desolate surroundings. Gui Yunqi swiftly produced the jade pendant that Jiang Hong had given her in the capital and presented it to Cheng Yan, exclaiming, We, the Gui and Song families, are here as ordered by Lord Jin. We were informed to seek out Master Chang, who would assist us in our settlement. Cheng Yan, glancing at the pendant, immediately recognized it as an item worn by his lord. He politely nodded to Guofu in acknowledgement. Were it not for his current status, he would have relished the opportunity to engage in a meaningful conversation with the renowned General Guo. Alas, it was tragic that such a family had suffered such misfortune. With that thought, Cheng Yan could not help but gently shake his head. Li Yunqi, taken aback by the revelation of their connection to Lord Jin, quickly withdrew, standing aside in trepidation, scarcely daring to breathe. Cheng Yan cast a glare at him. Li Daren, what a show of authority! You even dare to lay hands on my people. Your Excellency, I misspoke. It is merely that I, a lowly official, failed to recognize the important matters at hand. Li Yunqi chuckled awkwardly. The arrangements for your settlement have long been made. You will be registered and can proceed to Fuyun village. I trust that Guo Laoda has already prepared for your arrival, Cheng Yan stated. Thank you, Master Chang, Gui Yunqi replied quietly. Upon learning they could remain together, smiles broke out among the group. At last, their tumultuous days had come to an end, and they could settle down. Cheng Yan swiftly arranged for personnel to assist them with their registration. The group formed an orderly queue, standing at the government office's entrance as they awaited their summons. After about 2 hours, as the sky gradually darkened, everyone had completed their household registration. Splendid, we are now indeed people with a home, Li Shi exclaimed joyfully. Their journey had been fraught with challenges. As the evening approached, they decided to spend another night in town. The following day, at dawn, they set forth on the road to Fuyun village. Chapter 77 A bit of meat for my daughter. Fuyan village is not far from the town. The group arrived at the village entrance after about 2 hours of travel. Upon reaching their destination, the constable reported back to the yamen. The attitude of the Xinzhou Empire towards exiled criminals is simply to cast them into a desolate and inhospitable land, leaving them to fend for themselves. Who dares to hope for shelter and sustenance? Such aspirations are but dreams. Before them lay a village nestled at the foot of a great mountain, appearing utterly desolate. The undulating peaks were a stark yellow, devoid of any greenery, completely quashing any thoughts of foraging from the mountains. Most of the village comprised mud brick houses, with only 2 or 3 families residing in dilapidated brick homes. The surrounding fields seemed to have been neglected for ages, presenting a scene of utter desolation. A river ran at the village entrance, but it had run dry, exposing a riverbed choked with mud and sand. Gui Yunqi surveyed the scene and could only think of 3 words. Poor, poor, poor. Truly, this was a land of savage wilderness. Just as she had expected, it did not disappoint, yet she found solace in the fact that, unlike before, they were no longer forced to travel relentlessly. No one among the group voiced any complaints, who would willingly endure the hardships of the outdoors. With meager rations, simply having a place to stay was already their greatest aspiration. If there were no houses, they would build their own. If there were no food, they would cultivate the land. There would always be a way to survive. Thus, the group marched into the village with great determination. When registering their household, nearly everyone used their real names, except for the more notable figures, Guofu and Song Chuan, who opted for the monikers Old Guo and Old Song, respectively, as they wished to keep their identities concealed upon their arrival. The presence of this group inevitably drew the attention of the villagers. Women gathered at the village entrance, and children engaged in playful antics, casting curious, disdainful, or scornful glances at the newcomers. They began to whisper amongst themselves and point fingers. Isn't that old Gua? Isn't he from a solitary household? Why has he brought so many people? An elderly woman with a wrinkled face and drooping eyelids remarked. I heard from my son Ara last night that old Gua went to the town to fetch his family, and here they are. A slightly younger woman leaned against the village entrance and chimed in. Oh, are these all exiles? They look so filthy. Shunzi, don't run over there, be careful, they might eat children. An old woman scolded, pulling her grandson back with a fierce grip. Gui Yunqi couldn't help but twitch her lips at this comment. In such a wretched place, the notion of cannibalism might well be a common occurrence. How do they even have horses and sheep? Goodness, is that a wolf? The villagers gazed in astonishment at the animals led by the group. In Fuyan village, aside from a few chickens owned by the village chief, there were hardly any domesticated animals. If the people barely managed to feed themselves, how could they afford livestock? Some villagers eyed the sheep and horses with greedy expressions, but their desires were quickly quelled by the sight of the knives in the hands of the newcomers and the fierce little wolf. This was the advantage of numbers. At least they need not fear being bullied. The group paid no mind to the villagers' scrutiny and made their way to a dilapidated thatched cottage at the foot of the mountain. This is where I live, Guofu said, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Upon seeing the dwelling, the group was taken aback. Is this really a house? It looks more like a fence. Gui Yunqi covered her eyes, unable to bear the sight. It was indeed quite humble. The ramshackle thatched cottage clearly appeared to be hastily constructed, with only a few supporting beams around it. The walls were made of a mixture of earth and grass, and the roof was thatched with discarded straw. Inside, there was merely a wooden board propped up on some stones, serving as a bed, along with a half-broken iron pot and a chipped bowl. The group exchanged sympathetic glances with Guofu. Their own lives were, in fact, better than his. My place is quite small. You and your mother can squeeze in for now while we stay outside, Guofu said, lowering his head and avoiding Gui Yunqi's gaze, guilt weighing heavily upon him. He felt inadequate, knowing he could only offer his wife and daughter a thatched hut, and it was only natural for his daughter to feel discontented. However, the young girl cheerfully replied, It's all right, father. Once we build a house, we will have a proper place to stay. Guofu looked up to see his beloved daughter smiling sweetly at him, and a warm surge of emotion filled his heart. He affectionately ruffled Gui Yunqi's hair, feeling grateful. You truly are a good daughter. Yesterday, I exchanged some potatoes for 10 coins. Later, I will go to the village chief's house to trade for a bit of meat for little Shier to eat. Chapter 78. Preparing to build a house. Upon finishing his statement, Guofu anticipated the gleam of eagerness in his daughter's eyes, only to find his eldest daughter tugging at his sleeve and gesturing towards the carriage, urging him to take a look. What is it? Guofu gazed at Gui Yunqi, utterly bewildered. To his surprise, everyone around wore knowing smiles. He hastily approached the carriage, lifting the grass mat that covered it, and was instantly taken aback. Little Shier, Huaishan, how on earth did you manage to acquire so much food? Guofu exclaimed in astonishment, quickly covering the provisions with the mat again, casting a cautious glance around to ensure no one was watching before he could breathe easy. No wonder his daughter remained silent at the mention of meat. It turned out the fool was none other than himself. Li Shier was the first to burst into laughter. Guolada, did you ever foresee this? Guofu, still in a daze, nodded sheepishly. It's all thanks to little Shier. Song Huaishan chimed in, reclining in the carriage with 2 children in her embrace, a smile gracing her lips. We've also got sheep, horses, and even wolves, all thanks to little Shier. Without her, we would have surely starved or fallen ill on this journey. Little Shier is truly our little lucky star. Listening to their praises and glancing at his delicate daughter in his arms, Guofu felt the situation surreal. Could it be that his daughter was this extraordinary? The sight of him in a stupor elicited another round of laughter from the crowd. After a moment of merriment, they prepared to have lunch. Fortunately, Guofu resided in a relatively remote area, with scarcely anyone nearby, allowing them to confidently bring out the food and commence cooking. As Guofu assisted, he listened intently to the tales of their journey. His expression shifted to one of fury upon hearing about their provisions being stolen, then softened into a goofy smile when he learned how Gui Yunqi had led them to find food and water. Concern etched his face upon hearing about their encounter with refugees, and he displayed a wistful demeanor when they spoke of parting ways with Song Zay's group to enter the dark waters of the forest. His face transformed like a musical staff, each emotion playing its part, prompting Gui Yunqi to laugh heartily how endearing her father was. After some time, Guofu finally processed the stories he had heard and, feeling a pang of guilt, scooped Gui Yunqi into his arms. Little Sheer, I am truly sorry for you. Having traveled tirelessly, Gui Yunqi was noticeably more frail than the average 12-year-old girl, and this sight pained Guofu deeply. He had thought that once she returned to the general's residence, he could compensate her adequately, yet unforeseen events had arisen. It was he who had failed her. Gui Yunqi gently wiped the furrowed brow of her father, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Was this the warmth of having a family? For someone who had lived a solitary life in her past existence, it felt overwhelmingly beautiful. Father, it's all right, our family will surely thrive in the future. Guofu nodded gravely, convinced of this certainty. After their meal, Song Chuan seized the opportunity during their break to approach Gui Yunqi regarding the plans for building a house. After all, the wealth they possessed now largely stemmed from Gui Yunqi's efforts, and it was imperative to discuss matters with her. They calculated the funds from selling ginseng and lingji, added the portion provided by the court, then deducted their travel expenses and the money given to Song Zay's group, arriving at a total of 837 taels. Guofu pondered for a moment before retrieving a beautifully crafted gold leaf from the sole of his shoe, a hint of embarrassment coloring his smile. I secretly stitched this in before my exile, wrapped in cotton, thus evading the scrutiny of the officials. Upon seeing the gold leaf, Gui Yunqi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Father, it seems you are the true hidden tycoon. With this money, she would no longer need to devise ways to extract silver from her storage to support everyone. Pride swelled within Guofu as he could not suppress a beaming smile. He finally felt he had contributed to his daughter's efforts in some way. It had been exceedingly challenging to reclaim his sense of paternal significance when faced with such an extraordinarily clever daughter. This gold leaf, exquisite in craftsmanship and substantial in weight, led Gui Yunqi to estimate its value at approximately 1,000 taels of silver, bringing their total to 1,837 taels. With these funds, the worries regarding the construction of their house would be alleviated. Suppressing his excitement, Song Chuan asked Gui Yunqi, Little Sheer, how do you intend to allocate this money? With so many of us, Gui Yunqi waved her hand decisively, Uncle, you and my father are the heads of the family, it is your responsibility to oversee the housing arrangements. We shall first use this money to purchase land, and as for the remaining funds, let us divide it evenly among everyone. When the group heard this, their expressions turned to one of profound gratitude. The young lady truly was remarkable, never forgetting them even in matters of housing. Such a benevolent mistress was hard to come by. Guofu had no objections, whatever his precious daughter decided was final. Both Song Chuan and Old Master Song regarded Gui Yunqi with admiration, astonished at the breadth of her magnanimity. Gui Yunqi smiled gently. These loyal followers had journeyed with them into the wilderness. They had opportunities to leave, yet chose to remain, and she would not betray their steadfast loyalty. Chapter 79. Purchasing land. After finishing their meal and tidying up briefly, the group resumed their discussion about temporary accommodations. Constructing proper houses would take at least 2 months, so they decided to hastily erect a few thatched huts to establish a rudimentary home. Fortunately, their current location was conveniently situated at the foot of the mountain, allowing everyone to gather reeds, chop wood, and weave mats with great fervor. Even Song Lingxiao was diligently gathering reeds alongside his sister, Xiaodier, at the mountain's base, although he did not permit them to stray too far for safety. Meanwhile, Guofu took Gui Yunqi and Song Chuan to the village head's home to negotiate the purchase of land. Fuyun village was impoverished and desolate, with a sparse population and no banks to speak of. One could simply approach the village head with cash to acquire any desired parcel of land. The village head's family was the only one in the vicinity to possess 3 brick houses, complete with a large courtyard that housed several hens. However, the village head had 3 sons and a daughter, with the eldest and second sons already married with children. Despite the brick houses, the living arrangements were quite cramped. Upon their arrival, they noticed a round-faced woman digging for wild vegetables at the courtyard entrance. Recent rains had prompted many wild greens to sprout along the roadside. When she spotted Guofu approaching with the 2 others, her eyes lit up. Brother Gua, you've come, are you here to see my father? Brother Gua? Gui Yunqi immediately cast a wary glance at her father, filled with apprehension. A man who lacks self-respect is akin to a rotten cabbage. Without a daughter's affection, he is indeed a failure in life. They had endured hardships on the road while her father seemed to live quite frivolously. Guofu, upon noticing his daughter's expression, felt a chill run down his spine. By heaven's grace, he had lived an upright life and had never engaged in any sordid affairs. I'm not. I didn't. Stop your nonsense, he retorted coldly, shooting a menacing glance at the round-faced woman, causing her to freeze in shock. Li Tsuilan had long been the object of affection for many women in the village. Though he was somewhat older, Guofu was handsome and tall, capable of hard work, which made him desirable. His physique alone was enough to instill confidence that he could conquer a wolf, plus he lived independently, freeing any potential wife from the obligation of serving in-laws. Since his arrival, he had become the object of many widows' affections. Li Tsuilan had been married once before but returned to her family home after her husband starved during a famine, often facing disdain from her own mother. She had developed a liking for Guofu after encountering him in the fields, but he had always ignored her, and today, he had even glared at her. Feeling somewhat wronged, she asked, What brings you here? My wife and daughter have arrived. We wish to buy land and build houses. Where is the village head? Guofu replied succinctly. You really have a wife? Li Tsuilan exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Guofu nodded coldly. He had previously claimed to have a wife, but the village women had doubted him, viewing him as a solitary man. Now that Huajin and Xiaoxi had arrived, he wondered what else there was to discuss. He then ignored the sorrowful Li Tsuilan and led Gui Yunqi into the courtyard. As soon as they entered, he quickly exchanged glances with his daughter, winking. How was that? Did I perform well? Gui Yunqi chuckled, still under evaluation. Upon stepping into the courtyard, they noticed a few scrawny old hands. A woman was feeding them with rotten straw mixed with decayed grain, none other than the village head's wife, who? You're here? The woman looked up, appraising Gui Yunqi and Song Chuan, her eyes sparkling with interest. What striking young people, especially the girl, though a bit dark, she was truly quite lovely. It was evident she had overheard the earlier conversation, thinking of her own daughter, who felt a surge of anger. Not only did that daughter consume food at home, but now even Guofu seemed indifferent to her. Perhaps it was time to consider marrying her off. However, she concealed her feelings and called into the house. Oldly, Guofu was here. Before long, a man who appeared to be over 50 emerged from the inner room. This was undoubtedly the village head of Fuyun village. Guofu, what brings you here? Ah, is this your daughter? She is quite beautiful, the village head remarked, aware of Guofu's intentions regarding a wife. Village head, this is my youngest daughter, Yunqi. Next to her is my brother-in-law, Song Lada, Guofu introduced. The village head seemed amiable enough, though his wife and daughter were somewhat troublesome. Gui Yunqi smiled and greeted, hello, village head. Her obedient demeanor endeared her to the village head even more. Song Chuan also offered a greeting, village head, I'm Song Lada, recently moved here. The village head nodded, recognizing them as new acquaintances. We've come to discuss purchasing land with you. As you know, we have over 70 people needing shelter, and we plan to buy a plot to build our houses together, Guofu began. Purchasing land is indeed necessary, the village head agreed. In this impoverished and desolate area, there is certainly an abundance of land. The area where you reside has a large plot, it should suffice for your houses. That is precisely what I had in mind, Guofu affirmed, as they had already deliberated on this before coming, opting for land near the mountain for ease of cultivation. If you've settled on the land, that simplifies matters. However, the amount of land you require will undoubtedly be considerable, the village head remarked, looking at Guofu with some hesitation. Though the harvest was poor and land prices low, such a large parcel would still require a significant sum. The village head gestured a number. It will be 5 taels of silver. While the village head's offer was quite reasonable, this sum was still substantial for Fuyun village, nearly sufficient to sustain a small household for 2 years. Guofu pondered for a moment before responding, village head, you know my circumstances, I'm a poor soldier sent here after troubles on the battlefield. After purchasing the land, I will also need to build houses. I will return to discuss this with my wife and see if we can gather enough. Gui Yunqi could not help but applaud her father's astuteness. In unfamiliar territory, they could not afford to be careless with their finances. The money should not be handed over too readily, it should be given begrudgingly, to avoid raising suspicion. The village head nodded, acknowledging that such a significant expenditure warranted careful consideration. Given Guofu's dilapidated house, how much wealth could he truly possess? After exchanging a few more words, Guofu took his leave with Gui Yunqi and Song Chuan. Father, did they buy the land? Who noticed them leaving and immediately set down her work to enter the house. The village head shook his head. Not at all. Do you think purchasing land is as simple as buying rotten grain? I knew they couldn't afford it, why bother pretending? Who rolled her eyes, clearly still nursing a grudge over Guofu's disdain for her daughter. However, she quickly regained her composure and quietly remarked to her husband, but I noticed his daughter is quite lovely, what do you think about her being a match for our Sanlang? Ridiculous. The village head's brow furrowed in irritation as he slammed his hand on the table. Your daughter is foolish. How can you be so deluded? That girl is clearly not of ordinary stock. Do you really think she is suited for our family? Though the village head only knew that Guofu had come from the battlefield, his years of experience allowed him to discern the difference in their demeanor and immediately chastise his wife. Chapter 80 Encountering the eccentric villagers. Why do you scold me? Who was not easily provoked, and immediately began to shout, we have a brick house, marrying into our family is hardly a grievance for her. Besides, our Sanlang is literate, if he passes the examination and returns as a scholar, she will be the scholar's wife. What is there to be unhappy about? The village head, infuriated by his wife's ungrateful remarks, retorted, you foolish woman, I advise you to abandon this notion quickly. If you stir up any trouble, I will not hesitate to divorce you. Upon hearing the word divorce, Hu instantly shrank back. Gui Yunqi and her companions had been discussing the construction of their house, and after some time, they returned home only to see a crowd gathered around their thatched cottage, clamoring about something. A wave of foreboding washed over Gui Yunqi, and without caring for her father or uncle, she dashed towards the cottage. To her dismay, she saw that the roof of Guofu's dilapidated hut had been torn off by someone. The already frail structure now appeared even more precarious. Gui Xiao was busy repairing the house alongside Gui Song, while others in the crowd were caught up in an argument. Her mother and 2 younger brothers lay in the windswept dwelling, and had it not been for the quilts provided by Meng and Qin, they would surely have been exposed to the elements. Gui Yunqi was filled with rage, her family was her bottom line, and no one could touch her beloved mother. In front of the house, Li was embroiled in a heated argument with an elderly woman with droopy eyelids, who was one of those that had pointed fingers at them upon their arrival in the village. Behind the elderly woman were 2 men and 2 women, presumably her son and daughter-in-law, along with a 7 or 8-year-old boy, all clad in tattered clothing and exuding an air of poverty. A large crowd of villagers had gathered, having just sold potatoes the day before and now without any work in the fields. They were here to witness the spectacle. "You shameless scoundrel, what business is it of yours if we are building a house? Why do you shout at us?" Lee exclaimed in exasperation, her sleeves rolled up, hands on her hips, confronting the woman. They were peacefully constructing their home when this old hag had emerged, accusing them of stealing her belongings and demanding compensation. It was evident she was attempting to extort money, and Lee could hardly tolerate it. "Who do you think you are? I, Lou, have lived here for many years. I know every blade of grass on this mountain. You built a shed and stole our straw without paying. What right do you have to complain?" Lou shouted arrogantly, emboldened by her history of bullying others. Those who had witnessed her strong sons were too intimidated to confront her, and they would simply pay her off to avoid trouble. With a calculating glance, she scrutinized Lee, then proclaimed, "Look at your emaciated figure. In our Fuyan village, women like you wouldn't even be taken for free. How dare you show your face here? I am embarrassed for you." As soon as Lou finished speaking, the 7 or 8-year-old boy behind her mimicked her words in a mocking tone. Shameless, embarrassing, not even worth taking for free. His insolent demeanor incited laughter from the surrounding villagers, who began to scrutinize Lee with lewd expressions. Gui Yunxi understood the situation. It was often said that impoverished mountains breed cunning villagers, and today she was witnessing that firsthand. This was nothing more than a blatant attempt to extort from those without a guardian. Lee, furious at Lu's insults, retorted, "You old hag, look in the mirror before you speak. How dare you criticize others? I've seen shameless women before, but never one as old and disgraceful as you. How dare you insult my mother?" One of the men behind Lu shouted, raising his hand to strike Lee. Before anyone could react, Gui Yunxi brandished a wooden stick and aimed it at the man. "Ah, who is this little brat that dares to hit me?" The man yelped, retracting his hand in pain. After months of hard labor, Gui Yunxi had grown considerably stronger, and her strike was infused with skill. The man nearly collapsed. The onlookers chuckled. "Erju, you can't even handle a little girl?" Seeing their kin being attacked, Lu and her family rushed forward to retaliate against Gui Yunxi. At that moment, Guofu and Song Chuan arrived, and upon witnessing someone threatening their little fortune, they immediately intervened, restraining the man. Qing Dai, Li, and Chu also swiftly subdued Lu and her daughters-in-law, punishing them without mercy. Even 10-year-old Song Lingxiao and little Yuer seized the opportunity to slap the young boy beside Lu. How dare he insult their mother? All were trained fighters, and Lu's family was hardly a match for them. The villagers watched in silence, none daring to voice a word as Lu's family was beaten. Gui Yunxi gritted her teeth, striking relentlessly until her stick splintered. "Ouch, they are killing us. There is no law anymore. Oh heavens, Wu's family is going to murder us." Lu's family lay on the ground, bruised and groaning in pain, still attempting to hurl insults. Gui Yunxi tossed the broken stick aside and, casting a cold gaze at Lu, declared, "You old hag, spare me your petty tricks. I am quick-tempered and not as soft-hearted as my aunt. If you dare utter another disrespectful word, I will cut out your tongue and feed it to the wolves." As her words settled, Xiaoyin stepped forward, baring her teeth at Lu menacingly. Lu instantly swallowed her retort. "You little girl, how can you be so unreasonable at such a young age? Your entire family are bandits." The woman speaking was Lu's eldest daughter-in-law, Hong Yan. Quick-witted, she sought to turn the tide of the argument. Lu, with a crafty glance, suddenly fell to the ground, wailing, "Oh, the year is harsh, and I cannot survive. All the thatch I told to grow has been stolen. I came seeking repayment, and now these bandits have beaten me. I will report to the officials and have you all arrested. You are trampling on human life." The crowd erupted in outrage, incredulous at her audacity. Gui Yunxi smiled coldly. "Report to the officials? Very well, let us do just that. Let the authorities assess the situation. My house was built well, and you ripped off my roof, leaving my mother exposed during her confinement. I refuse to believe my father acquired the materials from you." Lu found herself momentarily speechless. Guofu's house had been constructed with the village head's assistance, and she dared not provoke him. "It's all son Hongyan's fault." Lu shot a glare at her daughter-in-law, blaming her for suggesting they teach Guo's family a lesson while they were busy building. Gui Yunxi surveyed the onlookers, her expression growing colder. It was true that impoverished mountains breed cunning villagers. If she did not teach Lu a lesson today, these villagers would come to bully them one by one. Hence, this matter could not be left unresolved. She needed to demonstrate that they were not to be trifled with. The villagers, standing behind Gui Yunxi, rallied in unwavering support of their young mistress, knowing that anyone who dared to bully her family would face consequences. "Lu, why are you silent?" Gui Yunxi demanded. "If you do not speak, it means you consent to report to the officials, correct?" "Very well, let us head to the town magistrate. I shall accuse you of trespassing and damaging our property, intending to freeze our family to death." Lu immediately panicked. "When did I ever wish to harm you? I merely wanted to teach you a lesson." "Then you admit it? Good. Trespassing and damaging another's property should be enough for your family to rot in jail." "Yes, I am off to report to the magistrate," Gui Yunxi replied with a smirk, signaling for a cart to be brought, pretending to prepare to leave. Lu's panic escalated. Rural folk seldom reported to officials, most of them descended from exiles, harboring a natural fear of authority. Her earlier threat was merely a scare tactic. She never expected Gui Yunxi to take it seriously. "I will not report to the officials," Lu wailed, pulling her sobbing grandson to his feet. "I will not report. You can keep the straw. Now you understand fear?" Gui Yunxi replied coolly. "If you do not report, I will. You destroyed my house, and it cannot simply end here." "What do you want then?" Lu demanded, indignant. "Compensation. Gui Yunxi asserted firmly. Building this house costs a considerable sum, including labor. You will pay us 2 taels of silver, and I will refrain from reporting you. You little 2 taels of silver, why don't you go rob someone instead? Lu nearly exploded with rage. The wretched thatch hut was hardly worth 20 coins. If you refuse, I will report you, your son and grandson will find themselves in jail. Upon hearing her grandson's name, Lu's demeanor shifted to panic. Her family was her life, and she could not allow them to be imprisoned. I will give you 1 tael, nothing more. Lu relented, painfully extracting a single tael from her pocket and tossing it to Gui Yunxi, knowing it was her entire life savings. Gui Yunxi accepted the silver, smirking, alright, then you still owe me 1 tael, remember to repay me when you have the means. Being fellow villagers, Lu could not muster 2 taels, extracting one was likely all she could manage. Nearly bursting with rage, Lu begrudgingly retreated with her family in defeat. The crowd observed the scene, feeling a sense of justice served. That old hag truly deserved it. Gui Yunxi handed the money to Guofu, intentionally raising her voice for the villagers to hear. Father, with this tael, we should have enough to purchase some land, right? Chapter 81. Planting sweet potatoes and potatoes. Upon hearing this, the surrounding villagers displayed expressions of understanding. No wonder this young girl was so relentless. It turned out she was aiming to purchase land. However, given the destitution of the Guo family, it seemed they could only resort to extortion to afford such a purchase. After witnessing the commotion, the villagers gradually dispersed. Nevertheless, today's events made it clear that the Guo family was not to be trifled with. Not only was their number considerable, but each member was fiercely protective of one another. Some villagers, who previously harbored ulterior motives, quickly abandoned their thoughts, not wishing to incur wrath. Seeing the villagers depart, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Li hurriedly took Gui Yunxi's small hand and, with a heart full of concern, asked, Little she, are you alright? Did you injure your hand when you struck that person? I shall have your uncle teach that scoundrel a lesson another day. Observing the gentle girl before her, Li felt her heart shatter. Her little she, so delicate, had stood up for her. It was genuinely moving. Gui Yunxi shook her head, reassuring, Aunt Li, I am perfectly fine. Li smiled and affectionately ruffled her hair. My cousin was remarkably fierce just now. Little you should aspire to be like her, exclaimed Song Lingyue from the side. The others chuckled at her words, pondering why the little girl would choose to emulate such behavior. Yet, in these tumultuous times, it was indeed prudent for a girl to be somewhat formidable, to ward off bullying. Within the span of an hour, the news that the eldest daughter of the Guo family had extorted a tael of silver from Lu Pozi spread throughout the village. The villagers reacted with a mix of amusement, disdain, and admiration for the Guo family's audacity. After all, Lu Pozi had previously swindled many, and witnessing her being outmaneuvered brought great solace to those she had wronged. By evening, when Guofu arrived with the money to purchase land, the village head clapped him on the shoulder, praising his daughter's capabilities, exclaiming that one would be hard-pressed to find such a remarkable girl in the surrounding areas. Guofu could only smile wryly at the compliment. Hearing this news, who also grew fonder of Gui Yunxi, had it not been for her son's adamant refusal on that fateful day, she would have already sought a match for her third son. With such a formidable daughter-in-law as Gui Yunxi, which family in the vicinity would dare to quarrel with her? However, with the village head present, she dared not propose a match. After Guofu returned from purchasing the land, night had already fallen. In Fuyan village, families typically dined only once a day, so by this hour, people had retired early to avoid hunger. During the afternoon, with so many hands, they managed to erect 3 or 4 thatched huts, providing a meager resting place. That night, everyone nestled within the thatched hut, quietly savoring their porridge made of sweet potatoes and salted meat, feeling immensely satisfied. In these times, nearly having 2 meals a day was a rare blessing. We must cultivate the land, Gui Yunxi stated, sitting beside Song Huajin after finishing her meal. Although they still had a fair amount of grain, they could not afford to squander it. Moreover, the sweet potatoes and potatoes in her space had grown splendidly and were ready for cuttings. The seedlings nurtured in her space would yield produce unlike any ordinary varieties, and thus, Gui Yunxi was determined not to let this opportunity slip by. However, the challenge lay in how to extract the seedlings from her space without raising suspicion. Gui Yunxi could not help but sigh inwardly, feeling the weight of her predicament. Little she is right. We must seek a better path ahead, Song Huajin replied, expressing her desire to contribute to the family after giving birth, striving not to become a burden to her husband and children. Guofu nodded in agreement. Once we have arranged the housing matters, I shall consult with the village head. After a spring rain, nature began to revive, marking an opportune time for planting. However, what should they cultivate? It was undoubtedly unwise to plant rice in this year. Let us first plant sweet potatoes and potatoes, followed by wheat, Gui Yunxi declared with firm resolve. Given the scarcity of food, sweet potatoes and potatoes were high-yielding and matured swiftly, allowing them to address their immediate needs before considering other crops. As rainfall was scarce here, they would delay rice planting for the time being. Guofu nodded, recognizing the wisdom in her plan. I shall discuss this with your uncle tomorrow. If all goes well, once the housing construction commences, we will begin our cultivation. Chapter 82. Constructing the earthen dwelling. Gui Yunxi nodded in agreement. Due to the limited space of the wooden bed in Guofu's dwelling, which could accommodate no more than 2 individuals, he had taken the initiative during the day to chop several planks of wood, binding them together with rope. He placed them on the other side and propped them up with a few stones, thus creating a makeshift wooden bed. At night, Gui Yunxi, Song Huajin, and her 2 younger brothers slept on the bed inside, while Mang and Li rested on the bed outside. Guofu and Song Chuan took to sleeping on the cart, guarding the provisions. In the other rooms, it was predominantly the women who slept inside, while the men constructed simple canopies outside, laying down straw mats to pass the night. Fortunately, they had acquired several blankets during their stay at the inn, ensuring that there was sufficient bedding for everyone. With February approaching, the temperatures were not as frigid, and the group did not suffer from the cold as much during the night. They enjoyed a night filled with pleasant dreams. Upon waking the next morning, everyone resumed their industrious efforts in constructing the thatched houses, as 2 or 3 dwellings were simply insufficient for the multitude. Guo Xiao and Guo Song collaborated to carve numerous small wooden shovels for the womenfolk. The women, equipped with baskets and shovels, ventured into the mountains to forage for wild vegetables. These free greens were not to be wasted. Along the way, they encountered several village women, but fortunately, their numbers deterred any trouble, especially since the villagers were well aware of the Guo family's formidable reputation for both martial prowess and protective instincts. It is known that disputes often arise over foraging territories, yet with so many women from the Li family present, not a single soul dared to challenge them. This made for a particularly pleasant morning for Li. If given a choice, who would prefer to squabble with others daily? Everyone yearns for a tranquil and beautiful life. After all, after a busy morning, they had amassed a considerable amount of wild vegetables, albeit smaller in size, but plentiful in quantity. For safety's sake, they opted for a lunch without meat, simmering a pot of wild vegetable porridge, which no one complained about. After the meal, Song Chuan gathered everyone for a meeting. As you all know, we purchased land last night and can now commence building houses. Thus, I will distribute the funds for construction among you all. Please be frugal. The remaining money should be reserved for future land purchases and daily necessities, he stated. Everyone nodded in agreement. The eldest daughter's willingness to share the funds brought them joy, and naturally, they felt compelled to be self-sufficient, as they could not rely on her family indefinitely. Given their recent arrival, they intended to remain inconspicuous in this new environment to avoid attracting unwanted attention, leading them to decide on constructing earthen houses for the time being, with plans to upgrade to brick houses later. Song Chuan picked up the bag filled with coins, which had been exchanged for small silver pieces earlier that morning, totaling 986 taels from gold leaves along with the remaining funds after purchasing the land, leaving them with 18 taels. As the distribution was based on the number of individuals, including Gui Yunqi's newly added younger brothers, there were a total of 81 people, allowing each person to receive 22 taels. The remaining change was given entirely to Gui Yun. 11.no1 voiced any objections. Receiving the money brought them great happiness. They would never forget that this generosity came from the eldest daughter, and they were determined to repay her family in the future. Xiaoyer, remember to bring any delicious food to your cousins first from now on. Do you understand? Li earnestly instructed her daughter, emphasizing the importance of gratitude. Without her cousins, they would not be where they are today. Song Lingyue nodded. Cousin often brings me tasty treats, I like her the most. Don't worry, mother, I understand. The group had already discussed how to construct the houses, how many households would be built, how many rooms each would contain, and whether a small kitchen was necessary. Once we finalize the details, come to my elder brother to register, and we shall build together, Gui Yunqi cheerfully remarked while standing beside Gui Xiao. Typically, rural dwellings were constructed outside the courtyard, so there was no need for further discussion. They would coordinate their efforts. Miss, our household consists of 10 people, so we will build 6 rooms. 1 main hall and 5 bedrooms, along with a kitchen, Chu Pozi said, beaming, followed by 9 young maidservants who resided with her. Gui Xiao diligently took notes on a stone. Miss, my family is small, just my mother and me. 2 bedrooms and 1 hall will suffice, and I also need a small kitchen, Guosong said bashfully, scratching his head. Oh, Guosong, just you and your mother, yet you wish to build 2 bedrooms? Qing Dai teased from the side. You clearly don't understand. Guosong intends to marry someday. Would it be appropriate for the newlyweds to share a room with their mother on their wedding night? Biyun chimed in with a playful grin at Guosong. A naive young man, turned red at the remark. Sister Biyun, please don't laugh at me. His embarrassment elicited further teasing from the maidservants. Gui Yunqi, witnessing their playful banter, couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing everyone enjoying a life where they could eat their fill and stay warm brought her genuine joy, especially after the hardships they had endured together. In this relaxed atmosphere, Gui Xiao swiftly completed the registration for everyone, totaling 12 households. Fortunately, the land they purchased was ample enough to accommodate all the houses. After finalizing the registrations, Gui Yunqi accompanied Song Chuan and Guo Fu to inquire about prices from the bricklayers in town. Given that many of the residents in Mojing were exiles who could not travel far, there remained a few masons in the town. Little did they know, upon inquiring, they were taken aback to discover that the current rates for masons were remarkably low, and even the raw materials were surprisingly inexpensive. However, the masons had one stipulation: they required 1 meal a day to agree to the job. While this appeared advantageous, it was viewed as a tremendous loss by the villagers. After all, during this time, grain was the most expensive commodity. To build so many houses, they would need to hire dozens of laborers, and accommodating their meals alongside the needs of their own 81 family members, especially without cultivating any crops, was an overwhelming prospect. Upon hearing this, Gui Yunqi burst into laughter. Father, uncle, we have 4 or 5 dozen men in our group. Why do we need to hire more? Why make such a fuss? Although Guo Fu and Song Chuan did not fully grasp the concept of fuss, they understood Gui Yunqi's point. Indeed, with 53 men in their group, were they truly worried about not having enough labor for the construction? With that, the 3 reached a consensus and promptly ordered a batch of building materials to be delivered to Fuyun village. Ah, is the Guo family's house finally rising? The gathering of elder women at the village entrance began to gossip upon witnessing the commotion. Of course, having purchased land, they must expedite the construction. Hu remarked, observing the carts carrying bricks and tiles. I wonder if they are hiring help. Put. Hire help, they might as well spend their entire savings on building a house, do they even deserve to hire help? Lu Posey, recalling how Gui Yunqi had once tricked her out of a tale of silver, remarked bitterly. Even if they did hire me, I wouldn't let my 2 sons assist them, what a family of bandits. The women cast derisive glances at Lu Posey. Hiring help required providing meals, and such a prime opportunity would not likely be offered to her, even if she begged. Chapter 83. Curbs. A steady stream of bricks and tiles arrived, much to the delight of everyone present. The bricks used for the earthen houses were made of mud, typically fashioned from clay mixed with straw, rendering them remarkably sturdy. The tiles, however, were a purchase insisted upon by Gui Yunqi. During the sweltering summer months, a roof solely composed of straw would not only be stifling but would also leak during rain. Gui Yunqi casually mentioned this, and the others readily concurred. Gui Yunqi's family comprised 7 members: Guofu, Song Huazhen, Gui Yunqi herself, Gui Xiao, Meng Shi, along with 2 newly added little ones, plus some spare change that Song Chuan had generously contributed to their household, amounting to nearly 190 taels of silver in total. Song Chuan, along with Li Shi, their 2 children, and the elderly Song patriarch along with Qin Shi, constituted another family unit that also received a significant sum. The distribution of silver was based on headcount. Those with larger families received more, allowing them to construct somewhat larger houses, while smaller households had to settle for more modest accommodations. Each family promptly came to Song Chuan's site to collect materials, make payments, and transport their belongings with remarkable efficiency. Guofu worked alongside the men outdoors, hauling bricks and tiles. Given the substantial number of houses being built, it was evident that the initial batch of materials would be insufficient, prompting the group to deliberate on sending 1 representative from each family to procure additional supplies later on. Each household would contribute its own funds and collect its own materials, ensuring an orderly process. Little Shi, how do you plan to construct our home? Song Huazhen inquired softly while nursing the 2 infants. We shall begin with a modest courtyard house, consisting of 5 bedrooms and 1 main hall, with a spacious kitchen, Gui Yunqi replied, noting that as newcomers, they should avoid overly ostentatious constructions. When the time comes, our parents will occupy 1 room, my siblings will have another, and I will take 1 for myself, while the remaining 2 will serve as guest rooms until my younger brother is older. Nevertheless, Gui Yunqi had not forgotten her initial aspirations. Later, I wish for father to build a wall. I envision a front yard for planting flowers and welcoming guests, while the backyard can be designated for raising chickens, ducks, and geese. Ideally, we should also create a pond to raise fish once we have water. She was determined not to let the potential of those chickens, ducks, geese, and fish go to waste. Song Huazhen nodded in agreement. Then we shall construct it according to little Shi's vision. It surely cannot go awry. At present, Gui Yunqi was regarded as a little fortune bringer in their eyes, and there was no way they would reject her cherished daughter's proposal. When Guofu, Gui Xiao, and Meng Shi returned, Song Huazhen conveyed Gui Yunqi's housing plans, to which the 3 naturally had no objections. As they nearly completed organizing the materials, dusk began to settle. That day, they had erected 4 thatched cottages, eliminating the need for anyone to spend the night outdoors. Guofu made a special trip to the village head's house to check the auspicious date. The following day would be ideal for commencing construction. Consequently, there was no delay, and the next day they commenced their work with fervor, mixing mud and sand. Both men and women busied themselves, all eager to inhabit their new homes as soon as possible, leaving little room for idleness. It was not until midday that they finally paused. The women prepared a simple meal of wild vegetable porridge, seasoned with a sprinkle of salt, and that sufficed for lunch. Father, what shall we say about our land? Gui Yunqi inquired while sipping her porridge in the thatched cottage. I have already discussed it with your uncle. Apart from the expenses for building houses, everyone has a bit of surplus money now. This afternoon, I will take them to the village head's house to purchase land. Guofu replied. Gui Yunqi nodded. Father is correct. We should send 1 representative from each family to buy the land together. This way, it will be harder for others to raise suspicions. Her father certainly had his wits about him. Flattered by his daughter's praise, Guofu felt a surge of pride. Why, I have spent years on military campaigns. I have a firm grasp on matters of the heart. By the way, father, please inquire with the village head about the mountain behind our house. If possible, we could cultivate some herbs there, which could be sold once they mature. Gui Yunqi had long entertained this idea. Growing herbs could yield profits and could also be transformed into medicinal dishes, a truly lucrative venture. Cultivating herbs, Guofu frowned at this notion. While it was indeed profitable, the lack of market access posed a concern. The town and neighboring villages were scarcely populated, and if they were to grow them, where would they sell them? Father, I have already contemplated this. We can sell them in Bailon City. Bailon City, Guofu gazed at Gui Yunqi in astonishment. Bailon City was a frontier town of the Wu Kingdom, situated nearly 80 miles from Mo City. Though it was not far, it was indeed another nation, and the citizens of Mo City seldom ventured there. Gui Yunqi nodded affirmatively. We shall sell in Bailon City. Since the ascension of the new emperor, our 2 nations have engaged in frequent economic exchanges. It should pose no issue. We should take some time to visit Bailon City. If all goes well, we can cultivate herbs together and sell them there. Father, Bailon City is generally quite prosperous, the cost of herbs is low, with high profits, and they mature quickly. It is undoubtedly better than clinging to that small plot of land, Gui Yunqi stated resolutely. Guofu pondered for a moment before replying. This matter requires further discussion with your uncle and the others. Gui Yunqi smiled. Very well, then father, please first inquire with the village head about the mountain behind our house. Engaging in cross-border trade was still a relatively novel concept for them, given their scholarly and martial backgrounds, so Gui Yunqi did not expect Guofu to agree immediately. After all, good things often take time to materialize. She was already content with his response. After the family enjoyed a delightful lunch together, Guofu returned to his work, while Guoxiao and Mengshi joined him, leaving Song Huajin and the 3 children at home to rest. Just as Gui Yunqi finished tidying up the dishes, she noticed Li Shi approaching with little Yuer in tow. Upon entering, Li Shi greeted Gui Yunqi before making her way to Song Huajin's bedside, where the 2 women began exchanging intimate conversation. Cousin, as soon as she entered the room, little Yuer pulled Gui Yunqi aside to a more secluded spot and stealthily produced a paper package from her bosom, presenting it to Gui Yunqi. What is this? Gui Yunqi asked, slightly taken aback as she unwrapped the package to reveal a small piece of candied fruit, its golden hue quite tempting. Cousin, this is a treat from Shunzi. I brought it for you, Song Lingyue said, beaming with a sweet smile. Gui Yunqi was touched by the sight of the little girl, realizing her affection for the child was well placed. Song Lingyue was beautiful, having inherited her mother's temperament, and within just a couple of days, she had seamlessly integrated with the village children, taking on the role of a little leader. She had managed to charm the village kids, who now referred to her as Big Sister, and this candied fruit was a delightful offering from her little followers, which she generously shared with Gui Yunqi. Cousin, you must eat it quickly, the little girl urged, noticing Gui Yunqi's momentary hesitation. With a smile, Gui Yunqi accepted the girl's kind gesture and promptly popped the treat into her mouth. After savoring the candied fruit, she retrieved a pack of white rabbit milk candies from her space, unwrapped it, and tucked it into little Yuer's embrace, saying, "Eat it quietly and don't tell anyone, alright?" Song Lingyue patted the candies in her arms, her face lighting up with a blissful smile. Her cousin was simply too kind to her, and she vowed to treat Gui Yunqi even better in the future. As for the candy, it became their little secret, a bond that allowed only consumption, with no questions asked and certainly no discussions permitted. She adhered to these unspoken rules with utmost seriousness. Chapter 84 is going to town to haul carriages. After Gui Yunqi and Xiao Yuer had played for a while, they heard the familiar voice of their beloved mother from inside the house. Xiao Shier. Your cousin is calling you, said Song Lingyue. Gui Yunqi nodded and lowered her head as she entered the room, where she was met with the expectant gaze of Li Shi. After a moment of surprise, Gui Yunqi quickly realized that her aunt had something of importance to discuss. Xiao Shier, your aunt wishes to confer with you regarding a matter, Li Shi said, weighing her words carefully. Please, aunt, feel free to speak. Well, now that our house is finally constructed, I have been contemplating how we might sustain ourselves. It is not enough merely to till the land, we ought to engage in some form of livelihood to support our family. Li Shi spoke softly. Gui Yunqi nodded, recognizing the wisdom in her aunt's words. Does aunt have any particular ideas in mind? Li Shi nodded in affirmation. You see, we have 2 horse-drawn carriages at our disposal. Since we are no longer traveling, I was thinking that our 2 families could venture into town to offer our services. Though the earnings may be modest, it would still constitute a means of subsistence. Rest assured, aunt, I would not take advantage of you. We shall consider the carriages rented, and we can settle the payments monthly. What do you think, Xiao Shier? Li Shi said, her expression tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Gui Yunqi chuckled gently. Aunt, what are you saying? We are family. The fact that you and uncle can establish a livelihood brings us joy. There is no need to speak of renting. Indeed, sister-in-law, we are all kin. Why be so formal, remarked Song Huajin from her perch on the bed. Li Shi quickly waved her hands. Whatever is due will certainly be given. We have benefited greatly from your family's generosity along the way, and I feel quite embarrassed as it is. With that, Li Shi reached into her bosom and produced 50 copper coins, pressing them into Gui Yunqi's hands. This is a token of earnestness. Please accept it. Gui Yunqi was both amused and exasperated. Her relatives were simply too straightforward. In this impoverished region, hauling carriages would mostly involve transporting villagers or delivering goods for the government and merchants, at most earning a mere penny per trip. Yet, here was her aunt, presenting her with 50 coins outright. Xiao Shier, if you refuse this money, we would be too afraid to use the carriage, Li Shi said hastily, fearing rejection. Gui Yunqi smiled, genuinely touched by her aunt's sincerity. Very well, I shall have my elder brother prepare the 2 carriages, and aunt, you can come along to guide them. Li Shi nodded in satisfaction, exchanging a few more pleasantries with the mother and daughter before taking her leave. Xiao Shier, I believe your aunt's idea is quite astute, Song Huajin remarked. Our carriages are idle. It would be sensible for your elder brother to take them to the nearby town for work. It is indeed a viable means of income. Gui Yunqi agreed. Mother speaks true. Once my brother returns, we can discuss it further. In truth, Gui Yunqi did not expect her brother Guoxiao to earn much from hauling carriages. Her primary desire was for him to venture out more often. A person of his considerable talents should not remain confined to the village. Perhaps opportunities awaited him in town. As for methods of earning money, she had her own thoughts, but her aspirations were not confined to this desolate wilderness. Her sights were set on the nearby Bailon City. It seemed imperative to seek an opportunity to visit Bailon City and assess the situation there. As the afternoon wore on, everyone was diligently laboring to lay the foundation and dig trenches, each person glistening with sweat, yet none complained of fatigue. After a heavy rain, the village well filled with water. Several women fetched some well water and gathered dandelions from the mountains to brew a large pot of refreshing tea, perfect for cooling and quenching thirst. Guofu and Song Chuan led the group to purchase land at Gui Yunqi, however, did not accompany them. She had more pressing matters to attend to, specifically harvesting the potato seedlings and sweet potato vines from their space. The sweet potatoes could be propagated through cuttings, but the potato seedlings required careful transplantation. Chapter 85 Departure for Bailon City. Gui Yunqi toiled for an entire afternoon before finally uprooting all the potato seedlings from the acre of land. Fortunately, the space she possessed had the ability to preserve freshness. Even when left outside, the seedlings would not perish, nearly halting their growth. Sensing that the time was ripe, she paused to feed the chickens, ducks, and geese within her space once more. Over the recent days, these fowl had laid a considerable number of eggs, each one plump and round. Thus, Wei Yunqi resolved to seize an opportunity to share these nutritional treasures with the others, for a hearty meal was essential to muster the strength for labor. Once she stepped out of her space, night had already fallen. Has little she awakened? I noticed you were sleeping soundly, so I didn't disturb you, Song Huazhen said with a gentle smile. There is still some wild chicken meat in the pot. Let me serve you a portion. Wei Yunqi nodded in gratitude. Thank you, mother. After laboring for an entire afternoon, she felt utterly drained and, compounded by her recent overexertion, her body seemed to be struggling to cope. It was only after sipping a bowl of wild chicken soup that she began to regain her vitality. Observing her weary demeanor, Song Huazhen's heart ached. Could it be that her daughter was physically weakened? How could she wake from a nap and still appear so fatigued? Mother, where is father? Once Wei Yunqi replenished her strength, she eagerly sought to inquire about the matters concerning the land from Guofu. Just as she finished her question, Guofu and Guoxiao entered the room together. Little sister, you're awake, Guoxiao said with concern, noticing Wei Yunqi's frail appearance. Are you feeling unwell? Your complexion looks quite pale, have you caught a chill? Mengshi also perceived the unusual signs and asked with worry. At this, everyone gasped in alarm. Little she, how do you feel? Father will take you to the town for a checkup, Guofu declared, reaching out to guide Wei Yunqi outside. Father, mother, older brother and sister-in-law, I'm perfectly fine. I merely slept too long this afternoon and feel a bit groggy. Wei Yunqi hastily shook her head. I am a physician myself, how could I be unaware of my own health? Rest assured. Despite her reassurances, the concern in their eyes remained unabated. Wei Yunqi quickly shifted the topic. Father, how did the land matters turn out? This has been settled. Everyone pulled together to purchase a total of 20 acres. It's just half a mile east of our home, Guofu replied softly. It's south conveniently close for future endeavors. Wei Yunqi nodded. Given the poor harvests of the past 2 years, acquiring land had indeed been quite feasible and not overly expensive. Moreover, I also inquired with the village chief regarding that mountain. He mentioned it is unclaimed, allowing us to cultivate whatever we desire, though we would need to pay an additional 20% in taxes at year's end compared to others. Really? Wei Yunqi's eyes sparkled with excitement. With a mountain at her disposal, she could cultivate medicinal herbs. Father, I wish for us to visit Bailon City tomorrow. Since we are to farm, we should procure some seeds and provisions. Mother also needs to replenish her strength, and there is hardly anything worth buying in the town. Wei Yunqi spoke with fervor, nearly bursting with the desire to fly to Bailon City that very night to witness the commercial empire of her dreams. With a market established, nothing would pose a challenge. Moreover, going to Bailon City would provide her the opportunity to retrieve items from her space. Any talk of buying seeds was merely a pretext. Guofu hesitated. Indeed, they required seeds for the land, and his daughter's assertions were valid. It was true that such items were currently unattainable in their town. This journey to Bailon will take several days. I worry for you, especially since I am currently occupied with the house construction and cannot leave, Guofu said, gazing at his eldest daughter with deep affection. Father, I will go with little sister, Guoxiao chimed in softly. He had long heard tales of the unique customs of Wu Kingdom and was eager to witness them firsthand. After a moment of contemplation, Guofu replied, very well, tomorrow, take along 2 capable guards to accompany little she. Safety must be your foremost priority. Wei Yunqi smiled and nodded in agreement. The Shenzhou Empire did not strictly monitor the movements of exiles, one merely needed to obtain travel permits and documents from the village chief and return within the stipulated time. Of course, failure to return would classify one as a fugitive, with consequences that would be dealt with accordingly. Fortunately, Bailon City was not far, a round trip would take approximately 3 days. Chapter 86 Li Tsuilan's beating. At the break of dawn on the following day, Wei Yunqi, accompanied by Guoxiao, Guosong, and Qing Dai, set off for the village chief's residence to procure the travel permit and documents. The inclusion of Guosong and Qing Dai was a deliberate choice, for their martial prowess assured Wei Yunqi's safety. Guofu had intended to join them, but the thought of encountering Li Tsuilan at the village chief's abode, who always seemed to cling to him with a forlorn expression, sent shivers down his spine, prompting him to reconsider. As the quartet made their way to the village chief's home, they inevitably captured the attention of numerous villagers. Their striking appearances left the young men and women along the path wide-eyed, yet the fear of Wei Yunqi's protective family deterred anyone from approaching. Upon reaching the village chief's residence without hindrance, they spotted Li Tsuilan peering out from the doorway from a considerable distance. Guofu had sent word to the village chief the previous evening regarding their visit for the travel permit and documents, hence Li Tsuilan had eagerly awaited their arrival. The moment she laid eyes on Wei Yunqi, her face lit up with surprise. Yunqi, my dear, you've come. She exclaimed. Wei Yunqi nodded gently, responding, we are here to see the village chief. However, as Li Tsuilan observed Wei Yunqi approaching, the absence of a familiar figure behind her dimmed her expression. Why hasn't your father come? Li Tsuilan inquired. Wei Yunqi smiled, her gaze carrying a hint of meaning. My father is busy with household chores. In truth, Li Tsuilan was not a malicious woman, she merely harbored feelings for someone she ought not to. Wei Yunqi had come to understand her father's disposition over recent days. He was undeniably devoted to his wife and daughter, and it was inconceivable that he would ever be swayed by Li Tsuilan's affections. Nevertheless, such matters were best left for her father to resolve. She had no desire to intervene should her father ever commit any wrongdoing towards Li Tsuilan and her daughter. She would simply take her beloved mother and depart, for she possessed the means to ensure their survival. Noticing Wei Yunqi's indifferent demeanor, Li Tsuilan grew anxious. Yunqi, when will your father arrive? Please convey a message to him for me. Tell him that Aunt Tsuilan has some matters to discuss. Li Tsuilan, what are you saying? Before she could finish, the village chief emerged from within, rebuking her father. I do not wish to marry son Matzi. Li Tsuilan protested, standing at the entrance with a look of distress. Whether you wish to marry or not is irrelevant. Cease your fixation on matters that do not concern you, the village chief retorted, visibly agitated as he brandished his smoking pipe. Oh, you foolish girl, when did you slip out? Are you itching for trouble? Hu Shi, having emerged from the house, pinched Li Tsuilan's face and struck her across the cheek in front of the onlookers. You, a burden, lazing about at home while daring to be disobedient. After scolding her, Hu Shi dragged the tearful Li Tsuilan back inside. My apologies for the display, the village chief said, somewhat embarrassed. Gui Yunqi shook her head. Village chief, we are here for the travel permit and documents. It has long been prepared for you, the village chief replied, hastily returning from indoors with a small booklet and a piece of paper, which he handed to Gui Yunqi. Upon verifying the documents, Gui Yunqi, along with her companions, departed from the village chief's home. Miss, that Li Tsuilan truly lacks discernment, daring to covet our lord, Qing Dai fumed as she walked behind. Gui Yunqi merely smiled, choosing silence. Did Li Tsuilan genuinely harbor feelings for Guofu? Perhaps not. It was more likely that she sought to escape her mother's control, which was a daunting task for any woman in these tumultuous times. Fortunately, she had loving parents and family to support her. Having secured the travel permit and documents, along with 10 taels of silver from various households to assist in purchasing seeds, they prepared to set off. Guosong and Guoxiao took turns driving the horse cart, while Gui Yunqi and Qing Dai settled into the rear compartment, concerned that her cherished daughter might find the ride uncomfortable. Song Huazhen had thoughtfully laid down a thick mattress for her. Mother, we are off, Gui Yunqi called, waving to Song Huazhen from the cart. Be ye safe on the road, and return early, her mother advised. Understood. As the cart began to move, Gui Yunqi retreated into her space. She still had a plot of land to tend to. In her space, Gui Yunqi took a shovel and unearthed sweet potato seedlings, meticulously cutting the vines into segments approximately 15 centimeters long for propagation. This endeavor occupied her for the better part of the day. Surveying her accomplishments, Gui Yunqi smiled with satisfaction. The sweet potato seedlings had flourished, and she could continue propagating them, while the potato plants would yield fruit. She would refrain from consuming them, reserving them as seeds for future planting. Gradually, the fields would be enriched with the special varieties nurtured in her space. After completing her tasks within the space, Gui Yunqi succumbed to sleep once more. Lately, she found herself perpetually fatigued, her spirits exceedingly low. Chapter 87. The beautiful savage. Miss, we have arrived. In a state of drowsiness, Gui Yunqi was roused by Qing Dai's gentle call. Rubbing her eyes, she beheld a towering city wall adorned with the 3 grand characters of Beilan City. At long last, they had reached their destination. Stretching lazily, Gui Yunqi descended from the carriage with Qing Dai's assistance. Though Beilan City lay a mere 80 miles from Mojing, it was far more bustling and prosperous. The city gates were thronged with merchants and travelers, some shouldering burdens, others riding in carts, all hurrying towards the city's interior. We must hasten into the city. It appears the gates are about to close, Gui Yunqi reminded. Guosong nodded in agreement, urging the carriage swiftly towards the entrance. In recent years, due to the marriage alliance of the Holy Maiden of Wu to the Shenzhou Empire, the two nations had engaged in increased exchanges, allowing officials merely to inspect travel documents before permitting a few individuals to enter the city. Sister, the hour grows late, and the merchants are closing their stalls. Might it be prudent for us to seek a place to rest for the night? Guoxiao inquired softly from the rear. Gui Yunqi nodded affirmatively. Elder brother speaks wisely, let us find an inn to stay for the night. Unlike Mojing, where bandits roamed freely and a curfew was enforced, Beilan City was relatively secure, with patrolling guards ensuring safety, thus avoiding the troubles they had previously encountered. The four soon located a modest inn and inquired about the rates. 21 for a night's stay, which was not excessive. They reserved 2 adjacent rooms. Gui Yunqi and Qing Dai shared one, while Guosong and Guoxiao occupied the other, a perfect arrangement. After a long day of travel, they were all weary, and after consuming the provisions prepared by Song Huazhen, they readied themselves for rest. Upon entering the room, Gui Yunqi eagerly retrieved her belongings, producing several unpackaged loaves of bread from her satchel, sharing half with Qing Dai before indulging herself. Qing Dai, curious, glanced at the food. Miss, how do you still have such delicacies? Did you forget? This was given to me by that handsome savage from the Heishui forest, Gui Yunqi replied, savoring a bite of bread. She had endured a monotonous diet of dry cakes throughout their journey, and now finally relished something delightful. Ah, truly? Qing Dai pondered, recalling having seen the beautiful savage present her mistress with a package before parting. However, being of simple mind, she considered any food a great blessing, indifferent to its origins as long as it was delicious. Miss, you are so kind to share such delightful food with me, she exclaimed, taking a bite and experiencing the exquisite sweetness that filled her mouth, speaking with satisfaction. In her mind, the notion that her mistress possessed such treats should have been kept secret for her own enjoyment, yet, the fact that she was willing to share indicated that Gui Yunqi held her in the highest regard, and henceforth, she vowed to protect her mistress diligently. After finishing their meal, the two prepared for rest. Extinguishing the candlelight, they lay down and soon fell asleep. The inn, though quaint, lacked proper soundproofing, and just as they were drifting into a deep slumber, voices from the adjacent room intruded upon their peace. You wretched spawn, how dare you sneak back here? You are courting death. Brother, quickly, dispose of this vile creature, he is as disgusting as his wretched mother. Fear not, with me here, he shall not leave this room alive tonight. Humph, this wretched creature even dares to seek out our father in secret, what folly! Thankfully, I discovered him before he could succeed. Accompanying these words were the sharp cracks of a whip striking flesh and the muffled groans of a man. Gui Yunqi, fueled by indignation, threw back the covers, exclaiming, "Is there no peace to be had for slumber?" After days spent laboring in her spatial domain, she had longed for a good night's rest, only to be roused once more. The cacophony from next door showed no signs of abating. Instead, it grew even louder, now accompanied by the clashing sounds of blades. Elder brother, this wretched spawn is truly grotesque, with those blue eyes, like a monstrous aberration. Perhaps I should gouge out his eyes and feed them to the dogs, thus sparing us the sight of his repulsiveness. Gui Yunqi froze momentarily, her mind racing. Blue eyes. In her memory, she had encountered only one person with blue eyes in this lifetime, the handsome savage from the Heishui forest. Could it be mere coincidence? Chapter 88. There might be some pain. Gui Yunqi found herself increasingly restless. Although she could hardly be described as exceptionally kind-hearted, the thought of neglecting the beautiful wild man next door, who had once aided her, filled her with dread at the prospect of living with such guilt. Having just entered the city, they had chosen an inn on the outskirts, which was rather secluded. This was likely the very reason those individuals next door had opted for this location. Gui Yunqi cast a glance at the nearby Qingdai, who was lost in sweet dreams, murmuring about the delicious chicken legs and duck necks. Forget it, I can't rely on this foolish girl, Gui Yunqi mused. Quietly, she changed into the male attire she had retrieved from her spatial storage, tied her hair back, donned a black mask, and stealthily slipped out of the room. "Dear guest, your dinner has been brought to you," came a voice from outside. Meanwhile, Jiayu picked up a sharp knife, a cold glint flickering in her eyes, just as she was about to strike, when a low voice interrupted from outside. Frowning, she turned to her elder brother, Jia. "Brother, did you send someone with the food?" "How could I possibly send anyone with food?" "Let us not forget why we are here," he replied tersely. The siblings exchanged puzzled glances as the knocking at the door continued. "Dear guest, your meal has arrived." "Go open the door," Jia instructed a nearby servant in a low voice. "Yes, young master." Before the servant could discern the appearance of the person at the door, they were sent flying by a powerful kick. "Who dares?" Jia and Jiayu exclaimed in fury, their eyes flashing with malice. Northland City was their territory. How dare someone challenge them? The intruder, clad in dark clothing and masked, wielded a black staff, attacking indiscriminately. Strangely, those struck by her seemed to convulse momentarily before collapsing, as if poisoned. Gui Yunqi had incapacitated the group with a stun baton from her spatial storage, swiftly producing 2 silver needles from her pocket. With gloved hands, she deftly inserted the needles into the acupoints of the 2 siblings before they could react, rendering them unconscious. Casting a cold gaze over the fallen figures, she prepared to strike at their life points with the silver needles. "Do not kill them," murmured the man lying on the ground, his voice weak. Gui Yunqi looked up, puzzled, at the man. His clothing was tattered, revealing skin marred by lashes and wounds, teetering on the brink of death. His originally golden hair had inexplicably turned black, resembling her own, while his clear blue eyes bore an ethereal beauty. It was indeed the striking wild man they had encountered in the forest, Gallo. "If we die here without reason, neither of us will escape unscathed," Gallo explained, meeting Gui Yunqi's gaze. Though Gui Yunqi could easily flee with Gui Xiao and the others, they still needed to procure supplies and establish themselves in this city for the long term. If they were to kill the two, returning to Northland City in the future would undoubtedly pose complications. After a moment's contemplation, she tucked the silver needles away. "Is that you, little Silver's master?" Gallo asked softly from the ground. He recognized her. Gui Yunqi was taken aback but removed her mask nonetheless. "How did you end up here?" "Shouldn't I be the one asking you? Why not stay safely in the forest?" Bending down, she helped him sit up, curious about his intentions. From the conversation with the two earlier, it seemed he had come in search of his father. Gui Yunqi raised an eyebrow, disdainfully regarding Gallo. "What is there to seek from such a scoundrel? He poisoned his own son. If I were you, I would eliminate him and flee this wretched place." Gallo sighed with a bitter smile. "You misunderstand, young lady. I am not here to seek him. My mother told me before her death that she had left something very important in the Lord's mansion, and I wish to retrieve her belongings." "I am Gui Yunqi. Thank you, Miss Gua, for saving my life once more," Gallo said earnestly, his eyes reflecting deep gratitude. She was the first person, apart from his mother and kin, who had not looked down upon him, who had offered him assistance. Others had called him a little bastard, a wild child, a monster, simply because he was the child of a wild man, with those bewitching blue eyes, akin to a creature of the night. "Save your thanks for later. If you possess anything of value, do remember to repay me," Gui Yunqi replied nonchalantly. After a moment's thought, Gallo retrieved something from his pack and handed it to her. Upon receiving it, Gui Yunqi felt its substantial weight, surprising her. She had merely jested, yet he had actually presented her with something. This child was rather earnest. However, there was no time for further examination. She tucked the item into her clothing and assisted Gallo back to her room, quickly rousing Qingdai and Gui Xiao. The group was taken aback upon seeing Gallo supported by Gui Yunqi. "Before they could inquire," she urged, "there is no time for explanations. We must leave at once." "Understood, let us gather our belongings and depart immediately," Gui Xiao replied, comprehending the urgency of the situation. He supported Gallo alongside Gui Yunqi, confident in his sister's judgment. Qingdai, now awake, nodded at Gui Song, and the group swiftly gathered their things and exited the inn. Due to the curfew in Northland City, they were compelled to sneak away through the back streets until they reached an abandoned shack on the outskirts, where they finally paused. Wusong, tend to the carriage, Wei Yunqi instructed as she helped Gallo into the thatched hut. Nodding, Wusong loosened the reins of the horses, whispering softly to them, and with a whistle, they wandered off. He then concealed the carriage among the thickets, before joining the others inside. Fortunately, the dilapidated hut contained a wooden bed. Qingdai quickly spread out a blanket, and Wei Yunqi helped Gallo lie down. Lighting a candle from her pack, she exhaled a sigh of relief after their frantic preparations. From her bundle, she took out a bottle of medicinal ointment, preparing to treat Gallo's wounds. Noticing Guo Xiao's astonished expression, she explained casually, "I brought these in case of emergencies." Guo Xiao nodded, acknowledging his sister's thoughtfulness. To ensure safety, Wei Yunqi asked Guo Xiao and the others to stand guard outside while she remained inside to tend to Gallo's injuries. Swiftly, she retrieved iodine and cotton swabs, deftly beginning the treatment. "It may sting a bit. Bear with it," she cautioned. As the majority of his wounds were concentrated on his back and chest, Wei Yunqi had to remove the tattered, filthy garments to prevent any risk of further infection. "All right," Gallo replied, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks. Chapter 89. A bundle of gold and gems. Wei Yunqi remained utterly oblivious to the peculiarities of Xiao Luo, diligently tending to his wounds with antiseptic and ointment. Xiao Luo lay on the bed, caught in a moment of hesitation. Should he divulge to Miss Guo that in their tribe, only spouses are permitted to view each other's bodies? Oh, never mind, perhaps it would be best to remain silent. What if Miss Guo found him distasteful? He had no desire to be looked down upon again. With deft hands, Wei Yunqi skillfully applied the medicine and bandaged his wounds. Then, reaching into her satchel, she retrieved a garment from her spatial pocket and assisted him in dressing before finally pausing. Noticing Xiao Luo's curiosity as he gazed at the iodine and cotton swabs, she shot him a glare, warning sternly, "This is the ancestral ointment of my family. Do not inquire, do not speak. Do you understand?" Xiao Luo obediently nodded, though his heart raced wildly. Miss Guo had bestowed upon him such a precious item, the very heirloom of her family. This thought only deepened his unease. He then extracted a bundle he had carried with him, spreading its contents across the bed. With a clatter, a plethora of heavy objects tumbled forth. "Miss Guo, I am unable to repay your kindness, so please accept these items." "What?" Guo Yunqi looked down in confusion, and upon realizing the nature of the items, she nearly fumbled the ointment in her hand. Before her lay a heap of gleaming gold bars, emeralds, white jade, pearls, agate, a vibrant array of treasures that nearly covered half the bed. Instinctively, Wei Yunqi reached into her bosom to retrieve the object Xiao Luo had just given her, which turned out to be yet another substantial gold ingot. Good heavens, now it was Wei Yunqi's turn to be dumbfounded. Xiao Luo, somewhat embarrassed, spoke up, "Miss Guo, you are aware of my background. I have not brought anything of value for you. These were given to me by the people of my tribe when I departed. They mentioned that the outside world requires currency, and I believe you might need these as well. Please take them." Wei Yunqi was momentarily speechless, her tongue tied. Although the Blackwater mountain range was dense and seldom traversed by others, with its gold and gem mines being quite normal, who could have imagined that this fellow was parading around with such a significant cache of treasures? "Ah, has nobody informed you that these riches could purchase half a town?" Xiao Luo shook his head. "I do not know. My kin merely advised me to use these items to trade for food once I had consumed my provisions." Upon saying this, he appeared somewhat disheartened, his clear eyes casting a sorrowful glance at Wei Yunqi. "Miss Guo, do you not like them?" "I apologize, our tribe is exceedingly poor, and these are all we possess." Guo Yunqi swallowed hard. "I adore them. I am immensely fond of them." Moments later, Guo Xiao, Wusong, and Qingdai stood in astonishment, gazing at the bed laden with gold and jewels, exchanging bewildered glances. "Wusong, am I still dreaming, or have my eyes deceived me? How is it that I see a bed full of gold and gems? Please tell me," Qingdai asked, her expression one of confusion as she turned to Wusong. Wusong mirrored her bewilderment, ultimately looking at Wei Yunqi. "Miss, did you just go out to rob someone without us knowing?" Guo Xiao was equally astonished. "Little sister, where did you acquire all these treasures?" Since the military manor had been raided, they had not witnessed such opulence again. Wei Yunqi maintained a stoic expression. She had grown numb to the spectacle. "These are from Xiao Luo." The three of them turned their gaze towards the innocent-looking Xiao Luo, their eyes shimmering with the same astonishment that had just graced Wei Yunqi's. How could it be that someone wandered about with a vast trove of gold and jewels? Chapter 90 of the Saintess of Wu. After a considerable time, the group finally absorbed the shocking scene before them. They then turned in unison to gaze at Wei Yunqi. She meticulously wrapped up the items and took a deep breath before addressing Xiao Luo. "I cannot take everything you possess, but I only require that piece of gold from you. Your wounds are nearly all dressed. Do you have any plans for the future?" Xiao Luo pondered for a moment before resolutely responding, "I intend to go to the city lord's mansion to reclaim my mother's belongings. Then we shall escort you back at dawn," Wei Yunqi replied solemnly. "Our residence is in Fuyun Village, Mo City, within the Xianzhou Empire. Should you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to seek us out." Xiao Luo nodded, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Once she had settled her mother's affairs, she would indeed seek them out. "Young Master Xiao Luo, there is something I am uncertain whether I should mention," Guo Xiao said, gazing into Xiao Luo's eyes with a hint of hesitation. "What is it?" Xiao Luo inquired softly. Guo Xiao replied in a low voice, "I have actually seen your blue eyes for the second time." "Second time?" This time, it was Wei Yunqi who expressed surprise. Guo Xiao nodded. "The first pair of blue eyes I encountered belonged to the favored consort of the emperor in the capital, the saintess sent from Wu to marry Lan Ruoya." Upon hearing this name, Xiao Luo's eyes darkened instantly. The tale spoke of the Saintess Lan Ruoya, born into the Duke of Angua's family, cherished as the beloved daughter of the Duchess. Upon her birth, celestial phenomena occurred, with birds flocking to pay homage. After enduring prolonged droughts and floods, the people of Wu regarded her birth as an auspicious omen. Lan Ruoya, gifted and extraordinarily intelligent, aided her father, the Duke of Angua, in strategizing for the benefit of the populace. Eventually, her accomplishments earned her the title of Saintess from the Emperor of Wu, culminating in her marriage to the Emperor of the Xianzhou Empire. After marrying the Emperor, Lan Ruoyo subdued her brilliance. Though she did not display the same intellect as she had in Wu, the imperial harem of the Xianzhou Empire was forbidden from political involvement, allowing her to maintain her favored status through her breathtaking beauty. Thus, I am exceedingly curious whether young Master Jialua has any connection with this Saintess. Gua Xiao inquired softly. Jialua gently shook his head. Naturally, I cannot have any relation to her. My mother gave birth to me in the city lord's mansion, and she passed away when I was 3. My apologies. I was merely curious, Gua Xiao said apologetically. Jialua smiled. It is quite alright, you have saved me twice. I ought to clarify my identity to you. The year my mother passed away was also the year the Saintess was to be wed. His gaze fell slowly, revealing a hint of sorrow. In truth, there exists another legend concerning Wu. Upon the Saintess's birth, the birds paid homage, yet a blue-eyed demon bird suddenly emerged, startling the flock. Subsequently, a sage proclaimed that the Saintess possessed heterochromatic eyes, regarded as an auspicious sign. However, it was also foretold that a demon bird would be born, lurking among mortals, stealing the Saintess's auspicious aura and bringing calamity. Thus, after my birth, my father, upon seeing my blue eyes, deemed me a monstrosity and attempted to poison me. It was my mother and the tribe's shaman who saved me. After my mother's death, I spent 3 years in the city lord's mansion, where my father and those within the household treated me with disdain, often withholding food. It was not until I turned 6 that the tribe took me away from the city lord's mansion. The subsequent events, you are already aware of. As they listened to Jialua, the others could not help but feel a profound sympathy for him. What a tragedy it was for a good soul to be despised and mistreated by his own father due to a mere rumor. Gui Yunqi, having absorbed these words, blinked and said, "All right, it is quite late. We should rest." The group nodded, acknowledging the lateness of the hour. "Shower, you and Qingdai should sleep inside. I will take turns keeping watch with Guosong tonight," Gua Xiao said gently. Gui Yunqi nodded. "As you say, elder brother." Fortunately, the thatched cottage still had a rickety table, and Gui Yunqi and Qingdai cleaned it off, intending to rest upon it. Though the night was deep, a sliver of moonlight filtered through the dilapidated window, casting a soft glow on Jialua's face as he leaned against the bedside, listening to the sound of Qingdai sleeping nearby. Gui Yunqi quietly rose and approached the bed, unable to stifle a gasp at the sight before her. This fellow was strikingly beautiful beyond compare. "Hey, I know you're not asleep, get up," Gui Yunqi whispered. Jialua opened his eyes, revealing a gentle smile. "It seems I could not hide from Miss Gui's keen gaze." By the light of the moon, Gui Yunqi produced a delicate box from her bosom and handed it to Jialua, whispering, "This is a pair of colored contact lenses. Take it." Curiosity piqued, Jialua accepted the box and examined it. Gui Yunqi patiently demonstrated how to open it, how to use it, and then helped him put them on. Jialua felt an unusual sensation in his eyes, and before he could fully comprehend it, Gui Yunqi produced a mirror from her satchel and handed it to him. Under the moonlight, Jialua gazed at his reflection in disbelief. What had he seen? Why did his eyes appear like those of an ordinary person? A surge of exhilaration washed over him, a feeling he had never known before. Would he finally be able to live like a normal person? Would he no longer be scorned as a monster? He truly wished to express his heartfelt gratitude to the young lady before him, for this was the 3rd time she had saved him. Before he could voice his thanks, Gui Yunqi swiftly covered his mouth and gestured for silence. Jialua immediately complied, closing his lips obediently. Gui Yunqi then removed the contact lenses and demonstrated the process once more. "Have you learned how to use them?" she asked. Jialua nodded. Gui Yunqi smiled with an expression of approval. "Remember, do not disclose this to anyone. Do not wear them for too long each day, and make sure to remove them before sleeping, soaking them in the solution. Do you understand?" Jialua nodded again. Only then did Gui Yunqi feel at ease as she handed him a bottle of contact lens solution. "This is the solution. It must be replaced daily. Keep these items hidden and avoid detection." In the moonlight, the maiden's delicate features appeared as gentle as flowing water, exuding an extraordinary beauty. "This pair is for 6 months. Remember to dispose of them after that. If you wish for more, come to Fuyun village, and I shall provide you with another." Jialua smiled, his eyes sparkling with a clear and tender light. The moonlight that night was truly beautiful, and he felt this deeply. Chapter 91 Departure. The following day, as dawn broke and the world remained shrouded in twilight, the group rose early to avoid drawing attention. The morning air was brisk, and as Gui Yunqi awoke, she could not suppress a shiver. Rubbing her eyes, she casually glanced to the side, only to be taken aback. "Oh dear, miss, that wild man has vanished," Qingdai exclaimed, having noticed the peculiar absence as well. The bed was empty. Where could Gaoro have gone? "He must have left," Gui Yunqi whispered softly. "This fellow truly has a knack for departing without a word." Meanwhile, Gaoro stood at the entrance of the city lord's mansion, his belongings slung over his shoulder. His once pale blue eyes had now transitioned to a deep brown, and apart from his chiseled features, he appeared almost indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Gazing at the imposing structure before him, a flicker of resolve ignited in his heart. Gua Miss had saved him once, he could not risk her safety again, nor did he wish to see her embroiled in peril. Clenching the bundle in his grasp, he strode purposefully into the mansion. Just as he crossed the threshold into the general's residence, a throng of individuals suddenly burst forth from an adjacent alley. The leader of the group fixated on his profile, gasping in astonishment, how strikingly similar. Yet, upon glimpsing Gaoro's eyes, a shadow of disappointment crept over him. Brown eyes, this was not the one he sought. "Let us continue the search," he commanded, hastily leading his entourage away. Gui Yunqi and Gua Xiao, alongside a few others, urged their horse-drawn cart toward the morning market. Upon reaching the bustling center, they observed a crowd gathered, engrossed in something of interest. As Gui Yunqi passed by, she cast a fleeting glance and noticed a wanted poster affixed to the wall. Although the text remained unclear, she discerned an illustration on the left, a figure clad in black, masked, with hair standing tall, wielding a dark staff, and piercing phoenix-like eyes slightly arched. It was indeed her appearance from the previous night in disguise. The city lord's men truly acted swiftly. A smirk crept onto Gui Yunqi's lips, hoping that the dashing young man would no longer be subjected to any ill treatment within the city lord's mansion. Though somewhat simple-minded, the boy possessed a kind heart. She obsessively patted the heavy gold ingots nestled in her arms, relishing the moment. Before long, they arrived at the bustling morning market of Bailon City. The streets were already teeming with people, a cacophony of vendors calling out their wares and women haggling over prices, creating an atmosphere of vibrant activity. The group inquired with nearby merchants about the direction to the nearest money exchange, intending to convert the gold coins Galro had given them into silver notes for convenience. Seated in the cart, Gui Yunqi discreetly passed the cloth-wrapped gold ingots to Gui Xiao, whispering, "Elder brother, taking the cart and ourselves to the money exchange may attract too much attention. Why not split our efforts? You and Guisong can head to the exchange, while Qing Dai and I explore the market and perhaps purchase some seeds. What do you think?" With that, Gui Yunqi, anxious for her brother's approval, tugged at his arm, her eyes wide with innocence. Gui Xiao cast a resigned glance at his younger sister, acknowledging the playful spirit of a young girl who could hardly resist the allure of the bustling street. What could he do but indulge her whims? "You and Qing Dai may wander for a bit, but remember to prioritize your safety," he instructed solemnly. "Understood, elder brother." "You needn't worry," Gui Yunqi replied, her eyes twinkling with a pure smile. Gui Xiao nodded and then set off with Guisong toward the money exchange. Once they were out of sight, Gui Yunqi allowed a smile to bloom on her face, knowing that dealing with the dim-witted Qing Dai would be a trivial matter. "Qing Dai, I spy a meat shop ahead. Why not purchase some for us?" Chapter 92 Medicinal Cuisine. Qing Dai hesitated momentarily. "Young miss, is this truly appropriate? What does it matter? I find myself rather hungry at the moment. Don't you wish to partake in something to eat?" Gui Yunqi raised an eyebrow. After a moment of contemplation and an arduous internal struggle, Qing Dai ultimately capitulated under her mistress's urging. "You go ahead, I shall keep watch over the carriage." Observing the conflicted expression on the young maid's face, Gui Yunqi continued, "Very well then." After much deliberation, Qing Dai resolved to lead the carriage to a more secluded area before hastily making her way toward the morning market. At last, everything was in order. Seated within the confines of the carriage, shielded from the outside by its walls, Gui Yunqi felt at ease as she retrieved the already nurtured sweet potato and potato seedlings from her space. Realizing that provisions were scarce for everyone, she also extracted several bags of rice and flour, along with essential oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. Finally, she gathered an assortment of herbal seeds, as well as seeds for cabbage, radishes, leafy greens, chili peppers, tomatoes, and other vegetables. Additionally, she procured some durable fruits, such as apples, crisp persimmons, and plums. Were it not for the carriage's limited capacity, Gui Yunqi would have also wished to bring forth the chickens, ducks, and geese from her space. However, considering that their home was still under construction, she dismissed the notion for safety's sake. When Qing Dai returned, blissfully carrying chicken legs and duck necks wrapped in oil paper, she was momentarily taken aback by the sight before her. "Young miss, whence did all these provisions come? While you were procuring food, that young master Jialua approached our carriage. In gratitude for my life-saving intervention, he graciously bestowed these items upon us." Gui Yunqi shamelessly used Jialua as a shield once more. Having rescued him the previous night, she had merely stated that it was done stealthily while the villain slept, thus fabricating her story with ease. Now, as the second son of the city lord, what treasures might he not possess? We have latched onto a golden opportunity. Who knows, perhaps he shall bestow upon us more gifts in the future, Gui Yunqi elaborated, subtly laying the groundwork for future acquisitions. Upon hearing these words, Qing Dai nodded in agreement, her mind drifting to the sight of the gold and jewels that had adorned Jialua's bed the night prior. She concluded that these offerings were indeed trifling in comparison, for even a solitary gem could purchase several carts worth of goods. With that realization, she felt a sense of liberation. Joining Gui Yunqi in the carriage to marvel at one item after another, their spirits lifted with joy when Gui Xiao and Guisong returned. Before Gui Yunqi could utter a word, Qing Dai eagerly began recounting the origins of their bounty, sparing her mistress the need for further explanations, which undoubtedly saved a considerable amount of trouble. Gui Xiao listened in astonishment but, being aware of Jialua's hidden wealth, harbored no suspicions. However, their trip to the money exchange had been futile, as the scale of the local establishment was insufficient to exchange such a gold nugget. Thus, Gui Xiao returned the nugget to Gui Yunqi with a sigh. Gui Yunqi accepted the nugget, planning to wait until their business expanded before seeking a larger city for its exchange. The trio continued their wanderings through the market, procuring daily necessities and other items that their companions required, including some durable vegetables. At Gui Yunqi's suggestion, they also purchased several buns and steamed bread before preparing to return with their cart. As they departed, their carriage passed by an apothecary, prompting Gui Yunqi to lead Qing Dai inside to acquire a plethora of medicinal herbs. She also inquired of the current market prices, thereby gaining a clearer understanding of their economic landscape. In recent days, she had been contemplating the future livelihood of their group of several dozen. Even cultivating crops or herbs would demand months, if not years, of development, hence the necessity for a swift means of generating income. During the journey, Gui Yunqi observed the living conditions of the citizens within Bailon City. This street boasted vendors of various delicacies and meats, leading her to abandon the idea of selling food. Yet, she had conceived a new notion: medicinal cuisine. The preparation was straightforward, the profit substantial, requiring only a thorough understanding of the efficacy of various herbs. Most importantly, it promised rapid returns. With this idea in mind, Wei Yunqi shared it with Guo Xiao on their way back, and to her delight, her brother offered his enthusiastic support. During my time in the capital, I heard tell of certain ladies in the palace who consumed special health-preserving concoctions for the sake of beauty. However, many herbs are rather bitter and unpalatable. If you, my dear Shower, can master the art of medicinal cuisine, it could indeed serve as a lucrative avenue, Guo Xiao remarked with a smile. Nodding in agreement, Wei Yunqi patted the pile of herbs beside her, her eyes brimming with confidence. Chapter 93 Returned to Fuyun village. After several individuals completed their shopping, they initially intended to have a meal before continuing their journey. However, Wei Yunqi, seated at the rear of the cart, suddenly changed her countenance. Have you sensed anything unusual? She inquired in a low voice. The others, possessing some martial prowess, also began to feel that something was amiss. Miss, it seems someone is following us, Qingdai remarked, somewhat dazed. And there appears to be quite a number of them. Guo Zhao's expression darkened as well. Guisong, we must depart immediately. Yes, miss. Regardless of who it may be, their foremost priority was safety. Unless absolutely necessary, they preferred to avoid confrontation. Wei Yunqi discreetly scattered some scent-masking powder along the road from the back of the cart. Move faster, we cannot afford to be caught. Once they had departed, a group hastily pursued them, yet their quarry had vanished without a trace. Damn it, the leader cursed in frustration. I distinctly sensed the presence of the beast tamer's flute just moments ago. How could they have disappeared so swiftly? Throughout their journey, Wei Yunqi and her companions dared not pause. Guosong and Guo Xiao took turns driving the cart, and at the hour of the pig, they finally returned to Fuyun village. The night was as dark as ink when a cart quietly halted at the foot of the village's hill. Most of the villagers were asleep in the hastily constructed straw huts. The poor soundproofing of their shelter meant they were all roused by the noise of the cart. Father, mother, we have returned. Wei Yunqi exclaimed, eagerly knocking on the door of her straw house as soon as she alighted from the cart. The moment they heard her voice, everyone was filled with joy. The young lady has returned. The playful little wolf cub, Xiaoyin, sprang from its cozy nook, excitedly rubbing against Wei Yunqi's legs, whimpering, Master has finally come back. I missed you so much. Inside, Song Huazhen hurriedly dressed and rushed to open the door upon hearing Wei Yunqi's voice. Xiaoxi, you have finally returned, I was so worried, she exclaimed as she pulled Wei Yunqi into the house. Are you cold? Why did you come back so late? Are you hungry? Let me prepare something for you to eat. As the night air was chilly, Mangshi lit a candle and quickly fetched a small blanket to wrap around Wei Yunqi, saying, it's cold at night. Xiaoxi, warm yourself first. Meanwhile, Guo Xiao, who felt somewhat overlooked by both his mother and wife, silently pondered, is this still my own mother and wife? Li Shi had also arrived, and upon entering, she promptly handed Wei Yunqi a meat pie left over from lunch. Xiaoxi, why did you rush back at night? Quick, eat something, this was specially saved for you by your aunt. Over the past few days, Song Lauda had gone to the town to earn a few coins, which delighted Li Shi immensely, and her fondness for Wei Yunqi only grew. Outside, everyone quickly rose and gathered around, offering various food items for the young lady to fill her belly. Observing the bustling scene, Wei Yunqi felt profoundly touched, further solidifying her determination to ensure a better life for everyone. Xiaoxi has returned? Guo Fu strode in from outside, and upon seeing his eldest daughter, he couldn't help but break into a hearty smile. Wei Yunqi beamed at everyone, saying, thank you all for waking up so late to see me. Don't mention it, we are all family, it's no trouble at all, Li Shi replied with a smile. It's wonderful that everyone is here. I bought quite a few things, so let us share them. The seedlings and seeds shouldn't be kept for long, we must plant them promptly tomorrow, Wei Yunqi suggested gently. Fear not, since we haven't worked these past 2 days, your father has already taken the initiative to plow the newly acquired land with everyone. We will surely be able to plant tomorrow, Song Huazhen assured her cheerfully. That's great, Wei Yunqi nodded in agreement. When they approached the cart, they were astonished by the abundance of items inside. How did the young lady manage to acquire so many good things from her trip to Beilan City? Seeing the expressions of surprise on everyone's faces, Qingdai enthusiastically recounted the events they experienced in Beilan City. However, Wei Yunqi, wishing to spare them unnecessary worry, refrained from mentioning the fact that they had been followed. Upon hearing the tales, everyone praised Wei Yunqi, declaring, our young lady is indeed a little lucky star. Since they were still sharing meals together, all the food remained at Wei Yunqi's home, waiting to be cooked before they all gathered to dine. Wei Yunqi divided the sweet potato and potato seedlings among everyone, then spoke softly, these are excellent seedlings gifted by the second son of the city lord, they say the fruits they bear are the finest, suitable for seed. Therefore, this batch should be planted separately. The sweet potato seedlings can be propagated once they mature, and the potatoes can be used as seeds for the next batch, ensuring the quality spreads. Following this, Wei Yunqi also distributed various vegetable seeds, along with potato and sweet potato tubers purchased in Beilan City, continuing, once these are planted, we can eat them as they ripen without delaying our farming. The others accepted the items, nodding in understanding. They were well aware of the importance of these principles. Chapter 94 Distributing seeds. Immediately following this, Wei Yunqi distributed the various bedding, garments, handkerchiefs, and other daily necessities she had purchased in Beilan City among the group. The recipients were deeply touched as they accepted these items. The meager funds they had could scarcely cover such expenses. It was entirely owing to the kind-heartedness of the young lady that she had thoughtfully procured these supplies for them. They resolved to reciprocate her kindness in double measure henceforth. Once Gui Yunqi had allocated the items, she encouraged everyone to return and rest. After a long day of toil, she felt utterly fatigued, yearning to collapse onto her bed and succumb to slumber. Guofu, observing his daughter's weariness, promptly urged her to retire for the night. Meanwhile, he and a few others busily concealed the grains they had stored in the makeshift cellar he had excavated during the day. As Gui Yunqi lay in bed, she glanced at her two cherubic younger brothers and felt a profound sense of contentment. The two little bundles of joy seemed to recognize their elder sister. Upon catching sight of Gui Yunqi, they broke into wide smiles, their tiny hands and feet flailing joyfully in the air. Their delicate faces now appeared rosy and plump, a far cry from the wrinkled visage they had sported at birth. Unable to resist, Gui Yunqi playfully pinched her brother's cheek and laughed heartily. How adorable they were. In her observations over the past few days, she noted that her little ones, likely due to their daily consumption of spiritual spring water, exhibited a remarkable intelligence, far surpassing that of ordinary newborns. More often than not, when she spoke to them, it felt as though they comprehended her words, and although they could not yet articulate their thoughts, they would wave their tiny hands and feet in response, endearing themselves to her even further. After indulging in playful antics with her brothers, she decided it was time to rest, for the following day promised much busyness. Upon returning, Song Huashan was greeted by the sight of her peacefully slumbering children, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Thanks to the collective efforts of the group over the past few days, several straw huts had been erected, rendering their living quarters significantly more spacious. Guofu had arranged the two beds in the room to face one another, with Gui Yunqi nestled in the innermost bed, her two younger brothers in the middle, and Song Huashan and Meng positioned at the sides for easy access during the night to tend to the children. Guo Xiao and Guofu, along with the other men, made their beds in the straw huts outside. They all enjoyed a night of sweet dreams. The following morning, as Gui Yunqi awoke, she discovered that breakfast had already been prepared. Her maternal grandmother, Qin, had cooked a nourishing rice porridge and sought some greens purchased from Bailon City, a meal both light and delectable. Little Xier is awake. Qin exclaimed affectionately, her gaze warm as she regarded Gui Yunqi standing at the doorway. Your mother and sister-in-law are with your aunt, cradling your two brothers. They have already set aside your meal for you, just come and eat. Thank you, grandmother, Gui Yunqi replied graciously. The bowl she received was brimming with thick rice, while her grandmother's bowl contained only a thin porridge. Grandmother, you must eat your fill in the morning. Simply drinking soup is insufficient, Gui Yunqi asserted, promptly transferring some of the thick rice from her bowl to Qin's. Please, enjoy. My dear little Xier, you are truly a thoughtful child. Qin was overwhelmed with emotion, gazing lovingly at her considerate granddaughter, momentarily at a loss for words. Gui Yunqi smiled gently, grandmother, we have enough food for everyone now, there is no need to be so frugal. Nodding, Qin handed Gui Yunqi a meat bun, whispering, this is specially warmed for you. Do enjoy it. Gui Yunqi nodded in appreciation. The numerous buns and steamed buns she had procured in Bailon City were all under Qin's watchful eye. The elderly matriarch, having endured hardships in her youth, naturally found solace in the presence of food, believing that saving even a little would bring security. Thus, Gui Yunqi refrained from further comments. Everyone had risen early, and they had all finished their meals and gone out to labor, for the sweet potato and potato seedlings could not be left unattended and needed to be planted promptly. After finishing her breakfast, Gui Yunqi planned to head to the fields. Along the way, she encountered several maids and workers who were assisting in fetching water for irrigation, all of whom greeted her warmly upon seeing her. Chapter 95 of Farming? Are you out of your mind? The field was not far from their home, and it did not take long for Gui Yunqi to arrive. By this time, everyone was bustling about in the fields with great enthusiasm. Men and women alike were engaged in various tasks. Some were planting seedlings, others were covering them with soil, while a few were watering the plants, all absorbed in their labor. Even Song Lingxiao had rolled up his trousers and was diligently following Song Chuan, watering the crops. The village had two wells, one conveniently located not far from the field, making it easy for everyone to irrigate their plants. Once barren yellow earth now seemed to vibrate with vitality, displaying signs of robust life thanks to the diligent farming of the villagers. As they worked, they chatted merrily, their faces aglow with happiness, reassured that they would no longer fear hunger with the land yielding its produce. Song Lingyue was at the edge of the field, digging up wild purslane with a group of children. My cousin is here. Upon spotting Gui Yunqi, Song Lingyue eagerly greeted her companions, rising to wave at Gui Yunqi, cousin. Gui Yunqi smiled and waved back at Song Lingyue. Nearby, Shunzi, sniffling, glanced at Gui Yunqi and remarked, Xiaoyu, this is your cousin, she is truly beautiful. Of course, my cousin is the prettiest girl in the village, Song Lingyue replied proudly, lifting her chin. I think she is even more beautiful than Zhou Wenxiu. When she smiles, she looks like a fairy from a storybook. Exactly. The children were chatting happily, but a nearby little girl's expression darkened. She was Zhou Wenxiu's sister, Zhou Wenfang. Zhou Wenfang's family had once held high positions, and her father, Mr. Zhou, was the only educated man in the village aside from the village head. It was said that their family had connections with the county magistrate in town, earning them considerable respect. This background had fostered a somewhat haughty disposition in Zhou Wenfang, who often felt herself above the village girls. Previously, the village children had all catered to her, but ever since Song Lingyue's arrival, things had changed. Song Lingyue was not only more attractive than her, but also literate and eloquent. She quickly became the darling of Fuyan village, with nearly all the village children now listening to her. Zhou Wenfang had long harbored disdain for her. At this moment, overhearing the compliments about Gui Yunqi, her face turned increasingly sour. What nonsense are you all spouting? My sister is far more beautiful than she is. Zhou Wenfang retorted. Oh please, it's clear to everyone that Xiao Yue's sister is more beautiful than yours, Li Dao, the village head's eldest grandson, replied, shaking his head. He was a sturdy 8-year-old, and the village children were all afraid of him. Wenfan, stop talking. My mother says Xiao Yue's sister is both beautiful and clever, even Lu Pozi dares to scold her, Li Daya, the village head's eldest granddaughter, chimed in softly. Zhou Wenfan was already upset, and seeing her peers speak in favor of Song Lingyue only stoked the flames of her irritation. Bah, you all are just fawning over this little brat. What is so great about her? You'll regret this. Zhou Wenfan clenched her vegetable basket, stomped her foot in anger, and swiftly ran off. Song Lingyue glanced at Zhou Wenfan's retreating figure, blinking in confusion about what had just transpired. Xiao Yu, don't mind her, Li Daya, the gentle favorite of the village head, advised softly from the side. Yes, Zhou Wenfan has always had a temper. Just wait until she calms down, Shunzi added. Song Lingyue nodded, deciding to dismiss the matter since she hadn't done anything wrong. Cousin, I've gathered a lot of wild vegetables, I'll take them home to make porridge for lunch. Song Lingyue happily waved her small basket in front of Gui Yunqi. Looking down, Gui Yunqi couldn't help but chuckle. The little girl was covered in mud, resembling a little kitten. Hurry and wash up, or your mother will scold you for not looking like a proper young lady, Gui Yunqi said with a smile. Feeling a bit shy, Song Lingyue stuck out her tongue before heading off to fetch water to wash her face. At that moment, the sun was high in the sky, and most villagers had already eaten breakfast and begun to meander about the village or in the fields. Upon seeing Gui Yunqi's family farming, the villagers were both surprised and bemused, gathering at the edge of the field to murmur among themselves. So the Gui family has really started farming? Are they out of their minds? We haven't had a good harvest in 3 or 4 years, they're planting so much all at once, what fools. I suspect this family has lost their wits. With so many children and women, they could just sell a couple of them instead of farming. After a year of hard work, they'll just end up hungry anyway. Indeed, just a few days ago, didn't the village head's wife sell that good-for-nothing to Sun Matsi, and she got quite a bit of food in return? The villagers shook their heads, thinking the Gui family had lost their senses. In 2 months when the locusts come, let us see how they fare then. They might as well wait to die. Gui Yunqi stood at the edge of the field, taking in the villagers' disdainful remarks with a calm smile, choosing not to respond. These people were indeed pitiable, living in such an era. One could hardly blame them for their skepticism. Had they not tried farming, unfortunately, they had faced nothing but locusts and drought, leading to poor harvests year after year, which naturally caused them to abandon hope. The others could only shake their heads in resignation at the villagers' scorn. They could not concern themselves with others, only focusing on their own efforts. Of course, there were 1 or 2 families in the crowd who, observing the industriousness of those in the field, exhibited contemplative expressions. Wife, how much money do we have left? A middle-aged man quietly inquired. What do you want to do? The woman beside him frowned immediately, whispering, not much. Including my dowry from years ago, we only have half a tael of silver left. Then buy fewer sweet potatoes, we should plant our own land in these next few days. The man seemed resolute, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Are you insane? What are you thinking, planting at a time like this? Just do as I say, go buy them, the man insisted. I see the Gui family seems blessed, look at how strong and capable their people are. Let us give it a try. If it works out, we'll have food this year and 1 need to sell our daughter Baoya. Upon hearing that they might not have to sell their little daughter Baoya, the woman quickly retracted the words she nearly shouted, her heart racing. Fine, I'll go buy them this afternoon. You go tidy up our backyard for planting. Deal. Chapter 96. The designated success. The villagers lingered at the field for a while, engaging in idle chatter before dispersing. After all, during these times of scarcity, they needed to conserve their energy, as with only 1 meal a day, it was imperative to sustain their strength. Daya, it's time to come back for dinner. Not far off, a young man, appearing to be around 16 or 17, approached. It's Li Sanlang, remarked Shunzi. Upon seeing the newcomer, Li Dia bid a reluctant farewell to her friends, saying, my uncle has come to call us back for dinner, we can play again in the afternoon. Song Lingyue and Shunzi nodded, also preparing to return home with the wild vegetables they had gathered throughout the morning. At that moment, Qing Dai had just finished her work in the fields and, noticing Song Lingyue's petite frame, hurried over to take the basket from her hands. Miss, let me handle it. Thank you, Sister Qing Dai, Song Lingyue replied with a cheerful smile. Li Sanlang stood at the edge of the field, gazing at a tall girl with dark skin, who appeared remarkably robust. He faintly heard Song Lingyue refer to her as sister, which startled him. Is this Gui Yunqi, whom mother spoke of in private? Although not unattractive, her strong physique was quite alarming. He felt as though a single punch from her could be his demise. As he pondered, a look of disdain crossed his face. No, I must persuade mother to abandon this idea. I prefer delicate and graceful girls like Zhou Wenxiu. How could I possibly marry someone as formidable as Gui Yunqi? With that thought, Li Sanlang hastened home with Li Dehu and Li Erya. Having just helped with watering the fields, Gui Yunqi stepped out and couldn't help but sneeze. Who is speaking ill of me? Miss, we should hurry back for lunch, it's nearly noon, Qing Dai urged from the front. Coming. For lunch, the group enjoyed hand-pulled noodles prepared by the Qin, Li, and Meng families, along with a few women. The portions were generous and the noodles delightfully chewy, causing even Gui Yunqi to indulge in 2 bowls. At the rate we're working, we'll have the field chores completed in just a couple of days, Wu remarked, sitting on a stone bench, delighted. Look at you, still thinking about work, Song Huashan chided her husband, casting a playful glance at him, though her eyes betrayed her happiness. Dressed in tattered clothes with his pant legs rolled up and covered in mud, Wu bore little resemblance to his usual imposing self. He chuckled. What, are you complaining now? It's too late for that. Song Huashan playfully scolded him, just eat your meal. The weather was splendid, as if even the heavens were aiding their efforts. The sun hung high in the sky, warming everyone as they worked in the fields. February was ushering in warmer days. After lunch, most people returned home for an afternoon nap. Seizing the moment with few villagers around, Wei Yunqi prepared to make medicinal dishes with the women at home. Fortunately, their residence was in the village's most secluded area, alleviating any concern of being seen. Since it was her first attempt, she didn't prepare in abundance, simply crafting a medicinal black-bone chicken soup, a glutinous rice porridge with a jiao, and a pot of the beloved Adlai tea for women, known for its detoxifying and weight-reducing properties. All the ingredients had been acquired earlier in Bailon City. Upon hearing of Wei Yunqi's intent to make medicinal dishes, the women were highly supportive. Once esteemed ladies of the capital, they were familiar with the nourishing benefits of medicinal meals, though many were often unpalatable. Thus, when Wei Yunqi's dishes were ready, they were utterly enchanted. Why do these look so delicious, Xiao Shi'er? Li Shi exclaimed, gazing at the pot of black-bone chicken soup, captivated by the aroma. With a smile, Wei Yunqi replied, Aunt, these are recipes taught to me by my master while I was studying medicine in the countryside. This is my first attempt. After serving each woman a bowl, she encouraged them to taste. Song Huashan lifted a bowl of chicken soup to her lips and was immediately enveloped by a unique fragrance that filled her mouth, a blend of the chicken savoriness and the subtle aroma of medicinal herbs, yet utterly delightful, devoid of any bitterness commonly associated with herbal concoctions. Xiao Shi'er, this flavor is remarkable. It surpasses any black-bone chicken soup I've had in the capital, she praised repeatedly. Indeed, this flavor is truly exceptional. The chicken is incredibly tender, Li Shi added. Meanwhile, Meng Shi and Qin Shi also praised the dish, and before long, the bowls were emptied. With their approval, Wei Yunqi felt a sense of reassurance. These women had lived at the pinnacle of society in the capital and had experienced a wide array of culinary delights. Their endorsement assured her of the dish's quality. However, Xiao Shi'er, while these dishes are indeed delightful, how do you plan to sell them? Song Huashan inquired, pondering the lack of a shop in Bailon City. Mother, I've already contemplated this. We won't sell the dishes, instead, we will sell the recipes and the herbs, Wei Yunqi declared confidently. Our products taste exceptional, and we need not worry about sales. Initially, we can sell the recipes to restaurants, and once our herbs mature, we can sell them alongside the recipes, ensuring substantial profits. Grow herbs? But none of us have that knowledge, Qin Shi frowned. Grandmother, I can do it. Once we've completed our field work, I can take everyone to the mountains to cultivate herbs, providing regular stipends to ensure their livelihood, Wei Yunqi assured her. Xiao Shi'er, are you serious? Qin Shi gazed at her in astonishment. If this plan were feasible, it would provide a means of sustenance for their large group. Wei Yunqi nodded with a smile. Of course, grandmother, soon, everyone will enjoy 3 meals a day. Good child, I always knew you were a remarkable one, Qin Shi said fondly, her affection for Wei Yunqi growing with each glance. This entrepreneurial spirit, which Wei Yunqi could have kept to herself, was a testament to her trust in the group. However, the task of selling the recipes will require your help, aunt and uncle, to make a trip to Bailon City, Wei Yunqi continued. I need to stay home to cultivate the herbs with everyone. I may not have the time otherwise. If you successfully sell them, we can split the profit 7-3, what do you think? Xiao Shi'er looked at her with gratitude, almost at a loss for words. She understood the magnitude of this favorable opportunity bestowed upon her by her niece. Wei Yunqi blinked and smiled, and isn't doubting my plan, is she? It's just that I'm rather clumsy. No, how could that be? I'm just deeply moved. Having such a fortunate star like you in our family is truly a blessing, Li Shi quickly replied, feeling slightly bashful, yet her sincerity shone through. I can be rather straightforward, and I fear I might mishandle this affair. Not at all. Your straightforwardness is a natural fit for business, Wei Yunqi reassured her. She genuinely believed that Li Shi's candid disposition and integrity would be favored by partners, so she had no concerns about her handling the venture. Entrusting the business to Li Shi was sure to succeed. Chapter 97. You hold the monthly allowance for everyone. After 2 more days of hard work, the seeds in the fields were nearly all sown. Guofu had also enclosed a small vegetable patch behind his thatched cottage, where he scattered seeds for green onions, garlic, bok choy, coriander, and tomatoes, among others. In 2 months, when the vegetables grew, his family would be able to enjoy fresh produce. Upon seeing this, others eagerly followed suit, and almost everyone began planting vegetables. Once the houses were built, they would all need to prepare their own meals, so it was wise to plant early to avoid worrying about a lack of vegetables later. After all, they certainly wouldn't shamelessly rely on the young lady's family for sustenance. Then, the morning after finishing the work in the fields, Li Shi sat in a cart, preparing to depart for Bailon City. Xiao Shi'er, do not worry. I have memorized all the phrases you taught me, Li Shi said with a cheerful smile. Due to the business discussions ahead, she wore her most elegant attire, which accentuated her graceful demeanor. May auntie have a victorious journey and return swiftly, Wei Yunqi remarked with a smile. What a sweet-tongued little girl, Li Shi chuckled. For safety's sake, Song Chuan also brought along 2 capable servants, and the 4 of them, carrying the hopes of the community, slowly departed from Fuyan village. Wei Yunqi had not been idle these past 2 days. Having purchased many seeds in Beilan City, she had been using her 2 acres of space to nurture seedlings. Time flowed swiftly within her space, and in just 2 days, many herbs with shorter growth cycles had already sprouted. Gui Yunxi transplanted these seedlings from her space, distributing them among the households while teaching them the methods of herb cultivation. These seedlings are my free gift to everyone. In the future, I will periodically buy more seedlings for you all to plant, and each month, you can come here to collect your monthly allowance. Though the monthly allowance was not as plentiful as it had been at the General S estate, once the herbs matured and yielded well, everyone would receive additional dividends and rewards. Naturally, Gui Yunxi used Jia Luo as a shield regarding the source of the seedlings. After all, she had managed all those seedlings and seeds alone when they brought them back, so no one would suspect her. The planting had been discussed with the village head, and it would take place on the mountain behind her house, where few would tread it. Furthermore, upon hearing that the Gui family intended to cultivate land on the mountain, the villagers thought them foolish and would not bother to investigate what they were growing. Everyone was delighted to receive the herb seedlings. The young lady had provided them with a means to earn a living. "Thank you, young lady, we will definitely cultivate them well," they exclaimed. "Indeed, I will visit the mountain daily to ensure no harm befalls the herbs," another added. Gui Yunxi chuckled. "The herbs do not require constant supervision, simply remember to water and fertilize them on schedule. Also, do not forget what I said, do not carelessly dump the chamber pots in the morning. Remember to use them for compost." "Rest assured, young lady, we will certainly not forget," Guosong replied with a smile. Gui Yunxi nodded. "I will frequently visit the mountain to assist everyone in planting. Let us all work together for a bountiful harvest this year." Before she could finish, she thought to herself that she would often check on the herbs, helping them with a bit of spring water to accelerate their growth. After all, some herbs had a growth cycle of 1 to 2 years, and she could not afford to wait that long. The number of seedlings she provided was not overly abundant, enough to plant approximately 5 to 6 acres. However, most herbs could be propagated through cuttings, and with this method, they could be ready for further planting in just a month. She was confident that it would not be long before her dream of a herb mountain would come to fruition. However, at noon during lunch, Song Huazhen and his wife, Wu Xiao and his wife, along with Qin Shi, suddenly summoned Gui Yunxi into their thatched cottage with an air of mystery. "Mother, why the sudden urgency in calling me? What is going on?" Gui Yunxi inquired, puzzled by her relative's demeanor. Song Huazhen looked at his daughter with tenderness, softly saying, "Xiao Shi, we understand that doing business is not easy, especially now that you must provide the monthly allowance for everyone. Indeed, it is quite a burden for a young girl like you to manage so many responsibilities," Qin Shi added, gazing affectionately at Gui Yunxi. "Sister, you are remarkably astute for one so young," Meng Shi remarked with a smile. Guo Fu and Guo Xiao remained silent, simply watching Gui Yunxi with warm eyes that could not conceal their concern. "Mother, it's all right," Gui Yunxi hastily explained, fearing their worry, but her words were cut short by Song Huazhen. "We have discussed this among ourselves and pooled some private funds. Take this for now, and when the end of the month arrives, if you need more to distribute, just let us know." With that, Song Huazhen produced a bundle, opened it, and handed it to Gui Yunxi. Upon inspection, she found it contained Meng Shi's only silver pendant and the jade pendant that Qin Shi always wore, among other items, things they had painstakingly hidden to evade the soldiers' search. The money left after building the houses was nearly all contained within this bundle. Though the amount was not substantial, it made Gui Yunxi's heart ache with emotion. This was the unreserved love of her family. "Please take these back. I have enough to distribute the monthly allowance," Gui Yunxi said, fighting back tears of gratitude as she pulled out the gold ingot Jia Luo had given her, asserting, "I will not accept these. If I cannot ensure everyone enjoys a good life, I refuse to marry." Song Huazhen chuckled, "Silly girl, what kind of young woman does not marry when she grows up? I don't care. I simply won't accept it. If you insist on giving it to me, I won't spend it," Gui Yunxi declared resolutely, pushing the bundle back to Song Huazhen. The others exchanged glances, their expressions filled with helpless smiles. "Xiao Shi is wonderful in every way, except perhaps a bit too stubborn. But that is all right, we shall pretend we saw nothing." Chapter 98. The audacity to speak ill behind one's back. After the group had enjoyed their lunch, they set off up the mountain to gather medicinal herbs. Along the way, they encountered numerous villagers who mocked them with scornful remarks, yet they merely smiled and continued on their way. Gui Yunxi lay on her bed, sipping from the spring water in her space, and instantly felt invigorated. She had been preoccupied with nurturing seedlings in her realm, and without the spring water, her fragile constitution would surely have succumbed to exhaustion. Each day, Gui Yunxi would add some spring water to the cooking pot, for her companions labored physically, and it was imperative to replenish their strength. Consequently, the Gui and Song families appeared vibrant and full of energy, as if they possessed boundless vitality. Nurtured by the spring water, Song Huazhen's recovery during her confinement was remarkably swift. Having heard that gentle movement was beneficial for postpartum women, she would visit Li and Qin daily for conversation. Meng, concerned about her catching a chill, would wrap her up excessively, leaving Song Huazhen in a state of amused exasperation, feeling like a child despite being the elder. Gui Yunxi, addressing the situation earnestly, remarked, "Mother's health has always been delicate. It is only right that we take extra care, especially during this crucial period." Upon hearing her daughter's words, Song Huazhen chose not to press the matter further, secretly resolving to work diligently once her confinement ended, determined not to become a burden to her family. Song Lingxiao continued to toil alongside the men in the fields, fully aware that he was no longer the arrogant young master of Yurdai in these tumultuous times. Ensuring sustenance for himself and his family necessitated hard work. Although the elders occasionally urged him to rest, he, inheriting his mother's stubbornness, insisted on laboring alongside them. Consequently, they had no choice but to assign him lighter tasks. The elderly Song patriarch, disinclined to engage in physical exertion, would only greet his younger relatives with affection when they visited, spending the rest of his time reading in solitude. In contrast, Qin was an active woman, often leading the household chores alongside the servants. Despite Gui Yunxi's repeated suggestions for her to rest, she remained restless, always seeking to prove her worth through labor. Gui Yunxi, having discreetly checked her pulse and ascertained her good health, allowed her to continue. Little Yuer, though not mischievous, possessed an inherent restlessness akin to Li's. Forbidden from working in the fields, she resorted to playing with the village children, foraging for wild vegetables. Gui Yunxi found herself missing Lu and Xiao Shui immensely, especially the delicate little girl she had once known. Dear cousin, Da Hu and Wen Fong have called me to the mountain to collect bird nests. I shall return shortly. Just as Gui Yunxi was lost in thought, she was greeted by the bright, cheerful voice of Song Lingyue. Very well, just remember not to wander far. It suffices to play behind our house on the back mountain, Gui Yunxi replied with a smile, knowing that the children would be safe while the adults tended to the herbs. Understood. With her cousin's approval, Song Lingyue joyfully scampered off with her companions. Gui Yunxi, feeling quite spirited, called for Qing Dai, who had just finished washing the pots, to accompany her on a stroll up the mountain. Due to last year's unusual weather, winter had lingered late, resulting in a notably brief winter season. Furthermore, the relatively southern location of Fuyun village meant that, even in February, the weather was already quite warm. Today, Gui Yunxi opted for a lighter spring outfit, feeling adequately warm. The mountain was rather desolate. After wandering for some time, the pair stumbled upon a few wild peach trees. Upon sighting them, Gui Yunxi's eyes lit up at these wild peach trees, evidently aged, towered high and were adorned with blossoms. Typically, wild peach trees grew abundantly yet bore little fruit due to a lack of nourishment, blooming early but often overlooked by the villagers who deemed them useless. However, after a recent rainfall, a plethora of wild vegetables had sprung forth, drawing the villagers' attention away from the peach blossoms, which were not particularly palatable. Yet, for Gui Yunxi, the blossoms held great value. They could be used to brew wine. She had always relished peach blossom wine in her past life, its delicate sweetness and refreshing clarity captivating her. Now, confronted with these blossoms, she felt an irresistible urge to gather them. Qing Dai, go pluck some peach blossoms. I shall return with a basket. Gui Yunxi exclaimed eagerly. Ah, amiss, why the sudden desire for peach blossoms? Qing Dai inquired, puzzled. I will explain later. I must fetch the basket first, Gui Yunxi replied, excitement propelling her back home. Although Qing Dai remained curious, she prioritized her mistress's command, swiftly leaping onto the healthiest peach tree to begin her task. However, just as she settled onto the branches, she overheard an unusual conversation from below. Wen Xiu, look at these peach blossoms, they are as beautiful as you, a man spoke tenderly. Why have you brought me here? Your mother dislikes me, what purpose does this serve? A woman responded, her tone laced with discontent. Regardless of my mother's sentiments, my heart belongs solely to you, the man quickly clarified. Unbeknownst to them, the couple beneath the tree were Li Sanlang, the third son of the village head, and Zhou Wenxiu, a fellow villager. As Qing Dai perched silently among the branches, she could hardly suppress her ire upon hearing their words. I cannot believe it, you two shameless individuals dare to speak ill of others behind their backs, she erupted, her indignation palpable. Chapter 99 A confrontation with Zhou Wenxiu. The sudden appearance of Qing Dai sent both Zhou Wenxiu and Li Sanlang into a state of sheer terror, leaving them momentarily frozen in place before they could react. Is it you? Li Sanlang inquired with a furrowed brow, his disdain evident upon recognizing her. Qing Dai, taken aback, retorted, who else could it possibly be? As Li Sanlang observed Qing Dai's bewildered expression, a realization dawned upon him. It was clear that Gui Yunxi had harbored feelings for him from afar, yet lacking the opportunity to make his acquaintance, she resorted to stealthily trailing him. Unfortunately, she had stumbled upon an intimate moment between him and Wenxiu, prompting her to reveal herself in a fit of indignation. I shall never harbor feelings for you, Li Sanlang declared quietly, fixing his gaze upon Qing Dai. My heart belongs solely to Wenxiu. I advise you to abandon such hopes. Qing Dai regarded him as if he were a fool, her expression one of incredulity. Did he truly believe himself to be in a position to dismiss her? This reaction only deepened Li Sanlang's sense of unrequited love, rendering him momentarily speechless. Indeed, just look at yourself, Zhou Wenxiu chimed in, fanning the flames of the confrontation. You appear as robust as an ox, utterly unattractive. Just the day before, Zhou Wenfang had returned home, recounting how villagers claimed Gui Yunxi was more beautiful than her. Those people must be blind, she scoffed. In truth, Qing Dai was not lacking in beauty. Her round face bore a hint of baby fat, often described by the elderly as a sign of good fortune. However, years of martial arts training had rendered her somewhat more robust than the average girl. Having never faced such ridicule before, her face flushed with anger. She yearned to confront the pair and deliver a sound thrashing. You are the true eyesore, she retorted fiercely. Look at your spindly frames. I could easily crush both of you with a single punch. Who are you trying to intimidate? Zhou Wenxiu shot back defiantly, glaring at Qing Dai. You dare to strike me, my father is educated. Qing Dai, what brings you here? Where is the young lady? Just as Qing Dai was about to retaliate, Wusong appeared from a nearby path. He had been busy in the vicinity and, upon hearing Qing Dai's voice, assumed she was in trouble. Indeed, he was not mistaken. Who are you? Another member of the Guo family? Li Sanlang called out, his voice raised. Guosong frowned slightly. I am from the Guo family. Guosong, do not waste your breath on them, they just insulted our young lady, Qingdai exclaimed indignantly. They even said I am ugly, comparing me to a cow. Upon hearing this, Guosong was incensed. How dare they insult their lady, and to liken Qingdai to a cow, Li Sanlang, observing Guosong's muscular physique and his increasingly furious demeanor, felt a twinge of apprehension. Meanwhile, Zhou Wenxiu continued to murmur, you do resemble an ox, and yet you expect not to be criticized. Guosong, known for his fiery temperament and lack of restraint when it came to defending those he cared for, stepped forward and forcefully shoved Li Sanlang aside, pinning Zhou Wenxiu down. What do you intend to do? Zhou Wenxiu screamed in fright. What do you think? Guosong sneered. Qingdai, come here and let off some steam. Qingdai, with her straightforward nature, wasted no time in delivering 2 resounding slaps to Zhou Wenxiu's face. Stunned by the unexpected aggression, Zhou Wenxiu quickly reacted, disbelief etched across her features. You dare strike me? Strike you, why not? Should I consult the calendar first? Qingdai replied coldly. I will kill you. Zhou Wenxiu fumed, preparing to lunge forward, only to be restrained by Li Sanlang. Wenxiu, we cannot defeat them. Let us retreat for now, he urged, glancing fearfully at Guosong and Qingdai's clenched fists. He swiftly led the weeping Zhou Wenxiu away. Qingdai, are you still upset? Guosong asked with a smile as he turned back. With his dark complexion, his grin revealed a row of bright white teeth, giving him an endearing appearance. Qingdai broke into laughter. Very well, you have proven your loyalty. Next time I have food, I shall share some with you. Thank you, Qingdai. Just as Gui Yunqi approached with a basket in hand, the two were engaged in picking peach blossoms. Guosong? What brings you here? Qingdai recounted the day's events to Gui Yunqi, who listened with a puzzled expression. Who are Li Sanlang and Zhou Wenxiu? Although she did not fully grasp the reason behind their insults, she commended Qingdai and Guosong for their loyalty. No one should dare bully their family. The trio worked swiftly, and within an hour, they had gathered a substantial amount of peach blossoms. Feeling satisfied, Gui Yunqi led the two back home. However, upon reaching the doorstep, they were met with the sound of heart-wrenching cries emanating from within. The voice of Song Lingyue. A sense of dread filled Gui Yunqi's heart as she hastily lifted her skirts and rushed into the house. Chapter 100. Xiaoyue stung by a wasp. As Gui Yunqi entered the house, she immediately noticed a crowd gathered outside, anxiously peering inside. Miss, you have finally returned, exclaimed one of them. The second, Mississippi. You must come and see. Gui Yunqi's expression darkened as she hurried into the room. Upon raising her eyes, a chill surged through her heart. The once lovely young girl was covered in swelling welts, red and inflamed, unmistakably the result of wasp stings. What on earth happened? Gui Yunqi rushed forward, her heart aching as she gazed at the wounds. Xiaoyue went to collect bird eggs with the village children and returned like this after being stung, Qin said anxiously from the side. Xiaoxi, please, take a look at her face. Song Huazhen was equally distraught. Gui Yunqi examined the injuries and shook her head. Fortunately, it is merely a case of ordinary wasp stings, not from a venomous species. Quickly, fetch the medical supplies I prepared. Meng nodded and swiftly handed Gui Yunqi a package from the corner of the room. Song Lingyue was sobbing uncontrollably, her small face so swollen that her original features were scarcely discernible. Gui Yunqi felt a surge of compassion and gently reassured her, do not cry, Xiaoyue. Your cousin is here. Once I remove the stingers from your face, you will be fine. Upon hearing Gui Yunqi's voice, Song Lingyue slowly ceased her tears and, with a quivering voice, said, Cousin, it hurts so much. Gui Yunqi wiped the tears from her face and spoke softly, it will be all right. You will feel better soon, trust your cousin. With that, she retrieved a sanitized needle from her supplies, prepared in anticipation of such emergencies. After extracting the stingers, Gui Yunqi applied a layer of herbal ointment to the girl's face. Within moments, Song Lingyue felt the fiery pain dissipate, replaced by a soothing coolness. All done, you're all right now, keep quiet today and refrain from running around, do you understand? Gui Yunqi spoke gently. Song Lingyue obediently nodded, opening her mouth as if to say something. Gui Yunqi, understanding her unspoken concern, assured her, do not worry, there will be no scars left behind. The young girl nodded gratefully, her eyes filled with appreciation for Gui Yunqi. You should rest now. I will step out to prepare more medicine for tomorrow. Stepping outside, Gui Yunqi's expression immediately turned serious. How could this have happened? Even if stung, it was inconceivable for her to end up in such a state. Something must have transpired. Several children stood in the courtyard, friends of Song Lingyue, anxiously gazing inside. What exactly happened? Gui Yunqi asked, striving to maintain a calm demeanor as she addressed the children. I'm sorry, it was my idea. Gui Yunqi shook her head, I need to know the details of the incident. Li Dahou pondered for a moment, then lowered his head to explain. Xiaoyue and Zhou Wenfang were climbing a tree to collect bird eggs and didn't notice the wasp nest behind the tree. When they accidentally disturbed the wasps, they hurried down, but somehow the nest fell and struck Xiaoyue. After Li Dahou finished speaking, a small girl of about 5 or 6 suddenly opened her mouth as if she wished to say something. Gui Yunqi sensed something amiss and turned to the girl, softly asking, what is your name? The little girl hesitated before murmuring, I am called Baoya. Baoya, did you see something? After a moment's hesitation, Baoya leaned closer and whispered into Gui Yunqi's ear, I saw Zhou Wenfang throw a stone to knock down the wasp nest. Upon finishing her statement, Baoya glanced at Gui Yunqi with fear in her eyes and added, "Sister, please don't tell anyone it was me. I am afraid Zhou Wenfang will hit me." Gui Yunqi strove to control her emotions, gently nodding as she replied, "I understand, you all may go now, and next time when there are fewer people, I will treat you to something delicious." Baoya nodded and left with Li Dahu and the others. Upon returning inside, Gui Yunqi relayed what she had just learned. "What, you mean Xiao Yere's injuries were caused by someone else?" Qin gasped, rising abruptly and slamming her palm on the stone table in anger. "This is utterly outrageous. We cannot let this go unpunished," Song Huajin added, equally furious, while Meng hastily helped her sit down. "Mother, please do not be angry. We must confront them and demand an explanation," Gui Yunqi stated coldly, for her family was her bottom line, a boundary that none could cross. Chapter 101 Embraced together. Gui Yunqi instructed Song Huajin to remain in the house, accompanied by Qin Shi, Qing Dai, Wu Song, and several matrons who had returned early from the fields to prepare the meal. No sooner had they stepped outside than a cacophony erupted from the front. "Where is Guolauda? Bring him out. Someone from his family has assaulted my Wenxiu, and this matter cannot be overlooked. Hurry, summon them to kneel and apologize to my Wenxiu." Outside, Su Shi, accompanied by her two daughters and Li Sanlang, approached the thatched cottage, vociferously hurling insults. A throng of curious villagers had gathered to witness the spectacle. Gui Yunqi let out a cold laugh. "Ah, splendid, they have come to my doorstep uninvited." Li Sanlang, standing outside, immediately spotted the young girl at the entrance, his eyes lighting up. Who is this enchanting fairy? During the past few days, Gui Yunqi had not ventured out, and with the invigorating effects of the spiritual spring water enhancing her metabolism, her complexion had transformed from its initial pallor. Now, Gui Yunqi appeared radiant, particularly her bright and clear phoenix eyes, which rendered her exceptionally captivating. The crowd was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Gui Yunqi. How had the daughter of the Gui family grown even more exquisite in just a few days? Yet, the time for admiration was not now. Su Shi, arms akimbo, stood outside the house, pointing at Gui Yunqi and loudly demanding, "Where is your patriarch? Bring Guolauda out." Qing Dai retorted angrily, "Our family members are in the fields. What is your purpose here?" Upon seeing Qing Dai, Li Sanlang immediately pointed at her, proclaiming, "Aunt Su, that is Gui Yunqi, she is the one who struck Wenxiu." The crowd exchanged peculiar glances at Li Sanlang's words. "Sanlang, could you be mistaken? The girl beside her is indeed Gui Yunqi," a villager interjected, gesturing towards her. Li Sanlang, upon hearing this, felt as if struck by lightning. What, this enchanting maiden is Gui Yunqi? What had he been doing all this time? No matter how admirable Zhou Wenxiu was, she paled in comparison to the girl before him. The villagers soon grasped the situation. It turned out that Li Sanlang had misidentified the one who had assaulted Zhou Wenxiu. They wondered how anyone could overlook such a stunning girl to defend Zhou Wenxiu. After all, they had all heard rumors of Li Sanlang's mother wishing for Gui Yunqi to become their daughter-in-law. You are Gui Yunqi?" Li Sanlang uttered incredulously. "And you are?" Gui Yunqi inquired, her brow furrowed, her tone icy. Li Sanlang felt further deflated, realizing that he had woven an elaborate narrative in his mind, while the young lady did not even recognize him. Zhou Wenxiu, filled with jealousy, cast a glance at Gui Yunqi, tugging at her mother's sleeve. She said in a low voice, "Mother, regardless, it was their family that struck me, leaving my face bruised. We cannot let this slide." At that moment, Su Shi also regained her composure, casting a sympathetic glance at her daughter's face. She had plans to marry her eldest daughter off to someone in town, certain that it would yield substantial provisions. "Indeed, our daughter was merely enjoying herself in the mountains, only to be assaulted by someone from your family. We must receive an explanation, or we shall not leave," Su Shi asserted vehemently. "An explanation?" Gui Yunqi sneered, "Very well, I shall provide you with one. Qing Dai, recount what you witnessed on the mountain." Qing Dai nodded, her eyes cold as she addressed Zhou Wenxiu. "I was playing atop the wild peach tree when those two, for no apparent reason, stood below and insulted our girl, calling her an ugly creature, claiming she was unworthy of him. Is this not a tarnishment of our girl's reputation? I could not stand idly by and spoke out, yet they retaliated by cursing me as well. Were they not deserving of a beating? Furthermore, as they continued their tirade, they even embraced each other. Had I not arrived in time, who knows what might have transpired?" Embraced each other? The villagers perked up at this revelation. This was indeed a significant development. Chapter 102 Eventing for Xiaoyer in a secluded mountain, a solitary man and woman embracing each other could certainly lead to an intriguing spectacle. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wenxiu's face turned pale. She raised her head and exclaimed loudly, "You're speaking nonsense, we did not." Gui Yunqi let out a cold laugh. "Just because you deny it, does that make it so? We could just as easily claim we never laid a hand on you." The villagers nearby erupted in laughter, realizing that Li Sanlang's eagerness to defend Zhou Wenxiu stemmed from this very reason. It seemed these two had likely been caught in a compromising situation, and now, in a fit of embarrassment, were resorting to insults. As the laughter from the villagers filled the air, Zhou Wenxiu wished for nothing more than to vanish into the ground. She pushed Li Sanlang beside her and said angrily, "Say something." Li Sanlang, still lost in a daze staring at Gui Yunqi, was suddenly jolted by Zhou Wenxiu's shove and heard the laughter around him, leaving him utterly humiliated and speechless. Zhou Wenxiu, filled with exasperation at this spineless man, nearly fainted from rage. At that moment, a figure suddenly pushed through the crowd. It was Su Shi, the village head's wife, who had hurried over upon hearing the commotion. "You disgraceful fool!" Hu Shi scolded, tugging at Li Sanlang's ear. After all my hard work to help you, how could you let your eyes wander to such lowly company? Mother! Li Sanlang winced in pain, covering his ear with a pained expression. What kind of talk is that? Su Shi interjected indignantly. What do you mean by such lowly company? Wenxiu has beauty and grace, what is wrong with her? Hu Shi ignored her, dragging her own son back home while continuing her tirade. You ungrateful wretch, have you gone blind to fancy that kind of woman? With her frail figure, she looks like she could hardly bear children. Am I meant to serve her in the future? Pa, what a disgrace. As Hu Shi led Li Sanlang away, the crowd's attention swiftly shifted back to Su Shi and her daughter. Whispers floated around. Zhou Wenxiu truly lacks shame, frolicking with a man in the mountains, only to be disdained by Hu Shi. Indeed, if I were her, I wouldn't be able to face anyone. Zhou Wenxiu's eyes burned with tears. She felt deeply wronged by the events. She loathed Qingdai for striking her, but her anger towards the cowardly Li Sanlang was even greater. At this moment, she could no longer bear to stay and, covering her face, fled in haste. Su Shi, witnessing her daughter's departure, felt a similar loss of dignity and attempted to leave as well, only to find herself surrounded by several maids and matrons from the Guo family. Zhou Wenfang, also timid and afraid of confrontation, had been hiding behind her mother but now felt a surge of fear as she faced the fierce-looking maids. What do you intend to do? Su Shi asked, eyeing them warily. Gui Yunqi let out a cold laugh, her gaze sweeping over Zhou Wenfang. Qingdai, understanding the cue, stepped forward and seized the curious Zhou Wenfang, lifting her as if she were a lamb. Zhou Wenfang screamed in terror. Gui Yunqi coldly commanded, take her home. Yes, miss, Qingdai replied, hauling Zhou Wenfang along as they strode purposefully toward home. What are you doing? Let my Fanger go, you bandits, are you going to kill her? Su Shi wailed, trailing behind them. Zhou Wenfang, witnessing Qingdai's terrifying expression, felt speechless and was engulfed by regret. It was over. They must have discovered the hornet's nest. The entire village knew that the Guo family was fiercely protective, and she had thought she could navigate this situation unnoticed. In no time, they had brought Zhou Wenfang back home. Upon hearing Gui Yunqi's voice, Song Huashan rushed to open the door, believing they had returned. The villagers beheld a stunning woman clad in white, standing at the entrance like a celestial being, her skin fair and her features delicate. Though her age was evident, her beauty rivaled that of women newly wed. No wonder Guo Lauda had always been indifferent toward the women of the village. His wife was extraordinarily beautiful. However, the villagers dared only to gaze, mindful of Guo Lauda's robust stature, which deterred them from any thought of overstepping boundaries. Song Huashan, observing the expressions of Gui Yunqi and the others, inquired with curiosity, Xiaoxi, what transpired here? Gui Yunqi directed Qingdai to drop Zhou Wenfang at the doorstep and replied solemnly, Mother, this is Zhou Wenfang. She is responsible for the plight of Xiaoye. Upon hearing this, Song Huashan turned her attention to the crumpled figure of Zhou Wenfang on the ground and coldly stated, I understand. The eldest brother and sister-in-law had traveled to Bailon City to sell their wares while their daughter endured such humiliation at home. As her aunt, how could she bear to stand by you? Furthermore, Xiaoye was such a fine girl, enduring such suffering meant that the perpetrator could not be allowed to roam free. Xiaoye, come forth, Song Huashan called into the house. In the next moment, the assembled crowd gasped in shock as a girl emerged, once beautiful and delicate, now her face was marred with swelling, barely recognizable from her original form. How had such a lovely girl been reduced to this? Song Lingyue, now aware that Zhou Wenfang was the cause of her current state, emerged from the house, her gaze fixed with fierce intensity on Zhou Wenfang. Su Shi followed closely, but was restrained by Qin Shi and several matrons, unable to move as she cried and cursed. You! Qin Shi gripped her tightly and said in a low voice, your daughter has done this to my granddaughter. How can you still have the face to curse? Su Shi froze, casting a bewildered glance at Zhou Wenfang. Fanger, did you truly do this? Zhou Wenfang sat on the ground, staring at Qingdai's fierce expression, her head bowed, lacking the courage to speak. At that moment, the villagers comprehended the situation, casting disdainful glances at Zhou Wenfang, astonished that such malice could reside in a girl so young. Gui Yunqi, her face devoid of emotion, remarked quietly, Xiaoye, the injuries on your face were inflicted by her. I have brought her back to you for your judgment. Song Lingyue nodded. Although the pain had subsided, the torment of transforming into such a state was an immense burden for any girl. Emotionless, she advanced and unleashed a flurry of strikes upon Zhou Wenfang. Su Shi attempted to intervene, but was held back by Qin Shi and the others, rendered immobile. After a considerable time of venting her rage, Song Lingyue ceased her assault. Zhou Wenfang lay on the ground, a mess, her face swollen beyond recognition, barely able to utter a sound. Song Lingyue cast a cold glance at her, feeling that while her actions did not warrant death, they served as a necessary lesson. That day, Zhou Wenfang had coaxed Li Dahua into seeking birds' nests, and along the way had shown her undue attentiveness. Though she sensed something amiss, having quarreled with her friend days prior, she yearned to reconcile and thus complied. This experience had imparted a lesson. She now understood that even those closest to her could betray her. One must always remain vigilant. The villagers stood outside, watching the Guo family with trepidation. This family was known for their relentless vengeance, unwavering unity, and fierce protectiveness. They were truly formidable. Henceforth, they resolved never to provoke them. Chapter 103. The proposal from the Hu family. After a considerable time, the crowd dispersed, and Su Shi finally helped Zhou Wenfang to her feet. Before leaving, she cast a fierce glare at the group from the Guo family. They were numerous, and certainly, her own family could not compete with them in a direct confrontation. However, this matter could not simply be brushed aside. She would have to discuss it thoroughly with the head of the household upon returning home, for she could not allow her two daughters to suffer indignities in vain. With a determined glint in her eye, Sushar quickly assisted her daughter back home. Meanwhile, Li Sanlang was dragged back to his house by Hushur, who scolded him as she pulled him alone. "Mother, what are you doing?" As soon as they arrived home, Li Sanlang shook off Hushur's grip, his voice laced with indignation. "You foolish boy, what do you know?" Hushur retorted with exasperation. "If I hadn't pulled you away just now, and you had been ensnared by that little minx from the Zhou family, your fate would have been sealed." "That's impossible." "Wenxiu is quite a decent girl," Li Sanlang murmured, though a twinge of regret crept in after meeting Wei Yunqi, yet he still felt a bond with Zhou Wenxiu due to their shared upbringing. "What do you understand? That Zhou Wenxiu has no brothers, only a worthless younger sister. What good is that? If you marry her, not only will the Yu family be of no assistance to you, but you'll also have to take care of their entire clan." "Son, I am only looking out for your best interests," Hushur whispered earnestly. "You would be better off listening to your mother and marrying Wei Yunqi. She has many brothers, a large family, and they are united. They will surely be able to help you in the future." Li Sanlang mumbled, "What good is it to say all this now? She must surely look down on me." "What nonsense is that? You are handsome and literate, why would she not be interested in you?" Hushur exclaimed in surprised eye in her eyes. Her youngest son was the finest catch, and marrying him would be an immense blessing. "Mother, do you truly mean it?" "But what about father?" Li Sanlang hesitated. "Your father has always been overly cautious, don't mind him. Tell me, do you genuinely have feelings for Wei Yunqi?" Li Sanlang couldn't help but recall the image of the young girl with her graceful demeanor and nodded gently. Hushur clapped her hands in delight. "If you like her, then tomorrow I shall go to the Guo family to propose." That evening, after Guofu and the others returned home from their work and learned of the events from earlier that day, they were filled with indignation. It pained them to see such a fine girl like Xiao Yuer in such a state. Before bed, Wei Yunqi applied some medicinal paste mixed with spiritual spring water to Xiao Yuer's face, hoping to hasten the healing process. "Thank you, cousin," Song Lingyue said softly from her bed, her wounds having improved enough to allow her to speak after the long afternoon. "We are family." "There's no need for thanks," Wei Yunqi replied with a gentle smile. As Song Lingyue gazed into Wei Yunqi's bright eyes, she made a silent vow to treat her cousin even better in the future, to show her appreciation for all that Wei Yunqi had done for her. The following day, after a night had passed, thanks to the spiritual spring water, the swelling on Song Lingyue's face had subsided, leaving only faint red marks that were hardly noticeable. The group breathed a sigh of relief after breakfast. They returned to their tasks on the mountain, while Wei Yunqi began her brewing project with the others. However, just as they were halfway through their work, Hushur barged in, carrying 2 chickens and accompanied by Li Sanlang. The group hurriedly put away their unfinished tasks, not wanting to be seen by outsiders. "Busy, are we?" Hushur exclaimed upon entering and spotting the several women at work. Qinshi recognized Hushur and greeted her with a smile. "Not at all, not at all." However, she couldn't help but wonder what Hushur was doing bringing chickens to their home. "One does not visit without a purpose," Hushur declared. Song Huazhen, observing Li Sanlang trailing behind Hushur with his head bowed, felt an uneasy premonition wash over her. Sure enough, within moments, Hushur presented the 2 chickens to Qinshi with a smile, saying, "I have come to discuss a momentous occasion with you." Qinshi waved her hand, refusing the chickens. "You are too kind, but we cannot accept these." Li Sanlang, standing behind, couldn't resist casting a furtive glance at Wei Yunqi, his heart racing. This young girl was truly beautiful. Wei Yunqi, seated on the bed playing with her 2 younger brothers, noticed the gaze from Li Sanlang and frowned in distaste. Seeing that Qinshi would not accept the offering, Hushur casually set the chickens aside, taking a seat on a stone bench while still holding the string tied to the birds. After a few moments of idle chatter among the women, Hushur finally got to the point. "Your daughter is nearing 13, isn't she? It seems the right age for her to be engaged," Hushur said, her face beaming with a smile as if a flower had bloomed. Song Huazhen was momentarily taken aback but managed to force a smile. "No hurry, my little Xiaoer is still young. I would prefer she stays with me for a few more years. This matter can wait." "Not at all. In our area, girls her age are already married," Hushur insisted. At this point, the others began to grasp Hushur's true intentions, and the atmosphere grew tense. Song Huazhen replied with a forced smile, "Is that so? It seems rather premature for such a young girl." "Not at all." Hushur, oblivious to the discomfort in the room, continued to smile. "I have come to discuss this matter. My Sanlang has taken a liking to your daughter, and I thought we could settle the engagement today. I noticed your family seems rather poor, having just welcomed a new child, so these 2 chickens are merely to help." Hushur sat upright, exuding an air of superiority. In this day and age, who would propose with 2 old hens? Typically, a few pounds of coarse rice would suffice as a generous offering. No other woman would be as extravagant as she was. Wei Yunqi, seated nearby, was rendered speechless by this exchange. While it was true that people in ancient times tended to marry young, she had no intention of getting married. However, it would be rather unbecoming for her to refuse such a proposal as a mere girl. She trusted that her family would make the right decision on her behalf. With this thought, Wei Yunqi returned to playing with her adorable younger brothers. The other women in the room could no longer maintain their smiles. Setting aside the fact that little Xiaoer was still quite young, they could not possibly marry her off to a man as fickle and irresponsible as Li Sanlang, who had displayed such behavior the previous day. "Li Jing's wife, my little Xiaoer is still young, and we are not considering any engagements at this time," Song Huazhen said firmly. Hushur looked at them, puzzled. What, do you think my offering is insufficient? Rest assured, if we settle this engagement, my family will send you 3 more pounds of coarse rice and 2 bags of potatoes. How does that sound? In these 10 miles and 8 villages, you won't find another family willing to offer you so much. Chapter 104 The Hu family faces rejection. That is not our intention, Song Huajin patiently clarified. Little Sierre is still quite young. It is not the right time for her to be betrothed. I hope the wife of the village chief can understand. However, the village chief's wife did not understand at all. In her eyes, her husband was the village chief, they resided in a sturdy brick house, and even in these lean years, they could manage to have 2 meals a day. What was there to complain about? Feeling rebuffed by Song Huajin, whose demeanor faltered, she had assumed that her proposal would be met with enthusiastic agreement from the Gua family. It was truly ungrateful of them. Have you considered this carefully? Our Sanlang is literate and aims to take the scholaress examination in the future. Hu huffed coldly. Hearing this, Li Sanlang lifted his head proudly. Although he had only studied the 1,000-character classic with his father for a year, his mother had promised to send him to school next year, and passing the scholar's examination was merely a matter of time. Observing Li Sanlang's timid demeanor, Song Huajin resolutely shook his head. We appreciate your kindness, but our family is not ready for a marriage proposal at this time. Please take your leave. Hu's expression darkened, and she replied sternly, in that case, you are refusing to show our family any respect. You are overthinking it. Your son possesses remarkable qualities, and we fear we are unworthy of him. Please, depart, Song Huajin stated firmly, rising from his seat. Hu was incensed and was about to retort when she noticed Li Sanlang suddenly gather his courage and stand beside Gui Yunqi, exclaiming loudly, Miss Yunqi, why do you not speak? I am sincere in my intentions, I will treat you well in the future. Li Sanlang declared, if you marry into my family, not only will you eat to your heart's content, but my sister will also manage the household chores. My mother has said that as long as you bear her a grandson, you will live a life of comfort. Oh, you are already dreaming of the future before the wedding is even arranged? Gui Yunqi remarked with amusement, glancing at Li Sanlang. Comfortable, you say? Indeed, Li Sanlang nodded emphatically, pride swelling within him. My mother has remarked that you possess both beauty and a good temperament, making you an excellent match for me. When you come to my home, all you need to do is take care of me. Furthermore, my mother has promised to send me to school next year, and once I pass the scholar's examination, you will be the only scholar's wife in the vicinity. Miss Yunqi, when you become a scholar's wife, I will ask my mother to buy you 2 maidservants so you can lead a respectable life. After finishing his declaration, Li Sanlang smiled at Gui Yunqi, his heart racing with anticipation, convinced that such favorable conditions would be impossible for any maiden to refuse. Gui Yunqi curled her lips into a cold smile and retorted loudly, how can the esteemed Li family propose without even inviting a matchmaker? What an insatiable little girl, Hu muttered reluctantly, pouting. They are merely a family of commoners. Being able to marry my son is already a blessing, why would we need a matchmaker? Mother! Li Sanlang tugged at Hu's sleeve anxiously. Since the village chief's wife looks down upon us, we do not dare to aspire higher. Please take your leave, Qin interjected, unceremoniously dismissing them. Please take these 2 chickens back, we cannot afford them, Song Huajin said coldly. Even the most tolerant among them were beginning to feel irked. Humph, Hu scoffed, snatching up the old hen from the ground and turning to leave. Ah! Mother, Li Sanlang cast a reluctant glance at Gui Yunqi but could only follow Hu as they departed. Little Sierre, do not take it to heart, Qin quickly comforted Gui Yunqi as soon as Hu and her son left. That family is clearly not suitable. Your grandmother will find the best match for you. Gui Yunqi chuckled and shook her head. Is my grandmother already thinking of finding a husband for me? Does she not find me satisfactory? My dear, your grandmother dotes on you and would never think of such a thing, Qin replied hastily. Little Sierre is still young. There is no need to rush into matters of marriage, Song Huajin said softly. Qin nodded in agreement. Outside, the figures of Hu and her son gradually faded into the distance. By the thatched cottage, a young girl stood still, watching Li Sanlang's retreating figure. It was Som Ling Yui. At noon, when Guofu returned home and learned of the day's events, he set aside his meal, hastily putting down his bowl and chopsticks before rushing off to the village chief's residence. That afternoon, the villagers heard that the village chief's wife, who had been beaten by the village chief in her own courtyard, the village chief, seemingly enraged, shouted as he struck her, I have yet to settle the matter of you selling Suelon without my consent, and now you go and stir up trouble again. Did I not tell you to avoid that family? You refused to listen, and today, I shall teach you a lesson. Who, despite her age, begged and wept, I shall not do it again, I promise. Li Sanlang huddled inside the house, not daring to make a sound. Upon hearing of the incident, Gui Yunqi's family merely smiled lightly, knowing that only the village chief could truly keep Hu in check. Gui Yunqi and several women turned the peach blossoms from their home into peach blossom wine, sealing it in jars that had previously contained spices, managing to produce several containers. The fermentation process for the peach blossom wine was short, only requiring 3 days before it would be ready to drink. Although Qin initially felt pain to see the grain used for brewing, upon hearing Gui Yunqi mention that it could be sold for a profit, she refrained from further complaints. After a busy afternoon, the sky darkened swiftly under the cover of night. The group prepared a pot of rice porridge and stir-fried smoked meat with potatoes for dinner. After finishing their meal, they prepared to retire for the night. With the agricultural work nearly completed, they would only need to keep a watchful eye on it moving forward. Worried about the safety of the medicinal herbs, Gui Yunqi summoned 3 small wolves using her beast tamer's flute, giving each a large chicken leg, and instructed them to guard the mountain and watch over the herb patch. Having arranged everything, Gui Yunqi settled down to sleep peacefully. As night enveloped the land, the village nestled in the mountains appeared incredibly tranquil. The moonlight was shrouded by dark clouds, casting a gloomy pall over the entire sky. 300 miles away in the forest of Fuyun village, a woman was sprinting through the underbrush, cradling a child in her arms, glancing back fearfully as if pursued by a great beast. The sharp thorns of the bushes tore at her clothing, leaving bloody scratches on her calves, yet she seemed oblivious to the pain, desperately fleeing with her child. Chapter 105 of the enigmatic Little Where the woman was unmistakably Lu. Song Lingshua's complexion was ashen, her lips chapped, as if she had endured an interminable hunger. Teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, Lu held her daughter close, her eyes filled with despair. She yearned to weep, yet the strength to do so was almost entirely sapped. The footsteps behind them grew ever closer, and with no other choice, Lu sought refuge in a nearby thicket, clutching her daughter tightly. Thorns pierced her skin, yet she resolutely shielded her child from harm. The two women remained silent within the underbrush, scarcely daring to breathe. "Why aren't you running?" A man's lewd voice echoed from outside. "You little wretch, let me enjoy myself, and I'll make it quick for both of you." The man rummaged through the surrounding foliage, revealing a sinister smile as he searched. With one hand holding Song Lingxue, Lu gripped her belongings tightly with the other. However, as the man's shadow loomed ever closer, a flicker of despair clouded her gaze. If he were to capture them, not only would she perish, but little Xue would likely be treated as mere sustenance. This place felt like a hellish realm of cannibalism. Just when Lu was engulfed in despair, Song Lingxue suddenly stirred beside her, retrieving a hard object from the bundle. Lu focused intently and was astonished to discover a cold dagger in her daughter's grasp. Fuyun village. Before dawn had even broken, Gui Yunqi quietly rose from her bed. With a large family, everyone was industrious, having filled the water storage tank the previous day in preparation for the day's irrigation. Seizing the opportunity of the early morning, when few were awake, Gui Yunqi crept to the tank and added a generous amount of spring water. The sweet potato and potato seedlings also required occasional watering with this special water to thrive. Having completed this task, Gui Yunqi retrieved several bags of fertilizer from her space, carefully stacking them in a desolate well on the hillside, before covering the well's opening with some dried grass. Once she ensured that no traces were visible from the outside, she finally paused. Certain herbs had particular needs, and relying solely on the community's compost would not suffice. Fortunately, she had an ample supply of fertilizer in her space, which she decided to utilize. Little Silver, being a wolf, was highly vigilant and had sensed Gui Yunqi's awakening. Following closely behind her, Gui Yunqi took out 2 duck legs from her space to feed the little wolf cub, softly instructing, "You stay here. Unless it's a family member, chase everyone else away, understood?" Little Silver, clutching the duck leg, happily circled around Gui Yunqi. "Oh, I understand." Content with his response, Gui Yunqi hurried back home. After a flurry of activity, the rest of the family had also risen. "Xiaoxi, where did you go so early?" Guofu inquired as he served breakfast, noticing Gui Yunqi's return. "Father, I was just gathering supplies from the cellar," Gui Yunqi replied with a smile, producing a large paper bag from behind her and placing it on the stone table. This was the pickled vegetable given to her by the second son of the city lord during her visit to Bailon City. Along with some provisions and daily necessities, she had also brought back a locked wooden box, the contents of which remained a mystery to her father. Guofu assumed it must be a treasure of his daughter and moved it to the cellar without further questioning. "This pickled vegetable was a bit bland, so I let it sit for a couple more days before bringing it out." "Please enjoy," Gui Yunqi announced. "Thank you, young lady." Xing Dai, the ever-hungry one, exclaimed with excitement. With many villagers present in the morning, they had not prepared any dishes, but now with the addition of the pickled garlic, the meal was far more enjoyable. After breakfast, the family members felt invigorated and ready for the day. Gui Yunqi also brought out some fruits from the cellar, distributing an apple to each person for a midday snack. Each received an apple with gratitude, and they all headed out to work in the fields. Song Lingyue's injuries had nearly healed, yet this morning she seemed somewhat mysterious, eager to go out to play after breakfast. Fearing for her safety, Song Huashan arranged for Fanemo and Bai Yun to accompany her. Having risen early, Gui Yunqi finished her breakfast and lay back down for a bit of rest. The family worked in harmony, each with their own tasks, creating a delightful rhythm to their lives. Meanwhile, Li Sanlang had finished his breakfast early and was making his way to Gui Yunqi's home. After being beaten the previous day, Hu had been sitting in her room, wiping her tears, realizing that relying on her mother to negotiate for her was futile. If he wished to marry Gui Yunqi now, he would have to rely on himself. However, as he walked midway, Li Sanlang felt as if someone was following him. Turning around, he saw nothing but empty space. He was walking along a narrow path, typically devoid of passers-by. The wind rustled the dry trees behind him, producing faint sounds. Surely, it must be a figment of his imagination. Shaking his head, he continued onward, only to have a large gray sack suddenly dropped over his head. Before he could even call for help, he was completely ensnared. Caught off guard by the sack, Li Sanlang instinctively shouted, "Who dares block me? My father is the village chief." In response, he was met with a flurry of blows. Song Lingyue wielded a stick, gritting her teeth as she struck the sack with all her might. "This scoundrel dared to bully my cousin yesterday. Let us see if I can't knock some sense into this dog." Beside Song Lingyue stood her brother, Song Lingxiao, along with maids Bai Yun and Fanemo, and 2 strong family retainers. Some wielded sticks, others branches, while a few simply resorted to physical force. Again and again, they struck Li Sanlang, who cried out in distress. "Stop, who are you? What do you want from me? I have no grievances with you." "Ah, it hurts, please, stop, I beg you." Li Sanlang, merely a boy of 16 or 17, was experiencing such violence for the first time. Crouched in the sack, he clutched his head, tears streaming down his face from the pain. After a considerable while, feeling that they had delivered enough punishment, Song Lingyue led the group swiftly down the nearby path. Li Sanlang crawled out of the sack, his face swollen and bruised, sobbing as he ran home. Sister, won't we get caught like this? Song Lingxiao hid nearby, swallowing hard. It was his first experience in wrongdoing. What does it matter? Song Lingyue raised her chin defiantly, her voice cold. We didn't show our faces or speak, he won't be able to recognize us. Chapter 106. The divine well beside her, Bai Yun and Fanimo nodded repeatedly, deeming it right to punish those who bullied the young lady. Song Lingxiao gazed at her obedient younger sister, suddenly feeling a twinge of fear in her heart. How had this little girl become so increasingly cunning? After Gui Yunqi had finished her nap, she stepped outside. Upon reaching the mountain, she noticed a group of people animatedly gathered around the dry well, fervently discussing something. Young lady, you've arrived. Guo Song exclaimed excitedly, standing at the forefront. Gui Yunqi nodded and inquired loudly, what has happened? Well, this morning I saw Xiaoying guarding here out of curiosity and came over to take a look. To my surprise, I discovered dozens of bags of fertilizer inside the dry well. If we apply it to our herbs, it will surely be beneficial, one of the men explained. Gui Yunqi responded with a bright smile. Is that truly the case? How wonderful, perhaps it is heaven's way of acknowledging our struggles in farming and has specially sent this to us. Another member of the group, named Guo Wu, chimed in with a laugh. Indeed, it must be heaven assisting us. Alright, enough speculation. Let us quietly transport the fertilizer back without alarming anyone, Gui Yunqi instructed with a grin. Understood, we will do so immediately. During lunch, everyone discussed this remarkable event, the sudden appearance of fertilizer in the dry well on the mountain, a true marvel. Gui Yunqi listened with amusement as the conversation drifted further afield, with some even suggesting that their team was blessed by celestial beings, for their journey had been so smooth. In my opinion, that well in the back mountain might be a divine well. Otherwise, why would such fertilizer appear? A woman seated on a stone bench whispered. Zhao Momo nodded seriously. What you say could very well be true, perhaps the dry well may yield even more surprises in the future. Upon hearing this, the group became invigorated, launching into a spirited discussion. Their chatter indeed sparked a new idea in Gui Yunqi's mind. This was a splendid notion. If everyone continued to believe this way, it would be much simpler for her to place items in the well in the future, diverting any potential blame from herself. With a firm resolve, Gui Yunqi decided to secretly drop more items into the well that evening, ensuring that any ensuing incidents would be attributed to the divine well. After all, it could never be traced back to her. With this plan in mind, even her meal seemed more delectable. Since most of the seedlings in the fields were newly planted and had just been fertilized, the group decided to wait until the seedlings grew larger before utilizing the newly discovered fertilizer, to avoid scorching them. By the afternoon, they had nearly completed the tasks in the fields and resumed their efforts in constructing houses. However, during their work, several unexpected guests arrived. Lu Baoya's father, Lu Chang'an, along with his 4 brothers, and Chen Ergu with his elder brother, totaling 7 individuals, all of whom had previously enjoyed good relations with Guofu in the village. Brothers, what brings you here? Guofu stood at the door, taken aback by the cheerful group. Lu Chang'an, leading the way, smiled and said, we were just idle at home, so we came to lend a hand. Lu Chang'an was among those families who had previously farmed alongside the Guo family. Just a few days prior, he had brought his brothers to plant crops, which were now sprouting. Eager to express their gratitude to the Guo family, they had come to assist as they had seen the others preparing to work, while they themselves had little to do at home. Chen Ergu, on the other hand, felt rather embarrassed, having nearly burrowed into the ground at the Guo family's place. While bartering for brides with grain was common in the wild, ever since he had laid eyes on Gui Yunqi's family, he felt as if he wanted to slap himself for his earlier foolishness. Realizing the intent behind their visit, Guofu laughed heartily. He was not one to be overly sentimental, and soon enough, he and the others were hard at work. Later in the afternoon, upon learning that Guofu's family had resumed building houses, the village had sent his own sons to assist as well. Unfortunately, his youngest son had incurred some injuries during an altercation, resulting in only 2 of his sons coming to help. With the additional hands, their efficiency soared, and at this rate, their houses would be ready for habitation within a month. That evening, the Guo family warmly invited the newcomers to stay for dinner. The guests repeatedly declined, explaining that they had come to help and could not accept a meal. It was clear they were not there to take advantage of the situation. Guofu, being a man of principle, would not allow them to leave empty-handed and insisted on giving each of them a steamed bun. What? Lu Chang'an exclaimed, nearly dropping the white bun he held. Heavens, I haven't eaten white flour in years. He quickly attempted to return the bun, saying, Brother, let this fine food go to the children at home. We are unworthy of such delicacies. The Lu, Chen, and Li families also shook their heads in refusal, returning the offerings. Though unsure how the Guo family had come by such fine goods, they understood that in these times, it was a true gesture of kinship to be offered white flour buns. Take them home and enjoy them quietly. We are brothers, so do not be polite. Guofu flashed a hearty smile, pushing the buns back into their hands. If you refuse, then do not bother to come tomorrow. The group, holding the buns, felt a surge of emotion. The Guo family genuinely regarded them as family. The village head's sons had heard the village head mention the Guo family's once distinguished status, speculating that perhaps the Guo family had held a significant position in the military, thus explaining their current fortune. However, regardless of their thoughts, they resolutely decided to keep this information to themselves. They were not foolish. If word got out, the entire village would come begging, leaving them with nothing and potentially implicating the Guo family. They could not bring themselves to do such a thing. After bidding farewell to their brothers, everyone enjoyed dinner and prepared for rest. As night fell and they confirmed that everyone was asleep inside, Gui Yunqi quietly rose again. Following the route etched in her memory, she stealthily made her way to the location of the dry well. First, she retrieved 30 jars of milk powder, which she carefully wrapped in oil paper and placed into ancient cloth bags before tossing them down the well. Her two younger brothers were at an age where they needed nutritional supplements, and this was indispensable. Next, she took out the ancient clothes she had scavenged from the general's residence, meant for children around 1 year old, and tossed those in as well. Remembering how her younger brothers looked when they needed to change, she added dozens of packs of wet wipes and diapers. She also threw in several self-defense weapons, knives, swords, and daggers, just in case any unforeseen circumstances arose. Fresh vegetables rich in vitamins were also essential. Since they still had plenty of food at the moment, Gui Yunqi decided to wait until they were nearly finished before placing the food in the well, to avoid spoilage from lack of preservation. As for gold and silver, she had no intention of retrieving those just yet. Too much unearned wealth could easily lead to complacency. If she brought it out now, it would only harm them all. As the saying goes, it is better to teach someone to fish than to simply give them fish, and this was the principle at play. Having placed a sufficient amount, Gui Yunqi covered the well's opening as she had done the previous night, instructing Xiaoying to guard it before returning to rest peacefully. The night enveloped the village as Gui Yunqi strode confidently along the path home. However, as she passed by the well used for watering her fields, she noticed a figure faintly approaching from the distance. Chapter 107. The rescue of Li Tsuilan. Upon closer inspection, was that not Li Tsuilan, who had been sold by the Hu family to Sun Maji. Gui Yunqi was momentarily taken aback. What could have brought Li Tsuilan to this place at such an unholy hour? However, as she drew nearer, Gui Yunqi could not suppress a gasp of horror. What had this woman endured? The exposed portions of her body were marred by a multitude of deep, cruel knife wounds. Her face was even worse, bruised in shades of blue and purple, particularly her eyes. One was festering with pus, while the other was nearly swollen shut, forcing her to navigate by touch. Li Tsuilan felt as though she could cry, yet she was too far gone to shed tears. She stumbled to the edge of a well and collapsed onto the ground. Xianzi, I can't go on like this. Why did you leave me so soon, alone in this world? She murmured to herself. Sun Maji is a monster, he beats me daily. My mother has cast me aside as well. I truly cannot endure this any longer. I am coming to find you. With that, Li Tsuilan grasped the stones at the well's edge, preparing to leap into the abyss, yet, in the next moment, her strength faltered, and she fell. Gui Yunqi rushed to support Li Tsuilan's frail body, her heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. No matter the circumstances, she could not allow this woman to plunge into the well. After all, it was a vital source of water for the community. Gui Yunqi helped Li Tsuilan to a secluded spot and examined her eyes. Even as a physician, she could not help but gasp in shock. What kind of brutality could reduce a woman to such a state? This was the tragic plight of women in an age where a husband was deemed paramount. Even in the face of such domestic violence, women felt compelled to choose death as their only escape, utterly powerless. With a heavy sigh, Gui Yunqi diligently tended to Li Tsuilan's injuries, applying medication with utmost care. As a fellow woman, she found it unbearable to witness Li Tsuilan's suffering, and in the spirit of compassion, she resolved to assist her without compromising her own interests. After all, Li Tsuilan had committed no transgressions, she was merely a victim of this feudal society. Once she had treated the wounds, Gui Yunqi left behind 2 doses of medicine and a small sum of silver. If Li Tsuilan possessed any wisdom, she could use this money to escape from Sun Maji. Should she choose to wallow in despair and return to her torment, or worse, seek death, there would be little Gui Yunqi could do to intervene. Having completed her task, Gui Yunqi returned home. When Li Tsuilan awoke, the dawn had yet to break. By the light of the moon, she beheld the medicine and silver beside her, momentarily frozen in disbelief. Had she not attempted to end her life in the well? How had she survived? Could it be that De Chang had intervened on her behalf? Li Tsuilan felt a surge of emotion, gathering the items to her chest, a flicker of determination igniting in her remaining eye. She fell into a deep, restorative slumber. The following day dawned bright and clear. Gui Yunqi lay in her room, just awakening, when she heard the sound of male voices outside. Father, mother, I've finished the work in the fields. I would like to accompany Guosong to the town and see if we can earn some silver, Guo Xiao murmured from outside. Guo Fu frowned, replying softly, the house is still under construction. Why venture out so early? Guo Xiao lowered his head, hesitating briefly before summoning his courage to respond. Yesterday, I heard from Ergo that a distinguished guest is expected to arrive in Mo City soon. I do not know if it is true. I wish to explore the town further, perhaps encountering someone familiar who may prove useful. Guo Fu remained silent for a long moment before finally nodding in agreement. Guo Xiao's eyes instantly sparkled with joy as he exchanged greetings with Song Huazhen and set off with Guosong to fetch the horse cart. Gui Yunqi let out a gentle sigh. She was acutely aware of her father's and brother's aspirations. Once a high-ranking official in the capital, her father had now fallen to the status of a mere villager. How could he swallow such humiliation? Both men were intent on vindicating the Guo family and reclaiming their place in the capital, thus seizing every opportunity. But would events unfold as they hoped? Guo Xiao's corruption had cost Guo Fu 20,000 military credits to save his life. It was precisely because of the loss of those military credits that the general's residence had been so easily ensnared in a trap. Who stood to gain the most from this entire debacle? Naturally, it was the reigning emperor. Not only had he reclaimed military power, but he had also eliminated a beloved general, a veritable 2 birds with 1 stone. Yet in the current circumstances, Gui Yunqi felt it prudent to refrain from voicing her thoughts. Hope, however fragile, was a balm for the soul. Her priority was to ensure the safety of her family, which had been her ambition all along, as she sought to navigate them toward the kingdom of Wu. Taking a deep breath, Gui Yunqi rose from her bed to it was still too early to ponder these matters. Vengeance would come in due time, but for now, her focus must be on securing her family's welfare. Little Sierra, you are awake? Song Huajin and Meng Shi, each cradling a child, smiled upon seeing Gui Yunqi. Gui Yunqi nodded, unable to resist the urge to glance at her two younger brothers. De Bao appeared noticeably plumper and greeted her with a radiant smile, excitedly waving his tiny hands. The younger Bao remained slender, quietly nestled in his swaddling, neither crying nor fussing. Gui Yunqi gently pinched their little cheeks, her heart swelling with affection. Just as she was engaged in playful banter with her brothers, a figure raced down from the back mountain. Mississippi. Madam, Fanemo exclaimed breathlessly, as if she had witnessed something miraculous. What is the matter, so urgent? Song Huajin inquired, furrowing her brow. It is that dry well, it is truly a divine well. Miss, you must come and see. Fanemo breathed, clutching her chest and lowering her voice urgently. Gui Yunqi feigned confusion once more. What divine well? There is no time to explain, come see for yourself. Fanemo exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she seized Gui Yunqi's hand, and together they hurried up the mountain. Gui Yunqi could only chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. It seemed she was destined to play the leading lady in this unfolding drama, not only providing for her family but also participating in their theatrics. It was a heavy burden indeed. Upon reaching the summit, they found a gathering of 5 or 6 individuals, all huddled around the well, whispering in hushed tones, their faces illuminated with expressions of astonishment. Chapter 108 Diapers, do they resemble hats? Upon catching sight of Gui Yunqi's arrival, the crowd swiftly made way, each person yielding a spot. Qing Dai stood at the forefront, barely able to conceal her excitement. Miss, do come and see. The divine well has yielded more treasures. Gui Yunqi feigned a glance, mimicking the collective exuberance, and spoke in a low voice. Everyone, summon others to bring the items up, but remember not to disturb the villagers. Qing Dai nodded, leading the group to retrieve the contents from the well steps, which they quietly delivered to the cellar excavated by Guofu. Once all the items were gathered, the crowd congregated inside the cellar, busily examining the newfound treasures. It was truly astonishing. This was indeed a divine well. Good heavens, I cannot believe I have encountered such a fantastical occurrence. I must record this in my family genealogy when I return. How about we keep watch by the divine well tonight and see if any celestial beings emerge? I think that's a splendid idea. But could it offend the deities? Gui Yunqi smiled faintly. She had no intention of visiting daily. Some items were best enjoyed in moderation, and excess could easily turn fortune into misfortune. The swords and knives were distributed amongst the crowd for self-defense, vegetables were stored in the cellar for sustenance, and the children's clothing could wait until the 2 little ones grew larger. However, the diapers, milk powder, and wet wipes left everyone perplexed. Husband, why does the divine well produce such peculiar items? Song Huajin inquired, cradling a child in her arms. Guofu examined a new type of diaper, scrutinizing it from every angle, his confusion deepening. In a moment of whimsy, he placed the diaper atop his head and playfully winked at Song Huajin. My dear, could this not serve as a hat? The crowd gazed at Guofu, bewildered. Although they were unfamiliar with the item, his antics only heightened their curiosity. Gui Yunqi, both amused and exasperated, quickly tugged at Guofu's sleeve, urging him to remove the diaper from his head. Father, I can't shake the feeling that this resembles undergarments, Gui Yunqi remarked, stifling a laugh with a serious demeanor. Underwear? Guofu promptly took the diaper off, examining it closely from various angles, only to grimly realize it indeed bore a striking resemblance to such garments. His expression shifted drastically. Heavens, after living a grand life, he found himself embarrassed before his wife and children. How utterly mortifying. The onlookers struggled to contain their laughter, reminding themselves that their master still had dignity to uphold. They collectively decided to act as if nothing had transpired. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Guofu attempted to regain composure, stating, if this is indeed underwear, it is rather diminutive. Could it possibly be intended for children? Song Huajin ventured, her daily interactions with the child making her acutely aware of all things related to infants. The material was soft and smooth, perfect for a childless delicate skin. Gui Yunqi silently commended her mother for her insight. Meng Shi, having taken a piece to inspect, upon hearing Song Huajin's words, clumsily endeavored to dress little Yin Jing with the assistance of those nearby. Gui Yunqi approached, deftly removing the diaper from beneath the child and smiling as she remarked, this undergarment appears quite substantial, perhaps the diaper is unnecessary. Once adorned, little Yin Jing joyfully waved his tiny hands in the air, his rosy fists endearing, while his bright eyes twinkled with delight. He was utterly enamored with the new garment. Witnessing his antics, the crowd could not help but burst into laughter. Indeed, this seems to be a child's undergarment, Song Huajin chuckled. The divine well is truly remarkable, delivering so many items for children, as if it knows our needs. Gui Yunqi reached out to pat the child's head, unable to suppress her laughter. Soon, they discerned the uses of the wet wipes and milk powder, their spirits soaring at the thought that these provisions would ease their worries for the 2 little ones until they reached the age of 1. Simultaneously, they agreed to keep the existence of these items secret, vowing never to disclose the wonders of the divine well. They were not foolish enough to announce, we possess treasures, come, take them. By noon, Guo Xiao and Guo Song had yet to return from the county. Having packed provisions for them, Qin Shi decided not to wait for lunch. Just as Gui Yunqi finished her meal, she noticed Qin Shi washing a white item behind the house. Approaching, she was taken aback. Grandmother, what are you doing washing that? Qin frowned slightly, murmuring, these undergarments are indeed useful, but such a waste, the eldest just soiled his, and I thought I could wash it for reuse, but alas, it fell apart upon washing. The elder was frugal, especially when it came to good items, always seeking to make the most of what they had. Grandmother, this is likely for single use. The items from the divine well differ from our usual possessions. Upon hearing this, Qin reluctantly set down the used diaper, nodding gently, you speak wisely. As they conversed, a sudden clattering of horse-drawn carts captured Gui Yunqi's attention and his back. At this, Qin ceased her washing, and both grandmother and granddaughter hurried outside. They soon spotted a bright red horse pulling a cart slowly approaching their thatched dwelling, with none other than Li Shi and her husband seated within. Mother is home, exclaimed little Yue, joyfully running out of the house, clapping her hands in glee. Guofu, Song Lingxiao, Song Huazhen, Meng Shi, and others emerged from the house, standing at the entrance to warmly welcome Li Shi's return. Everyone was present, as Li Shi alighted from the cart, her face radiated joy, unmistakably having encountered fortuitous events. The crowd exchanged glances, noting the cart was brimming with treasures, silently acknowledging that Li Shi had indeed returned with a bountiful haul. Guofu, curious, glanced at the items within the cart, questioning, how did you manage to bring everything back so openly? Song Chuan wore an earnest smile, replying, Brother Gua, you are unaware. The newly appointed magistrate of Mo City is quite efficient. In just a few days, he has restored order to the city, making our return exceptionally smooth. Li Shi, standing behind with a radiant smile, declared that there will be more visitors soon. It seems the government is sending gifts for everyone. Chapter 109 of the Noble Wolf King Food Delivery? Upon hearing this, Gui Yunqi was somewhat taken aback. She had presumed that the dog emperor would no longer concern himself with the affairs of this place, yet to her surprise, someone had come to aid the local disaster victims. Song Chuan, along with the others, gradually unloaded the contents from the wagon. As the weather grew warmer, Li Shi had procured a considerable quantity of fabric and shoes for everyone to wear during the changing seasons. In addition, she had also bought ample rice, flour, oil, and various preserved meats. Thank you, madam, for remembering to bring us supplies during your outing, remarked old Chu with a smile as she stood before the wagon. Do not thank me. It is our little Sierre who deserves the gratitude, for her medicinal recipes have fetched quite a sum, Li Shi replied with a beaming smile. Gui Yunqi blinked in surprise and said, it seems that auntie has had quite a fruitful trip. Indeed, I believe I have lived up to everyone's expectations, Li Shi responded, handing the reins to Song Lingxiao while affectionately patting her eldest son's head. Now, take the horse and feed it. Song Lingxiao nodded, but just as he was about to lead the horse away, Gui Yunqi intervened. I have always been the one to feed the horse. Allow me to do it. Li Shi nodded in agreement and said no more. As she began directing the others in unloading the supplies, Gui Yunqi quietly led the horse to a secluded spot behind the house, where she retrieved some fresh feed from her space and mixed it with spiritual spring water to nourish the animal. The horse, named Treading Snow, was a name bestowed by Song Lingxiao himself. You have worked hard these past few days, Gui Yunqi said softly, affectionately stroking the horse's mane. Treading Snow joyfully shook its hooves after drinking, feeling invigorated. It could surely run another 20 kilometers. Little Silver emerged from the side, glaring at Treading Snow. How dare this mere horse eat before him, the esteemed Wolf King? It was indignant and ready to express its displeasure. Gui Yunqi couldn't help but chuckle at the overly affectionate little wolf that was supposed to be a fierce king. What a loyal little pup you are, she teased. After feeding both animals, she also took a moment to give some water to the ewes in the backyard before rejoining the group inside the house. Upon entering, Li Shi cheerfully pulled out a cloth bag from her bosom and said, Little Sierre, your auntie has returned with good news. 4 recipes have sold for a total of 500 taels of silver. 500 taels? Even Gui Yunqi was taken aback. She had anticipated a sum of 300 to 400 at most. Li Shi nodded and continued, I've heard that the restaurant is owned by a prominent figure from Wu country, and this is merely a branch. They purchased the recipes to promote them across all their locations. The manager was quite generous. I proposed a price, and he readily accepted. Your aunt's formidable presence surely commanded respect, allowing for such a fair price, Gui Yunqi remarked with a smile as she accepted the money. You sweet-talking child. Gui Yunqi divided the money as previously agreed, keeping 350 taels for herself, while Li Shi received 150. Li Shi, holding the money, felt a mixture of emotions. Little Sierre, we merely made a trip, and yet we have received such a substantial share. Is this not a bit excessive? Li Shi was straightforward by nature, always expressing her thoughts candidly. Initially agreeing to accompany Gui Yunqi to Bailon City out of concern for her niece, she never anticipated that the recipes would yield such a remarkable profit. Gui Yunqi smiled gently and said, Auntie, please do not be so polite. Otherwise, I may hesitate to trouble you in the future. You silly girl, we are family, there's no need for such formality, Li Shi replied with a warm laugh. Chapter 110 To lead a family into labor. Dear sister-in-law, please accept this. We are all family, and this is but a trifling matter, said Song Huazhen, cradling a child beside her. Li, not one to be overly sentimental, readily accepted the money now that the matter had been broached so openly. After bestowing all the earnings from selling her remedies upon Song Huazhen, Gui Yunqi gently added, let us keep our business dealings under wraps for the time being. The others nodded in agreement, understanding the wisdom in her words. Li, having tucked away the silver, spoke solemnly. As we journeyed here, we heard of a significant figure arriving in town. It seems that patrols have begun to scour various areas of Mo City, having apprehended several bands of bandits. This is indeed a boon for us. Guofu nodded, though a frown creased his brow. This is certainly a positive development, indicating that the emperor has not forsaken the wilds, which will make our travels considerably safer. However, he sighed, continuing, if the capital dispatches officials here, Mo City will inevitably undergo a thorough overhaul, and I fear we might all find ourselves compelled to toil in the town. The exiles of the Xinzhou Empire are not simply abandoned in a locale. Once settled, they are expected to cultivate government land and engage in laborious tasks, which are far from easy. Hardship is but a minor concern. The greater fear lies in the relentless demands of such work, where even the slightest error could result in punishment. While the men might endure, the women and children would suffer greatly. Previously, due to drought, the wilderness had descended into chaos, and thus no one paid them heed. Yet, in the wake of disaster recovery, the authorities would undoubtedly turn first to these exiles, viewing them as a source of free labor. Capable of laboring without compensation, should they perish from overexertion, it would merely be deemed bad luck, far more advantageous than the workhorses of a production team. Clearing her throat softly, Gui Yunqi smiled, there is no need for concern. If the authorities devise better methods for rebuilding the disaster-stricken areas, we shall naturally be spared. Xiaoxi, do you have a plan? Guo Fu exclaimed, astonished by his daughter's insight. Even Song Chuan and several women could not help but turn their gazes towards her, perplexed at how a girl raised in the countryside could possess such wisdom beyond their years. In my youth, the elderly neighbor not only taught me medicine but also imparted various ways to earn a living, foreseeing their future utility, which is why I understand so much, Gui Yunqi replied, her head bowed, shrouded in mystery. The elderly gentleman? A man with a white beard and a youthful visage? Upon hearing this, Song Huashan gasped in surprise. Ah! Gui Yunqi was taken aback, realizing she had unwittingly struck a chord. Indeed, I understand now, exclaimed Song Huashan, one hand cradling the child while the other smacked her thigh. The sage who had once foretold Xiaoxi's fate must have been this very old man. He must be a celestial being who foresaw our current circumstances, thus imparting so much knowledge to Xiaoxi. The group, upon hearing this, found merit in Song Huashan's assertion, and soon the conversation shifted, causing them to forget their previous discussion entirely. Their chatter eventually meandered back to the mysterious well behind their home, leaving Li utterly astonished by the tales of the well, leading to further discussion and solidifying the belief that their family had indeed been favored by divine protection. With this revelation, Gui Yunqi felt a profound sense of relief. It was as if she had been completely liberated. What a blessing, how convenient and reassuring.